Chapter 1. The Jue'ercha clan. As Una awoke, she instinctively stretched her small arms and legs. My little darling, she felt a gentle caress and quickly halted her movements. Her consciousness gradually returned. Yesterday, she realized she had been reborn, but the weariness overwhelmed her, and she drifted back into slumber. Now, seeking the tender touch from outside, Una offered her tiny fist. "Grandma, this child is responding to me. I wonder if she is a lively little girl. She will surely fulfill the wishes of the esteemed matriarch." Linza nodded at her grandmother's words, smiling as she turned to face her. "Grandma, where's my brother?" "Your brother is accompanying your father to receive the imperial edict, just like usual, enjoying some snacks and resting in his room." Erlinzu felt reassured knowing her eldest son, Maxitai, was well, continuing to stroke the child within her womb. Una, nestled in her mother's belly, sensed the love directed towards her and gently wiggled her little legs that in her previous life, she was an orphan, devoid of parental ties. After graduating from university, she married and had children, working tirelessly to support them, like many others. She had no knowledge of her family's wealth in this life. Listening to the sounds outside, reminiscent of ancient times, she realized she could not concern herself too much. As long as she was not born in the late Qing dynasty, she would be content. "Erlinzu, is our little girl behaving today?" Lost in thought, Una was interrupted by the hearty laughter of a man. She was genuinely curious about this sudden presence. Feeling a large hand, so different from before, gently caressing her through her mother's abdomen, she responded with a playful punch. "Father's little darling, have you grown a bit? You know you must greet your father." Erlinzu observed the seemingly naive man before her, her bright, enchanting eyes softening further. "Have you finished your work now? Why did you not send word ahead of your return? You are with child, you shouldn't have to concern yourself with such matters." This past year in Huai'an has gone smoothly. Tongjia pondered the contents of the imperial edict she had just heard in the courtyard, gradually releasing her inner worries. Her husband had been promoted from the second-rank supervisor of the salt transport department to the vice-governor of the Manchu Blue Banner, attaining the title of a third-class baron. This indicated that his recent mission in Huai'an had pleased their superiors. Should he not rest first? Zunta's gaze shifted from her belly to her Linzu, his expression gentle. Anyone witnessing this moment would be astonished. The fierce warrior who battled on the battlefield exhibited such tenderness. Erlinza met Zunta's gaze, her cheeks flushing. After a moment, she turned her attention to the wet nurse standing at the door. "Grandma, please have hot water sent in from the small kitchen." "Yes." Zheng grandma, having performed her duties with decorum, turned and exited toward the small kitchen. After Erlinzu personally attended to her husband's grooming, she joined him on the bed for a short rest. Last year, before her husband was appointed to oversee the salt transport and relocated to Huai'an, she had been accompanying him in Yangzhou while he served as the right minister of the household. Later, when the imperial edict arrived, stating her husband was to be reassigned to Huai'an, she, along with her son and servants, returned to the capital. Her mother-in-law had never been close to her, and their prolonged cohabitation had only made their relationship more strained. Thankfully, her mother-in-law was considerate of the child and allowed her to forego frequent visits to the main house to pay her respects. Her father-in-law had passed shortly after receiving his title during the reign of the Taizu, and their family held no noble rank. Although her husband had two brothers, they were each striving for their own futures. Above him was his elder brother, and below him, his younger brother. As the middle child, he lacked the favor typically bestowed upon the eldest or youngest sons. She was solely focused on protecting her dowry and living off the wealth her husband brought home. Unbeknownst to her, the little Una inside her mother was oblivious to these familial complexities. Her tiny ears perked up, straining to hear the sounds outside. Moments ago, she had perceived some noise, but now it seemed eerily quiet. Reflecting on her rebirth into the Qing dynasty, she could not ascertain which emperor currently ruled. Fearing the possibility of being born during the late Qing, Una felt a twinge of anxiety. Meanwhile, Jue'ercha Xuanta and Tongjia Linzu, resting on the bed, remained unaware that their little girl awaited their words. In the days that followed, Una spent her time drifting in and out of sleep. As time passed, she gradually learned about her family and their affairs in this life. She also had a 10-year-old half-brother, Ahan. He would come to their mother's courtyard every day after school to eat, particularly enjoying the moments when he would touch their mother's belly calling her a Han. Their mother, due to her pregnancy, only needed to pay respects to the matriarch on the 1st and 15th of each month, that on those days, they would encounter Aunt Mu and Aunt Hua, who would often bring along their sister, Aeon. Grandma, will we have Hawaiian cuisine for dinner? Yes, let's have that chef we brought back from Yangzhou prepare his famous duck. All right, I will go now. Una listened obediently from within her mother's womb, absorbing the conversations between the servants and her family. Zheng Grandma, the wet nurse, had lost her husband early on and never remarried, becoming her mother's most trusted confidant. Mother, today my little sister is quite well behaved. Just as Zheng Grandma exited the room, Una heard Han's voice at the door. She was still getting accustomed to the titles used among the Banner people. Hearing Han call her little sister, she couldn't help but repeat his name in her mind. Sister, I am Han. When you come out, you must be fragrant and soft. Tongjia, rarely witnessing her husband behave so childishly, felt a warmth in her heart. Mother, yesterday father said, I am of the right age, and when he returns, he will tell me about our family lineage. Then I shall inform your martial arts instructor. After speaking, Tongjia turned to the young woman standing nearby. Jixiang, go to the training ground and find Master Lu. Tell him that the master will not be practicing there today, he will go tomorrow instead. Understood. Jixiang bowed and turned ahead toward the training ground. Tongjia managed her household well, and her servants were all very disciplined. Were Una present, she would notice that most of the servants her mother employed were women who had grown up with her and returned to serve after marrying and having children. It was not until the evening that Xuanta returned to the courtyard, holding a thick handwritten family genealogy. He appeared to have just come from the study. Father, Xuanta, seeing his son approach, made an effort to smile despite his serious demeanor. Maxitai did not mind his father's sternness. The interaction between father and son brought a smile to Tongjia's face. Xuanta, unembarrassed, took a seat at the round table to wait for dinner. The servants, noticing the master's return, awaited the matriarch's signal to serve the meal. Xuanta, spotting the duck leg set aside for him at the table, cheerfully picked it up and took a bite. Master, perhaps we should prepare some pastries tomorrow to send to the governor's office, and I will take our silver chopsticks with me. Chapter 2. The Jue'ercha clan otherwise. Serving on an empty stomach would surely undermine one's health. Xuanta pondered, noticing that today, his colleagues had all sent their servants to the governor's office to deliver meals. He nodded in agreement. In recent years, since entering the borders of the Qing dynasty, he had continued to engage in battles across the south and north, much like in the past. After the skirmishes had settled somewhat, in the 5th year of Xuanji, 1648, he was ordered to garrison Huaiyan. In truth, he had not enjoyed a stable life in the capital until today. He remained unfamiliar with the living conditions of the bannermen in the capital. Seeing everyone savoring snacks at the governor's office, he felt it would be foolish to deprive himself. Upon hearing her father mention the family genealogy for a Han, Una became fully alert, apprehensive of dozing off inadvertently. Her mother's womb was exceedingly warm. After much anticipation, she finally awaited her father to finish dinner and for the servants to clear the table. Her father beckoned Han to sit beside him to peruse the genealogy together. Their family belonged to the Manchu-bordered Blue Banner. Una felt a twinge of disappointment, recalling that they were of the lower 5 banners. However, her spirits lifted when she learned that her great-grandfather was Jue'ercha and Fiangu, one of the 5 founding ministers of the Qing dynasty. In his youth, he followed the great ancestor into battle. In the 11th year of the Wanli reign, 1583, he joined the great ancestor in raising the banner, capturing Tulong City. The following year, in the 1st month, he accompanied the great ancestor in the assault on Zhaojia City, where they captured Li Dai. In June, alongside the great ancestor, he attacked the perilous Mater Dun stronghold, which resisted their advances for 3 days. Fiangu led his troops to scale the cliffs at night, ultimately seizing the stronghold. In June of the 15th year of Wanli, 1587, he fought against the Jurchen tribe, capturing Dong City. The following year, in September, he took Wanyan City and soon after captured Zhangtanshai, where its leader, Li Dunbai, fled. Fiangu pursued him to Shuogwazyang and delivered him as a prisoner. In June of the 21st year of Wanli, 1593, he joined the great ancestor in attacking the Hatta tribe's Fuerjiakizi. When the army returned, the The great ancestor personally took the rearguard. The Hatta prince, Mengebulu, led cavalry in pursuit, and one horseman confronted the great ancestor. The great ancestor drew his bow and shot, while 3 horsemen emerged, nearly causing him to fall from his mount. Anfiangu intercepted and killed the 3 attackers, earning the honorary title of Shua Huanka Luobatu. In September, he joined the great ancestor in defeating the Yeha tribe and 8 allied tribes. In November, he collaborated with Aidu and Gagai to assault the Nian tribe as Lofugo mountain stronghold, where they decapitated its leader. In September of the 27th year of Wanli, 1599, he followed the great ancestor in annihilating the Hatta tribe. In July of the 39th year of Wanli, 1611, he participated in the campaigns against the Wokazan tribe in the East Sea, capturing land and prisoners. In January of the 41st year of Wanli, 1613, he followed the great ancestor in defeating the Wula tribe. Anfiangu was the first to plant the banner atop the city and was soon appointed a first-class minister, assisting in state affairs as one of the 5 ministers. In the first year of Tianming, 1616, in July, he, along with Werhan, led troops against the Sahalian tribe of the East Sea, capturing 36 strongholds in Hunan in the north. In August, they captured 11 strongholds in Jiangbei, persuading the Shirkuan, Nuayuo, and Shalaxan tribes to surrender. In April of the 3rd year of Tianming, 1618, he followed the great ancestor in capturing Fushan. The Ming general Zhang Qingyin divided his forces into 3 camps, while Anfiangu led an assault on the left camp, achieving a decisive victory. He continued to collaborate with Aidu to conquer Mahadan and the Sanchar fortifications. In the 4th year of Tianming, 1619, during the Battle of Suro, he defeated the Ming general Yang Gao, annihilating the Yeha tribe. In the 6th year of Tianming, 1621, he participated in the capture of Shenyang and Liaoyang. In July of the 7th year of Tianming, 1622, Anfiangu passed away. Una, nestled in her mother's womb, became increasingly enchanted by her father's recounting of the genealogy. Her ancestors were truly remarkable. Her great-grandfather had 3 sons, Daldai, Aldai, and Shurui. Her grandfather, Shurui, was appointed as a Zhueling during the great ancestor and Appo's reign, but passed away shortly thereafter. Her father's uncle, Daldai, was appointed as a leader of the bordered blue banner in the 5th year of Tiansong, 1631. During the Ming campaigns, he participated in the attack on Daling and defended Zhangjiabao. During the Chongda era, he contributed to the conquest of Jianzhou and Ningyuan and fought valiantly in Korea. In the 2nd year of Xuanji, 1645, he was appointed as a cloud cavalry officer. In the 7th year of Xuanji, 1650, Daldai was posthumously recognized for Anfiangu's achievements, promoted to a first-class chariot commander. Her father's uncle, Aldai, served as his Zhueling. In the 10th year of Tianming, 1625, he led troops to garrison Yaozhou, achieving merit in repelling enemies, and was appointed as a hereditary cavalry commander. In the 5th year of Tiansong, 1631, he fell in battle at Daling, and his family was granted a 3rd-class light chariot commander in recognition of his service. By the time of her father's generation, the family's lineage had flourished considerably. The clan was abundant with males, and her father and her uncle, Jue'ercha, were already well documented in the genealogy. Jue'ercha inherited his father's title of 3rd-class light chariot commander in the 8th year of Tiansong, 1634. In the 1st month of the 1st year of Xuanji, 1644, he was appointed as an official in the Ministry of Justice. In April, he accompanied Prince Dorgan into Shanhai Pass to defeat the forces of Li Zicheng. In October, he served as the commander of the guard, joining Prince Dorda in military campaigns in Shanxi. In the 2nd year of Xuanji, 1645, in the 1st month, the Ming general Liu Fangliang led over 1,000 men to threaten the Qing forces. Jue'ercha, along with the commander Talai, led troops to confront them, causing Liu's army to flee. Soon after, Jue'ercha joined the main army in southern Jiangsu, defeating the Ming forces north of Yangzhou and capturing Jiangning. The Ming prince, Zhu Yozong, fled to Wuhu, and Jue'ercha intercepted him at the river mouth, achieving a great victory by capturing and executing many. In the 3rd year of Xuanji, 1646, he accompanied Prince Dorda to pacify Zhejiang and advanced into Fujian. Together with the vanguard commander Bai Yindai, he conquered Jianing and Yinping. The Ming prince Zhu Yujian fled, and Jue'ercha, alongside Commander Ajij, led troops to attack, capturing and executing Zhu Yujian and his officials, thus securing Tingzhou. In September of the 5th year of Xuanji, 1648, Jue'ercha followed Prince Zhen to suppress the rebellious forces in Hunan and Guangxi, achieving notable victories. In December of the following year, 1649, the bandit king Wang Chong invaded Yuanzhou. Jue'ercha, alongside Minister Ahankin, led troops to defeat him, killing 3 deputy generals and annihilating his forces, seizing thousands of horses. In the 7th year of Xuanji, 1650, he returned triumphantly and was appointed as the commander of the guard. The following year, 1651, he was included among the ministers of state. Having listened to the stories in both Manchu and Chinese, Una found herself growing drowsy. Just as she was about to drift off, Xuanta paused for a moment before finally speaking. "Your father, I first inherited the title of Zuoling in the 8th year of Tianzong, 1634. The Taizong granted me the hereditary title of cavalry commander." Chapter 3. The Jue'ercha clan in the 3rd year of Chongda, 1638. He was appointed as the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue. During the campaign against the Ming dynasty, Prince Yuetoa led the right wing through the wall of the city from Naihe Ridge. The Amars participated in the advance, defeating the Ming governor Wu Aheng's troops alongside the vanguard commander Zidaki, traversing into Yanjing and plundering Shandong. In the following spring, the Amar accompanied the military commander Tulai and repelled pursuing forces, also defeating the invading Kalarkan enemy factions. In the 6th year of Chongda, 1641, he joined the siege of Jinzhou, and together with the commander Lan Bai, engaged in a ground battle against the reinforcements led by Ming governor Hong Chengqiu, triumphing over 3 camps. In October of the 8th year of Chongda, 1643, he was appointed as a commander. In the 1st year of Xuanji, 1644, the Amar accompanied Prince Dorgan into Shanhaiguan, defeating Li Zicheng. The following year, 1645, he was recognized for his accomplishments and promoted to the rank of 3rd-class light cavalry commander. In the 3rd year of Xuanji, 1646, while accompanying Prince Su to defeat Zhang Xianzhong, they passed through Hanzhong, and together with General Biana, they vanquished Yizhen. Advancing into Xicheng, they faced resistance from Zhang Xian, but the Amar and General Li Guohan achieved successive victories over the rebel forces. In the 5th year of Xuanji, 1648, he returned victorious and concurrently held the position of Minister of Justice, being ordered to garrison Huayan. The following year, 1649, the Amar, alongside Commander Wadaki, dealt with the rebellion led by Bian Sanyuan and the guerrilla Wang Qinzhong, successfully exterminating the remaining rebels at Yushan and Mingshan. In October, he was stationed in Yangzhou, appointed as the Minister of Salt Affairs for Zhejiang and Huai, while also serving as the right Vice Minister of Revenue. In the 7th year of Xuanji, 1650, he was reassigned as the Deputy Minister overseeing grain transportation and relocated to Huai and Apos. Not long after, 1651, the Amar returned to the capital and was appointed as the Deputy General of the Banner of the Blue Flag. He received a decree elevating him to the rank of 3rd-class noble. As time passed, Wuna, the small daughter of the Jue'ercha clan, felt content in her mother's womb, eagerly awaiting her birth. Day by day, her spirits soared, knowing her lineage had served alongside the Aizenjoro family for generations. It would be peculiar if she did not receive her share of fortune. Soon, she would be born, as it was now the 8th year of Xuanji, 1651. While Emperor Kangxi would not arrive until the 11th year of Xuanji, 1654. In her memories, there were no members of the Jue'ercha clan in the Kangxi era. As the days passed, both her father and mother grew fond of the little girl. Surely, they would not let her wedding be too humble. The thought of a bountiful dowry brought joy to her heart. Wuna settled comfortably, waiting for her arrival into the world. One day, she awakened as usual, only to feel a rush of water flowing beside her. Still groggy, she didn't immediately realize what was happening. It was only upon hearing her mother's cries of pain from outside that Wuna understood she was about to be born. feeling a force of pressure. She quickly turned in the direction of the water flow, wriggling her tiny body out. "Grandmother, I can see the child in damp. Oppose. As head. Please exert a little more effort." Tongjia, gritting her teeth in agony, thought of how the child could not remain in her womb forever, and with a determined heart, she bore the pain and summoned all her strength. A scream echoed from the inner chamber, causing Jue'ercha, seated in the outer hall, to rise abruptly. This was his first time standing outside the delivery room. His eldest son, Maxitai, had been born in the 6th year of Chongda, 1641, while he was away fighting Hong Changshou in Jianzhou. "Father, father," the nurse said, "Mother is giving birth. Why are you back at this time?" "I told the master I had to return to see your mother, and he consented." With that, Jue'ercha shifted his gaze back to the delivery room. Wah wah wah. Wuna struggled to open her eyes, yearning to see who was patting her bottom, but everything remained a blur. She began to cry loudly, fearing she might miss the moment. "Congratulations, grandmother, on the birth of a fair and delicate little girl." In the delivery room, upon hearing the child's cries, Tongjia vaguely saw Nurse Zheng reaching out to receive the baby. She closed her eyes in relief, surrendering to sleep. Wrapped in swaddling, Wuna realized she was beside her mother. "Master, grandmother has indeed given birth to a little girl. How is he, Linju?" Upon hearing his concern for their daughter, Nurse Zheng felt even more at ease. "Rest assured, master, all is well. Both mother and daughter are safe." "That is good. Quickly, let me see the little girl." Jue'ercha reached out to take the swaddled infant from Nurse Zheng's arms, returning to his seat with satisfaction. The father and son beamed with joy as they gazed at the little one in the swaddle. "Go to the main room and share the good news with the elder." Jue'ercha instructed someone to inform his wife of the joyful news, then turned his gaze back to the child, unable to take his eyes off her. As another winter passed, in the inner city of the 8 Banners, within the residence of the Banner of the Blue Flag, a delicate little girl sat in one of the rear rooms of a 3-entry courtyard. The 5-year-old Wuna, sitting on a bed, watched as the nurse helped her remove her shoes. This lifetime, she was named Wanaxi, meaning heirloom in Manchu. "3 young ladies, rest easy and take your afternoon nap. I shall take my leave." Nurse helped Wanaxi lower the bed curtains and quietly withdrew as she closed her eyes. Their young lady had always preferred to sleep without attendance by her side. Hearing the door close, Wanaxi peeked her little head out from the bed curtains. Confirming that the room was empty, she slipped out of bed, locked the door, and returned to her bed, fully immersing herself in the space. Before her lay a courtyard with a central spring, surrounded by 3 rooms in the main and side houses. In the middle of the courtyard was a mystical spring, known to expel toxins and impurities from the body, enhancing health and beauty. Since discovering this space at the age of 3, she had secretly added the spring water to her parents' tea, resulting in their increasingly robust health. Not only did her mother recover from her previous injuries, but her father also eradicated ailments from his earlier battles. They believed it was due to their diligent self-care. Wanaxi wandered into the main room, where the belongings of the space and Oppos, as former master, were kept. This space was forged by an ancient celestial being during trials, and somehow it had attached itself to her, recognizing her as its new master, accompanying her into this life. Seated at a round table, Wanaxi gazed at the various jars and vials with a sense of helplessness. Aside from the central spring, the space contained primarily postnatal recovery herbs. It was said that consuming 1 herb post-birth could restore one's body to its pre-pregnancy state within a month. Wanaxi shifted her gaze and selected the only 4 emerald green vials among the many containing recovery herbs. One was labeled for hair care, another for body shaping, a third for skin whitening, and a last scented with peach blossoms. Without hesitation, she took out 1 herb from each vial and consumed them with the spring water. Chapter 4. The Jue'ercha clan. In approximately 6 or 7 years, she would begin to experience the changes of maturation. Thus, consuming the elixirs at an early stage would surely yield no detriment. In her youth, her throat was too slender, making it impossible to swallow the medicinal pills unless they were crushed and taken with water. Now, after consuming these 4 elixirs, she finally felt a sense of peace. Who would choose to be an unattractive girl when the opportunity to become a captivating beauty awaited? The elixirs would gradually enhance her physique over the next 5 years, and she was untroubled by the prospect of startling her father, mother, and Ah Huan with sudden transformations. Yunashi, having ingested the elixirs, rose from her bed, deftly unlocked the door, and returned to her resting place. The early spring air still held a slight chill, and Yunashi did not rush to rise upon waking. She lay on her bed, gently opening her eyes to the light streaming through the curtain seams. Soon, she would venture to her mother's chamber for some sakama. She preferred to step outside when the sun shone a bit brighter. "Your Highness, must you rise?" Pachin and Pachi, standing in the outer room, heard movement within and gently pushed open a crack in the door. Yunashi sat up slowly, brushing aside the curtains to reveal her entire form. "Come in," she beckoned, then walked to the vanity, gazing into the copper mirror to observe her reflection as Pachin styled her hair. Among the Manchu children, both boys and girls sports the same hairstyle, making it difficult to distinguish between genders without close scrutiny. She would not be permitted to grow her hair until she reached the age of 7. Habitually, Yunashi touched her earlobes, despite being only 5 years old. Each lobe had already been pierced 3 times, a custom known as 1 ear, 3 pins among the Manchu. Pachi, having tidied the bed, noticed her mistress lost in thought at the vanity. She approached and tugged at Pachin's sleeve. Both of them, being born into the family and 2 years older than the princess, had only recently been assigned to serve her. Observing Yuna's indifference, they were uncertain how to proceed. "My little princess, your esteemed elder brother is about to return, and grandmother awaits." Upon entering the room, Mama immediately recognized her little princess's laziness as she sat idly. As she spoke, she retrieved garment from the chest to dress Yunashi before carrying her toward the head matriarch and Appo's chamber. Pachin and Pachi hastily followed. "Mother, Yunashi has come to see you." As Yunashi entered, she signaled Mama and to set her down. She scampered into the inner room. Tong Jiashur smiled and waved her over as she spotted Yunashi's entrance. Gently, she embraced Yunashi. "Once your Ahuan returns, Mother will take you both to have lunch at Amuchi's house." "Did Mama send someone to convey a message?" "Yes. Mama is seeking reasons to confront your father for not allowing Shu Lu to attend the Guazijian for studies." Listening to her mother speak, Yunashi was no longer as dazed as she had been during her first encounter with such family matters. Her mother never concealed the family's intricate affairs from her and Ahuan, and Yunashi appreciated this openness. "Mother, sister." Just as Yunashi contemplated having a meal with Mama, she heard Ahuan's voice. Lifting her gaze to the doorway, she saw him lifting the curtain to enter. The current ruler favored Confucian scholarship, and among the Banner families, there was a gradual adaptation to certain Han customs and titles. Hearing Ahuan refer to her as sister felt more natural than the term young one. Now, she seamlessly interchanged between Manchu and Han terms without effort, speaking whichever came to mind. Last month, her father was appointed Minister of Works, and the emperor decreed that a son be allowed to study at the Guazijian. Since then, the time she and her brother spent together had diminished significantly, as Yunashi instinctively moved closer to Ahuan, who was 10 years her senior and had always treated her with kindness. She felt a sense of comfort. Ma Shitai gazed fondly at the little girl approaching him, tenderly reaching out to touch her soft cheek. His sister was the best sister he had ever known. Their mother had just discovered she was pregnant, and in 7 months, their family would welcome either a little brother or sister. He could now study at the Guazijian without worrying about Yunashi being alone. Yunashi was oblivious to her brother's thoughts. At that moment, she caught sight of the sakama being brought in by Zheng Mama, and her appetite surged, her mind drifting as she savored each bite. The tension between her mother and Mama had escalated 2 years ago during the family partition feast. Her father had 3 brothers, all civil officials, with her elder uncle, Naerbu, and younger uncle, Inahai, holding positions as 4th-rank officials. Compared to her father, a 2nd-rank military officer, their status was modest. The disparity in their income was evident. Her father had followed the Rue prince into the capital and had fought alongside various princes to reclaim territories, amassing great wealth. Moreover, her mother's substantial dowry and shrewd management had allowed their family to prosper since establishing their new residence. They had acquired considerable farmland, businesses, and properties for rent. Yunashi had even convinced her mother to purchase 3,000 acres of land at a low price in Xiaotangshan, planning to develop a manor there. Once the hot spring palace was constructed, the surrounding land value would surely increase. Mama was particularly concerned for her elder and younger uncles, always seeking to procure fine items from her parents to share with them. The new residence was located 2 streets away from the old one, where Yunashi was born. During the family division, her family and her Uncle S family had established separate homes. The old residence was left for her Uncle S family to care for Mama. Her parents would take her and Ahuan to visit Mama each month. Such occasions, like today, when Mama sent a message for them to come for a meal, were rare. 2 horse-drawn carriages came to a halt before the gate of the old residence. As Yunashi was lifted down from the carriage, she joyfully awaited Ahuan and Appo's descent. Her mother accompanied Zheng Mama and Jiexiang's sister, while she was with Mama and Pachin. Ahuan was joined by his childhood companion, Alin. As they entered the main hall, the atmosphere was already lively. Her aunt, Suo Chua Luo Shi, had gathered her legitimate son, Du Lai, and daughter, Wu Shiha, around Mama, sharing laughter and conversation. Wu Shiha, the legitimate daughter of her younger uncle, was 3 years her senior, while Du Lai was born in the same year as Yunashi. They also had a younger half-sister, Yili Qi, who was 2 years older than Yunashi. Not seeing her, Yunashi assumed her aunt had not brought her along. Ma Shitai and Yuna, she need not stand on ceremony. Hurry over to the screen, as there are snow silk red bean cakes for you to enjoy. Upon hearing Mama's words, Yunashi insisted on greeting her mother and Ahuan before making her way toward the screen. Around the round table, not only were her uncle's 2 children present, but her elder cousin, Fu La Na, who was 7 years her senior, also joined them. Her elder uncle's legitimate son, Shu Lu, and his younger half-brother, Buddha, were 12 and the same age as Ahuan, respectively. The older children occupied the front yard, and Shu Lu had already begun courting. Seeing Ahuan enjoy his snow silk red bean cake, Yunashi decided to take Alin and Du Lai to the front yard, waving her small hand cheerfully at them. Chapter 5. Cousin's marriage proposal. Anaxi gazed at the delicacies that her cousin, Flana, had placed before them. She picked up a piece of sweet green pea cake and smiled as she savored it, all the while keeping her ears attuned to the conversation happening behind the screen between her mother, grandmother, and her aunts. The noblewoman from the Banner family held a position of esteem in her family, and Flana, being a concubine's daughter and the only girl in her paternal family, was older than both Anaxi and her cousin, Uksaha. Each time her aunt hosted a banquet at the ancestral home, Flana would take charge of the younger girls. Unlike Anaxi, who possessed delicate and graceful features, both of her cousins had an air of spirited elegance, yet all 3 were undeniably beautiful. As Anaxi enjoyed her sweet treat, she listened with delight as Uksaha recounted her experiences learning to ride at the estate. She, too, would have to wait until the age of 8 to begin riding lessons. Her mother was keen to observe how her sister-in-law and aunt approached this matter. The 3 sisters conversed softly amongst themselves, while the mood on the other side of the screen was far from warm. The elderly matriarch, hailing from the Jue'ercha clan, shared a distant kinship with the Fei family, which was more of a formality than a genuine connection. Recently, her thoughts had been consumed by the marriage proposal for her eldest grandson, Shulu. The Jue'ercha clan had a storied history of military accomplishments, tracing back to their ancestor, and their reputation remained formidable among the 8 banners of Manchuria and Mongolia. Unfortunately, Shulu and Appo's father held the position of a 4th-rank official but had not yet secured a title for his son. The matriarch felt that a match with a lesser family was unsuitable for the Jew and Appo's, Jue'ercha clan and Appo's main branch. When it came to marrying the daughters of aristocratic families, one must consider not only the suitor but also the family and Appo's lineage and the accomplishments of the previous generation. The matriarch had been unable to find a suitable match among the Jue'ercha daughters, so she turned her gaze toward her second daughter-in-law, the Tongjia clan. The families of her elder and younger daughters-in-law, the Ulanara and Suocho families, were also prominent but lacked the prestige of the Tongjia family. The second daughter-in-law, Mafatongjia, had inherited wealth and status from her deceased husband, who had been a third-rank military officer. Her father, Jue'ercha, had been a celebrated warrior, and although he had passed away, his legacy continued through his brother, Alami, who now inherited the title. Alami cherished his late brother's lineage, and his household included a granddaughter of marrying age. If the second daughter-in-law were to return to her family to act as matchmaker for her niece, the Tongjia clan would be unlikely to refuse. As the matriarch remained silent, her 3 daughters-in-law gradually fell quiet as well. Sensing the passage of time, the Jue'ercha matriarch turned to Tongjia. Erlingzu, you have watched Shulu grow. The court permits marriage for boys at 16 and girls at 14. However, families like ours often take their time to consider suitable matches. Shulu and Amp, Oppos, as proposal has already been delayed. After much deliberation, I believe your cousin and Amp, Oppos, daughter is a truly fine girl. A union between the Jew and Oppos, Jue'ercha and Tongjia families would indeed be a tale worth telling. The room fell increasingly silent, and Unaxi and her sisters listened intently from behind the screen, instinctively pausing their tea drinking. Tongjia met the matriarch and Amp, Oppos, gaze, rising to offer a slight bow. However, just yesterday, my sister-in-law sent word that my niece is indeed to be engaged to the Jew and Amp, Oppos, Jue'ercha family and Amp, Oppos, his eldest grandson. I was even contemplating taking some time to choose a gift to send back to her as a betrothal present. As Tongjia's words hung in the air, Ulanara, seated nearby, visibly stiffened. While she preferred her eldest son not to be engaged to Tongjia, she was keen on having her niece join the family, believing it would foster unity. The Jue'ercha matriarch, upon hearing her daughter-in-law's statement, wore an expression of displeasure, regretting her earlier decision to prevent her eldest son from going to war like his younger brother. In the battlefield, life was fleeting, and she had wished to preserve her eldest son's lineage to continue their family name. Now, her 2 sons, aside from the second, held neither high office nor lowly status, merely basking in the glory of the Jue'ercha clan and relying on ancestral protection. Madam, the kitchen has prepared the meal and inquires when it should be served, a servant reported. Let us proceed with the meal now, the Jue'ercha matriarch replied, realizing that the prospect of a match with the Tongjia clan was bleak. She aimed to finish lunch swiftly so she could discuss her eldest grandson's marriage prospects with her daughter-in-law. In the carriage on their way home, Tongjia gazed at her silent daughter nestled in her arms. She reached out to gently stroke the child's fair forehead. Why are you so quiet today? Aren't you usually eager to gaze outside the carriage? Mother? Yes. Will cousin Shulu truly marry the daughter of my maternal aunt's family? They're cousins by blood. Tongjia chuckled at her daughter's innocent expression. Mother, why are you laughing? Unaxi blinked her large, beautiful eyes in confusion as Tongjia embraced her with affection. Dear, yes. I often sneak out with poetry and paintings to buy various books to read. Yes, I am aware. You worry that father and I will discover your secret and burn them after reading? Unaxi had believed her actions were discreet, as she had yet to grow her hair and resembled a little boy with her cropped style. Some might even mistake her for a delicate young lad. She often took the opportunity to stroll outside, accompanied by the family maids. The Banner families had a tradition of allowing their daughters to roam freely, not bound by the rules of confinement. Are you hoping to buy more storybooks to bring home? Unaxi snapped back to reality at her mother's question. Mother, I once read in a miscellaneous book that when closely related individuals marry and bear children, those children often have physical deformities or weak constitutions that prevent them from living past 18. You truly understood this clearly? Are you certain you didn't misremember? Tongjia was taken aback, realizing the gravity of such a matter. If true, it could lead to numerous heartbroken families. The elders often spoke of marrying within the family, and amidst many children, one would inevitably end up with a cousin. Perhaps father could send someone to investigate. There must be some truth to it. If Shulu were to marry his maternal cousin, perhaps their children would emerge with 2 arms and 2 legs. Chapter 6. Consanguinity and Marriage Unsure. Apprehensive that her mother might underestimate the situation, deliberately spoke with gravity. If the Jue'ercha family were to bear a child of peculiar countenance, despite the utmost discretion, the whispers of gossip would undoubtedly permeate the entire clan. The fortunes of the Jue'ercha family are intertwined, prosperity, and calamity befall them as one. Unashur, however, remained oblivious to the fact that even without her utterance, this matter weighed heavily on her mother's mind, as it not only affected the Jue'ercha lineage but also echoed through generations across various families engaged in such unions. Xuanta returned from his duties and made his way directly to the rear courtyard. He had little regard for the pedantic mannerisms of scholars, often preferring the study of military texts. Unless there were external male guests to discuss state affairs, the study served merely as a decorative space for him. Upon noticing him lift the curtain to enter, Lady Tongjia promptly rose to greet him, taking his hand and leading him further inside. "My lord, I have matters to discuss with you," she said. "What troubles you that you appear so urgent?" Xuanta inquired, intrigued by her mysterious demeanor. "My lord, our little Ñoño mentioned having read in a miscellaneous book that children born of closely related cousins often." As she spoke, the relaxed expression on Xuanta's face gradually turned serious. This was no trivial matter. Numerous families engaged in such unions existed in this realm. Just as our little Ñoño suggested, we should initiate inquiries. If there is truth to this, we could devise a plan afterward. Tomorrow, I shall dispatch someone to visit families residing further from the capital. Should it turn out to be unfounded, the disruption shall be minimal. At this juncture, everyone gathered for 2 meals. Unashur, due to her growth spurts, constantly complained of hunger, managing to secure 3 meals for herself and Ahan. Since Ahan began attending the Imperial Academy, her dinners were mostly solitary in her chamber. Each night, she indulged in a cup of undiluted spiritual spring water before retiring, for no amount of wealth or dowry could replace the necessity of living a fortunate life. One day, as was her custom, Unashur arose early to inquire after her mother's well-being and share some conversation before retreating to her courtyard to read and practice her calligraphy. She had commenced her education at the tender age of 4, under the tutelage of a female instructor. With her teacher away for a funeral, she had only this morning free. "Miss, please come in. Is there something my mother requires of me?" Unashur called to Zheng Mama, who stood at the door, pausing her writing with a smile to invite her in. "Miss, this is an invitation from Miss Falana, requesting your presence at the flower appreciation banquet at the old residence." "Oh dear, what is there to see in the garden of the old residence? Has Mama not yet found a suitable match for Cousin Shalou?" Observing her young mistress's crestfallen demeanor as she curled up on the couch, and Mama hurried over to tuck her in with a light blanket before turning to Zheng Mama, extending her hand for the invitation. "Sister, our Miss seems somewhat reluctant to attend. Has there been any mention of a favored family from the old residence?" "They say they are still considering their options," Zheng Mama replied. Unashur listened intently to the conversation between her wet nurse and Zheng Mama, pondering the implications of consanguineous marriages, which often resulted in frail and defective offspring. She was curious about the outcome of her father's inquiries. As thoughts swirled in her mind, she eventually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, within the Baoha Hall, Xuanta knelt, his forehead pressed to the ground, awaiting the emperor's decree. Xuanji contemplated for a moment before inquiring, "How did you come upon this information?" "In response to your majesty, I overheard discussions regarding 3 neighboring families who recently bore weak and deformed children. Out of curiosity, I sent someone to investigate, only to discover that consanguineous marriages often resulted in offspring who were afflicted and seldom survived to the age of procreation." "Very well, you may withdraw," the emperor commanded. "Your servant obeys," Xuanta replied, exiting the hall, feeling a sense of relief, having fulfilled his duty as a loyal subject, regardless of the emperor's ultimate decision. Back at the Jue'ercha residence, Unashur awoke slowly, her eyes fluttering open. At present, she was merely beginning her basic education. She had yet to embark on the study of household management, musical arts, or embroidery. Her greatest delight lay in sneaking out to acquire various books to read. Reflecting on this, Unashur sat up. In recent days, her preoccupation with the topic of consanguinity had prevented her from wandering outside. The sound of movement from outside prompted her maids, Shirqin and Shihua, to rush in. "Miss, would you like to freshen up? After I am groomed, please find a set of clothes that a Hun wore when he was younger. We shall dine at Laquanjin for some braised delicacies." "Shihua, go to Mother and request a wet nurse to accompany us," she instructed. "Yes, miss," Shihua replied, bowing before departing towards the main quarters. Her father and mother were already aware of her propensity for sneaking out to play, so it was better to approach it openly. Shurchin, when will cousin Falana host the flower appreciation banquet? Unashir inquired. In reply to your question, it is set for tomorrow, Shurchin informed her. Standing before the washstand, Unashir allowed Shurchin to assist her in washing her face. Upon hearing that she was to attend the old residence for the flower viewing the next day, she couldn't suppress a sigh. In the current era, the housing arrangements for officials were delineated by rank. A first-rank official could enjoy 20 rooms, typically arranged in a 3-entry courtyard. Second-rank officials were also accommodated in 3-entry courtyards, albeit with only 15 rooms. Fourth-rank officials resided in 2-entry courtyards with 10 rooms. With her father and his brothers having divided their estate, her uncle, being a 4th-rank official, could not occupy a 3-entry courtyard. They had dismantled the old residence to build a new structure, cultivating a garden atop it. Recently, due to her grandmother and aunt's efforts to find a suitable match for cousin Shulu, the old residence had frequently hosted banquets, inviting eligible young women from various families. As an unmarried daughter of the Jue'ercha family, it was deemed improper for her to abstain from attending. With this thought, Unashir shook her head, dismissing such trivial matters from her mind. Once Shurchin had assisted her in dressing, she set out with her entourage, Shurchin, Shichi, Shurshu, Shurhua, along with her wet nurse and mama and Lu Mama, whom her mother had arranged. As they grandly exited the main gate, the male servants at the entrance were momentarily taken aback. Previously, they had been accustomed to Onashi's attempts to sneak out, often advised by Zheng Mama to turn a blind eye. Each time, a guard would discreetly follow to ensure her safety. This time, not only was there a guard accompanying them, but Lu Mama was also joining their outing. Has the miss taken the main road? One servant wondered. Unashir, however, was oblivious to their thoughts as she sat in the carriage, sipping tea. She had left her hair unadorned and did not bring any accessories, typically returning with only food and miscellaneous books after her outings. At Laquanjan, Unashir sat alone at a table, enjoying her meal while her 4 personal maids, along with Mama and Lu Mama, were seated at a nearby table. Lu Mama, has Da Zhuang arranged the meals properly? She inquired. Chapter 7. The passage of time. Granny Lu arose and offered a respectful greeting, her face beaming with delight. Your Grace, she said, the provisions have been arranged according to your instructions. Onaki paid them no further heed, indulging in the signature dishes arrayed upon the table. De Zhuang, Granny Lu's youngest son, was responsible for driving her carriage. Having been born into a feudal dynasty, she would not be so naive as to advocate for equality between herself and her household servants. As long as they remained loyal to her family, she would treat them with equanimity. Should they prove disloyal, she would not hesitate to act decisively. After the meal, Onaki strolled along the street with her retinue, De Zhuang following behind in the carriage. Shops lined both sides of the thoroughfare, and itinerant vendors carrying shoulder poles plied their wares. This was the most bustling street in the capital. Onaki turned to observe her maids and nannies, their arms laden with purchases, before returning to the carriage. Does your Grace wish to return? Yes, let's go back. Granny Lu, sensing that her mistress had had her fill of shopping, promptly instructed her son to drive the carriage back to the residence. Feeling listless, Onaki reclined against the fur cushion in the carriage. Your Grace, do you find yourself weary? Allow me to massage your shoulders. Nursen inquired, and upon receiving a nod, she shifted forward and began to knead Onaki's shoulders. As the carriage drew to a halt before the Jue'ercha residence, Onaki was fast asleep. The maids, Shurchin, Shichi, Shurshu, and Shurhua, upon seeing Nurse and carrying the slumbering princess out of the carriage, promptly fell silent. Time elapsed swiftly, and not long after Onaki's return from the family estate following the banquet, her governess returned to the capital to resume her tutelage in reading and writing. Onaki's daily life, as she grew older, became increasingly fulfilling. In the 15th year of Shuanji reign, the 7-year-old Onaki's features had blossomed into exquisite beauty, hinting at the celestial grace she would possess in the future. At that moment, she was reclining on a couch, enjoying an afternoon nap. Nursen pushed open the door and, beholding the sweetly sleeping princess, gently caressed her small hand with a pang of affection. Your Grace, awaken. The imperial decree has arrived. Nurse, Anaki murmured, her eyes snapping open at the startling pronouncement. Nurse turned and rushed towards the doorway. Qing, Wa, attend to her grace and assist her with her toilette. Anaki allowed her personal maids to quickly prepare her, and then proceeded towards the second courtyard. Given the elaborate protocols for receiving an imperial decree, her father had already set up the incense table by the time she arrived. By imperial decree, the emperor proclaims, Jue'ercha, Minister of Works, Sunta, for his diligent oversight of the completion of the altar and temple construction, is hereby promoted to second-class baron. This is by imperial order. Congratulations. My lord, please accept the decree. Thank you, Eunuch Wu. Sunta accepted the decree and discreetly slipped a purse into Wu Yangfu's sleeve. Wu Yangfu, feeling the weight of the silver notes, beamed with genuine delight. Having to hasten back to attend to the emperor, I shall not linger. Please, my lord. No need to see me off. Farewell, eunuch. Once Wu Yangfu was out of sight, Sunta reopened the decree, and the family gathered around to examine it. Since the 13th year of the Xuanji reign, when the emperor issued an edict declaring that children born from marriages within direct bloodlines or collateral lines within 3 generations often suffered from disabilities, frail health, and shortened lifespans, their family had received an imperial decree bestowing 200 taels of gold. This was the second such decree in recent years. Sister, will you play with me and my brother? What shall we play? Anaki lowered her gaze to the twin brothers clinging to her legs and gently pinched their cheeks. These 2 little ones, born in the 13th year of the Xuanji reign, were identical twins named Dekjike and Erdamu, the youngest children in the family. Anaki took each of their hands and entered the main room. She sat on the couch with her 2 younger brothers, coaxing them to eat pastries while carefully listening to the conversation between her father, mother, and Ahui. The emperor has decreed that all girls from the 8 banners families, aged 13 to 16, must participate in the triennial draft. Those who do not participate are forbidden from marrying. The draft is next year, and Falana from your eldest uncle's family will be participating. I wonder what her future holds. Once this draft concludes, it will be time for your mother to find a suitable match for you. Anaki, upon hearing her mother's words, could not help but steal a glance at Ahui, who was blushing slightly before quickly averting her gaze. What could she, a mere 7-year-old, possibly understand of such matters? Anaki listened more intently as the topic of the draft arose. The Qing dynasty had no imperial concubines from the Jue'ercha clan, but that did not deter her from indulging her curiosity and enjoying the gossip. Qing dynasty consorts were divided into 2 categories: women from the bondservant families of the 3 upper banners of the imperial household department, and women from the 8 banners officials' families. Although their ages for selection were the same, their purposes differed. Women from the 8 banners officials' families were selected either to become imperial consorts or to be bestowed by the emperor in marriage to imperial relatives and ministers. Only after failing to be selected could they marry. The selection of women from the bondservant families of the 3 upper banners of the imperial household department occurred annually, for the purpose of entering the palace as maids. The selection of women from the 8 banners officials' families was ultimately decided by the emperor himself, while the selection of women from the bondservant families of the 3 upper banners of the imperial household department was determined by the imperial consorts presiding over the selection. Although their status differed, all the women in the imperial palace belonged to the emperor. Historically, the Qing dynasty not only had bondservant women become imperial consorts, but also had bondservant women raised to the status of banner women and become empress dowagers, exemplifying the principle of a mother's status is elevated by her son's position. Anaki, lost in thought, drifted far afield. She wondered if the Yongjing emperor and his birth mother, consorta of the Huia clan, truly had a strained relationship. Now, that Empress Urin of the Tong Jia clan, being a close relative, would not enter the palace, who would raise the 4th prince in the future. Anaki gradually drifted off to sleep on the couch, prompting her 2 younger brothers, who were sitting beside her, to reach out and tug at her sleeve. Nursen, with quick reflexes, stepped forward and lifted Anaki into her arms. Your Grace, the young princess has fallen asleep. Allow this old servant to take her back to her room to rest. Place her Grace on the canopied bed in the inner chamber. When she awakens, it will be time for her to learn to read the account books. Time passed swiftly and August arrived in the blink of an eye. On this day, the temperature was slightly cool. Anaki sat in the courtyard, watching the maids play with her two younger brothers. Hearing footsteps, she looked up slightly and saw her father walking along the covered walkway, his expression displeased. She instinctively rose to greet him. "Father, you're back from your duties. Anaki, bring your brothers and return to the room with father." Upon hearing this, Anaki personally took her two younger brothers by the hand and entered the main room. The atmosphere in the room was heavy. Her father and mother were sitting on the heated Kong, each silent. She instinctively looked for Ahui, only to remember that he had gone riding with friends and had not yet returned home. "Anaki, bring your brothers to your mother's side." As Sunta watched Anaki and her siblings settle in beside her, he turned his head and said, "Sukesa has accused me of negligence in the construction of the Qingqing Palace. He proposed my demotion in court this morning, but the emperor issued an edict granting me leniency." Chapter 8. The Passage of Time in the Aftermath. It is essential for our household to exercise greater caution in its affairs. I have dispatched someone to seek out Masatai, and upon his return, he too must remain vigilant. Suksaha, that old rascal, harbors unknown intentions. During this period, Anaxi has been quite anxious, fearing that Suksaha may target her father once more. It was only in September, upon learning that her father was the Mongolian general of the Bordered Blue Banner, that she finally felt at ease. In the 16th year of Shuanji, the time for the triennial 8 Banners election arrived once again. Anaxi sat in the main hall of the ancestral home, observing her cousin, Flanna, practicing court etiquette with the governess. She couldn't help but recall her father's words from the previous day. The founding emperor initially established the red and black banners, later adding the yellow, white, red, and blue banners. As their power expanded, the 43rd year of Wanli saw the expansion to 8 banners. Thus, we have the plain yellow banner, bordered yellow banner, plain white banner, bordered white banner, plain red banner, bordered red banner, plain blue banner, and bordered blue banner. In the emperor's later years, he allocated some power from the bordered yellow and plain yellow banners to his sons, Dalgan, Dodo, and Ajij, without clearly delineating the upper 3 banners from the lower 5 banners. It was not until the reign of Taizong that a series of political and military maneuvers established the upper 3 banners, plain yellow, bordered yellow, and plain blue, under the direct leadership of the emperor. In the early years of Shuanji, Dalgan exchanged the plain blue banner he commanded for the plain white banner, relegating the plain blue banner to the lower 5 banners. The bordered blue banner, where our family is situated, has also, since the time of Taizong, been classified as part of the lower 5 banners. Consequently, the daughters of our household must enter the palace as candidates of the lower 5 banners for the election. Last night, her father candidly expressed his regret that their family could not be aligned with the Jue'ercha clan, as the Dahi family was unable to grant their daughters an exemption from the selection. She yearned to reassure her father that there was no need to worry about her participation in the selection. During the early Qing dynasty, there were no consorts in the imperial harem bearing the surname Jue'ercha. Flanna noticed her 2 younger cousins sitting beside her, seemingly distracted. She signaled to the governess, requesting a brief respite. Anaxi glanced at Flanna, offering her a gentle smile. "Are you weary? Even if so, we must practice diligently. Our family's honor is interconnected. Any misstep on my part could jeopardize the fates of my sisters. How could I bear to atone for that with my life?" Chuckling softly, Anaxi observed Flanna's deliberately fearful expression, and together with her cousin, Uksaha, they shared a laugh. Their grandmother favored the families of their uncle and younger uncle, yet fortunately, both men were sensible individuals. Although they lacked remarkable abilities, they did not bring trouble to the family. In everyday matters, their aunt and younger aunt enjoyed comparing themselves to their mother, and they were equally diligent in educating their cousins. As she matured, Anaxi found herself increasingly enjoying time spent with her sisters, listening to operas and riding horses. "How's my sister-in-law? Is she still taking medicine for her pregnancy?" she inquired. Flanna mentioned her sister-in-law with a hint of discomfort. Anaxi feigned ignorance, lowering her head slightly to sip her floral tea. Following the issuance of an edict regarding the challenges of intermarriage among close relatives, many families struggled to accept the implications and promptly sent individuals to investigate. Ultimately, The existence of children born with deformities or frail health ceased to be denied by families. The subjects of the Qing dynasty gradually accepted the reality that close relatives could not marry and bear children. Families seeking to wed their daughters to cousins could only afford their legitimate wives more financial support, allowing them to maintain control over the household, while the next generation could no longer be born from these unions. Flana's sister-in-law was a legitimate daughter from the Ma family, and her marriage to Shulu's cousin was harmonious. Upon returning from the ancestral home, Anaxi resumed her daily busyness. Every morning, she studied the 4 books and 5 classics with her female tutor and spent her afternoons learning the pipa, while also reviewing the household accounts with her mother. At this moment, Anaxi and her mother were gathered by a window on the 2nd floor of a tavern, eagerly awaiting Arin's arrival on horseback. Arin, now 18, would not have remained unengaged had he not participated in the provincial examination 3 years prior, with aspirations for the metropolitan and palace examinations this year. He had secured 2nd place in the provincial exam, 3rd place in the metropolitan exam, and was appointed as the flower scholar by the emperor during the palace exam, a rare intellectual among banner scholars. His name had long been displayed above, as he was selected by the emperor to enter the Hanlin Academy. Mother, look quickly. Arin is coming on horseback, Anaxi exclaimed, excitedly clutching her mother's hand as she spotted her brother approaching on a magnificent steed. The scholars who ranked 1st and 2nd appeared to be in their 30s, with unremarkable features, yet her brother Arin, a graceful young man, was truly captivating. Anaxi, however, did not notice a small child, around 5 or 6 years old, peering at her from the opposite window. Governess, could you ask Waloma to find out which family this little girl with such delicate features belongs to? Since she began wearing her hair down, Anaxi had seldom wandered about the streets, fearing that gossip might ensue. Although the daughters of banner families enjoyed somewhat fewer restrictions than their Han counterparts, they were not entirely free from concern. Anaxi was unaware of the minor incident unfolding today, and even if she had known, it would not have mattered to her. The banquet hosted by her mother attracted nearly every family matriarch in the capital, each accompanied by their daughters. Flana, having fallen short in the selection, would likely marry a collateral descendant of the Jue'ercha clan, the Tongjia family. She was busy embroidering her wedding gown, making her unable to attend. Today, only Anaxi and her cousin Aksaha, along with their younger cousin Yaliki, gathered to enjoy some pastries. The other girls who had come to the banquet were those who had also been unsuccessful in the selection, a few years older than Anaxi. They often entertained her, as if she were a small child. She patiently sat by, enjoying her treats while listening to her mother converse with them. At long last, when the gathering concluded, Anaxi accompanied her mother to see their guests off, feeling utterly exhausted. Did you check on the 2 young masters? Are they still sleeping soundly? Her mother inquired of Zheng Mama. Anaxi observed her mother reclining beside the bed and followed suit, snuggling close. Old servant went to check. The 2 young masters are sleeping peacefully. Good. You should also take a rest, her mother replied, as Anaxi played with the jade bracelet on her mother's wrist, tilting her head. Mother, which young lady do you have your eye on? The 10th son of the Aizenjoro family, Nuhilu, has a daughter named Ailenju. This girl is quite young, yet possesses an impressive demeanor, indicating her family must have invested considerable effort in her upbringing. The 2nd daughter of the Fei family, Moyaki, is also commendable, exhibiting elegance and decisiveness. Her grandfather, Jue'ercha Talai, was the 7th son of Fei Yingdong. Although he is long passed, he was renowned for his military achievements. And there is also the eldest daughter of the Ma family, Hei, who. These 3 young ladies. Ailenju was born in the 2nd year of Xuanji, Moyaki in the 1st year, and Hei, who also in the 2nd year. Once we have made a suitable match, we need not wait too long. They are all well educated. But I would like to hear Arin's thoughts on the matter. In terms of exquisite beauty, the Ma family's daughter is particularly striking, while the daughters of the Nuhilu and Jue'ercha families possess a more dignified and graceful charm. Chapter 9. Brother's wedding spoke, gently caressing small ear. The little maiden she bore, barely 8 years of age, possessed a nascent beauty that hinted at the allure she would wield in the future. This time as sought a bride, being the family's only little princess, could scarcely avoid making an appearance to receive guests. Before participating in the imperial draft, it was best to curtail her public outings. Nestled in her mother's embrace, her mind preoccupied ever since she heard her mother mention the of the clan descended from. She fervently hoped her brother would not choose her as his wife. One of the 5 founding ministers of the early Qing dynasty was the paternal uncle of. Although history recorded that Emperor Kangxi did not implicate his family when he dealt with, she could scarcely believe that the clan remained entirely unscathed. Slowly regained her composure. Clinging to her mother, after paraded through the streets on horseback, he would attend the banquet and would likely not return early. Only tomorrow would she know whom had chosen as his bride. She languidly opened her weary eyes. Mother, is it not necessary to invite the 3 to our home for to observe from behind screen? There is no need for such contrived observation. You're as acquainted with the sons of their families. They have encountered each other in passing during horseback riding excursions in the countryside. Our ladies are not known for their inability to ride. Was drowsy, only remembering her mother mentioning horseback riding in the countryside. She recalled the last time she went riding with at the estate, and a smile unconsciously graced her lips, eliciting an even gentler gaze from. The following day, as sat in her room listening to the female tutor, her mother had already taken gifts to the clan to propose marriage for her brother. When learned of the news after her lessons, she subconsciously recalled the nuances of the clan. Her future sister-in-law was a refined and erudite beauty. Meanwhile, those families who were closely monitoring the household discreetly withdrew their agents, and his future bride were both of suitable age for marriage. The 2 families, having determined an auspicious date, commenced the elaborate rituals of the. Soon, the day of the wedding arrived. Various families with ties to the capital came to add to the joyous atmosphere. As the family's 2 younger brothers were too young, arranged for 3 cousins from her eldest and youngest brother's families to help entertain the young noble sons, while the young ladies were entrusted to. At this time, wedding customs dictated that the wedding ceremony be held at dusk. Emboldened by the festive occasion and confident that her mother would not scold her, quickly positioned herself at the front, allowing her diminutive stature to clearly witness her brother and sister-in-law and Appo's wedding ceremony. Unbeknownst to, while she was observing her brother and sister-in-law, others were observing her. At a young age, her skin was as fair and tender as a freshly peeled boiled egg, radiating a pearly luminescence in the candlelight. The sight filled, seated at the head of the table to receive her son and daughter-in-law's bows, with apprehension. Having been busy all day, finally found time to return to her room to sleep after seeing off the clan's young lady. She lay on her canopy bed, sleeping soundly, while in the main room, watched her 2 sleeping young sons. She signaled the nanny to carry them back to the west wing to sleep, when only she and remained in the room. Looked at him with some trepidation. My lord, our daughter's beauty grows more remarkable with each passing day. I'm truly afraid. With me around, what is there to fear? I have fought in countless battles and will certainly protect our little daughter, said. Not having received a response for a long time, turned to look at, only to be met with her tearful eyes, leaving him momentarily perplexed. My lord, I fear that our little daughter and Appo's exceptional beauty may prevent her from finding fulfillment. Sighed almost imperceptibly, embracing, and together they lay on the canopy bed. Before our daughter's imperial draft, I will beseech the emperor to exempt her. As long as our daughter does not enter the Eisenjoro family, no matter whom she marries, the clan will ensure her a lifetime of peace and joy. Will the emperor grant our daughter's exemption? Pondered the possibility of exemption, finding it feasible, yet a sense of unease lingered in her heart. He will consent. Many years later, would recall his words this night with a sense of bewilderment. That night, slept soundly. Now, she opened her eyes, the room dimly lit. She lifted the bed curtains, vaguely discerning the light outside the window. Who is outside? Replying to it is, and does wish to rise? And spoke as they entered the inner room. What time is it? It is just past. After finishes washing and dressing, it will be time to pay respects to madam. Later, remember to bring the shoes and socks I made for my sister-in-law. And her brother and sister-in-law entered the main room to pay respects to their parents at nearly the same time. Her brother, according to etiquette, introduced his wife to and his 2 younger brothers. After presenting the prepared gifts, the family sat together to partake in their first family meal. After breakfast, watched as her father and left for their official duties, and she obediently returned to her room to listen to the female tutor, leaving her sister-in-law and mother to spend time together. Time passed swiftly. In the 17th year of the Xuanji reign, leaned against her mother in the outer room of the east wing of the second courtyard, intently watching the activity inside. Her sister-in-law was giving birth, and the harrowing cries of pain filled her with trepidation. Since ancient times, a woman giving birth was akin to walking through the gates of hell. Was on duty at the Hamlin Academy and had already been notified. She wondered if he would return before his nephew or niece was born. Only after another 3 hours had passed did realize that she had underestimated the time required for childbirth. Personally retrieve that 500-year-old ginseng from my private storeroom. Prepare a ginseng broth and send it into the delivery room for to drink. Gave instructions to the nanny and sat back in her armchair. She turned to look at her eldest son, whose face was filled with solemnity, and a touch of emotion stirred in her heart. Will surely deliver safely. Before your father went to war, he said that if it is a boy, he should be named, meaning rich and abundant. If it is a little girl, she should be named, meaning full of love. Listening to her mother's words, could not help but worry about her father, who was away at war. Some time ago, Zhu Yulang, the Prince of Gei of the Southern Ming Dynasty, fled to Burma, and his generals Li Dinghua and Bai Wenxuan, among others, were stationed in Menkan and Mubong, plotting to invade Yongchang Prefecture. Her father was dismissed from his position as minister and appointed as commander-in-chief. He was ordered to accompany General Dingxi Aixinga and Lieutenant General Faisai to lead the imperial guards to Yunnan to suppress the rebellion. On the battlefield, swords and spears were merciless, and could not persuade herself to remain calm. Chapter 10. The early years of Kangxi, the wails of a newborn in the delivery room, drew her thoughts back. It was the prince. Wenaxi, alongside her brother, gathered around their mother to gaze upon the infant nephew. Being a single birth, he weighed slightly more than his 2 uncles at birth. Time flew by, and before long, it was the 18th year of Xuanji. On the 6th day of the first lunar month, the 24-year-old Xuanji emperor succumbed to smallpox. In an instant, the entire Forbidden City was enveloped in sorrow. This year also marked the early reign of Kangxi. The late emperor's edict appointed Soni, Sakasaha, Ebelin, and Aobai as the 4 great ministers to assist the young Kangxi emperor, Xuanye. With the passing of the late emperor, the family was to observe a mourning period of 27 months. Wenaxi, clad in silver-gray silk embroidered with auspicious patterns, lay on the inner couch, reluctant to rise. Her father was still away at the front, and they were now in mourning for the state. She felt an overwhelming gloom pervading the capital. Since her younger brother, Dekazik, and Erdemo began their studies, she found herself increasingly at a loss for how to pass the time. She could not pinpoint when her parents ceased to indulge her whims of visiting the racetrack or spending time with her close friends. The female tutor who had once guided her studies had also returned to her hometown. During the mourning period, she mostly slept, finding no novelty in the miscellaneous tales she had perused over the years. By contemporary standards of calculating age, she was now 12, just in time for the next major selection. At present, the hierarchy within the imperial harem had yet to be firmly established. In the palace, aside from the empress, there were the imperial noble consorts, physines, concubines, both junior and senior, and the various maidservants. The empress held the highest status, followed in order by the imperial noble consorts, physines, concubines, and maidservants. Lost in thought, Wenaxi unconsciously drifted into a peaceful slumber. Poetry, who stood nearby, gently approached to cover her with a blanket. Casting a glance at Shichi, the two quietly exited the room. Meanwhile, in a courtyard slightly distant from the Forbidden City, a little girl named Nyonyo slowly opened her eyes. Maya, gazing at her surroundings that felt both familiar and unfamiliar, took a moment before lowering her gaze to her diminutive hands and feet. In her previous life, the Empress Dowager had been wary of the maternal families of the 8 banners' noble women becoming too prominent. Early in the Emperor's reign, she had selected women from the 3 banners to serve as concubines within the palace. Maya was among those who participated in a minor selection this year, alongside Zhang, who later bore the Emperor's 1st and 4th daughters. Hui Fei, of the Yahanala clan, and Zhao Jia, who gave birth to the Emperor's 5th daughter, also entered the palace together with her. In addition to these noble women, later on, Qing of the Heshali clan joined them as concubines. As a member of the Manchu Eight Banners women, Maya, being of the Heshali clan, was chosen for entry into the palace, perhaps to avoid the appearance of bias by exclusively selecting women from the banner families. Despite being eligible for major selection, she was brought into the palace through a minor selection by the Empress Dowager's decree. Qing likely harbored her own regrets. Maya could not help but recall the children she had once failed to nurture, her heart aching with unbearable pain. The Empress Dowager, fearing the influence of foreign maternal families on the imperial court, desired that the empress and women of lower birth from the Eight Banners give birth to royal heirs. For the emperor, whether born of banner or non-banner women, it was all about ensuring the continuation of his lineage. Her own fertile body had the opportunity to bear imperial offspring. As she pondered this, she found herself instinctively gripping the bedding tightly. Infants were so fragile in their early years, a mere chill could claim their lives. There was no need for malicious intent from others. Simply opening a window on a winter night could lead to their demise. The empress of the Heshali clan bore a kind yet sorrowful expression. It was only after her own difficult labor that the palace's children began to survive beyond infancy. Yet by that time, her own prematurely departed children could not be brought back to life. Suddenly, a voice resonated within Maya's mind. System detected, deep inner pain acknowledged. Before your departure, I shall assist you in 3 matters. Countdown, half an hour remaining. Maya, striving for composure, responded, I remember you. You are the one who brought me back after my demise in the 5th year of Yongzheng. Are you leaving? My task is to allow you to relive your life once more, after which I must depart, the voice replied. After a moment's contemplation, Maya murmured, You are willing to help me with 3 matters, excluding harm to innocence? For the first, I wish for the Empress Heshali to never bear children again. At that moment, within the Heshali residence situated at the foot of the imperial city, Heshali Fanghua lay reclining on a bed, feeling a fleeting pang in her abdomen. However, the weight of sleep overcame her, and she unconsciously shifted to another position, continuing her slumber. The first matter is accomplished, the voice conveyed to Maya, who silently smiled with satisfaction. For the second matter, I hope to endure illness for a few more years, thus missing the minor selection and not entering the palace again. For the third, I wish to erase the memories of my previous life that caused me such pain. As Maya's voice grew faint, she slowly surrendered to sleep, awakening with no recollection of past events or the presence of the system. Unbeknownst to Wenaxi, who was now seated at her vanity, gently caressing a newly gifted Hetian jade hairpin for her mother, her thoughts were interrupted by voices from the courtyard. Sister, we are back from school. Wenaxi instinctively smiled at the sound, and soon 2 identical little figures crossed the threshold. Sister, I came here right after greeting Mother. Come quickly. We need to eat something soon. Seeing her younger brothers arrive from school, Wenaxi stood up with a smile and ushered them to sit comfortably. The 3 siblings gathered on the couch, discussing their desire for milk and snacks. Erdamu, echoing his brother and Appo's unspoken thoughts, nodded eagerly. The sight of her brothers' fair faces prompted Wenaxi to reach out and playfully pinch their cheeks. Turning to Shihua, who stood beside her, she instructed the kitchen to prepare some milk and snacks. Once Shihua left, the room was left with just the 3 siblings. Wenaxi took the divine water pot from the table and poured the previously warmed spiritual water into the bowls for her brothers. The water was neither hot nor cold, perfect for soothing their throats. Watching her brothers obediently drink the spiritual water, she smiled and poured herself a cup as well. Since the birth of her twin brothers, she had secretly been sharing the spiritual water with them. Now that her little nephew had been born, each visit to her brother's home included seizing the opportunity to discreetly offer him some as well. The little one, just 6 months old, was as robust as a child nearing his first birthday. Days passed for Wenaxi, filled with reading alongside her brothers, visiting their mother, and checking on her little nephew. Before she knew it, November arrived, and not long ago, her father had sent word that the army would soon return to the capital. Chapter 11. Returning to the capital, it won't be long before she can reunite with her father. During her father's time away on military campaigns, she has never truly relaxed her mind. The birth of her little nephew has done little to quell the worries that lie deep within her. On this day, Jue'ercha is alone with her mother, reviewing the household accounts in the main chamber. Jue'ercha, her mother began, since your birth, your father and I have been arranging for the preparation of your dowry made of rosewood. This year, we have finally completed all your dowry furniture. We have decided to give you 5 rental shops from the 20 that your mother brought into the marriage, located in Dazzlin. There are also 20 rental shops on Qianmin Street, which will be divided among you and your siblings, with each receiving 4 shops. The remaining 4 will be reserved for your sister-in-law and any future daughters, as I, being a grandmother, must ensure some valuable dowry for them, lest they be criticized by their maternal family for my lack of propriety. Your mother also possesses 10 estates in the capital, each approximately 500 mu in size, which I have long intended to sell in order to acquire additional properties upon our return to the capital. However, I have yet to find a suitable buyer, so they remain unsold for now. 2 of these will also be included in your dowry. Outside the city, I have 5 more estates, though they are somewhat distant, each exceeding 1,000 mu, where we cultivate grains, fruits, and vegetables, and raise pigs, cattle, and poultry. The estate manager will bring the produce to our residence at the end of each month. One of these estates will accompany your dowry. Aside from the sacrificial fields, our family purchased 3,000 mu of land at Xiatangshan years ago, where father constructed 8 estates, for measuring 400 mu and 4 measuring 350 mu. You will receive 1 estate of 400 mu and 1 of 350 mu as part of your dowry. These estates have fields, fruit orchards, and fish ponds, where I have also raised chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and cows. We also have a shop outside Jingyang Gate that sells jewelry, a silk and leather goods store, an antique shop, a clothing store, and a stationery shop. In a moment, you will draw lots to select 2 shops for your dowry. Over in Langfang Hutong, we own 2 jade shops, and you will receive one of those as well. In Langfang First Alley, Langfang Third Alley, and Dazzlin, there are 5 shops, each generating rental income, and you'll inherit 3 of those. On the east and west 4th Pailu, there are also 5 rental shops each, and you will receive 2 shops as part of your dowry. Outside Chongwenmen, we possess a restaurant, a fabric shop, and 8 other rental shops, giving you 3 more shops for your dowry. Many merchants from outside the city must pass through Chongwenmen to pay their taxes, so in the future, if convenient, you might consider conducting small business ventures with your dowry shops. Mother, why are you providing all of this so early? Jue'ercha felt a twinge of discomfort, reminiscent of her childhood, and leaned against her mother, seeking comfort. What troubles you? Tongjaya asked gently, holding Jue'ercha's small hand. Mother, I do not wish to marry and leave you and father. Do not speak such foolishness. A woman must inevitably face this journey in life. Your father has said that upon his return from the battlefield, he does not seek promotion or titles. He only wishes to request an imperial decree for you to be exempt from selection, and in due time, your father and I will find you a good family to ensure a stable life. At your age, you should begin to manage your dowry estates and shops. You cannot wait until your marriage to meet the estate manager of your dowry. Your companion, Qing, is skilled in management and can oversee your dowry estates and shops. Shichi has studied medicine since childhood, and you may keep her close to assist you until she marries and bears children, at which point she can return to serve as a grandmother. Shu excels in perfumery, and Hua is adept at hairstyling. They all belong to our family and have been diligently prepared for you over the years. My child, you'll surely sail smoothly through life. Very well, Jue'ercha sniffled, quickly wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. She began to draw lots from the bamboo sticks her mother had prepared. Sit for a moment. I will fetch the property deeds for you. Jue'ercha looked at the 2 stacks of wooden boards her mother had placed on the round table, her expression one of surprise. The property and land deeds are official documents, printed on wooden boards with official seals and red inscriptions. This is the first time she has seen such things. How can I carry so many boards back to my room alone? Tongjaya playfully tapped Jue'ercha's small nose. These are merely the tiles of your dowry. Your father and I will also provide you with gold and silver jewelry, precious gems, silk, and leather goods, along with other hidden treasures. Your mother will place these property and land deeds into a rosewood box, and shortly, I will instruct Mama Zheng to send them back to your room. You will need to manage these shops and estates yourself, and should you encounter any issues, you may seek my assistance." Jue'ercha returned to her room, where she locked the box containing the property and land deeds at the bottom of her trunk. Leaning against the bed, she felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Since her birth, her father, mother, and Ahun have always cared for her. Her two younger brothers look up to her with both respect and reliance, and she shares a harmonious relationship with her sister-in-law. When her cousin, Falana, married, she had thought she wouldn't need to marry and leave home so soon. Today, however, her mother has begun to place dowry estates and shops in her hands, leaving her heart heavy with discomfort. "Gidge, should we take a break? Let's prepare the bedding," Jue'ercha said, reaching for Shurchin and Appo's hand as she got up from the bed and walked toward the inner chamber. On the other side, in the east wing, Haihu sensed the hesitation of the maid beside her and turned to look at her wet nurse. "Everyone else can leave. I wish to speak with the wet nurse alone." Once the door was closed, Haihu set down the embroidered handkerchief she had been holding. "Has something happened, wet nurse?" Shirlu looked uneasy. In response to the eldest lady and Appo's inquiry, it seems the mistress has begun to allocate dowry shops and estates to Jue'ercha Gidge. Shirlu and Appo's discontent was evident. She believed that Jue'ercha was unjustly sharing in the master and Appo's wealth. The master has stated he does not wish to keep her. Perhaps it is time to find a reason to sell her off. "Rest assured, my lady, I will personally ensure the sale is handled properly." Meanwhile, within Qianxing Palace, Kangxi gazed at Xuantan kneeling before him, his expression troubled. The matter concerning the exemption for the Jue'ercha family is one he needs to contemplate carefully. "Kneel in peace for now. I shall dismiss you." Xuantan, not disheartened by the lack of an imperial decree, remained hopeful, knowing time is on her side. The temperament of this new master still eludes her comprehension. Moments later, in Sinang Palace, the grandson approached the Empress Dowager to pay his respects. "Yuanyi, come sit beside your grandmother. Suma, please instruct them to bring some milk." Chapter 12. Family Reunion. Why does this person come to the palace at such a moment? Today, the troops have returned home, and Xuantan secretly requested an edict to exempt his legitimate daughter from selection. The Ju and Appo's Jue'ercha clan, particularly in Fyangu, is indeed notable. Biamu Butai observe his grandson and Appo's low spirits. The Jue'ercha clan has achieved remarkable military feats, and exempting one princess is a grace. However, should there come a day when the emperor requires the Ju and Appo's Jue'ercha clan to make a choice, Wuden and Appo's it render today and Appo's promised void? Upon hearing this, Kangxi and Appo's thoughts wandered. He could accept the notion of that tender princess from years past entering the palace as a consort, unbeknownst to Xuantan, who was leaving the palace towards home. The two sitting in Sinang Palace had swiftly decided to reject his request. Meanwhile, Jue'ercha sat in the main hall with her two younger brothers and sister-in-law, waiting for their father to return. "Your elder brother Ahun has yet to finish his shift. We do not know who will arrive home first," said their mother. "Do not worry. The messenger reported that father is safe." How could that possibly be false? Their father had returned to the capital and must first pay his respects to the emperor. Tangjiasi smiled at her eldest daughter-in-law, Majiashi. "After all, I am not young, and I never felt this anxious when your father went to war before. It is only this time, a few days ago, that I felt a slight ease. Madam, the master has dismounted and entered the residence, and he is followed by our eldest son. The father and son have returned together." "Well then, come with me to welcome your father," Tangjiasi stated, rising first to walk towards the door. Majiashi stood up as well, offering her arm to assist her mother-in-law. Jue'ercha held one of her younger brother's hands, trailing behind. She gazed at her somewhat thin and darkened father, her heart swirling with emotions. How much spiritual spring water would he need this time to replenish his vitality? Noticing her father's silence, Jue'ercha felt her eyes welling with tears, instinctively wanting to rush into his embrace as she did her childhood. Yet, remembering she was now 12, she halted her steps. "Father, Jue'ercha misses you." "Oh dear, little girl, do not shed tears. Your mother will be upset with your father." Seeing her father's pained expression, Jue'ercha smiled and wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Her two younger brothers clung to their father, eager to recount events from the battlefield. In the kitchen, the meal was ready. After enjoying a warm and affectionate dinner together, they each returned to their own rooms, refraining from disturbing their father and Oppos, as rest. A warrior just off the battlefield needed ample sleep to recuperate. Ahun, when you finish your shift tomorrow, bring me some candied hawthorn. I will bring it back for you. When you eat it, ensure that Dekjike and Erdemo do not see. The physician advises that sweets can harm their teeth at this age. All right. Winaxi slightly bowed to her brother and sister-in-law before turning to her own room. With spiritual spring water available, there was little worry about her younger brothers damaging their pearly white teeth. However, she imagined the little ones discovering her secret indulgence might make them blush with anger. As time passed quietly, Winaxi had begun managing her dowry shops and estates. Each month, she dedicated considerable time to reviewing accounts. The stewards, facing their youthful new mistress, were diligent and responsible. Winaxi found herself adept in her endeavors. Nearly a year had passed since the national mourning, as she gradually regained her composure, becoming more proficient in playing the people once again. According to the Book of Rites, boys and girls should not share the same seat and should not eat together until the age of 7. As her younger brothers grew, their academic responsibilities increased. Nowadays, she occasionally visited her brother and sister-in-law to play with her little nephew. Most of her time was still spent with her mother. In the early years of Kangxi's reign, her father had requested an exemption for her from selection, yet the emperor had not yet issued a decree or rewarded her father for his merits. Recently, however, an imperial edict was delivered to the Jue'ercha residence, bestowing her father the title of first-class baron and commander of the Cloud Cavalry, a hereditary position. Thus, her parents had to abandon the thought of requesting another exemption from the emperor. After her mother visited her family, she returned with the recently emerged usually wet nurse to serve as Winaxi's governess. Her cousin from her uncle's family, due to the national mourning, had missed the selection year. Hence, next year, during the 4th year of Kangxi's reign, Winaxi would be the only one from her family to enter the palace for selection. Reflecting on this, Winaxi slowly opened her eyes. The room was quiet, amplifying the crisp sound of cicadas outside. Jishu, bring some ice bowls. In response to the princess, the lady has instructed that ice should not be consumed, or you will suffer for days. Winaxi glanced at Jishu, who dared not meet her gaze, then turned back to snuggle into her blankets. A few days ago, she experienced her first menstrual cycle. The effect of the spiritual medicine was evident. In recent years, her body had developed gradually. She had become slender where she should be, fuller where appropriate, and gracefully curvaceous. Lowering her gaze to assess her figure, she felt a slight flush. I should be slightly larger than C, perhaps. With a shy thought, she buried herself deeper into her bedding. During her stay at Kuei, her mother allowed her to rest and temporarily forego learning the rules. Now that Kuei had departed, she would resume her lessons on palace etiquette with Yusuli. Princess, must you rise? I do not wish to. Mother said I could sleep a little longer. Winaxi slept until the afternoon, missing both breakfast and lunch. In the blink of an eye, the day of the grand selection of the 8 banners maidens arrived. This was the first grand selection since the emperor's ascension, organized by the Ministry of Revenue. Young women of appropriate age from various 8 banner families were required to register for selection. Winaxi's name had long been submitted. Tangjiasi and Shuanta stood at the entrance, gazing at their only daughter with worry and reluctance. Their pockets contained silver notes totaling 10 taels. This time, it would not hurt to be a bit extravagant when entering the palace. Do not fret, my dear. Our daughter will be just fine. As dusk approached, Winaxi bid farewell to her father and mother and climbed into the carriage driven by a Han, heading towards the Yemen. The maidens were to be arranged in order of Manchu, Mongolian, and Han heritage, as well as by age. Upon disembarking when the gates of Shenwoman opened, they entered Shunshangmen in an orderly fashion under the guidance of the eunuchs. Compared to the worries of her family, Winaxi felt little trepidation herself. The preliminary selection passed swiftly. Exiting the palace gates, her eyes immediately spotted her brother waiting beside the carriage. Ahun, we're going home. Was it smooth? Yes, very smooth. Massey Tai took the cloak from the Qing player's hands and draped it over Winaxi before ensuring she was seated in the carriage. then drove back to the residence. Father, Mother, I have returned. It is good that you are back. The family gathered in the main hall, and the atmosphere felt somewhat tense. Observing this, Jue'ercha hurriedly stepped forward to embrace her mother's arm. Do not worry for me. This is merely the preliminary selection. Should I happen to be fortunate enough to be chosen, it would still be a family honor. She was indifferent to entering the palace. Should she become a consort and bear imperial children, that too would be acceptable. After all, it would not be a monogamous relationship. Her father and mother shared such a close bond, and her father also had concubines. A year prior to Ahun marrying Majiashi, her mother had arranged for a concubine girl for him, in accordance with the traditions passed down through generations. Chapter 13. The enfeoffment of the noble consort Naihe remained unaware that the entire Manchu-Mongolian 8 banners were genuinely astonished by her presence. In the Heshali residence, Sony sat at the head of the main hall, casting a glance towards his granddaughter seated below. The young lady from the Jue'ercha family truly resembled the rumors that had circulated about her appearance. Heshali recalled the selection event when she first encountered that fair-skinned woman, as delicate as fresh milk, and nodded slightly. Her petite face was extraordinarily pale and tender. The skin on her exposed wrists gleamed with the same youthful radiance. The Jue'ercha young lady was undoubtedly among the most exquisite women she had ever seen, possessing the fairest skin and the most lustrous black hair. As Heshali momentarily regained her composure, she noticed her family members gazing at her with expressions of concern. She inclined her body slightly in a gesture of respect, assuring her grandfather that Feng had been appointed as the empress by the Dowager Empress and would not fail the family's expectations. Meanwhile, in the Sinang Palace, Buma Butai and Kangxi were engrossed in a game of chess. The Jue'ercha young lady had seldom appeared in recent years, and her entrance into the palace had taken the Empress Dowager by surprise. Never before had the 8 banners witnessed such a beautiful young lady. Buma Butai released a white piece from his hand and looked up at his grandson, seated across from him. Kangxi raised his gaze slightly, meeting her eyes. Your Majesty, such a splendid person must surely be mine. The emperor had matured and was now responsible for making his own decisions. Soon, the day of the selection arrived. From the Manchu Blue Banner, the first-class baron and Yunjiuan officer, the daughter of Jue'ercha, Naihe, received a token of favor. Upon hearing this, Naihe sighed in relief. Participating in the grand selection had been exhausting. At last, she had traversed this ordeal, and now she could return home and await the decree that would determine her fate. As Kangxi sat at the head of the hall, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Naihe, who was retreating alongside the other candidates. Upon exiting the palace, she spotted her brother still waiting at the location where their carriage had halted previously. Sister, he called, and she met his inquiring gaze with a slight nod. Masi Tai observed his sister's nod and felt a subtle weight in his heart. He instinctively smiled, masking his inner discontent from outsiders. Let us board the carriage and return home. The house was quiet, and Naihe shifted slightly to find a comfortable sleeping position in her mother's embrace, wrapping her arms around her mother's waist. The unexpected invitation to share a bed that night made her acutely aware that she was about to leave home, leaving behind her father, mother, Ahun, her 2 younger brothers, and her little nephew. Sleep eluded her. Tomorrow would bring answers regarding whether she would enter the palace or be wed to a royal relative. The following morning, when Naihe awoke, her mother had already risen and returned to the main chamber. She stretched lazily and sat up, asking, "Who is outside?" "A servant is here," replied Shichi, stepping in. "The lady instructed the servants to ensure you have breakfast before going to the main chamber." "All right." Naihe got up, tidied herself, and after having a light meal, accompanied by Shichi and Shihua, she made her way to the main room. A plethora of camphor wood boxes greeted her eyes. "Come quickly, Naihe. Look at the dowry your mother has prepared for you." "Mother, if I am entering the palace, I might not even be allowed to bring a dowry." Naihe's words were tinged with bitterness. Tongjiao paused, holding her daughter's hand. "Then we shall convert everything into silver notes and small silver coins for you to take inside." Releasing her daughter's hand, she settled into a nearby armchair. "Perhaps the emperor will grant you a marriage?" "Mother, such a beautiful girl like my sister will not lack for a good life. You need not worry." Majiashi, since the atmosphere in the room had turned somber, She stepped forward to pour tea for her mother-in-law, saying, "Mother, please have some tea to soothe your throat." Seeing her mother and Amp, oppose, S displeased expression, Naihe hurriedly approached and hugged her arm. When Jue'ercha entered with their 3 sons, he found his youngest daughter nestled against her mother, being affectionate. A smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. Prepare to receive the decree. News arrived from the palace that the edict had been issued from the Qing palace. "My lord, are you aware?" Tongjiao looked at Jue'ercha, who shook his head, returning to the armchair with a hint of disappointment. Everyone in the room understood that the edict arriving the day after the selection would either indicate an entry into the palace as the emperor's consort or a marriage to a prince as a noble consort. Currently, several princes had their noble consorts, meaning their young lady could only enter the palace as a concubine. Jue'ercha, Naihe, the daughter of the first-class baron and Yunjun officer Jue'ercha, from a prestigious family, possessing a gentle disposition and striking beauty, is hereby granted the title of noble consort, enjoying the status of a favored concubine, as decreed by the Dowager Empress. Lord Ju and Oppose, Jue'ercha, the emperor has bestowed the noble consort the privilege to reside in the main hall of the Chengqian Palace and has graciously permitted her to bring her dowry into the palace. The noble consort shall enter the palace 1 month after the wedding of His Majesty and Her Majesty. This is the furniture size from Chengqian Palace. To assist you in preparing bedding and curtains for the noble consort, we would trouble you, esteemed official, to make this trip. Jue'ercha stood and handed a purse to Liang Jiogong. In this grand selection, we wonder which other young ladies will enter the palace. Only the noble consort shall enter. After the conversation, Liang Jiogong turned and instructed his entourage to depart. Once the decree recipients had left, Tongjia turned to Jue'ercha. "This is for the best. During the wedding, our Nyonyo won't need to kneel to welcome the Heshali young lady. Mind your words. In time, she shall be the empress." Tongjia realized her faux pas and took Naihe's hand to head to the storeroom to inventory the dowry, ensuring no one else followed. "You are sensitive to the cold. Even the slightest chill at home makes you seek comfort. Your father and I have prepared ample clothing for you, including warm robes, cloaks, shoes, and socks, especially the sable and silver fox fur, which your father has been collecting since your birth. There is enough for you to wear a lifetime. Additionally, we have prepared 20 bolts of silk and satin for you. Should you wish for new styles in the future, you may fashion them yourself. Furthermore, for the jewelry you adore, jade pendants, necklaces, bracelets, rings, circlets, finger guards, bangles, chokers, hairpins, earrings, and hair ornaments, we have prepared 10 of each made from jade, white jade, green jade, pearls, agate, and gold and silver materials. The dowry boxes you saw earlier contain daily necessities: ivory combs, jade combs, wooden combs, handkerchiefs, and towels. Alongside your dowry, there are property deeds for the shop and estate and 1,000 taels of silver, as well as 100 taels of gold. Moreover, we will provide you with 200,000 taels in silver notes for your safety. Our little Nyonyo is a sensible child. Having some wealth in your hands will ease your mother's heart. Mother, are you truly planning to give me all of our family's wealth?" Naihe's heart felt increasingly uneasy as she gazed at the dowry boxes. The jewelry and garments appeared to be of the latest styles from recent years. "Father and mother, have you sold the family's antiques and treasures to prepare this dowry? You mentioned sailing before. Your father deemed it feasible and secretly organized a venture. The merchant ship returned with a considerable amount of silver. Had it not been for the Heshali family, your mother would have added a few more boxes to your dowry. Your father and I only have you and your siblings. Your brothers can forge their own paths, but you, being a daughter, face many constraints. We cannot feel at ease without providing you with more. The family's merchant vessels will continue their ventures. Your brothers will have their share. In the future, should you lack anything in the palace, simply send a message home, and your mother will prepare it for you. You and father are truly wonderful." Anaxi turned her head slightly to discreetly wipe away the tears at the corner of her eye before embracing her mother's arm. She felt at ease upon hearing her mother's words, knowing that her elder brother and younger siblings treated her with great kindness. However, she couldn't help but worry about how her brothers and little nieces and nephews would manage after she took half of the family fortune with her upon marriage. As July approached, the Empress Dowager conferred the title of Empress upon the daughter of the Chief Minister, Sony, and the Grand Minister of Internal Guards, Gabula, ushering in a wave of joy throughout the Forbidden City. In the main hall of the Jue'ercha residence, Anaxi's family gathered in an unusually quiet atmosphere. Even the mischievous young boy, Bayan, sat obediently in his uncle's lap. A message returned from Aling, revealing that the Empress's dowry comprised 500 sets. If her younger sister did not contribute additional furnishings to the palace, her dowry would amount to 460 sets, which was acceptable by the current standards of the palace hierarchy. The furnishings were to be delivered to her sister's dowry estate at Little Tongshen. As for the betrothal gifts, Tongjia inquired, noticing her eldest son's hesitation. Maxitai glanced at his sister, who was playfully wrestling with his younger brother, unable to suppress his concern. The emperor bestowed upon the empress a dowry that included 20,000 taels of gold, 10,000 taels of silver, 1,000 bolts of silk, 40 fine horses, 20 saddles, and numerous items of gold and silverware, along with exquisite steeds and hundreds of pieces of armor, luxurious silks, and rare treasures. Anaxi listened, maintaining a calm exterior, but her heart felt heavy. She had initially envisioned marrying into another noble family, where her husband would have concubines. In most families, the legitimate wife's children would receive the greatest share of resources and wealth. Surely, the emperor's own children could not be less fortunate than those of the ministers. Yet, she overlooked the fact that entering another noble family as a legitimate wife came with a betrothal gift. By becoming a concubine in the Eisenjoro family, the emperor acquired her without any cost. The more Anaxi pondered, the more discontented she felt. As night fell, she contemplated how to acquire more wealth from Kangxi after entering the palace. Meanwhile, in the Qianqing palace, Liang Jiogong observed the emperor reclining, preparing for sleep, and quietly withdrew from the room. Just as he closed the door, a shadow flitted across the floor. "My lord, all is well in the capital today," filled with joy. Families are quiet, and Master Maxitai sent someone to inquire about the empress's dowry. The noble lady has not left her room all afternoon. However, does her family's prepared dowry exceed the acceptable limits? It does not seem so. "You may leave," the servant replied and exited. The room fell silent once more, with Kangxi lying on the dragon bed, mumbling something inaudibly. On the 8th day of the 10th month in the 4th year of Kangxi's reign, Anaxi was to enter the palace. The Empress Dowager permitted her to bring 2 attendants with her. The day before, Shichi had already entered Chengxian Palace with her dowry. The sedan chair halted at the palace entrance, and Anaxi gracefully stepped down, linking arms with Shu. Shichi had already gathered the palace attendants waiting there. The servants paid their respects to the noble lady. "You may rise," Anaxi said as she walked past the main hall's entrance. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she intended to rest inside and address the attendants. As Shichi walked alongside Anaxi, she updated her on the progress of the dowry inventory. Chengxian Palace was a second courtyard with a main hall of 5 bays. Upon entering the main hall, Anaxi felt a sense of comfort at the sight of the uniform rosewood furniture. As a concubine, she naturally hoped for favor and a more pleasant life ahead. The Internal Affairs Office assigned her 8 palace maids and 12 eunuchs, including 1 head maid and 2 chief eunuchs. Anaxi gazed at the 20 maids and eunuchs kneeling before her. Loyalty was paramount in serving at Chengxian Palace. As long as they adhered to this principle, all matters could be negotiated. Otherwise, it would lead to dire consequences for their families. Shichi, yes, Shichi, catching Anaxi's gaze, distributed the silver notes from a pouch she had prepared. "You may leave." The room remained silent once more, and with only Shichi and Shu left, Anaxi stood to better observe her new residence. The entrance to the main hall led into the central hall, where instead of a chair, there was a daybed adorned with a small table. On either side, 6 grand chairs were arranged, separated by small tables. The eastern side contained 2 rooms, with a bed against the northern wall and a dressing table and chest of drawers within the same space. The eastern wall was lined with cabinets reaching the ceiling. A cupboard and a pair of round chairs were positioned by the window. The inner and outer rooms were separated by partition. The outer room featured a daybed against the northern wall, flanked by 2 display cabinets. By the window, a pair of grand chairs complemented small tables. Chapter 14. Life in the palace in the west. There are two chambers. The inner room, 1 meter wide, extends the length of the palace. Outside lies the study, adorned with bookshelves against the northern wall, a desk, and circular chairs placed before it. By the window, a pair of armchairs and a corner table are set. Passing through the partition that separates the inner and outer chambers, one enters the outer room. In the center is a round table surrounded by 6 plum blossom stools, where she will dine in the future. Against the northern wall stands a washstand, a dressing table, and a coat rack. The room is resplendent with high-relief carvings of rosewood, a testament to the care of its owner. Poetry and books. Have you seen such furniture? Yes. I have inspected it. All is well. Where shall we place the dowry we brought from home? In response to your inquiry, the emperor has decreed that your dowry will be stored in the west annex adjacent to the main hall. From now on, we must refrain from addressing our mistress as Gij and instead call her Fujin. It was merely a momentary lapse. I shall remember henceforth. Wenaxi observed the playful banter between Shichi and Shu, reminiscent of their days at home. And Mama, with both sons and daughters, felt a pang of sorrow for her separation. She believed that residing in the Jue'ercha residence was preferable to life in the palace. Within these palace walls, her only trustworthy companions were Shichi and Shu. At this hour, they would have 2 meals. Breakfast would conclude at 11, and dinner would be served between 1 and 3. Dining within the Forbidden City meant that the imperial kitchen would not be available at all times. Wenaxi reclined on the east outer room in damp, Appo's couch, contemplating the early mornings ahead, rising at 5 to prepare for the day, visiting the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the Empress Consort at 6, with a repetition of the same ritual at 5 in the evening. A sense of unease settled within her, as she could not help but recall her parents, Aheng, and her 2 younger brothers, their eyes filled with concern as she departed in the carriage. Reflecting on this brought her no solace. Shu entered the eastern outer room and found Wenaxi reclining on the couch, fast asleep. Leaning in slightly, she whispered, "Mistress, the breakfast provisions have arrived." "What time is it?" Approaching the hour of the snake, 10 o'clock. When I went to fetch the provisions, the kitchen was nearly closing. "Tomorrow, I shall go a bit earlier. The Naihe has just delivered the provisions list you requested." Wenaxi slowly opened her eyes and turned to Shu, extending her hand to receive the small bound book. She gently flipped through its pages. Annual silver, 600 taels, various fabrics, 60 pieces. She glanced at the meticulously recorded fabric types and quantities, her gaze settling on the back. 12 strands of gold thread, 6 pounds of velvet, 4 pounds of cotton thread, 25 pounds of kapok, 20 mink pelts, 30 Ural sable pelts. Daily provisions: 9 pounds and 8 taels of pork, 3 pounds and 8 taels of flour. Upon reaching this point, Wenaxi set down the provisions list, finding the fine print overwhelming. What is being prepared in the kitchen today? Braised lamb with tofu, white meat in a clay pot, stir-fried bird's nest with wings, sauteed mushrooms with chicken slices, and chicken noodle soup. As Shu spoke, she assisted Wenaxi in rising to eat. "Let's dine on the couch. I truly do not wish to move." "Very well." Seeing their mistress's reluctance, Shu and Shichi exchanged smiles and ventured to the west outer room to fetch the food box. "I have a set of blue and white porcelain dishes in my dowry. Please bring me 4 plates and a bowl." "Certainly." Before long, Wenaxi gazed at the arranged meal before her. She lifted her hand to serve herself a portion from each dish into the blue and white porcelain bowl. "Please take the remaining portions and divide them among yourselves. They will grow cold if left too long." Chapter 15. Life in the Palace. Part 2. Standing to one side were Lady Suo, the stewardess of Chengxian Palace, and the eunuchs Li Chengnan and Sun Duong, the administrators, who exchanged glances. This consort was not what they had envisioned. In the Kuan-Ning Palace, Empress Herschel, still bearing a youthful countenance, turned to her personal maid, Cui Yao. "Is everything in order at Chengxian Palace?" "Yes, Your Majesty. They have just received their food rations from the imperial kitchen." She was the emperor's first consort to enter the palace through the 8 Banners draft. Ultimately, she was different from the concubines and attendants who had entered the palace through the minor drafts. The Empress Dowager and the emperor, by allowing her to bring a rich dowry into the palace, demonstrated the favor the Jue'ercha family held. "Your Majesty, None can compare to the Emperor and Appo's benevolence towards you. You are the Empress Dowager and the Emperor's choice. Who among the Manchurian and Mongolian banners can boast of such fortune? He. Seeing a smile on her mistress's face, Lu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing she had to rise early the next day to pay her respects at the Qing Palace, she retired to bed early. Unbeknownst to the sleeping Shi, had she not been reborn into the Jue'ercha family and used the spiritual spring water to nourish her entire family, Jue'ercha, Sunta, would have succumbed to his old wounds in the 4th year of the Kangxi era. Meanwhile, in the main house of the Jue'ercha residence outside the palace, Lady Tong Jia could not resist gently patting Sunta's shoulder. "My lord, please stop tossing and turning. You're keeping me awake." "Ilinzu, do you think our she is having trouble sleeping because she is not used to the new bed? Your little darling has never been particular about beds. Go to sleep." Upon hearing this, Sunta sighed softly and closed his eyes only when his wife's breathing became even. The next day, she rose at Mao Shi, 5 a.m., and allowed Shu to style her hair. "My lady, which headdress would you like to wear?" "Wear the kingfisher hairpin with crabapple blossoms." "Yes." After a moment, Shi noticed that Shichi was holding the hairpin but not approaching. She turned her head slightly to look at her. "My lady, the rubies and the kingfisher hairpin with crabapple blossoms that Madame prepared for you are a bit too intensely red." Shichi lowered her head slightly as she spoke. "Then fetch the kingfisher hairpin with peony blossoms. It is inlaid with pearls." "Yes." Set aside some time to check the West Side Hall and put away all the items with intensely red coloring for my dowry. If I were to accidentally wear them in the future, it could cause unnecessary trouble. Once she was properly attired, she set off for the Qing Palace with Shichi, Yanli, and Sun Duan. They entered the Qing Palace at Maozheng, 6 a.m., finding several consorts already seated inside. Upon seeing Shi enter, they rose to their feet. "Greetings, consort. Please rise." She smiled at them and walked directly to the first empty chair on the left, settling down. When consort was selected during the draft, we heard that she was an exceptionally beautiful woman. Seeing her today, she is truly a sight to behold. "You're also very lovely." She looked at the graceful concubine before her, feeling a sense of curiosity. "Which palace do you reside in?" This concubine is Olanala, a Gij residing in the West Side Hall of Yinchi Palace. Knowing that she was the future consort Hui, she took another look at her. Her complexion was not fair, and her face carried a hint of fortitude, resembling most daughters of the Banner families. The women in the room were all of similar age, and they passed the time chatting about embroidery patterns. Before long, the soft laughter in the room gradually faded. She looked up and saw Empress Herschel walking out from the inner chamber. She was a delicate beauty, fairer than Olanala, with a hint of youthfulness. Sitting in the place of honor, she exuded an aura of dignity. "This concubine greets your majesty the empress. May your majesty be blessed with boundless happiness. Please rise." "Jue'ercha, are you settling in well in the palace?" Hearing her address her, Shi rose and performed a proper curtsy. "In response to your majesty and Appo's question, this concubine is grateful for your majesty's care and is doing well." "That is good." They discussed embroidery patterns and the latest trends in clothing styles. When there was truly nothing left to say, the Empress rose and led the group to the Qing Palace. "Granddaughter, this concubine greets the Empress Dowager, Grand Empress Dowager. May the Empress Dowager, Grand Empress Dowager, be blessed with boundless longevity." "Daughter-in-law, this concubine greets the Empress, Mother Empress Dowager. May the Empress, Mother Empress Dowager, be blessed with boundless fortune." "Rise, all of you. It gladdens us and Chi-Chi's hearts to see you young blossoms." "Which one is Jue'ercha?" "This concubine is Jue'ercha, the consort of Chengxian Palace, greeting the Grand Empress Dowager. May the Grand Empress Dowager be blessed with boundless longevity. Greeting the Empress Dowager. May the Empress Dowager be blessed with boundless fortune." "Raise your head. Let's have a look." She suppressed her desire to catch a glimpse of Empress Xiaozhuang's face and raised her head slightly. Looking at Shi, whose simple attire could not conceal her radiance, Bumbutai's eyes flashed with an indiscernible light. Truly, a delicate and beautiful person. After exchanging a few words, the Grand Empress Dowager dismissed them leaving only the empress behind. She did not mind, and she leisurely strolled back with Shiqi, Yanli, and Sun Duong. Herschel Gidge resided in the east side hall of Changchun Palace, Zhaojia in the back hall of Jingyang Palace, Olanala in the west side hall of Yinchi Palace, Zhang in the east side hall of Jingren Palace, and Dong in the east side hall of Qixiang Palace. Chengxian Palace, Jingren Palace, Yinchi Palace, and Jingyang Palace were all located in the east six palaces. She naturally walked alongside Zhaojia, Olanala, and Zhang. As she entered Chengxian Palace, she saw Shu standing outside the main hall, looking towards the Chengxian gate. She quickened her pace and approached Shu. "This servant greets consort. Reporting to you, your majesty has been here for a while." "Very well." She stepped into the east outer room and saw the Kangxi emperor, dressed in a bright yellow casual robe, seated on the Arhut bed. "This concubine, Jue'ercha, greets your majesty. May your majesty be blessed with boundless longevity. Rise and sit. We came to see you." Upon hearing his invitation, she naturally sat on the other side of the Arhut bed. "Are you pleased with the furnishings in your palace?" "In response to your majesty. This concubine is very fond of them indeed." "That is good. Why do you not raise your head? Do you not dare to look at us?" A smile graced Shi and damp Appo's face as she slowly raised her head, inwardly indignant at his demanding nature at such a young age. Had she not been unfamiliar with him? Why would she adhere to the rule of not directly facing the emperor? The Kangxi emperor's appearance was far more handsome than she had seen in portraits in her previous life. The marks left by smallpox on his face were not noticeable. "Have you looked enough?" "I have." As she nodded subconsciously, she met the Kangxi emperor's gaze, which held a hint of amusement. "Has your majesty had breakfast?" As he spoke, the Kangxi emperor turned to look at Shu, who was standing by the door. "Have the imperial kitchen prepare food for your mistress." She looked at the young emperor seated before her, feeling slightly disoriented. His presence could make one forget his age. "We will stay in your palace tonight." Upon hearing this, she was momentarily stunned, realizing that the Kangxi emperor intended to grant her favor. Even if they did nothing, his presence would signal his regard for her in the eyes of the concubines and servants of the various palaces. In that case, would your majesty like to dine at this concubine's residence? She watched the Kangxi emperor sitting by the bed, allowing Liang Jiugong to help him put on his boots, and realized something, her expression becoming slightly anxious. Sure enough, as he stood up, his estimated height of about 165 meters left she at a loss for what to do. She was 166 meters tall, and with the addition of her 6-centimeter platform shoes, she stood at 172 meters. Combined with her hair, she appeared much taller than the Kangxi emperor. Watching him head towards the study without looking back, she turned to Shiqi. "Quick, fetch the embroidered shoes inlaid with pearls for me to wear." She donned her shoes before entering the study. The once barren bookshelf from yesterday now brimmed with a plethora of books. Kangxi sat at the desk, engrossed in a copy of the Doctrine of the Mean. Noticing Wanaxi's entrance, he lifted his gaze to her and remarked that he remembered how fond she was of reading various tales and miscellaneous works at home. He had tasked Liang Jiugong with procuring some of the 4 books and 5 classics, along with the literary masterpieces of esteemed scholars from throughout the ages, so she might indulge in reading during her leisure hours. Wanaxi observed Kangxi, who without raising his head busied himself with tasks. She turned and settled herself in the grand chair. Over the years, although she had not immersed herself in the rules for women and the precepts for women like other noble ladies, she had nonetheless cultivated a rich literary knowledge. Beginning her education at the tender age of 4, her father and mother had engaged a female tutor to instruct her in the 4 books and 5 classics. She diligently learned the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and household management, skills requisite for young ladies of her standing. Her mother often praised her proficiency with the pipa and her commendable penmanship. Yet, in Kangxi's words, she felt reduced to a frivolous individual, lacking scholarly pursuits and merely reveling in trivial literature. Kangxi, after a prolonged silence, lifted his gaze towards Wanaxi, who had not yet spoken. "I shall diligently pursue my studies," she responded, meeting his gaze and promptly rising to bow respectfully. She had kept her head lowered, failing to notice the smile in Kangxi's eyes. Outside the partition, Liang Jiugong observed with intrigue, quietly elevating the new consort status in his mind. As a loyal servant, he was acutely aware of the prince's burdens. The prince was preparing for governance, but faced numerous constraints from the previous court. It had been quite some time since he had shown any indication of mirth. Liang Jiugong understood well that whoever could elicit a smile from the prince would enjoy favorable days ahead. Unaware of Liang Jiugong's subtle thoughts, Wanaxi sat in the grand chair, her chin resting on her hand, her drowsy head bobbing slightly. Observing her fatigue, Kangxi set aside his book, rose, and gathered her into his arms, placing her on the bed in the eastern chamber. He lay beside her, noticing that she exhibited no signs of waking. He took off his boots and lay down next to her, enveloped by the enchanting fragrance of peach blossoms emanating from her. On the day of the selection, he had only seen her from afar, noting her delicate and fair complexion. To his delight, this delightful aroma tempted him to linger for dinner. Wanaxi, feeling the firmness beside her, instinctively tightened her embrace. Kangxi opened his eyes, glancing at the arm around his waist with a hint of confusion. The Jue'ercha family had not consulted a nursemaid to teach her the proper decorum for sleeping, although he had no knowledge of how others might conduct themselves in slumber. He presumed they would not cling to him as Wanaxi did. Despite feeling somewhat restrained, he did not push her arm away. "My lord," Liang Jiugong announced, "it is already the appointed hour for the afternoon meal, and the kitchen has sent inquiries twice. Shall we send for the meal?" Chapter 16. Life in the Palace 3. Serving meals. Kangxi, upon hearing the soft murmur of Liang Jiugong from outside, gradually opened his eyes. It had been a long time since he had slept so soundly. Jue'ercha allowed him a peaceful slumber. He propped himself up and gazed intently at the sleeping Wanaxi beside him. Indeed, Jue'ercha was astonishingly beautiful, with delicate features and skin as smooth as milk. She captured the attention of anyone who laid eyes upon her, for who could resist the allure of exquisite beauty? Kangxi placed his hand on Wanaxi's petite, adorable nose. It was time to rise for the meal. Don't pinch my nose," Wanaxi mumbled, still half asleep, mistaking the palace for her home, as she grasped his hand and placed it against her cheek, murmuring her desire to continue sleeping. Amused by her innocence, Kangxi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Awoken by his laughter, Wanaxi met the gaze of the Aizenjoro family, her eyes wide with surprise. After a moment's realization, she quickly nestled into Kangxi's embrace. He was no child. Given their positions, a little physical intimacy could only be beneficial. The prospect of future affection was certainly preferable to neglect. Feeling shy about this intimate moment, why should she be? It was not as if he had scolded her for pushing his hand away. "Your Majesty truly does not mind my lack of decorum?" she inquired, a hint of mischief in her voice. "Not all," Kangxi replied, tightening his embrace. Holding such a fragrant and soft presence was far more comforting than lying alone. His meal was considerably more lavish than hers. As Wanaxi savored a delightful shrimp, she noted that her own portion lacked such delicacies. "Do you enjoy shrimp?" he inquired. "I do," she replied, noticing how Kangxi watched her eat with delight. He turned to Liang Jiugong, signaling that there was no need for him to serve his meal. "Is it the same at home?" Kangxi asked. "My parents do not restrict me," she said, revealing her carefree life. Kangxi, although adhering to proper etiquette, maintained an air of elegance in his demeanor, unmistakably a man of refined upbringing. After dinner, Wanaxi glanced at Kangxi, who had naturally retreated to his study to read. Feeling languid, she settled onto the couch in the eastern chamber, contemplating how to avoid neglecting her future benefactor. To her dismay, she discovered that his bookshelf was filled with tedious classics like the 4 books and 5 classics. In the study, Kangxi grew increasingly impatient as Wanaxi did not join him. "Your Highness, it appears that the Fujin is reluctant to move after her meal," Liang Jiugong noted. "She's indeed a lazy one," Kangxi mused, a smile tugging at his lips as he took his book and returned to the eastern chamber. Standing before the couch, he was astonished to see Wanaxi curled up in a small ball. Is the daughter of a noble family raised in such a manner? He wondered. The Empress maintained her composure, yet this Jue'ercha seemed indifferent, lost in her own slumber. "Wanaxi," sensing Kangxi's gaze upon her, struggled to sit up and threw herself toward him. Instinctively, he stepped forward to catch her, his brow furrowing at her lack of propriety. How can you behave so carelessly? You show no semblance of a noble family. Does your majesty disapprove of me? Anaxi asked, her eyes shimmering with innocence. Kangxi, enveloped in the fragrance of peach blossoms that surrounded him, observed the slight pout of her lips, his expression unreadable. I truly wonder how your parents raised you to be this way. The rules of the Jue'ercha family are certainly impeccable. Otherwise, how could you and the Empress Dowager have chosen me to enter the palace? Anaxi thought, though Kangxi's youthful demeanor began to redden as he witnessed her playful antics. Anaxi feigned ignorance, wishing time would hasten so that Kangxi could mature more quickly. Liang Jiogong, I wish to rest, he instructed. Yes, your majesty. As Liang Jiogong departed, Anaxi prepared to assist Kangxi with his grooming. Turning to glance at the sky, she noted that it was nearly the hour of shun for 30 p.m. Was Kangxi truly ready for bed? Shichi, she called softly, and her maid understood immediately. After respectfully greeting him, she exited to gather the necessary items for her master's grooming. By the time Anaxi returned, half an hour had passed. She observed Kangxi leaning against the bed, lost in thought. Taking the initiative, she climbed into bed beside him, still hesitant to turn over. Anaxi? You are the treasured heirloom of the Jue'ercha family? I'm my parents' treasure. Do you think the Jue'ercha family can rest easy with such a treasure in the Aizenjoro household? Kangxi's sudden inquiry caught her off guard, and as she comprehended the implications, her heart sank, tightening with anxiety. The Jue'ercha family pledges unwavering loyalty to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Kangxi opened his half-closed eyes, observing the small figure kneeling on the bed, his expression inscrutable. Anaxi knelt there, though her knees rested upon a thick quilt prepared by her mother. She felt a chill inside. She had never imagined that an emperor would be captivated by her delicate beauty, especially one so young, who was yet to understand the allure of femininity. Yet, from their very first encounter, he had been so forthright in expressing his expectations of loyalty. Frustration welled within her as she considered the implications. The Jue'ercha family's fate was intertwined with her own. In the palace, she represented not only her family and the noble Tongjiao lineage, but also the families of her uncles and cousins, all connected by blood ties. As Kangxi remained silent, Anaxi gently tugged at the edge of his robe, not daring to look up. Please get up, he commanded. Yes, keeping her head down to hide her reddened eyes. She turned her back to him, settling into the innermost part of the bed. Kangxi glanced at Anaxi, pondering whether the nurse had informed her that a concubine was to sleep on the outer side of the bed, so as not to disturb him and to be ready to serve him at all times. He felt a tinge of disappointment over his earlier words, but ultimately remained silent. Unbeknownst to him, this moment marked the beginning of a lifetime spent together. As Anaxi lay beside him, she found herself contemplating whether Kangxi had already decided to deal with Aobai. She soon drifted into slumber, the scene from earlier fading from her memory. Historically, the imperial family had been notoriously heartless. If she were to persist in self-pity, what would her life amount to? Your Majesty, it is already the hour of 3 a.m. Shall we rise for morning court? Liang Jiogong's voice broke the silence, rousing Anaxi from her dreams. Instinctively, she clutched Kangxi tighter, unwilling to rise. Having slept soundly throughout the night, Kangxi, in good spirits, gently brushed aside her arms encircling his waist and rose from the bed. Chapter 17. Life in the palace for Liang Jiogong, while directing the palace maids to assist Kangxi with his grooming and dressing, could not help but strain his ears to listen for any sounds from the inner chamber where the favored consort resided. Even the mistress of Qing Palace arose to attend to her masteress needs. This particular consort was somewhat different. Shi and Shu, noticing their mistress still in bed, grew anxious and moved towards the inner chamber. Allow your mistress to rest a while longer. She will be called to Qing Palace at the hour of the rabbit, they were instructed. Yes, we shall obey. Shi and Shu complied with a respectful bow, feeling delighted in their hearts for their mistress's favored status. Kangxi had spent 3 consecutive nights in Chengqian Palace before returning to reside alone in Qianqing Palace. On the 1st and 15th of each month, he would regularly stay in Kuining Palace and would also allocate 2 days to visit Wu Nashi. He had not yet visited the other consorts. As the number of concubines in the harem was not great, there was no need for rivalry over favor. Each day, they would gather to pay their respects and converse about embroidery patterns and amusing occurrences in their respective palaces. Wu Nashi gradually became accustomed to this courtly life. Last night, having again stayed in Chengqian Palace, she specifically instructed Shi and Shu to awaken her at the hour of the tiger to serve Kangxi in his grooming. In previous instances, she had struggled with the early rise, but Kangxi had indulged her. A man's willingness to indulge her was indeed a blessing. However, should his affections wane, all past kindness could transform into discontent. "My lord, it is already the hour of the tiger." Wu Nashi, still in a deep slumber, was roused by Shi's voice. Slowly opening her eyes, she rose from her bed without changing out of her nightgown. Quietly approaching Kangxi, she offered, "My lord, allow me to assist you in dressing." Sensing the faint scent of peach blossoms in the air, Kangxi instinctively reached out to touch her cascading hair. The fragrance of peach blossoms emanated from her very breath. He raised his arms and tilted his head towards Wu Nashi, signaling for her to assist him with his attire. With a smile, Wu Nashi stepped forward, taking the ceremonial robes from the maidservants and beginning the process of dressing him. In the months since her entry into the palace, she had yet to receive any rewards aside from the monthly provisions from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. All other expenses had been covered by the dowry prepared by her family. She was not lacking in silver, having a substantial dowry of 1,000 taels of silver, 100 taels of gold, and 200,000 taels in banknotes. Her aunt and younger aunt had also added 5,000 taels each to her dowry. Relatives had contributed an additional 50,000 taels. However, who would relish spending their own silver? Kangxi glanced at the person bustling beside him before averting his gaze slightly. This month marked his second stay in Chengqian Palace. He would not spend more nights there than in Kuining Palace. Before next month, he could not return. Unbeknownst to Wu Nashi, Kangxi's thoughts were convoluted. At that moment, she was focused on making a good impression. Though she was not the wealthiest in monthly allowances, receiving some rewards would be beneficial. As a woman of the emperor, it was prudent to accumulate wealth for her future children. "I bid farewell to your majesty," Wu Nashi said, watching Kangxi leave Chengqian Palace before returning to the East Chamber to rest a while longer. Life continued at a leisurely pace. In the blink of an eye, it was now the 5th year of Kangxi's reign. Wu Nashi observed the eunuch who had just delivered a proclamation depart, then turned to recline on the Luohan couch in the East Outer Chamber. This night, she was to serve the emperor, and due to consuming spiritual herbs and water, her body had fully matured. Kangxi, eager to favor his consorts, likely wished to expedite the birth of his heir. If he were to become a father, he would be one step closer to governing. Before the arrival of Empress He selected his consorts for the night based on their ranks. To prevent any assassination attempts, a regulation established by the previous Emperor Jiajing required that all concubines be completely naked and wrapped in blankets when brought to the bedchamber. Afterward, they would be taken away by designated personnel, with no overnight stays allowed. Since the Manchus entered the gates, the Qing dynasty continued to observe the previous dynasty's practices. The consorts bathed and dressed in designated rooms in Qianqing Palace before being wrapped in red cotton blankets and sent to the Western Warm Pavilion. The Eastern Warm Pavilion was reserved for the Empress, who was not required to adhere to the same protocol as the concubines. Wu Nashi was indifferent to the manner or location of her service. Ultimately, aside from the Empress, all consorts in Qianqing Palace followed the same rules. However, given Kangxi's youth, she needed some time to convince herself. Shi and Shu, having grown up alongside Wu Nashi, noticed her low spirits and exchanged glances, signaling the eunuchs and maidservants to step outside for a moment. Once they were alone, they approached her. "My lady, the Emperor and Appo's visit to Chengqian Palace tonight is indeed a great honor," Shu remarked, casting a glance at Shi, urging her to offer some comforting words. Shi nodded, feeling a twinge of sympathy for their mistress. The backgrounds of the two consorts standing behind her were comparable in power and influence, one being a main consort and the other a concubine, which created a significant disparity in status. At times, their mistress could not help but feel disheartened. "My lady, from now on, how and where you serve the emperor will depend entirely on his wishes. Jue'ercha, can I truly expect that idle person to come to my palace frequently?" Wu Nashi, realizing Jue'ercha and Jue'ercha had misunderstood her, chose not to elaborate further. During her first night of service, she was uncertain of the emperor's temperament. Having bathed early and secretly consumed some of the spiritual water, she merely styled her hair simply and reclined on the east outer chamber's luohan couch, waiting. When the emperor arrived, Wu Nashi, still weary from her bath, sat up quickly upon hearing the commotion. As she stood at the entrance of Chengqian Palace, Kangxi had already entered. "This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty. May you have eternal peace." "Rise," Kangxi said as he approached Wu Nashi, taking her hand. She rose gracefully, stepping aside to follow him into the chamber. Observing his back, she noted that he had grown significantly taller over the year, now standing approximately 172 centimeters. They sat together on the luohan couch in the east outer chamber, and Kangxi glanced at Wu Nashi's simple hairstyle. "Have you bathed?" "In response to your majesty, this humble servant has bathed." Hearing this, Kangxi's lips curled into a smile, unable to restrain a light chuckle. "Ha ha ha, I shall go bathe. You wait for me here." Wu Nashi felt her fair, delicate face flush with a rosy hue at his laughter. The curtains of the bed were not drawn, and the soft candlelight illuminated her porcelain skin, making her appear even more ethereal. Kangxi, witnessing a woman's form for the first time, felt a slight sense of bewilderment. Wu Nashi gradually relaxed her waist, and he found amusement in her demeanor. "My lord." Wu Nashi, truly obedient. Kangxi, accustomed to the practice of archery and horsemanship, maintained a slender physique. Chapter 18. Palace Life, Part 5. Just then, Unaki felt nothing but taut sinews beneath her touch. "Your Majesty, the hour has arrived." Unaki blushed a delicate rose hue upon hearing the eunuch's voice from the Office of Internal Affairs beyond the chamber doors. "My lord, why the coyness? Does your body still ache?" Kangxi, meeting her glistening gaze, smiled and leaned down to kiss her brow. Half an hour later, Unaki lay supine upon the bed, devoid of the strength even to lift a finger. No wonder Kangxi has fathered so many children. She mused repeatedly in her mind before drifting into slumber. "Your Majesty, shall we note the event?" "Yes." Kangxi glanced down at the figure nestled against his waist. "Have the bath prepared, and then withdraw." Once the maids had exited the chamber and closed the doors, Kangxi rose and carried Unaki to the outer room for ablutions. The peach fragrance of the Jue'ercha clan was intensified by passion, rendering her entire being soft and tender to the touch. He reveled in it, and lavishing her with affection seemed only fitting. Unaki perceived the calluses on the hands that bathed her, remnants of horsemanship and archery. She fluttered her eyelids open, and upon seeing Kangxi, she relaxed, clinging to the edge of the tub as she succumbed to sleep once more. Tonight, the 6 eastern and western palaces were destined for sleeplessness. Empress Heshali lay alone upon her canopied bed, unable to find repose. Her mother had said that a man tends to be more attentive to his first woman. Before this, she had thought that the emperor had not favored any concubines before their wedding. They might have been each other in damp, oppose, as first, but she had not even reached her menses when the emperor took Unaki first. Empress Heshali repeated in her mind that there was no need to fret, that the emperor had favored Jue'ercha's clan because she had not reached her menses and could not consummate their marriage. Only when the night deepened did she gradually fall asleep. "Your Majesty, it is time for the morning court." Unaki stirred groggily, hearing Liang Jiogong's voice from beyond. Instinctively, she clung tighter to Kangxi. Kangxi opened his eyes and pressed a kiss upon her hair. "No need to rise and attend me. I will summon you to the Qianqing Palace later." Unaki, still dazed, only caught the first part of his words, embracing Kangxi and kissing the upward curve of his lips before he arose. After Kangxi departed, Unaki slept until Maoshi 5 a.m., as was her custom. She roused herself with a slightly weakened gait. After washing and dressing, she, along with Shi-Chi, the head maid Yanli, and Li Chengnan, one of the leading eunuchs, made their way to the Cunning Palace. Within the Cunning Palace, Heshali sat before her dressing table, glancing at the record of imperial consorts that Lu Momo presented. The Chengqian Palace requested water twice last night. Indeed, Lu Momo replied, having watched the Empress grow up, feeling a pang of sympathy at her disquieted expression. Your Majesty, the Emperor is not only a man, but also the sovereign of the realm. You are the Empress, and it is not uncommon for husbands to favor concubines. Mama, she said, but this concubine is a daughter of the Jue'ercha clan's direct lineage. Her father has rendered meritorious service, and her brother was personally selected as a Tanhua by the late emperor. My dear Empress, the Ju and Appos, Jue'ercha family is full of military men and has no civil officials to advise them in court. Only their eldest master, with his low-ranking uncles, can assist them in court. They cannot compare to our Heshali family. Although the Jue'ercha clan has rendered meritorious service, they are not the only family who fought alongside the Emperor Taizu to conquer the land. The Neohu, Garjia, Dongo, and Tongjia clans have also rendered meritorious service. And there is also the Emperor's maternal family, the Duke Tongua gang, who is also a first-rate military general. In this forbidden city, only the Grand Empress Dowager, the Empress Dowager, the Emperor Yu, and the Emperor's future princes and princesses are the true masters. If you remain steadfast, the mistress of Chengqian Palace will forever be a concubine. Listening to her personal nanny's words, Heshali felt a sense of relief. The man she had married was the son of heaven, and even ordinary men from well-to-do banner families could not be expected to remain solely with their principal wives. Since she had married the most powerful man in the world, it was self-defeating to be overly concerned about which woman he favored. She had been overly concerned last night, perhaps because of her own attendance the previous night. The consorts who had been quietly conversing lowered their voices and fell silent after greeting Anaki as she entered the Cunning Palace. When Empress Heshali emerged from the inner chamber, the room was hushed. Your concubine greets the Empress. May the Empress be blessed with peace. Rise, she said. After the consorts had greeted her, Lu Momo placed a cushion in the center. Anaki stepped forward and knelt upon the cushion, paying her respects to Heshali. It was customary for concubines to perform this kneeling ceremony in the Empress's palace on the day after their first night of intimacy, as a sign of respect and obedience. Please, Empress, accept this floral hairpin. Anaki, having completed the ceremony, rose and took a peony from the tray, placing it in Heshali's hair. This marked the completion of the ritual. Shortly after Anaki and her entourage returned to the Chengqian Palace, Liang Jiogong arrived with gifts. By imperial decree, Consort Jue'ercha of the Chengqian Palace is granted 1 hu of luazadai, 1 hu of pearls, 2 bolts of cloud brocade, 1,000 taels of silver, and 50 taels of gold. This was the first bestowal she had received since entering the palace. Anaki, gazing at the gold and silver displayed on the round table, could not suppress the slight upturn of her lips. In the Qianqing Palace that evening, Kangxi was engrossed in reading Ziji Tongjian. A junior eunuch from the Office of Internal Affairs entered the hall, kneeling with a tray of green-headed plaques. This servant greets your Majesty. May your Majesty be blessed with boundless longevity. Your Majesty, it is time to select a consort. Kangxi set down his book and glanced up, signaling the eunuch to approach. The plaques of all the concubines were there, and Kangxi reached out and turned over Anaki's plaque. As the emperor's decree was conveyed to the Chengqian Palace, the other concubines relinquished their hopes. Anaki leaned languidly against the Luohan couch with a smile. Since Kangxi had chosen her plaque, she would serve him well. As a concubine, she could not presume to advise the emperor to spread his favor evenly. As dusk approached, Anaki followed the rules and arrived at the Qianqing Palace's bathing chamber to cleanse herself. She was then carried to the dragon bed in the Western Warmth Pavilion. Kangxi was already reclining on the bed, and Anaki opened her eyes the moment she lay down, meeting his gaze. Greetings, your Majesty. Kangxi did not allow Anaki to crawl into the covers from his feet. Instead, he reached out, peeled back the covers from her body, and pressed himself against her. Only after water had been requested 3 times did Shi-Chi and Yanli assist the languid Anaki to bathe. Kangxi embraced the bathed Anaki, savoring the peach fragrance that gradually faded from her body. Your body is truly fragrant, especially during those moments. What incense do you usually use? Your Majesty, it is not incense, but my natural scent. Unaki nestled in Kangshi's embrace, toying with his fingers. Your Majesty's fingers are so beautiful. Hiv. Kangxi lowered his gaze slightly, watching Unaki playing with his fingers with such earnestness, and felt a pang of reluctance. Consorts are not permitted to spend the night in my bedchamber. Your personal maids have already prepared bedding for you in the Yinchi Hall on the west side of the Yangshin Hall. Unaki looked up, gazing at the young emperor reclining before her with a hint of grievance, and nodded. Chapter 19. Life in the Palace, 6. Upon observing her demeanor, Kangxi raised his hand to shield her eyes. I shall visit your palace more often. Your Majesty, thank you, Wanaxi replied, rising from the bed to don her shoes and proceed towards the Yinchi Hall. She gazed at the familiar bedding within, casting an appreciative glance at Shichi and Yanli. From now on, I will remember to bring the bedding whenever I come to serve. Yes, I shall keep that in mind, she responded. That night, Wanaxi slumbered soundly within the Yinchi Hall, while Kangxi found himself unable to sleep, captivated by the exquisite form of Jue'ercha. Her alluring fragrance, reminiscent of peach blossoms, was indeed a rarity. He pondered the lack of disturbances in the palace affairs during this period, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. On the following day, Wanaxi made her way from the Yinchi Hall to Qing Palace to pay her respects to the Empress. As she returned to her own Chengqian Palace, the imperial physician awaited her outside. Is it for a health check? I inquired with the esteemed physician. It is His Majesty's directive for him to come and check on the health of the noble lady. Wanaxi glanced at Yanli, concealing her inner confusion. It was unusual for the physician, typically summoned for Kangxi's health checks, to come to her without his express permission. Yanli, please invite the physician inside. The esteemed imperial physician, Sun Ding, pays his respects to the noble lady. Please rise. Why do you come to check on me when it is not yet the designated time for health assessments? In response to the noble lady and Appo's inquiry, His Majesty instructed me to assist in your health regimen and prescribe some tonics. Very well. Wanaxi's complexion flushed slightly as she placed her wrist, adorned with a handkerchief, upon the table. Did Kangxi believe her health too frail? But was there truly anything amiss? In response to the noble lady's inquiry, all is well. I shall report to His Majesty that the noble lady's health is stable and does not require tonics. I take my leave. Poetry and literature, see the esteemed physician out. Yes. Wanaxi dismissed the health check without concern, assuming Kangxi merely found her constitution delicate. Within the Qingqing Palace, Kangxi looked up at the kneeling Sun Ding. There are no abnormalities? In response to your lordship, the noble lady's health is being nourished exceptionally well. Dismissed. Kangxi favored Wanaxi for 4 consecutive days, personally visiting Chengqian Palace for 3 days and spending the remaining day in Yangshin Hall. Subsequently, Hishiri, Olinara, Zhao Jiazhong, and Don each had their turn to serve for 3 days. In the inner palace, only Empress Hishiri had not yet received her turn, while the other consorts had all had their time. Kangxi entered the inner palace for 25 days each month, consistently staying in Qing Palace on the 1st and 15th. Wanaxi served for 13 days, while each of the other consorts had 2 days. On one such day, nestled in Kangxi's embrace, Wanaxi instinctively placed her hand on her abdomen. Historically, it was said that in the next year, during the 6th year of Kangxi and Appo's reign, Ma Jia would give birth to the eldest son, Cheng Rui. During this time, she had been waiting for Ma Jia to enter the palace to bear an heir for Kangxi. Yet, even now, Ma Jia had not been able to serve him. Could it be that her reincarnation, imbued with memories and space, had altered Ma Jia's fortunes? Wanaxi chose not to dwell on it further. There were no contraceptives available in her space, and during her time serving the emperor, she was bound to conceive. Her thoughts drifted to her family, her father, mother, brothers, and little nephew. She dared not recklessly consume any abortifacients. Why are you not asleep yet? Kangxi slightly narrowed his eyes, pulling Wanaxi closer as she attempted to distance herself. What do you think you're going to sleep? Your Majesty, you are too warm. I cannot sleep. Sleep. Wanaxi glanced at Kangxi, who had once again closed his eyes. pouting as she sought a comfortable position in his embrace. Chapter 20. Life in the palace days passed slowly and unhurriedly, with Kangxi occupied daily with state affairs and study. Even without formally taking on the reins of power, he filled his schedule to the brim. Wunashi lived her life in the Chengxian palace, readily attending to Kangxi when he sought her company. Wei did not come looking for her. She found joy in her solitude. Today marked the monthly occasion for the imperial concubines to receive a health check. The concubines gathered in Qing Palace, awaiting the imperial physicians from the Tai hospital to take their pulses. When the physician examining Wuna, she fell into deep contemplation without speaking. She began to feel a twinge of anxiety. Something was amiss. To the noble consort, the physician conveyed, "Your pulse indicates a slippery rhythm, consistent for 2 months." To the empress, he affirmed, "I am certain of my assessment." Wunashi was momentarily taken aback by the news. This was a joyous event. She instructed Li Dijin, Chunqing, and Suihu to convey the good tidings to the emperor, the empress dowager, and the empress. Empress hastily assigned the responsible eunuchs and palace maids, including Suihu, who had accompanied her into the palace, to spread the joyous news. Turning her attention back to Wunashi, she advised, "You must take good care of your health." Wunashi replied, "I'm grateful for your concern, Your Majesty. Please, there is no need for formalities, as I carry the emperor's heir." Upon exiting Qing Palace, she was gently supported by Yanli and Shu as they made their way to Chengxian Palace. Observing their anxious expressions, she refrained from commenting, sensing their excessive seriousness. At this time, many acute ailments were difficult to treat, and the chances of infant mortality were alarmingly high. Families of noble lineage treated pregnancies with exceptional care. Wunashi's child was the first heir of Kangxi, and she had not yet entered Chengxian Palace when she encountered the procession of the emperor, empress, empress dowager, and the queen mother bearing gifts. The 4 groups followed her into Chengxian Palace, causing an undercurrent of unease among many in the 6 palaces. Once the gift-bearing attendants departed, Wunashi turned to Shiqi and Shu. "Please ensure that these items are recorded and stored properly." "Yes, we shall attend to it right away." The 3 of them, accustomed to years of collaboration, meticulously checked to confirm that the received items were in order before cataloging them separately from Wunashi's dowry. In Qing Palace, as the concubines departed, the empress rose to retire to her inner chamber and lay upon the bed. Lu Mama, who followed her in, noticed her displeasure. "Your Majesty, do not be anxious. Historically, childbirth has always been a perilous journey. Moreover, we do not yet know whether the child is a prince or a princess." "Mama, why is my water not broken yet?" "Your Highness, you have maintained good health over the years, but you are still quite young. You are the youngest in the entire harem. There is no need to rush." Unbeknownst to Wunashi, Empress Heshali was filled with concern. At that moment, she reclined on the bed, allowing Kangxi to tenderly caress her abdomen. "Such a small belly carries my heir. How delightful." "Indeed, I am delighted," Kangxi replied. He relayed an imperial decree to Qing Palace, stating, "Prior to your delivery, there is no need for you to pay your respects to the empress." The esteemed physician, Wang Ruo, renowned for his skill, had been entrusted with ensuring Wunashi's safe delivery. "Wunashi, you must deliver my child safely." As Kangxi spoke, he lifted Wunashi and placed her on the side of the bed, lying beside her. "Stay with me for a while." "Very well." Wunashi turned on her side, gazing into the depths of his dark eyes. Instinctively, she reached out to touch his tightly shut eyelids. Sensing a slight stillness in Kangxi's body, she withdrew her hand. Kangxi turned to embrace her, saying, "I fear for our child. The emperor is most disciplined in his slumber." Nestled in Kangxi's arms, Wunashi sought a comfortable sleeping position and closed her eyes. This youthful sovereign, too, must be apprehensive about the impending responsibilities of governance awaiting him in the coming year. Chapter 21. Life in the Palace by the Reckoning of Months. This child was born in July. Ever since Anaxi received the confirmation of her pregnancy, she had enjoyed a life free from the obligation of making formal visits. Each day, she awakened at her leisure, taking gentle strolls in the Chengxian Palace after partaking in her morning meal. When Kangxi arrived for the evening repast, she relished the opportunity to indulge in dishes that were not typically included in her own fare. It was not until New Year's Eve that Anaxi once again graced the presence of the other concubines. The grand banquet for New Year's Eve was held in the Baohe Hall, while the family gathering took place in the Qing Palace. Within the Qing Palace, Kangxi's throne occupied the center, with the Empress Dowager seated to his lower left and the Empress to his lower right. The Empress Hesheri occupied a position beneath the Empress Dowager. Concubines like Anaxi were arranged in order of rank beneath the Empress. Anaxi settled beside the Empress in a subordinate position. On the opposite side, beneath the Empress Dowager, were the male heads of various princely houses, along with their primary and secondary consorts and offspring. She paid little attention to them, focusing instead on her own seat. With 3 months of pregnancy, Anaxi was gradually adjusting to the changes in her body. Kangxi had only 2 brothers of similar age, Fuqian and Chongning, along with several iron-capped princes who could be present at the table. The Eisenjoro family gathering was notably subdued, devoid of excessive drinking. The dishes served were somewhat cold and unpalatable. Anaxi busied herself with the snacks on the table. In such gatherings, conversing with the Empress Dowager and the Empress was the duty of the Empress, while accompanying the Emperor and discussing trivial matters with the various princes and their consorts was also the Empress's responsibility. She focused solely on her own needs. Sitting beside Anaxi was the Hesheri Gij, who observed her enjoyment of the delicacies. When the Emperor's gaze momentarily fell upon them, he paused slightly, his expression darkening. Anaxi sensed Hesheri's emotional shift and turned her head to look at her. "Is there something you wish to convey?" she inquired. Hesheri shook her head, and Anaxi suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Before long, she noticed that both the Empress Dowager and the Empress had risen to return to their quarters. Supporting herself with the arm of the nearby Shu, she slowly stood and performed the customary bow. In response to the Emperor and Empress, she expressed her gratitude, citing her heavy condition as the reason for her fatigue and her desire to retreat to Chengqian Palace for a brief rest. "The air is of utmost importance. You need not venture outside the palace tonight," Kangxi remarked nonchalantly, having already wished for her prompt return to her chambers. "Your servant thanks the Emperor for his kindness and the Empress for her benevolence." Having recently experienced snowfall, Anaxi tread carefully on her way back to Chengqian Palace. Once home, she freshened up and retired early, feeling the weight of exhaustion. It seemed that the precious life within her wished for her to rest rather than keep vigil through the night. On New Year's Eve, Kangxi accompanied the Empress Hesheri to Ning Palace for the night. Watching the Empress peacefully asleep beside him, he could not help but think of the one in Chengqian Palace. If it were Anaxi, she would likely nestle into his embrace, unwilling to let go. The following morning, Anaxi awoke leisurely at the hour of C, having no obligation to make formal visits. She languidly lay in bed, reluctant to rise. "My lady, the little Shizi from Qianqing Palace delivered a message just now. The Emperor will not be coming to Chengqian Palace for dinner these days." Anaxi nodded and turned over, closing her eyes once more to drift back into slumber. Blessed by the presence of the precious life within her, she felt a newfound sense of ease. The Emperor and the Empress Dowager placed great importance on this pregnancy, as long as she remained within the confines of Chengqian Palace. Her days could be as pleasant as she wished. Time passed slowly and gracefully. At that moment, within Chengqian Palace, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Anaxi lay on the bed, while Kangxi sat beside her, gently resting his hand on her rounded abdomen. He turned to look at Wang Ruben, who knelt on the ground, and spoke with a measure of confidence. "In response to the Emperor's inquiry, I am 7/10 certain that the fetus within the consort is not a single child." Chapter 22. Life in the Palace. Is it possible to discern the number of heirs? Upon the Emperor's inquiry, I sensed 2 robust heartbeats. "Your Majesty, I entrust this pregnancy to you, and I earnestly wish for the safety of both mother and child. I shall comply with your wishes." Kangxi then dismissed the physicians. Turning, he grasped Anaxi's small hand, exclaiming, "How remarkable you are, little one, to carry 2 heirs within you. It is indeed the Emperor who is remarkable." Realizing her words, Anaxi felt a flush of embarrassment rise to her cheeks. Laughter echoed from within the hall as Liang Jiugong stood outside, unable to suppress his mirth. A joyful emperor ensured a favorable life for him as well. Kangxi did not conceal the news from the concubines. Within moments, the news of Wenaxi's twin pregnancy spread throughout the eastern and western palaces. Heshirishi, seated in Kuan-Ning Palace, relaxed at the news, knowing that identical twins would not inherit the throne. Gradually, her expression darkened, contemplating that Jue'ercha might not be fortunate enough to bear both a dragon and a phoenix. Each palace harbored its own thoughts, and Wenaxi could hardly concern herself with them. As her pregnancy progressed, her belly grew astonishingly large after 5 months. She required the assistance of palace maids to move about, especially as her delivery approached in half a month. The Empress Dowager had graciously permitted her family to visit, and today was the day her mother would enter the palace. Wenaxi rose early, instructing the servants to prepare her mother's favorite delicacies. She stood outside the gates of Chengxian Palace, anxiously awaiting her mother's arrival. Mother! Wenaxi instinctively waved her handkerchief, then awkwardly lowered it. Your servant pays her respects to the esteemed lady. Mother, please rise. Wenaxi fought back tears as she took her mother's hand and led her inside. How is your health and that of father? And how are my brothers and nephews? All is well, my dear. And how are you? I am well. And the emperor treats his daughter kindly. That is good. Your well-being brings me joy. The mother and daughter nestled together within the hall, and Wenaxi dismissed the maids and eunuchs. Once alone with her mother, she embraced her tightly. Mother! Tongjia raised her hand to caress her daughter's forehead. Your father wishes for you to focus on your own life in the palace, and not to concern yourself with family matters. The glory of the Jue'ercha clan has always been achieved through the accomplishments of men. I understand, mother. They reclined together on the couch in the eastern outer chamber. Considering her daughter's condition, Tongjia allowed Wenaxi to rest her head on her lap as in her childhood. How is Granian? I heard that my cousin Wuxaha has married into the Dongyi family. Granian is well under my care. You need not worry. The ancestor of the Dongyi family shared a bond with your great-grandfather on the battlefield. Their youngest legitimate grandson is of similar age to your cousin and is a successful scholar. Your grandmother and aunt are pleased with this union. However, if the son-in-law is to be appointed to an official position outside the capital, Wuxaha must follow him away. Has my little nephew been mischievous at home? Bian has cried a few times since you entered the palace. Realizing your elder brother cannot bring him to see you, he was sullen for a few days before recovering. Your father knows he cannot go to battle at his age and often wishes to extend training times for your elder brother, second brother, and third brother. Little Bian has also taken a liking to the training grounds. Your elder brother is now working in the Hanlin Academy, yet still practices martial arts, as in his youth. Since your entrance into the palace, he has resumed his training. Our great Qing dynasty is surrounded by instability, and your 2 younger brothers are still too young. If conflict arises before they mature, our family will lack male heirs to accompany the army. As a princess from a military family, would you not be looked down upon by the other concubines in this vast harem? Mother, please thank my brother for me. We are bound by blood. There is no need for such formality. Since her mother entered the palace, Wenaxi felt as though she had returned to her days at home, her spirit filled with joy. That day, she was sound asleep in her canopy bed when she felt a dampness beneath her. Startled, she opened her eyes and realized she was going into labor. Unobserved, she discreetly retrieved a labor-inducing elixir from her space and ingested it. Mother, I'm in labor. Lady Tongjia, seated on a daybed in the outer room, was diligently crafting a small quilt for her soon-to-arrive grandchild. Upon hearing Una's cry, she swiftly rose, instructing Shi and Shu to assist their mistress to the birthing chamber, which had been meticulously prepared in the north room of the East Wing. She further directed them to summon the imperial physician and midwives, while Yanli was tasked with informing the emperor, the Grand Empress Dowager, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress Consort of the impending birth. Lying in bed, Una looked at her mother, whose forehead was beginning to bead with perspiration, and felt a sense of calm settle over her. Midwives, come quickly. Despite the midwife being a gift from the Grand Empress Dowager, Lady Tongjia remained vigilant. Watching over Una's labor, Una bit down on a handkerchief, enduring the intense pain. While she knew childbirth was painful, she hadn't anticipated such agony. Mother, it hurts. Una, Your cries tear at my heart." Hearing her mother's words, Una immediately silenced herself, unwilling to cause her mother further distress. In the Qing palace, Emperor Kangxi was met by Liang Jiogong upon concluding the morning court session. "What is it, Your Majesty?" Shun Kai from Chengxian Palace reports that the consort has entered the birthing chamber. Before Liang Jiogong could finish, Emperor Kangxi was already striding towards Chengxian Palace. "Your Majesty, please wait for this servant." Upon Kangxi's arrival at Chengxian Palace, he found the Grand Empress Dowager, and the Empress Consort seated in the main hall of the East Side Hall, surrounded by the most prominent consorts from the 6 Western and Eastern palaces. Grandson greets grandmother. Son greets mother. Your concubine greets Your Majesty. Hearing of Kangxi's arrival, Una felt a surge of resentment, but she knew she couldn't prolong the labor out of fear of pain, as it could harm the child. With renewed determination, she gritted her teeth and pushed with all her might, tears streaming down her face. Your Majesty." Sitting outside, Kangxi clenches fists as he listened to Una and Amp, oppose, as cries of pain, unable to resist pacing back and forth. He glanced at the south room, where the imperial physician was waiting, then turned to Liang Jiogong. "Inquire with the physician whether the consort's prolonged labor poses any risk. It hurts. Wow." Before Kangxi could finish, Una emitted a piercing cry, followed by the sound of an infant and Apos, S wail. "It and Apos, S born. It and Apos, S born. The consort has given birth to a young prince." Wow. As the nanny wrapped the first young prince, another infant and Apos, S cry echoed from the birthing chamber. "The consort has delivered another young prince." Outside, Kangxi smiled and returned to his seat upon hearing the children and Apos, S cries, twirling his tourmaline rosary. Empress Heshali observed everything, clenching her fists within her sleeves to maintain her composure. The other consorts, each with their own thoughts, yearned to bear an imperial heir for the emperor. Growing impatient as he waited for the infants to be presented, Kangxi's expression darkened. At that moment, the midwife, concealing her astonishment at witnessing the birth of triplets for the first time, announced, "Your Highness, exert more effort. There is still another imperial heir within." Wow. After nearly half an hour, Una delivered the third young prince, finally succumbing to exhaustion and falling into a deep slumber. Chapter 24. The Children Are Born, Part 2. Outside the birthing chamber, the assembled onlookers observed the wet nurses carrying the 3 little princes, each with a distinct expression. Emperor Kangxi, gazing upon the 3 seemingly identical infants before him, felt a weight settle in his heart. He gestured for Lu Xianglin, the esteemed young physician from the Imperial Hospital, to examine the young princes. "Your Majesty," Lu Xianglin reported, "the 3 young princes appear delicate, yet they are robust in health. With diligent care, they shall undoubtedly thrive." "Excellent, excellent," Kangxi declared, then instructed Liang Jiogong, "Convey my decree. Bestows upon all within the Chengxian Palace a reward of 6 months' wages." Following Manchu tradition, Kangxi stood beside the Grand Empress Dowager, the Empress Dowager, and Simulago, smiling upon his 3 sons. Empress Herschel meticulously scrutinized the 3 princes, discerning an uncanny resemblance among them, which illuminated her understanding. Her smile grew noticeably more genuine. "Reporting to Your Majesty," a voice announced, "the consort has recovered sufficiently. Wang Ruben, accompany me inside," Kangxi directed, turning towards the birthing chamber. Upon Kangxi's entrance, Lady Tong observed him, glanced at Shi Shu and Shi Qi, and promptly paid her respects. "This humble consort greets Your Majesty. May Your Majesty be blessed with boundless health." "Rise, madam," Kangxi replied. Shi Shu and Shi Qi, receiving her silent cue, stepped towards the outer chamber. With the emperor in the birthing chamber, only the Grand Empress Dowager and the 3 young masters of Chengxian Palace shared blood ties with the consort. They were obligated to assist the consort and the Jue'ercha clan in safeguarding the young master's well-being. Inside the birthing chamber, Jue'ercha was in a deep slumber. Wang Ruben examined her pulse, offered auspicious words, and followed Kangxi out of the chamber. "Mother," Jue'ercha murmured, awakening. "Mother, what time is it? I am parched." "It is now the hour of C on the 2nd day. You were utterly exhausted yesterday and slept soundly. During your confinement, you must consume only warm water, nothing cold. Shichi has already prepared it for you. Lady Tong spoke as she helped Jue'ercha recline against the layered bedding before turning to pour warm water. Jue'ercha seized the moment to secretly retrieve a postpartum recovery elixir from her dimension and ingest it. As she drank the warm water her mother offered, she discreetly swallowed the pill. During childbirth, she had been too hasty and had forgotten to drink water when she took the birth-assisting elixir, nearly choking herself. Now, the water facilitated the elixir's descent, providing much-needed relief. Having consumed the postpartum recovery elixir from her dimension, she anticipated that within a month, her body would be restored to its pre-pregnancy state, healthy and alluring both inside and out. "Mother, where are my sons? Bring them to me, so I can see them. His Majesty has decreed that the 3 young princes shall reside temporarily in the south chamber of the East Side Hall during their first month." Jue'ercha's curiosity piqued, and she gazed at the 3 little beings before her. Perhaps due to her years of consuming spiritual spring water, these 3 little ones were born just a week before their full term. Unlike typical multiple births, they were not premature. She carefully examined their faces, unable to discern whether they resembled her or Kangxi more, before reaching out to gently touch their swaddling clothes. Jue'ercha felt a pang of concern as she looked at the 3 slender children. Even the heaviest, her second son, weighed only a little over 3 pounds. "Mother, what did the imperial physician say? Do not fret too much during your confinement. The princes may appear frail, but they are robust in health." Lu Xiaolin examined them and assured us that the 3 young princes are healthy and will grow up safely. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of relief flickered in Jue'ercha's eyes. As long as the 3 children were fully developed, she could nourish them with spiritual spring water. 7 days after the 3 little ones were born, Jue'ercha began secretly feeding them spiritual spring water. They could not drink too much water, so Jue'ercha fed them 3 times a day, each time giving them only a small amount. Following palace regulations, Lady Tong left the palace and returned home half a month after Jue'ercha's delivery. Kangxi visited Chengxian Palace every day to see the children, but strangely, he never glanced at Jue'ercha, not even when speaking in the outer chamber. Jue'ercha initially looked forward to his visits, but as time wore on, she grew increasingly resentful. Eventually, she ceased thinking about him altogether. During this period, everyone in Chengxian Palace lived in trepidation. They simply could not fathom why the consort, who had just given birth to 3 young princes, had suddenly fallen out of favor with the emperor. Although the rewards for the birth were merely ordinary items according to regulations, fortunately, the 3rd-day celebration for the 3 young princes was a lively affair. Today marked the full month of the 3 little ones, and the full moon banquet was held in the Qing Palace. Government officials and ministers were among those invited, as well as the Jue'ercha clan, the consort's maternal family. Jue'ercha rose early, bathed, and began to groom and select her attire. This was her first public appearance since giving birth. Meanwhile, in the Qing Palace, Kangxi sat with his eyes closed, feigning sleep, his brow furrowed. The unusual sensation he had experienced during Jue'ercha and Appo's labor remained vivid in his memory. To feel such distress for a woman during childbirth was not befitting of an emperor. Kangxi slightly opened his eyes, picked up the prepared imperial edict, and headed towards the Palace of Compassionate Tranquility. Empress Dowager Bo Mubutai looked at her grandson sitting there, head down and silent. "Xianyi, you have already taken charge of the government, so you should make your own decisions on some matters." Grand Empress Dowager, the Jue'ercha clan of Chengxian Palace has given birth to 3 sons for me in 1 pregnancy, and can be named a concubine. You could just make your own decision. Grand Empress Dowager, grandson still has official duties to deal with, and will leave first. Chapter 25. The triplets' first month. Su Malagu stood beside the Empress Dowager only after Emperor Kangxi exited the Sinang Palace. "Your Majesty, are you concerned that the emperor may be swayed? In this world, which man would allow his affection for a woman to undermine the foundation of his empire? Had it not been for Hogg back in the day, the ministers would have voiced their grievances regarding the succession of the brothers. I had also permitted Dorgan to assist in the ascension of Feline. Otherwise, where would I, the Empress Dowager, stand? The Emperor Taizong cherished Helanzu, and yet I alongside Namazhong bore Feline and Boger. Emperor Shizong favored the Dongyi clan, After her entry into the palace, Qing, the consort, and the concubines Tang and Naihe, as well as Makito, bore him Changning, Qishou, Longxi, and Yongguan. Although Qishou passed away young, he was nonetheless a son of Emperor Shizong. The men of the Aizenjoro family are indeed passionate and affectionate, but lack fidelity. I merely worry that the emperor may find himself in a difficult position. Ever since the birth of the heir in the Qingwan palace, our Xuanya's heart has been troubled. Recently, the emperor discussed naming the 3 young princes with me in private. Sumala, please visit the Qianqing palace and convey to the emperor that I believe the names of the eldest, Qingrui, and the second, Qinghu, are quite fitting. However, the third should still be named the Mongolian name, Sankin. Yes. Sumala slightly bowed and turned, leaving the Empress Dowager to ponder in solitude within the hall. At this moment, in the cunning palace, the maid Suyu was assisting Empress Heshali with her hair. Lu Mama entered from outside the hall and approached the dressing table to pay her respects. Your Majesty, the Emperor's palanquin is headed this way. What brings him here at this hour? Empress Heshali inquired as she rose to greet him. Recently, she had successfully consummated her marriage with the Emperor. For nearly half a month, the Emperor had been staying overnight in the cunning palace. The concubines of the harem showed her increasing respect. She was content with her life and naturally paid no heed to the 3 young princes in Qingwan Palace, who had no claim to the throne. I pay my respects to the Emperor. May you have eternal peace. Rise. Kangxi personally helped Empress Heshali to her feet and turned to sit on the nearby Luohan couch. Empress Heshali took her place on the opposite side. After taking a sip of tea, the Emperor remarked, the triplets born to Wanaxi have contributed to the royal lineage. I intend to grant her the title of consort. Will your Majesty bestow her a title as a reward for her contributions? Upon observing the Empress's approval, Kangxi felt a sense of contentment, and his demeanor softened. Fanghua, what do you think of the character Jia? Your Majesty and the Jue'ercha clan are indeed a match made in heaven. Kangxi held the Empress's hand a moment longer without releasing it. Wanaxi is my first woman. She has also contributed to the heirs, so it is only natural that I think of her more. You are my Empress. No one in the harem can surpass you. Empress Heshali made an effort to smile. Is the Emperor considering changing the ranks within the harem? For now, let us maintain the ranks of the former Emperor's concubines. Meanwhile, in Qingwan Palace, Wanaxi was elegantly dressed and reclining on the Luohan couch, awaiting the arrival of a young eunuch to convey her to the Qianqing Palace. Unexpectedly, instead of the young eunuch, Liang Jiogong appeared. Consort Jia, please receive your decree. Thank you, eunuch. Wanaxi inclined her head slightly toward the scrolls and quickly approached to tuck a silver piece into Liang Jiogong's sleeve. Your days of fortune are yet to come. I take my leave. After Liang Jiogong and the young eunuchs departed, Wanaxi remained with a slight frown. Kangxi issued 2 edicts, one to grant her the title of Consort Jia, with the official ceremony to be held in a month, and the other to name the 3 children Qingrui, Qinghu, and Sankin. Historically, these 3 princes did not enjoy long lives. Wanaxi gazed at her 3 infants still in swaddling clothes, now visibly plumper after a month of nourishment. The trio of identical little ones was indeed charming. All servants, extend your congratulations to the consort. Everyone, please rise. Wanaxi observed her palace maids and eunuchs congratulating her, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Shichi, today marks a joyous occasion for me. The Qingwan Palace shall reward 3 months' salary. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. Shu will remain to oversee the Qingwan Palace. Shichi, Yanli, and Li Chengnan will accompany me to the Qianqing Palace. Wanaxi led the way, followed by the nursemaids carrying Qingrui, Qinghu, and Sankin, along with the palace maids attending them. These nursemaids and maids had been selected by Kangxi from the Internal Affairs Office. She had always trusted those she employed and remained vigilant against potential threats. Upon arriving at the Qianqing Palace, only the Emperor, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress had yet to arrive. Among the gathered women, a maid in a pink banner dress gracefully entered from outside the hall, momentarily distracting Wanaxi. This maid possessed a delicate, palm-sized face adorned with exquisite features, her skin as creamy and soft as milk. On her wrist, She wore exquisite white jade bangles that complemented her slender hands. It was difficult to discern whether the jade or her hands were more beautiful. Her bright, animated eyes radiated warmth, drawing one in with their enchanting allure. Beneath her ample attire, her graceful figure could not be concealed. Truly, she was a vision of beauty, captivating all who beheld her. Those present were astute individuals, and upon noticing the nursemaids following Wanaxi with the infants, their gazes instinctively shifted towards the Jue'ercha clan's female relatives. The Jue'ercha family had skillfully concealed this noble lady prior to the selection. I pay my respects to Consort Jia. May you have eternal peace. I pay my respects to Consort Jia. May you have eternal peace. Please rise. As Wanaxi spoke, she was guided by the young eunuch to her seat. In royal banquets, seating arrangements were strictly determined by rank. The emperor occupied the highest central position, with the empress dowager seated slightly to his left and the empress to his right. The empress dowager's left side was occupied by the empress, followed by the female relatives of the princes and other officials of third rank and above seated below her. Wanaxi, holding the highest position, sat slightly beneath the empress and turned her head to glance at Zhang's expression, which bore a hint of pride. Standing behind her, Shirshu leaned in to whisper, "Your Majesty, Zhang Gij was with child when you were in confinement. I did not expect the Internal Affairs Office to arrange the seating in such a manner." No matter. Wanaxi noticed Zhang's subtle satisfaction and leaned back in her chair, glancing at Olenara, who sat beside Zhang with an inscrutable expression. The Internal Affairs Office seemingly elevated the status of pregnant concubines, but remained unclear whose intention that was. Some with shallow insight might harbor jealousy towards Zhang's pregnancy. Chapter 26. The Triplets' 1-month Celebration. Part 2. Noble Consort Jia. Why did His Majesty not proclaim the imperial edicts in the Hall of Supreme Harmony? If it were only the decree for your elevation to a consort, it would suffice to announce it at Chengqian Palace. However, the edict bestowing names upon the 3 young princes was also not proclaimed at their 1-month celebration. Should the noble consort consider whether she has displeased the emperor? Anaki set down the chestnut cake she was holding and turned her head to look at Zhang Shi. Could there truly be such a foolish person in this world? Even if she had fallen out of favor with Kangxi, she was still a high-ranking consort from the Jue'ercha clan. Could this Zhang Shi have lost her mind from being pregnant? Seeing that Anaki did not respond, Zhang Shi's face revealed embarrassment, but she did not dare to continue speaking. Anaki glanced at her from time to time, a slight smile curving her eyes as she watched Zhang Shi's repressed appearance. Kangxi, sitting above, witnessed all of this and gently suppressed the corners of his mouth. They had not seen each other for a month, and the imperial offspring seemed to have added a few strands of liveliness to her. After several rounds of wine, the female relatives of the various households each found close friends to engage in quiet conversations. Anaki looked towards her mother and elder sister-in-law, who were sitting properly among the female relatives of the ministers, waiting for the two to come to her table. She stood up and instructed the wet nurse to bring the 3 young princes over. "Mother, elder sister-in-law, this one in the golden swaddling clothes is Cheng-Rui. The one in the rose-red swaddling clothes is Cheng-Hu, and the one in the dark blue swaddling clothes is Saint-Gan." Good. In just half a month, the imperial princes have grown even better. Tong Jiashi repeatedly exclaimed with joy, her eyes unwilling to move away from the 3 sleeping little ones. It was not until the end of the full moon banquet that Anaki had the opportunity to exchange a silent nod with her father, brothers, and younger brothers from afar as she passed by. Today was her auspicious day, and Kangxi, for the sake of the Jue'ercha clan's reputation, would come to Chengqian Palace to spend the night. After bathing, she kissed her 3 sons, who were sleeping soundly in their swaddling clothes. Instructing the wet nurse to take them down to be settled, she leaned against the Arhut bed in the eastern outer room alone. Her mind replayed Kangxi's neglect of her. He did not even proclaim the imperial edict bestowing names upon their sons at the full moon banquet. Anaki was unwilling to be so sentimental. But after being mocked by Zhang Shi, she felt a trace of resentment towards him in her heart. At this time, in Qianqing Palace, Kangxi put down the memorial in his hand and raised his hand to rub his brow. "What time is it?" Replying to Your Majesty, "It has just reached Su hour." After a while, Liang Jiugong, seeing that Kangxi was still silent, and had no other actions, stepped forward slightly. Your Majesty, today is the full moon celebration of the three young princes. Noble consort Jia is probably still hoping for your presence. Then we shall go and see her. Liang Jiugong was slightly stunned and quickly raised his foot, running to follow. Sun Duong, guarding outside the palace, saw the emperor approaching and was about to kneel and offer auspicious words. Kangxi glanced at him, causing him to quickly close his mouth. Sun Duong did not rise until the emperor entered the palace, then stood respectfully beside Liang Jiugong. When Kangxi entered, Anaki was leaning against the arhut bed in the eastern outer room, dozing off. Her small head, with her hair loosened, nodded off, unwilling to fall. This caused her dark, smooth long hair to ripple and spread out like dense seaweed. Shi Qi and Shi Shu noticed the emperor's distraction and took the lead in bowing respectfully and exiting the palace. Once only the two of them remained in the palace. Kangxi raised his foot and stepped forward, sitting on the edge of the arhut bed and gently embracing Anaki. Why didn't you sleep if you were sleepy? Your concubine was waiting for your majesty to come. Anaki did not open her eyes, reaching out to hold him tightly. Compared to the first time she embraced him, her waist seemed to be a bit firmer. She did not hear Kangxi speak for a long time, so she raised her head from his embrace and looked into his eyes. In an instant, she seemed to see a trace of pity in them. Anaki did not think much of it and nestled back into Kangxi's embrace. She was in the harem and had to vie for the emperor's favor. Moreover, she was very fond of Kangxi's body. Is your majesty displeased with Anaki? We have been busy with state affairs since we began to govern personally, neglecting you. We will not do so again in the future. Your majesty. Hearing these words, Anaki could not stop her tears from falling. She had come to understand what it meant to accompany a ruler as if accompanying a tiger. The young man before her could deny her face whenever he was in a bad mood. Kangxi looked at the person in his arms, silently shedding tears without speaking, and felt a dense, stinging pain in his heart. How fortunate it was to be a woman, shedding tears at will, causing people to feel so distressed. As he spoke, he lowered his head and deeply kissed Anaki's misty eyes. He picked her up and walked towards the inner room. Don't be in such a hurry to shed golden tears. It won't be too late to shed them later when you bathe with us. That night, the curtains of the canopy bed in the main hall of Chengxian Palace swayed, and the crimson waves rolled until late at night. The next day, Liang Jiugong, guarding outside the palace, saw that the time had arrived and braced himself to enter the palace, arriving outside the partition of the eastern outer room. Your Majesty, it's time to rise. Kangxi slowly opened his eyes and turned his head to look at the person in his arms. Throughout the entire eastern and western 6 palaces, there was not another woman as bold as her, daring to embrace him and fall asleep. Her body was wonderfully enchanting. She had just given birth to an imperial prince and had begun to be clingy and alluring, just as she was during her first imperial service. The 2 mounds in front were becoming increasingly difficult to grasp. Anaki vaguely sensed Kangxi getting up. When she woke up clearly and opened her eyes, he had already washed and dressed. She did not get up, hiding her sore body under the covers and turning her head to look at him. Is your majesty going to the morning court? Kangxi turned back, came to the canopied bed, leaned down, and gently kissed Anaki's delicate eyebrows. We will come to see you again later. Liang Jiugong, standing outside the partition, vaguely saw Kangxi leaning down. His breath hitched slightly. He served the emperor closely and had never seen him so reluctant to leave any concubine. In his heart, Liang Jiugong quietly raised Anaki's status even higher. Not long after Kangxi left, Anaki also braced her delicate body, washed, dressed, and took a concubine's palanquin to Cunning Palace to pay her respects. Whether she was favored in this harem or not, she had to get up at Mao hour, 5 o'clock, and go to Cunning Palace at Mao hour, 6 o'clock, to pay her respects. Kangxi placed great emphasis on rules, and she did not want to cross his bottom line at all. When Anaki entered Cunning Palace, the concubines with names and titles in the harem had already arrived. This concubine pays her respects to noble consort Jia. May the noble consort be well. Please rise quickly. She walked straight to the first grand chair on the left and sat down, no longer speaking. It was not until Empress Heshali walked out from the inner room that she rose and bowed respectfully with the other concubines. This concubines pay their respects to Her Majesty the Empress, May Her Majesty the Empress be blessed with peace. You may rise. Noble consort Jia. It has been some time since we last saw you. You look even more charming. This concubine is blessed by Her Majesty the Empress. Empress Heshali looked at Unaki, who was charming and bowing respectfully, and her heart sank slightly. Last night, Chengqian Palace had called for water 4 times. The emperor mostly called for water once in other palaces. It was rare for it to be twice, but the Jue'ercha clan of Chengqian Palace was different. The Empress Dowager and the Empress Dowager liked tranquility, so they had allowed the concubines of the harem to visit and greet them only on the 1st and 15th of each month. The Empress was busy managing the affairs of the harem, and after a while, she dismissed the concubines to return to their palaces. Chapter 27. Life in the palace outside, the Ning Palace. Olanala gazed thoughtfully at the departing carriage of Wanaxi. Although the emperor appeared to disregard the favored concubine, he had not ceased sending valuable gifts to the Chengqian Palace. If the imperial consorts were to be granted titles, they would hardly concern themselves with where the decree was proclaimed. Upon returning to the Chengqian Palace, Wanaxi found her 3 little princes fast asleep. Nianli, noticing her heading straight to the eastern side hall, promptly ordered someone to attend to her hand-washing needs. After cleansing her hands, Wanaxi approached the cradle, where these 3 identical little ones, bearing a striking resemblance to her, lay. Nanny? She called. Your Highness, I am here. In the evenings when the emperor does not stay at Chengqian Palace, the 3 little princes will sleep with me. Should they feel hungry, you may enter the hall to nurse them. Yes, I shall remember your command. Wanaxi watched the children for a while before rising to enter the main hall. She languidly reclined on the couch in the eastern outer chamber, casting her gaze towards Shu and Shichi, who stood nearby. Pay close attention to the nanny. Do not let her harbor any resentment that may lead to harm against Cheng Rui, Cheng Hu, and Sayin Shahan. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall take a brief rest. When the breakfast offerings return, you may share them among yourselves. Do not summon me. Shichi, you personally go to the Imperial Medical Institute and ask Wang Ruben for a pregnancy preventive potion. As she spoke, Wanaxi entered the inner chamber, where Shu assisted her in removing her outer garments. Reclining on the bed, she feigned sleep, reflecting on the many events that had transpired in the palace during her confinement. Kangxi had consummated his marriage with Empress Heshali, and Zhang had conceived the imperial heir. Historically, this child was destined to be the emperor's first daughter. Now, her own sons were named Cheng Rui, Cheng Hu, and Sayin Shahan by Kangxi. The 3 little ones bore identical features, their brows and eyes distinctly resembling her own. Although unrelated to the historical figures, they had inherited their names, indicating that Kangxi recognized only the imperial sons, irrespective of their birth mothers. Maya had yet to enter the palace, and it was uncertain whether her fate had been altered by Wanaxi's reincarnation. Given such a significant change, Wanaxi found it impossible to rely solely on the historical records she remembered. As these thoughts drifted through her mind, she gradually succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, in the Qianqing Palace, Kangxi and Appo's expression darkened as he reviewed the memorials in his hands. This year he had achieved his desire to govern, yet Aobai continually constrained him. If this continued, would the Aizenjoro clan's Qing dynasty be forced to adopt the Jue'ercha surname? Your Majesty, Wang Ruben, the physician, seeks an audience, came the announcement. Kangxi paused his writing, leaning back in his chair and closing his eyes. Let him in. Your command shall be obeyed. Upon entering, Wang Ruben observed the emperor with his eyes shut and beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow. What he was about to say might not be well received by his majesty. Your servant pays his respects. May your majesty enjoy eternal peace. Do not stand on ceremony. Your majesty, Shichi from Chengqian Palace has come to the Imperial Medical Institute to request a pregnancy preventive potion. Kangxi continued to twirl the ring on his finger, the hall remaining silent for an extended period. Finally, as Wang Ruben's legs began to ache from kneeling, he heard a soft sigh. Let her do as she wishes, but do not harm her health. Your servant obeys and takes his leave. Wang Ruben understood who she was, rising to return to the Imperial Medical Institute to personally brew the potion. Kangxi had spent 3 consecutive nights at Chengqian Palace. He soon resumed favoring other concubines, including the 1st and 15th days of each month, Empress Heshali spent 10 nights with him, while Wanaxi had 5 nights, with Ulanala, Zhaojiadong, and Heshali each enjoying 2 nights. The remainder of the time, Kangxi slept alone in the Qingxing palace. With Zhang pregnant with the imperial heir, Kangxi occasionally visited her palace. As the Empress Dowager was still alive, and Empress Heshali possessed both status and means, no concubine dared to overtly compete for favor. Life passed by a leisurely pace. One night in Qian Palace, as the curtains of the bed were drawn open, Wanaxi lay sweating in Kangxi's embrace, too drowsy to open her eyes. Outside the hall, Liang Jiogong hurried in. "Your Majesty, the maid from Jingren Palace has sent word that Miss Zhang has entered the delivery room." "Your Majesty," Wanaxi slowly lifted her head, responding to Liang Jiogong's announcement. "I shall go to Jingren Palace to take a look. You need not rise." She was unaware of the hour Kangxi would return, only remembering his embrace and whispered words in her ear. "Wanaxi, do give me a daughter." When she next opened her eyes, it was time to rise and prepare to pay respects at Kuan Palace. Shu assisted her in sitting before the dressing table. "Your Highness, what hairstyle shall we wear today? Let us style a simple bun and adorn it with the set of jade headpieces the Emperor bestowed a few days ago. I shall wear the moon-white mink fur robe and cloak for my dowry." "Yes, your servant will fetch the garments right away." Shichi was also busy, helping Wanaxi with her hair. Previously, she had been the best at hairstyling in the manor, since she had not entered the palace. She and Shu often attended to the hairstyle of their mistress. "Your Highness, last night Ms. Zhang in Jingren Palace gave birth to the imperial first daughter. In the morning, did the Emperor seem pleased when he departed?" "He appeared joyful." Wanaxi recalled Kangxi and Appo's words whispered in her ear. She had not deliberately concealed her consumption of the potion. Was he inquiring about her attitude towards conceiving again? The more she pondered, the more improbable it seemed, so she resolved to think no further on it. Time passed gradually. The Kuan Palace buzzed with activity as the concubines came to pay their respects. Today, why did the favored concubine not bring the 3 little princes along? "It has been quite some time since I last saw them." In response to Her Majesty the Empress, your servant left while the little ones were still asleep. Occasionally, Wanaxi would take Chung Rui, Chung Hu, and Sayin Chahan to pay respects at Sinang Palace. They had also visited Kuan Palace. Recently, they celebrated their first birthday, though Kangxi had decreed against a grand affair, opting instead for a family feast in Qingxing Palace. The Empress observed the 3 little princes, each clutching a book in one hand and a dagger in the other, and her smile grew ever more radiant. After returning from her audience, Wanaxi noticed Liang Jiogong waiting outside the hall. She smiled and nodded before stepping inside. Upon reaching the partition, she saw her 3 sons clinging to their father's legs, gazing up at him with wide eyes. Suppressing her emotions, Wanaxi bowed. "Your servant pays her respects to the Emperor. May your Majesty enjoy eternal peace. Come sit upon the couch. Your servant is grateful to your Majesty." Wanaxi rose, picking up each of her sons in turn and placing them on the couch. To facilitate their walking practice, the eastern outer and inner chambers were covered with leather rugs. Now, the 3 little ones sat on the couch, their chins barely reaching the table's surface, gazing up at Wanaxi with pitiful eyes. Unable to resist, she gathered all 3 and placed them in Kangxi's arms, startling him into instinctively holding them close, fearing they might fall. "Father, father, hug me, father. You all are so well behaved." Chapter 28, Life Within the Palace. Part 2. This marked Emperor Kangxi's inaugural experience cradling an infant, rendering his movements somewhat awkward. Princes Qingrui, Qinghu, and Inch Han, seemingly oblivious to their imperial father's unease, clung to him with an endearing reluctance to be parted. Kangxi cast a fleeting glance at consort Wanaxi, who remained seated beside him, offering no assistance. Ultimately, he resolved not to relinquish his hold on his 3 sons. The diminutive figures nestled closely around Kangxi, and the quartet engaged in intermittent conversation, a scene that gradually instilled a sense of tranquility within Wanaxi's heart. Kangxi, both the son of heaven and a man, harbored a natural affection for his offspring. The 3 young princes, just beginning to articulate themselves, eagerly sought to converse, albeit with limited linguistic capabilities. Kangxi, in turn, indulged them with patient encouragement. Has your majesty partaken of the morning repast? Might you desire to partake of some more with your concubine? Liang Jiogong, arrange for the provision of sustenance. Your servant obeys. Liang Jiogong responded, his voice amplified as he bowed reverently and departed the hall, accompanied by a retinue of junior eunuchs, toward the imperial kitchen. Wulenaxi turned her gaze toward Kangxi, who was presently engrossed in bestowing affectionate kisses upon his sons. Might your majesty deign to grant your concubine a small kitchen? Qingrui, Qinghu, and inch Han harbor a fondness for steamed eggs. A private kitchen would afford me greater convenience in catering to their preferences. Kangxi, well versed in the rhythms of palace cuisine, recognized that while the provision of snacks for the imperial household was commonplace, the procurement of steamed eggs at any hour would necessitate a departure from established protocol. Ordinarily, the morning meal was consumed between the hours of Mao, 5 o'clock a.m., and C, 9 o'clock a.m. By the time of Wu, 11 o'clock a.m., the imperial kitchen would cease preparations for breakfast. The evening repast typically occurred during the Wei period, 1 p.m. to 3 o'clock p.m., and any resumption of cooking after this juncture would constitute a breach of regulations. An evening snack was indeed served around Yuchu, 5 o'clock p.m., but as darkness deepened, the imperial kitchen refrained from operating its stoves to mitigate the risk of fire. Consequently, the evening fare primarily consisted of pastries. To request the imperial kitchen to ignite its fires solely for the preparation of steamed eggs would be a violation of protocol. While such an indulgence might be permissible on occasion, its sustained practice would inevitably subject Wulenaxi to criticism for disregarding established norms. Palace regulations stipulated that the expenses incurred by the private kitchens maintained by the various consorts were to be borne by the consorts themselves. Henceforth, I shall allocate 500 taels from my personal treasury for your discretionary use each year. Your Majesty, do you intend to bestow upon your concubine a private annual stipend of 500 taels? What? Do you doubt my sincerity? Your concubine holds unwavering faith in your Majesty. Your Majesty is most gracious to your concubine. As Wulenaxi spoke, she impulsively rose and embraced Kangxi and Appo's arm, pressing her entire being against him. The three young princes, who had been engrossed in their activities near their imperial father, were momentarily taken aback. Wulenaxi, unconcerned with adherence to protocol, believed that her children would derive a sense of security and contentment from witnessing the affection between their mother and father. Since her arrival at the palace, the Grand Empress Dowager had taken the initiative to grant her the entitlements of a noble consort. Although she was now formally recognized as a consort, she continued to enjoy the privileges she had previously held. The annual allowance for a noble consort amounted to 600 taels of silver, and Kangxi and Appo's private subsidy nearly equaled this sum. Even the empress residing in the Palace of Earthly Tranquility received an annual allowance of only 1,000 taels. Does your Majesty extend such generosity solely to your concubine? What? Do you seek to contend for such favor? Kangxi, observing the delight radiating from the person before him, could not resist a smile and gently brushed his nose against her own. Wulenaxi embraced Kangxi's arm, leaning against him as she gazed at her three sons, who were now engrossed in play on the other side of the heated brick bed. She silently resolved that, given Kangxi and Appo's allocation of 500 taels from his personal funds for her use, she would need to curtail her expenditures in other areas. In the future, she would endeavor to send more delicacies to the Palace of Heavenly Purity and craft additional undergarments and sachets for him, lest he perceive her as being indifferent to his well-being. Your concubine expresses her gratitude for your Majesty's benevolence. Kangxi, observing Wulenaxi and Appo's countenance as she shifted her head from his shoulder to his embrace, could only offer a helpless expression. Casting a glance at his sons, who remained oblivious to the situation, he abandoned his intention to disentangle himself from her embrace. His imperial progeny were still young, lacking an understanding of the importance of adhering to regulations. As they matured, he would undoubtedly cease indulging the person in his arms with such displays of informality in their presence. Your Majesty, shall we proceed with the serving of the meal? Liang Jiogong's inquiry caused Kangxi's hand, which had been caressing Wulanaxi's raven tresses, to pause momentarily. Without betraying any displeasure, he gently patted her slender waist, signaling her to rise and partake of the repast. Kangxi clasped Wulanaxi's hand as they traversed the central hall and entered the dining chamber located in the western outer room. The wet nurses had placed Qing Hu, and Inch-hun in their designated high chairs. Kangxi, observing his three sons uniformly grasping their small porcelain spoons and independently consuming the steamed eggs from their bowls, appeared intrigued. Has it been so long since I last dined at the palace of heavenly favor that they have learned to feed themselves? Perhaps they take after your concubine. My mother has recounted that I was quite active as a child and insisted on doing many things myself. Wulanaxi, as she spoke, could not help but cast a slightly guilty glance at her three unsuspecting sons before selecting a piece of spare rib and commencing her meal with earnestness. She intended not only for her sons to feed themselves, but also to wean them in the coming days. These intentions, however, Wulanaxi would not yet disclose. Kangxi, burdened with myriad affairs of state, could scarcely monitor the precise times at which his imperial progeny partook of their wet nurse's milk. He would only inquire as to the frequency of their feedings. By the time he discovered that she had unilaterally weaned their sons, Qing Hu, and Inch-hun would likely have successfully completed the process. Currently, each of the three young princes was attended to by 8 matrons, 8 wet nurses, as well as individuals specializing in needlework, laundering, and the maintenance of lamps and stoves. The retinue dedicated solely to the care of the imperial princes numbered 40 individuals. In total, a contingent of 120 individuals ministered to their needs. While she would not interfere with the duties of the others, she intended to distance the wet nurses from her sons as soon as possible. What sense did it make for the children she had borne with Kangxi to be more intimate with outsiders than with their own parents? Chapter 29. Life in the Palace 3. After the meal, Wulanaxi turned back to the hall only when she could no longer see the figure of Kangxi. She washed her hands and then sat on the Luohan couch, playing with her sons. Kangxi would not be staying in the Chengxian Palace tonight, which allowed her to spend the night with her 3 sons. According to the customs of the great Qing dynasty, princes must leave the inner palace upon turning 6, moving to the eastern and western quarters of Qianlong. Thus, the time left for her to share a close bond with her children was fleeting. While she yearned for Kangxi's presence, prolonged absence would take its toll on her. Spending time with her sons was of greater significance. As the hour of Su approached in the Qianqing Palace, Liang Jiogong glanced at Kangxi, who was engrossed in his reading. Hesitantly, he stepped forward and performed the proper salutation. Your Majesty, little Linzi from the Office of Deference is waiting outside. Come in, replied Kangxi, shifting his gaze to the green headplate raised by the young eunuch. After a moment of contemplation, he reached for the green headplate and ultimately opened the one belonging to the Ulanara clan beside it. I obey your command and take my leave, the young eunuch said, exiting the Qianqing Palace while Kangxi set aside his book. Leaning slightly against the dragon throne, he reflected on Aobai, who had loyally aided the Taizong Emperor in his conquests. The Gargia clan had rendered significant service to the Aizenjoro family. However, Aobai's arrogance was troubling. Though he harbored no treasonous intent, his lust for power was palpable. If Aobai remained loyal, what of the descendants of the Gargia clan? Such matters demanded careful deliberation. Meanwhile, in the Chengxian Palace, Wulanaxi watched her 3 sons frolicking around her and could not help but reach out to them for a tender embrace. If we do not cherish these moments now, when you grow up, you will hardly allow me to be close. She sighed. Your father forbids me from giving you pet names, which is rather dull. Thankfully, he is considerate of us, and once the small kitchen is established tomorrow, I will send word to Grandma Guoluo to have the Ministry of Internal Affairs supply grain, vegetables, and meat for our small kitchen in the Chengxian Palace. The estate is part of my dowry, and I am sure your father and I can provide for you all in good health. Now, let's drink some water and then sleep. In the room, only Wulanaxi and her sons were present. She got up to fetch a covered bowl from her dressing table and fed her 3 sons the spiritual spring water before coaxing them to sleep. Time swiftly passed, and this eve marked the New Year's Eve of Kangxi's 8th year. A grand feast was set in the Qianqing Palace. where nobles and their families were expected to partake in the festivities. Qing Hu, and Sain Cha'an, now 2 years old, were at the age where they delighted in outdoor adventures, eagerly anticipating each day for playtime. Wenaxi, once seldom leaving the Chengqian palace, now took her little princes for strolls in the imperial garden daily. "Mother, hurry, hurry. The ancestors say tonight and Appo's banquet will be splendid, and Sain Chan has yet to experience a New Year's Eve feast." Wenaxi looked down at her youngest son, who clung to her legs, and smiled, reaching out to gently tap his forehead. "If you hold on a mother's leg, how can I walk?" As she spoke, she glanced at the nanny Qijia, signaling her to lift the young prince. After weaning, the children had replaced their wet nurses with eunuchs, keeping only 2 nannies, while the rest were swapped for palace maids. They also ensured a thorough background check on all caregivers, which provided her with some peace of mind. At the foot of the steps to the Qing palace, Wenaxi observed the approaching royal procession of the empress. Standing still to pay her respects, she turned her head to glance at her 3 sons, smiling as she reached out to pat their little heads adorned with sable hats. "Remember to pay your respects to the empress." Chapter 30. Life in the palace. "For I humbly pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress, wishing her long-lasting peace and prosperity. Qing has seen the empress, and may she be blessed. He has also greeted the secondary consort, Heshali. Qing Hu has seen the empress, and may she be blessed. He has also greeted the secondary consort, Heshali. Sankahin has seen the empress, and may she be blessed. He has also greeted the secondary consort, Heshali." Supporting the empress's arm, Heshali Gij swiftly turned her body to avoid the courtesies of the 3 young princes. Given her rank, she dared not accept the prince's homage. The empress observed the 3 little ones bowing and displayed a stiff expression. The 3 young princes and the favored consort were urged to rise quickly, lest they succumb to the harsh winter chill. "I thank your majesty, the empress." The empress discreetly surveyed the servants kneeling behind the 3 young princes. Not a single servant was retained by the favored consort for her own use. The Jue'ercha clan certainly possesses considerable prowess. "I humbly pay my respects to the favored consort." Wishing her well, "Please rise quickly." Wenaxi smiled at Heshali Gij, who was bowing to her. Although she too bore the Heshali surname, she belonged to a different lineage than the empress's maternal family. Within the palace, only she and the empress, along with Heshali Gij, hailed from the Manchu 8 banners. The empress esteemed Heshali Gij, and she willingly aligned herself with the empress. Wenaxi took her seat, and the young princes Qing Hu, and Sainkahin, still in their tender years, sat beside her. The charcoal fire in Qianqing Palace was robust, and the 3 sons were swathed in sable fur to prevent them from falling ill due to the cold. Wenaxi personally removed their sable cloaks, hats, scarves, and gloves. The 5-finger gloves, which had sold remarkably well in her dowry shop, were deemed suitable for winter military campaigns. Upon seeing them on her sons, Kangxi ordered their widespread adoption in the army. The 3 little ones huddled together, their youthful energy causing them to tumble and play in a delightful manner. Wenaxi sampled a piece of jujube cake from the table, but found it unpalatable. She then offered it to Qing, who hesitated for a moment before obediently opening his mouth to take a bite. Following suit, Qing Hu and Sainkahin joined in, helping Wenaxi finish the piece of jujube cake. Kangxi, seated at the head of the table, observed the scene with an involuntary smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The Empress Dowager, who greatly cherished the 3 young princes, could not contain her joy as she watched them seated together, plump and lively. The princes and princesses offered New Year's greetings to the Emperor, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress. As Liang Jiogong's words echoed, Wenaxi turned to the nurse beside her sons, signaling them to carry the 3 young princes to the center of the hall. In the palace, with Qing Hu, Sainkahin, and the eldest princess present, they exchanged auspicious words before proceeding to pay their respects to the princes of various households. The youngest princess, still quite small, was carried by her wet nurse, who then retreated to stand beside Zhang. Zhang had given birth to the eldest princess, who had been elevated to the title of Little Fortune Consort and had sat beside Wenaxi during the New Year's Eve banquet. Anaxi's gaze remained fixed on her sons as the nurse placed the three young princes in the center of the hall before withdrawing. The three little ones, unafraid, performed their bows with decorum. Qing proclaimed, "I wish the Empress Dowager, father, mother, and the Empress a happy new year, good health, and all wishes fulfilled." Qing echoed, "I wish the Empress Dowager, father, mother, and the Empress a happy new year, good health, and all wishes fulfilled." Seikan followed suit, "I wish the Empress Dowager, father, mother, and the Empress a happy new year, good health, and all wishes fulfilled." Dressed in heavy garments, they managed without the assistance of maidens, bowing and reciting auspicious phrases. Once they finished, they could no longer maintain their balance and tumbled to the ground, prompting laughter from their four elders above. The innocence of children is always endearing, and even the Empress's smile grew more genuine. Their falls elicited no anger. Qing raised his small head to look up at Kangxi seated above. Anaxi felt a pang in her heart and turned her gaze toward the attendants Shi, Shi, and Yanli beside her, signaling them to follow the agreed-upon plan. If the three young princes showed any signs of wanting to be held by the emperor, they should promptly intervene and take them to change their clothes. "Father, my mother instructed me to dress Qing and my brothers like little balls." As he spoke, he slowly extended his small finger to indicate his brothers, inviting everyone to look. Laughter erupted in the Qing palace, for only Kangxi dared to laugh so freely. The palace banquet became increasingly relaxed due to the antics of the three little ones, and the Empress Dowager waved them over with a beaming smile. "Come sit with your great-grandmother." The three little ones, emboldened, approached without fear, having spent the most time in the Sinang Palace apart from their daily life in the Chengxian Palace. Given the Jia and Apos, Jue'ercha clan and Apos, illustrious military achievements, it was only fitting for the three princes to attend the New Year's Eve banquet at the Chengxian Palace. "This is your Guoloma and your eldest aunt." "Greetings, Guoloma. Greetings, eldest aunt." The three little ones performed their greetings with charming earnestness. "I pay my respects to the three elder princes, wishing them long-lasting peace and prosperity." Tongjia, accompanied by Majiashu, performed the formalities before embracing Qing, Qinghu, and Seikan in turn. The three boys, well-behaved, nestled quietly in their Guoloma's embrace without causing a stir. "Mother, how did the match for Dekjike and Erdamu go?" After last year's grand selection, several flower-viewing banquets had been held at home, yet no suitable matches have been found. "Your two younger brothers, one civil and one military, are set to participate in the provincial examinations. They are only 13. We have time to seek out suitable matches." However, Yaliki did not succeed last year and has returned home to seek a match on her own. Has she found someone to her liking? Anaxi's expression grew serious as she contemplated her younger cousin's age. It is not easy for a secondary daughter of a fourth-rank scholar to secure a high marriage. Unlike Falana, Yaliki has an elder sister. Tongjia laid down her grandchildren, as royal children should not be held for too long. Majiashu, noticing her mother-in-law was momentarily speechless, turned to Anaxi with a smile. "My younger aunt wishes to find a family of equal standing for a marriage." Her younger uncle seemed somewhat reluctant, likely unwilling to settle for a match of equal standing for his younger cousin. "Isn't the daughter of the Budak cousin from the Door branch not a legitimate offspring? My younger aunt seems to want to select a son from the Urgura branch whose status is comparable to that of my younger uncle." However, my younger uncle did not agree, but instead wished to arrange Yaliki's match with a son from the Neohura branch. Though from different branches, they are of the same lineage. This angered my younger aunt, leading her to scold daily at home, ultimately derailing this match. Chapter 31. Life in the Palace 5. The thought of marrying the legitimate son to the concubine daughter from the same clan was conceived by the mother of Yalichi's cousin. Among the families being considered, the Nuyilu clan stood out with a distinguished heritage, as the father held the esteemed position of a fourth-rank deputy minister in the Dali Temple, wielding considerable power. Your elder brother remarked that as long as it does not bring calamity to the family, we shall not interfere in the matters of our uncles and aunts. Sister-in-law, once the younger brothers find suitable matches, remember to send word to the palace. Rest assured, my lady, as Winaxi chatted with her mother and sister-in-law about mundane matters, she faintly heard a soft, retching sound behind her. Turning, she caught sight of Ulanara sitting diagonally behind her. Was she hoping to announce her pregnancy with an auspicious event on New Year's Eve? As the banquet concluded, the ministers and their families began to leave the palace in accordance with custom. Wenaxi did not linger, taking her 3 sons back to the Chengxian palace on a palanquin. That night, Kangxi would be staying in Kuan Palace with the empress. After personally bathing her sons and allowing the wet nurse to assist her in getting cleaned up, she finally nestled into the bed with her 3 sons, feeling utterly content with her current life. The provisions from her dowry farm provided ample vegetables and grains for the small kitchen, and she could also fetch meals from the imperial kitchen daily. Kangxi was generous with her, willing to privately supplement her with silver, and good offerings from the Ministry of Internal Affairs were always shared with her. She found herself yearning for Kangxi, who visited Chengxian Palace every few days to spend the night. "Mother, tell us a story. If you don't, my brothers and I will fall asleep." Wenaxi, under the dim candlelight, looked at her second son, whose eyes were heavy with sleep. She bent down to gently kiss his little nose. "Today, Mother will tell you the story of the foolish old man who moved mountains. Once upon a time, there was a..." By the time Shichi entered to extinguish the candlelight, Wenaxi and her 3 sons were already lying closely together, sound asleep. The next day, Wenaxi rose as usual to pay her respects in Kuan Palace. It was the first day of the Lunar New Year, and the concubines were taken by Empress Heshali to Sinang Palace. Upon their arrival, they found that the Empress Dowager had already arrived ahead of them. The Empress Dowager seldom summoned concubines to her residence in Shokong Palace, preferring to visit Sinang Palace early each day to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager. Over time, the concubines learned how to navigate this routine. Your servant concubine pays her respects to the Empress Dowager. May you have long-lasting peace. Your servant pays her respects to the Empress Dowager. May you be blessed with longevity. All formalities were waived. Bimabutai gazed at the 3 little great-grandsons sleeping in the wet nurse and Appo's arms, then turned to look at Sumarala. "Quickly take Qingrui, Qinghu, and Sayan Chown to the inner chamber to sleep." Wenaxi observed as the wet nurses carried her 3 sons away with Sumarala, and she subtly signaled to Shichi and Shu to follow and keep an eye on the princes, leaving only Yanli by her side. "Jiafei, today is the first day of the new year, so it is an exception. In the future, you must not bring them out to pay respects while they are asleep. The health of the princes is of utmost importance. These young children require diligent care. It is bitterly cold outside. We must ensure they do not catch a chill. Your servant humbly obeys the Empress Dowager and Appo's decree." Wenaxi and Appo's face remained composed, yet her heart brimmed with joy. Before spring, she had no intention of taking her 3 sons to Kuan Palace for greetings. The early rising was simply too taxing for growing children. Ulanara had been diagnosed with a pregnancy the night before. She must take good care of herself in the harsh winter. The other concubines, upon hearing this, displayed genuine delight on their faces. Your servant concubine wishes to congratulate the Emperor, Empress Dowager, Empress, and Ulanara on this joyful occasion. Wenaxi rose with the other concubines to pay her respects. Today, the Emperor and Empress would dine with the Empress Dowager. They spent some time conversing in Sinang Palace, and Wenaxi was the first to rise and take her leave. In the main hall of Chengxian Palace, she glanced at her 3 sons, still peacefully asleep, and signaled for the wet nurses to carry them to the inner chamber and place them on the bed. Shichi and Yanli. Today, the entire Chengxian Palace will receive an additional 2 months' salary to spread some cheer. Yes, I will take care of it right away. Wenaxi allowed Shu to assist her in removing her hairpin and changing out of her formal attire into her inner garments. Kangxi would not be visiting Chengxian Palace. She did not frequently interact with other concubines. For now, she decided to lie down and rest with her sons for a while, planning to freshen up after dinner and then return to sleep. Mother, mother, mother. Wenaxi, drifting in and out of slumber, was stirred by the chorus of her 3 little voices. Slowly, she opened her eyes to see the 3 little ones perched on her side, gazing at her. She then closed her eyes again, prompting them to snuggle closer against her, reluctant to get up. Wenaxi opened her arms, enveloping them in a warm embrace until they settled down. "Who is outside?" Replying to the lady, "It is your servant Yanli." Replying to the lady, "It is your servant Shichi." "What time is it?" Replying to the lady, it is nearly dawn. Jue'ercha has already gone to the imperial kitchen to fetch meals. Please have the little kitchen prepare a dish of braised pork and a dish of yellow braised lamb, with a larger portion. The Qing palace will have 2 additional dishes today. Understood. Yanli bowed and smiled as she headed toward the little kitchen. Meanwhile, in Sinang Palace, Kangxi was dining with the Empress, accompanying the Empress Dowager and the Empress. The hall was quiet, and as Kangxi chewed on beef, he could not help but think of the people in Qing Palace. He had chided her for her lack of decorum during meals, and she would then keep silent for several days. Eventually, time would pass, and she would revert to her original self. He could only advise her to dismiss the servants during meals, ensuring they did not witness her disregard for propriety. Your Majesty, you have already taken 3 pieces of the cherry pork yam. It would be quite improper to consume more. Kangxi, lost in thoughts of Jue'ercha, unconsciously reached for another piece of the cherry pork yam closest to him. Hearing the Empress's words, he merely smiled and nodded, maintaining a facade of respect for Jue'ercha, though his gaze remained devoid of romantic affection. Bimo Butai observed the interaction between her grandson and granddaughter-in-law and turned to look at Kikij beside her. The affection of powerful men is indeed a rare treasure. Just as it was for Emperor Shizu, so it is for the youthful emperor of today. With the festive season passing, Jue'ercha need not remain confined to Qing Palace. Soon, the joyful atmosphere of the new year would gradually settle into tranquility. My lady, the matron has sent a letter into the palace. Jue'ercha took the letter from Shichi's hands and unfolded it to read. The more she read, the broader her smile became. Shichi, in 2 months, we will welcome the marriage of Dekjike to the youngest daughter of the Misai Han family. Erdamu will marry the eldest granddaughter of the first-class light cavalry officer Luo Shua, and the sister of Ordu will also be his wife. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, they have reached the age of marriage and children. The 2 young lords in our household are promising, and the ladies of various families are diligently seeking suitable matches for them. The engagements with the Fucha and Dong and Appos, families are surely well regarded by our esteemed parents. Chapter 32. Life in the Palace 6 do remind me of the time. I wish to personally select exquisite wedding gifts for Dekujike and Erdium. The servant acknowledges. As time flows, Jue'ercha lies upon the soft bed, gazing at the young Emperor Kangxi, who has his eyes tightly shut, resting against her waist. Tentatively, she extends her delicate hands and gently caresses his brows and eyes. Just 2 months prior, after the grand wedding of Dekujike and Erdium, he had confined Albai for life. For nearly 2 years, Erdium had been diligently assisting Kangxi in practicing the art of buku, and he had contributed to Albai's confinement. Yesterday at noon, Albai had perished unexpectedly in his place of imprisonment, causing the youthful sovereign before her to lose his smile. Did the emperor order punishment upon him? For the Aizenjoro clan, he had rendered significant service. How could I possibly impose punishment upon him? Kangxi remained with his eyes closed. When he was confined, he did not resist. Jue'ercha listened intently, her hands gently exploring his face. Had Albai resisted that day, would the emperor feel less anguish now? As soon as her words fell, Kangxi suddenly opened his eyes. His piercing gaze caused her heart to constrict. She could not help but inwardly chastise herself for her recklessness. In a moment of desperation, she gently nestled Kangxi's head back onto the soft pillow, burying her face in his embrace, unwilling to reveal herself. After a while, she heard a resigned sigh emanate from above her. Her heart eased slightly. When you provoke me, you hide. Yet when you are peering into the emperor's heart, I did not see you fearful. Kangxi raised his hand, gently stroking Jue'ercha's silky, lustrous hair. Albai, a veteran of 3 reigns, had followed the Taizong and achieved remarkable military exploits, serving the Shirzong with unwavering loyalty. In life, he had never harbored treasonous intentions against me. However, as an emperor, I cannot allow anyone to slumber beside my throne. No matter how arrogant Albai was, I had never contemplated taking his life. Yet he allowed himself to perish from anger in confinement. Listening to Kangxi and Appos, as voice grows softer, Jue'ercha slowly lifted her head to gaze at his slumbering visage. Each time Kangxi spent the night in Qing Palace, she was exhausted to the point of being unable to lift a finger. This was the first time she had the strength to listen to him speak afterwards. The following day, as Anaxi assisted Kangxi in donning his court attire. She subtly observed his complexion. She gazed at the spirited young emperor before her and couldn't help but question whether last night had merely been her imagination. After bidding farewell to Kangxi, Anaxi tidied herself and led her 3 sons along with palace attendants to Qing Palace. Today was the first day of the month. Typically, the 3 young princes would not visit their mother daily. However, it was rather irregular not to pay respects on the 1st and 15th of each month without valid reason. Upon entering the main hall of Qing Palace, Empress Heshali had yet to emerge. "Greetings, Consort Jia," she said. "Stand up, everyone," Anaxi instructed, taking her seat and awaiting the Empress's arrival. "Cheng Rui, Qing Hu, Sain Chahan, pay your respects to the esteemed consorts." The lower-ranking concubines in the palace were unaccustomed to receiving such honors from the princes and hurriedly stepped aside. The 3 little ones were indifferent to the formality. After bowing, they climbed onto the grand chair carried in by the eunuchs and settled themselves comfortably. Their little feet dangled in the air, unable to resist a playful swing. The synchronized movements of the 3 children brought smiles to the faces of those in the hall. The consort had raised the 3 princes to be plump and healthy, and there was no one in the palace who did not praise them. "If this child in my womb can be as healthy as his 3 brothers, I shall find contentment. Yet you must also be able to give birth to a healthy prince." In the atmosphere of camaraderie among the 3 young princes, these words struck a discordant note. The eldest, daughter-born of Lady Zhang, had a frail constitution, and the emperor was particularly attentive to the royal offspring, inquiring about her well-being every few days. This caused Lady Zhang to become increasingly overbearing, and the other consorts, knowing she was the mother of the eldest princess, were unwilling to confront her, allowing her to speak with increasing impudence. "Your servant consort pays respects to the empress. May the empress be blessed with longevity. May the empress be blessed with longevity." Heshali, upon hearing the commotion outside, stepped out from within. Anaxi suppressed her indignation and stood to join the others in saluting. "I heard your disputes from within. Your well-being is paramount for bearing children for the emperor. We will heed the empress and Apos' guidance. Please take your seats." In a few days, the daughter of the Mongolian Korchin Prince Jue'ercha Borjigit will enter the palace. Her father, the 3rd-rank Taiji Ayuxi, is a cousin of the Empress Dowager. The quarters of Yongshou Palace have been thoroughly prepared for her arrival. Once she settles in, my sisters may visit to bring joy. We shall follow your command. With the sun shining brightly and spring in full bloom, Anaxi did not take her sons in the palanquin, but walked directly back to Qingxian Palace. They made their way to the imperial garden, where the 3 little ones frolicked joyfully. Shichi and Yanli hastily followed along with the wet nurses. Though Cheng Rui, Qing Hu, and Sain Chahan bore identical appearances and could not inherit the throne, Anaxi remained vigilant, fearing encounters with those who harbored madness, regretting it too late. Seated in a pavilion, she could see her 3 brothers playing outside. "Your Highness, our Qing laws prohibit marriage among kin. How can we still welcome the Borjigit into the palace? This young lady is from Prince Jue'ercha and Amp, Apos' lineage. Our ancestors are from the Zilikitu Prince Mangus branch. These 2 lords are blood brothers. Our ancestor and Amp, Apos' father, Bube, and Ayuxi and Apos' father, Itaiji, are cousins. The emperor and the incoming lady are 5th-generation distant relatives. Thus she is eligible to enter the palace as a consort to bear offspring." Meanwhile, within Qing Palace, Empress Heshali dismissed the attendants, leaving only Mama Lu to accompany her. Unali's womb held the emperor's offspring, yet she did not know if it was a prince or princess. "If I delay in bearing an heir, I fear that even the greatest fortune will have no connection to my Heshali clan." Unali's offspring posed a greater challenge than the 3 princes in Qingxian Palace. The imperial physician diagnosed a singleton. Should it be a male, it would be the emperor and Amp, Apos' first son with a rightful claim to the throne. "My lady, I believe there is no need for concern. Though Cheng Rui occupies the title of eldest son, he has no claim to the throne. This indeed aids us. When you give birth to your legitimate son, he shall be the legitimate prince. Our prince shall not be burdened by societal notions of legitimacy. I am fully aware of the implications. Yet my inability to conceive an heir lingers as mere fantasies." Mama Lu, meeting her mistress's gaze, felt a twinge of pain. When the emperor stays in Qing Palace, it is likely he hopes for you to bear a legitimate son soon. Chapter 33. Life in the Palace 7 in the 10th year of Emperor Kangxi's reign. Wenaxi sat in the central hall of the western side palace of the Yinshi Palace, listening to the heart-wrenching cries of the Ulanara clan from the northern chamber, her heart heavy with sorrow. Last month, the eldest daughter born to the Zhang family passed away, and today, the fourth prince, Qing, of the Ulanara clan also met an untimely end, including the late 8th Prince Yongguan, who succumbed to illness on the 2nd day of the 12th month in the 6th year of Kangxi. This marked the third young life she had witnessed depart. Kangxi remained in the northern chamber to accompany Ulanara, while the renowned concubines of the east and west palaces awaited in the central hall, each harboring their own thoughts. Deep down, Wenaxi hoped for him to convey a message, allowing the concubines to return to the palace, so that she might quickly embrace her sons, Qingrui, Qinghu, and Sankin. Time slipped away, and Liang Jiogong emerged from the northern chamber with reddened eyes. The master had decreed that all the ladies should return to the palace. The empress also needed to retreat to Qing Palace to rest, as there were numerous matters requiring her attention. The concubines, obedient to the command, took their leave. The empress led the other ladies in a formal gesture of respect towards the northern chamber before stepping out of the western side palace, with Wenaxi closely following. And then Lady Borgigit. Regardless of their inner turmoil, all concubines wore expressions of grief. Mother, 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 be careful, my brothers. Don't run too fast and fall. As Wenaxi entered the Chengxian gate, 3 cherubic children rushed towards her, accompanied by a group of palace attendants. She crouched down and embraced her sons tightly. Mother, Qinghu is a bit out of breath. I apologize, it is Mother who held you too tightly. Straightening up, she planted kisses on the little faces of her 3 sons before leading them into the hall. In recent days, your imperial father has been troubled. Qingrui, Qinghu, and Sankin. Do not disturb him in Qinxing Palace. Stay with Mother in Chengxian Palace. We remember, Mother. Before long, it was time for the grand selection of the 8 banners, and Wenaxi found herself in Qing Palace, listening to the concubines exchange their views on the selection of candidates. The Internal Affairs Office had a minor selection, where the emperor retained the valiant Ulanara, daughter of the Zhaoga family, to serve. In the rear courtyard of Chengxian Palace, where the favored concubine resided, no other consorts had yet moved in. The western side palace was granted to the Ulanara clan. What does your highness think? This humble servant follows your command, Empress. The selected candidates, Li and Wang, were assigned to the western side palace of Changchun Palace and the eastern side palace of Zhongsui Palace, respectively. Wenaxi sat quietly, listening to Empress Heshali utter formalities. She felt indifferent towards other consorts residing in her palace. As long as they did not instigate trouble, she could coexist peacefully with them. In recent years, the Empress had failed to conceive, and there were murmurs of discontent throughout the court and inner palace. The Heshali clan grew anxious, yet lamented the absence of suitable young women to enter the palace. Your Highness, the Ulanara young lady has already moved into the western side palace of the rear courtyard. Wenaxi paused her drawing and turned to the newly entered Yanli. Does the Empress have any instructions on distinguishing between the Ulanara and Yinshi Palace? In response to your Highness, the Empress mentioned that the Ulanara young lady in Yinshi Palace is temporarily referred to as the Elder Ulanara, while our Ulanara young lady in the rear courtyard will be called the Younger Ulanara. Very well. Please send for the morning meal. This servant shall attend to it immediately. At that moment, in the western side palace of the rear courtyard of Chengxian Palace, the younger Ulanara felt a surge of joy upon surveying the spacious palace before her. She had once wondered what life would be like when she turned 25 and left the palace. Now, the emperor had chosen her as a consort, alleviating her worries about life beyond the palace walls. The thought of the noble and dignified master stirred her heart even more. Chapter 34. Life in the palace. The lady from the west wing of the rear courtyard has come to pay her respects. She is welcomed into the eastern outer chamber. After observing the customary etiquette of poetry and decorum, she rises and proceeds to the central hall. Each day, the 3 little ones take their afternoon nap, and Wenaxi accompanies them. She glances at her slumbering sons on the bed before stepping outside. This humble servant pays her respects to the esteemed consort. May the lady be blessed with peace. Do not stand on ceremony. Please sit, the lady replies. Winaxi expresses her gratitude. Noticing the young Olenara appears somewhat reserved while seated on the armchair, Winaxi turns and smiles at Yamli, standing nearby. Do not just serve tea. Have the little kitchen prepare some snacks as well. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately, the maid replies. Winaxi casually observes the young Olenara, a graceful maiden with fair skin, considered quite beautiful among the palace ladies. Should you feel uncomfortable in any way, do not hesitate to speak up. Winaxi thanked her once more. The two are still unfamiliar with one another, and after a brief tea, the young Olenara takes her leave. Winaxi leisurely reclines on the rattan couch. According to palace regulations, consorts must accompany their esteemed lady to pay respects to the empress. In the future, when she visits the Qing palace, she must bring the young Olenara along. Later that night, Winaxi nestles in Kangshi's embrace, feeling his gentle caress lulling her into a drowsy state. The empress has placed the young Olenara in your palace. Indeed, is His Majesty fond of that young Olenara? Such words are not proper, he chastises, increasing the pressure of his grip as he gazes at the subtly flushed back of the woman in his arms. The depth of his gaze intensifies. Winaxi and Appo's delicate skin easily yields to his touch, leaving marks with the slightest pressure. At this moment, she remains blissfully unaware of the impending danger, until Kangxi firmly grasps her slender waist, urging her to sit upon him. Your Majesty, be obedient. Meanwhile, in the western wing of the Yinshi Palace, the elder Olenara sits at her dressing table, gazing at her blurred reflection in the bronze mirror, lost in thought. Your Highness, it is late. Should you not retire? Is His Majesty staying in the Chengqian Palace tonight? The elder Olenara turns to her devoted maid, Chun and Appo's, in reply to the lady. His Majesty is indeed staying in the main hall of the Chengqian Palace tonight. Please withdraw. I shall retire shortly. The maid takes her leave. The elder Olenara retracts her gaze from Chunner's departing figure and lies down properly on the bed, closing her eyes with her hands gently resting on her abdomen. Having lost her child, the emperor has shown her compassion, frequently staying in the Yinshi Palace of late. She wonders if she might conceive again. With new faces entering the palace, the emperor, captivated by novelty, may soon forget her. In the initial 2 months following the arrival of the newcomers, Kangxi frequently summoned them. But soon the palace returned to tranquility. The empress, Heshali, would spend 8 nights with him each month, while Winaxi would spend 6. The other ladies, Dong Zhang, the elder and younger Olenara, Zhao, Heshali, Wang, Li, and Borjigit, would each have their turn for a night. On the 9th day of the 3rd month, Dong gave birth to the emperor and Appo's second daughter, and Kangxi would visit the Qixiang Palace twice each month to see his daughter. At this moment, Winaxi and the Borjigit lady sit on the rattan couch in the eastern outer chamber, smiling as they watch Dong approach to pay her respects, though Winaxi and Appo's expression grows contemplative. Dong, having entered the palace as a concubine after selection by the Ministry of Internal Affairs in the 2nd year of Kangxi's reign, had recently given birth to the emperor's second daughter, Jean Xiafujin. Their paths had rarely crossed, making her sudden visit to the Chengqian Palace quite intriguing. The beloved consort and the Fujin share a close bond. I cannot help but feel envious, Winaxi observes. Lady Jia has saved my life. I regard her as a sister. The Borjigit lady replies, her face aglow with warmth. Winaxi is touched by the sincerity of her words. The Borjigit lady is a forthright and spirited Mongolian consort. Winaxi recalls an incident in the Imperial Garden where she had rescued her from drowning when no one else was around. Since that day, the Borjigit lady had become a frequent visitor to the Chengqian Palace, providing Winaxi with a companion in the depths of the palace. As Dong looks at Winaxi and the Borjigit lady and Appo's evident camaraderie, she feels a tinge of regret for her previous aloofness. The palace had whispered that the beloved consort was cold and rarely engaged deeply with the other ladies. Though she had not intended to foster close ties with the Chengqian Palace, seeing the Borjigit lady's warm interactions makes her feel somewhat misguided. After a brief exchange, Dong rises to take her leave. Winaxi turns to the Borjigit lady, who is sipping milk. Will you stay for dinner? Perhaps next time. I must accompany the matriarch to dine in the Sinang palace shortly. As Wanaxi personally sees her off, Shichi returns with a maid, bringing the evening meal. Mother, have you instructed the little kitchen to prepare dishes that the young master and his brothers enjoy? Wanaxi crouches down to meet the gaze of the somewhat proud little boy before her. In the Qing dynasty, princes began their education at the age of 6. Qing Qinghu, and Xianchan were soon to move into the Qiandong 5 courtyard. Wanaxi finds it difficult to part with them. With a smile, she reaches out to ruffle her eldest son and Appo's hair. And where are your brothers? Why have they not joined us for dinner? They are lounging on the bed, saying they will rise shortly. Today, I instructed the little kitchen to prepare your favorite braised ribs, the pork tenderloin that Chenghu enjoys, and the 8 treasure tofu that Xianchan loves. Thank you, Mother, her son replies. Be good, Wanaxi says, planting a kiss on her eldest son and Appo's forehead. His cheeks flush with embarrassment. Mother, His Majesty, and Qing have said I should no longer be cuddled like when I was little. Indeed, my sons are growing up and preparing for their studies in the Ministry of Works, she replies. Very well, Mother will remember. After all, Mother adores our Qing. I cannot help but want to shower him with affection. Mother, how embarrassing, the little boy exclaims, dashing back toward the eastern wing. In the Chengqian Palace, the eastern and western wings each contain 3 chambers, with the western wing housing her dowry. The eastern wing has always been home to her 3 sons. Now that the little ones are about to move out, she wonders if she might conceive another child. Otherwise, the palace feels rather empty. In the eastern wing, Qing observes his 2 younger brothers sprawled out on the rattan couch. With his small hands clasped behind his back, he approaches the couch. Do not be lazy. Mother will soon come to fetch you for dinner. Brother, what as for dinner? One of the younger brothers asks. Go see for yourself. Please tell us. Brother, just a little bit. As Qing listens to their sweet voices, he recalls the dishes he saw on a round table in the dining hall. Mother had instructed the little kitchen to prepare braised ribs, pork tenderloin, and 8 treasure tofu. The maid had brought back 4 dishes of stir-fried vegetables, a dish of chicken with mushrooms, 2 dishes of braised pork, 2 dishes of stewed lamb, a dish of honey cake, 2 dishes of meat slices with cabbage, 4 pounds of milk, and various rice cakes and dumplings, along with 4 pounds of Ichuan spring water. As Chenghu and Xianchan listen to their elder brother recount the evening meal, they have their own maids help them change clothes. By the time they arrive at the main hall, Wanaxi has just finished washing her hands. Chapter 35. Enlightenment of the Sons. Wanaxi personally cleansed her sons and Appo's hands. The 4 of them gathered around the round table to commence their evening meal. Kangxi held great importance to his heirs. Each ungranted prince received an annual allowance of 1,000 taels of silver and 1,000 measures of rice, equivalent to the empress's yearly allocation. The young prince's daily rations included 4 pounds of meat, 2 pounds of vegetables, 5 pounds of soup, 1 pound of lard, 1 sheep, 2 chickens, and 10 ducks. Seasonal vegetables amounted to 19 pounds, with 60 radishes and 5 each of cabbage and dried vegetables, along with 6 pounds of green onions. There were 3 pounds each of soy sauce and clear sauce, 2 pounds of vinegar, and for those princes of drinking age, 4 taels of Yuchuan wine. They were served 8 platters of pastries, 30 pieces per platter, made from 32 pounds of white flour, 8 pounds of sesame oil, 6 pounds each of white sugar, walnuts, and black dates, as well as a generous amount of sesame seeds. Additional provisions included charcoal and candles. The allocation for the princesses and princes was nearly identical. Even the daily supply of Yuchuan water was 50 buckets for the emperor, reduced to 25 for the princes and princesses. The empress, empress dowager, and concubines received 12 jars. Each month, the princes and princesses were allotted a certain quantity of clothing, including robes, hats, shoes, and more, provided by the imperial household department to ensure their daily attire. In terms of dairy, the heirs enjoyed the milk from 8 cows daily, while the favored concubine received half that amount. In this world of Kangxi, he was more generous with his sons than he was with women. Within the depths of the palace, lower-ranking consorts might see the emperor only once a month. Yet Kangxi often met his sons and daughters daily. If he did not enter the inner palace, he would have them brought to Qinxin Palace to play for a while. He inquired after their weight changes every month, ensuring their well-being through the court physician. The servants of the imperial household treated the princes and princesses with far more attentiveness than they did the consorts. When Lady Zhang still had her eldest daughter, she enjoyed many good days alongside the princess. What is your mother thinking? Hurry and eat. Anaxi returned to her senses and gently patted her youngest son's little braid, contemplating that Sa'in Shahun and his brothers were fortunate souls. You're speaking nonsense with my imperial sons again. May the emperor be blessed. I offer my respects to his majesty. May you have eternal peace. May my father be blessed. I, Cheng Rue, have come to pay my respects to you, father. May my father be blessed. I, Cheng Hu, have come to pay my respects to you, father. May my father be blessed. I, Sa'in Shahun, have come to pay my respects to you, father. Quickly rise. I thank your majesty. My sons thank you, father. As the three little ones stood, they stepped forward to encircle Kangxi and Appo's arm. Father has come to join mother and us for dinner. I shall dine first and then join you. Continue your meal without concern for me. Anaxi returned to her seat at the round table, her previously tensed heart gradually relaxing. She feared that Kangxi might inadvertently mention having dined at Qixiang Palace. Currently, only Lady Dong resided in Qixiang Palace, where she had the second princess. Anaxi was indifferent to Lady Dong, but she worried about her young sons. If they learned that their father had dined with their half-sister and Appo's mother before visiting them, they might feel disheartened. Fortunately, Kangxi and Appo's words swiftly overshadowed the matter of dinner, leaving it unmentioned where he had dined. Anaxi felt a slight discomfort as she met Kangxi and Appo's gaze. She turned to look at Shu and Shiqi, who were stationed in the hall. As the hour approached, Shiqi took palace servants to the imperial kitchen to fetch some pastries and milk for the three princes and Appo's supper. Understood, I take my leave. Chapter 36. Enlightenment of the Sun. 2. Kangxi averted his gaze from the focused Anaxi, who was diligently partaking in her meal. Habitually, he toyed with the tourmaline pendant in his left hand. Today, I have decreed the promotion of your elder brother to the position of head scholar of the Hanlin Academy, concurrently holding the title of Deputy Minister of Rights. I express my profound gratitude for your majesty's generous favor. Upon hearing these words, Anaxi promptly rose, smiling as she performed a proper bow to Kangxi. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently provoked his displeasure, as he insisted on observing her greeting despite the presence of their sons. Your brother is the first among the Manchu to achieve the honor of a top scholar, and he has diligently and earnestly served over the years. The head scholar position at the Hanlin Academy is shared between a Manchu and a Han. It can only be held by him. Dekjike and Igor Demuo have just begun their official duties and require further training. Should they exhibit diligence akin to Maxitai in the future, I shall ensure their talents do not go unnoticed. I extend my gratitude on behalf of my younger brothers to your majesty. Having nearly finished her meal, Anaxi stood and took Kangxi's hand, leading him toward the eastern chamber. Kangxi smiled and followed her, as they reclined together on the Luohan couch. Cheng Rue, Cheng Hu, and Sa'in Shahan were already accustomed to witnessing the interactions between their father and mother. At this moment, engrossed in their meal, they did not cast a glance at their parents. The palace attendants removed the table from the Luohan couch, and Anaxi nestled comfortably in Kangxi's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. Why has the emperor suddenly chosen to discuss matters concerning her brothers and younger siblings? Anaxi? Do not continue taking the pregnancy tonic. Cheng Rue and his brothers are to study in the minister's office. Please bear another royal heir for me. Does your majesty prefer a prince or a princess? I cherish both. Should a little princess akin to you be born, I shall certainly protect her well. Tonight, will your majesty stay to accompany me? Certainly. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Anaxi, lulling her into a drowsy state. Kangxi lowered his head slightly, his gentle gaze marking a kiss upon her brow. Meanwhile, in Cunning Palace, Empress Heshali sat gracefully upon the Luohan couch. Tilting her head, she inquired of the maid Lu, "Is the emperor staying overnight in Chengqian Palace?" "Your Highness, do not be anxious. The emperor adheres strictly to the rules, and the days of attending to the lady of Chengqian Palace cannot compare to yours. Today in court, the emperor promoted Jue'ercha's Maxitai to the position of head scholar of the Hanlin Academy, concurrently holding the title of Deputy Minister of Rights. The esteemed brother of the favored consort was born in the 6th year of Chongda, 1641, and at a young age, he holds an official rank of the 2nd grade. Her second brother placed 4th in the Imperial Examination 2nd class and has entered the Hamlin Academy as an editor. The third brother is the martial champion of the previous session, serving as a first-class guard with a 3rd grade official rank. In the current court and palace, who does not admire the Jue'ercha family for their fine sons? Your Highness, our esteemed master is still the Grand Minister of the Baoa Hall. Since the passing of my grandfather 4 years ago, I have felt increasingly powerless. Before his demise, he was deeply concerned about my lack of royal heirs. To this day, my wishes have yet to be fulfilled. Replying to your Highness, it is time for the medicine. The small kitchen has reheated it twice. Further heating may compromise its efficacy. Empress Heshali lifted her gaze to the attendant maid, Xiu, who brought in the medicine. Nodding her consent, she gestured for her to present it. As she gazed at the pregnancy tonic in her hands, a bittersweet feeling washed over her. Numerous physicians have diagnosed her as healthy, yet she has been unable to conceive a royal heir. The physicians have not discerned the reasons for her inability to bear a child and can only prescribe pregnancy tonics. Mama, even the tonic can become palatable if consumed in excess. Heshali raised her head and consumed the tonic in one go, as if to alleviate the bitterness she felt. Chapter 37. Son's Education. Part 2. At the dawn of the next day, Empress Herschel glanced at the imperial record held by the eunuch, her hand pausing momentarily as she adjusted an earring. How many times did the Palace of Celestial Favor request water last night? Reporting to your Majesty, 3 times. Empress Herschel's body stiffened slightly. It wasn't every night that the Emperor graced the Palace of Celestial Tranquility with his presence. Yet, ever since Consort Jue'ercha entered the palace, she had enjoyed such favor nightly. The men of her clan were indeed virile, but the women were also enchantresses. Consort Jia lacked the decorum of a noble lady from a great family, focusing solely on beguiling the emperor. Seeing Herschel's silence, Nanny Lu quickly signaled the eunuch to withdraw. My dear Empress, the emperor still spends most of his nights at the Palace of Celestial Tranquility. He never interferes in the affairs of the harem, placing immense trust in you. You must not let your thoughts wander astray. You are the Empress, and in both the inner and outer courts, only you can stand by the Emperor's side. Empress Herschel looked at Nanny Lu's concerned gaze and gently took her hand. Although not her wet nurse, Nanny Lu had meticulously cared for her since childhood. In this harem, she was the closest person to her besides the Emperor. Nanny, seeing that Empress Herschel had instructions, Nanny Lu bent down further, listening intently. Empress Herschel whispered into Nanny Lu's ear. Nanny, go in. Your Majesty. Nanny Lu's gaze of concern slowly turned to surprise as she heard Empress Herschel's words. Does your Majesty truly intend to do this? Nanny, it is said that children attract more children, and it can also liven up the Palace of Celestial Tranquility. Meanwhile, in the Palace of Celestial Favor, Consort Wulenaxi, lying on the canopied bed, slowly opened her eyes. Reaching out, she felt lingering warmth beside her. The Emperor had risen not long ago. Recalling the previous night, she blushed slightly. The Emperor was in his prime, and he constantly practiced wrestling and archery. Sometimes she suspected that the Emperor wasn't fully satisfied with the other consorts, perhaps reserving all his vigor for her. Today being the first day of the month, the Emperor was to stay at the Palace of Celestial Tranquility according to custom. Having called for water once, he lay back on the bed, closing his eyes to sleep. Empress Herschel gently took his hand. Emperor, would it be permissible for me to adopt a daughter? Why such a sudden thought? We will eventually have our own imperial children. Your subject genuinely adores children and wishes to experience the joys of motherhood. Looking at Empress Herschel's earnest eyes and recalling his previous thoughts, the Emperor nodded slightly. The daughter of the secondary consort Jean, under Prince Gong, recently celebrated her first month. I shall bring her into the palace to be raised in your care. Fanghua must take meticulous care of her as she grows. Your subject thanks the Emperor. By the time the harem consorts learned that the young daughter of Prince Gong would be entering the palace, the little one was already lying on the canopied bed in the Palace of Celestial Tranquility. Today marked the day that Qinghui, Qinghu, and Seyinkan moved out of the Palace of Celestial Favor. Wulenaxi took her 3 sons to pay their respects to Empress Herschel before personally escorting them to the Eastern 5 residences. From the start of their education in the imperial study until they were granted their own residences, princes were to reside in the Eastern and Western 5 residences. By the regulations, Qing, Qing, and Seyinkahan were to live in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd residences, respectively. Each residence was a 3-courtyard complex, which, in Wulenaxi's view, felt rather desolate for a 6-year-old by Chinese reckoning. Wulenaxi crouched down, looking at her 3 sons, who appeared like miniature adults. She gently embraced them. From now on, you won't be living in the same courtyard as your mother. If anything happens, send someone back to the Palace of Celestial Favor to inform me. Wulenaxi secretly wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes. According to the Qing dynasty's ancestral system, princes born to consorts of lower rank were immediately taken away by wet nurses upon birth and handed over to other high-ranking consorts designated by the emperor for upbringing. The emperor had elevated her rank that day, allowing Qing, Qing, and Seyinkahan to grow up in the Palace of Celestial Favor until now. She ought to be content, but her heart still felt empty. Mother, go back. Your sons and brothers will live well. If we miss you, we'll ask the emperor to allow us to visit you at the Palace of Celestial Favor. Seyinkahan, with his slightly reddened eyes, reached out his small hand to touch the tear stains at the corners of Wulenaxi's eyes. Mother, if you miss your sons and brothers, have Aunt Shichi and Aunt Shushu come to the Eastern 5 residences to see what we and Appos redoing. All right, be good and Don and Appos. T miss your mother too much. Wulenaxi said, standing up and placing a kiss on the foreheads of her 3 sons. From now on, the 4 of them would not be able to see each other every day as they used to. Chapter 38. The 3rd prince falls into water as the hour of the rooster approached. Wulenaxi led a group back to the Chengqian Palace in a grand procession. Meanwhile, in the Qianqing Palace, Kanshi set down the brush he was using to review memorials and close his eyes. A young palace maid stepped forward, gently placing her hand on his shoulder. Kanshi opened his eyes and inquired about Liang Jiogong. What news from the Qiandong Wu courtyard? In response, Liang Jiogong reported, Your Majesty, the Jiafei personally escorted the 3 princes to the Qiandong Wu courtyard, and they returned to the Chengqian Palace at the hour of the rooster. By now, they should have returned to the palace. And what does she say about the companions and playthings I selected for Qing, Qing, and Sainchan? Your Majesty, the Jiafei appeared quite pleased. Your Majesty, it is time to flip the board, Liang Jiogong said as the voice of a young eunuch from the Jing, Shi Feng, echoed from outside the hall. Kanshi turned to Liang Jiogong, instructing him. Convey my command. I shall not flip the green headboard tonight. Your servant obeys and will take my leave, Liang Jiogong replied, stepping outside to whisper to the young eunuch. Xiao Linzi, who was waiting by the green headboard. Xiao Linzi bowed politely before retreating. At this moment, in the Yinchi Palace, Dawalala lay on her bed, gently caressing her abdomen. If all went as expected, she would bear another heir for the emperor by February of the following year. Wulenaxi entered the Chengqian gate, her gaze searching for the small figures of her 3 sons, and for a moment, she felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. The wind has risen. Your Highness should enter the palace and take care of yourself. The 3 young masters are still awaiting your command to send food to the Shangshu room, a voice advised. The imperial kitchen will not be as convenient as our own palace kitchen. Wulenaxi smiled at Shichi, gently squeezing her hand before continuing towards the main hall. In the Shangshu room, there were only 5 holidays throughout the year. The New Year, the Dragon Boat Festival, the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Emperor's birthday, and the prince's own birthdays. On all other days, lessons commenced promptly at the hour of the rabbit, 5 a.m., and concluded at the hour of the monkey, 3 p.m., followed by martial practice in archery and horseback riding. The princes would follow this regimen from the age of 6 until they were able to attend court affairs. Wulenaxi suppressed the myriad of painful thoughts within her as she settled onto the Rohan couch, resuming her embroidery of undergarments adorned with little tigers for her children. Kangshi's approach to educating the princes had garnered praise from posterity. She would not presume to interfere, but would focus on ensuring their well-being in all aspects of life. Time passed at a languid pace. Since Qing, Qing, and Xianchahan moved to the Qiandongwu courtyard. Wenaxi often spent her days leisurely strolling through the gardens with Seduna. Born of a noble Mongolian lineage, the emperor would not allow her offspring to inherit the throne. They both hailed from distinguished backgrounds, enjoying a delightful life within the palace. One day, Wenaxi visited Yongshou Palace to work on embroidery with Seduna. She intended to create undergarments for Chungrui, Qinghu, and Xianchahan, as the three little ones were growing quickly, and their previous garments had become somewhat short. Although the Naihe was tasked with tailoring clothes for the heirs, she, as their mother, always worried they might not have enough. Your sister's embroidery is truly exquisite. I possess no such skill, Seduna remarked, her envy evident. Wenaxi, noticing the admiration in Seduna's eyes, set down her needle and thread, saying with a smile, "You wield the whip remarkably well. Every time I watch you, I regret not having begged my parents to allow me to practice martial arts in my youth." As they spoke of whip skills, Borjigit could not help but smile proudly, recalling how her father often praised her as the pearl of the grasslands. Suddenly, a trembling voice from outside the hall interrupted their conversation. "Your Highness, Yanli has sent word that the third prince has fallen into the Imperial Garden's water. You must return to the palace at once." Wenaxi stood frozen for a moment, struggling to comprehend the urgency. "What did you say? Your Highness, please return to the palace quickly." At that moment, Shu, disregarding the distinction between master and servant, rushed forward to grasp Wenaxi's hand, leading her out of the hall. Seduna, regaining her senses, hurriedly followed them towards the Chengqian Palace. What did the physician say? Chapter 39. The third prince falls into water. The entourage of Wenaxi encountered Yanli at the Chengqian gate. The imperial physician had reported that as long as the third prince did not exhibit fever during the night, he would be out of danger. How could Xianchahan have fallen into the water? The servants attending the princes conveyed that all three young masters had received commendations in the Ministry of Rites. Pleased with their praise, the master took the three princes to play in the imperial garden. An urgent letter arrived from the border, and the master, feeling sympathetic towards the princes and Appos, rare leisure, instructed the servants to continue watching over them in the garden. Upon witnessing the third prince and Appos, a sudden plunge into the water, the eldest and second princes were eager to jump in and rescue their brother, but the wet nurse held them tightly, preventing them from breaking free. Coincidentally, none of the servants accompanying the three princes could swim. Should they leap in, they would only flounder helplessly. It was a passing young Ulanara girl who saved the third prince. Upon hearing this, Wenaxi and Appos, as hurried steps, faltered momentarily before she entered the eastern side palace. She gazed intently at the pale little figure lying on the bed, tears that had been suppressed in her eyes finally cascading down. "Mother, mother!" she wept, and the elder sons, Chungrui and Qinghu, upon seeing their mother, joined in wailing loudly. "Chungrui, Qinghu, do not cry. Come to your mother's embrace." Wenaxi held her two sons tightly, gradually regaining the composure she had momentarily lost. "Your desired Yuling water is ready. Please serve it to me," she instructed. "Yes." Wenaxi discreetly pressed her finger against the edge of the bowl, mixing some spiritual spring water into the Yuling water. To onlookers, it appeared as though her nerve had caused her to accidentally touch the water. Sitting beside the bed, she cradled her youngest son and began to feed him the water. After he finished the spiritual spring water, the concubines of the palace began to arrive at Chengqian Palace. The Empress Dowager grasped Wenaxi and Appos' hand, who was about to bow in reverence, and sat beside the bed, tenderly stroking Xianchahan and Appos' head. The sight prompted the Empress, standing nearby, to instinctively place her hand on her own abdomen. "Why hasn't the Emperor arrived?" In response to the Empress Dowager's query, it was reported that the Emperor was in the Qianqing Palace, convening with the ministers regarding the urgent news from the border. Sun Duong, having relayed the message, quietly stepped aside to stand at attention. Alongside Li Chengnan, both of them served as chief eunuchs in Chengqian Palace, managing different affairs. They had maintained a cordial relationship due to the fair nature of the favored concubine. After the incident, they had conferred, and he volunteered to personally deliver the news to the Qianqing Palace, leaving Li Chengnan to monitor the movements of the various palaces. At this moment, It was imperative to prevent the eldest and second princes from making any further mistakes. The Empress Dowager nodded and rose to join the Empress in the main hall, where they would listen to the physicians discuss the medicinal preparations needed moving forward. The Emperor has arrived. Upon hearing the eunuch's announcement from outside the hall, Wenaxi's body trembled involuntarily. The Emperor, she turned to see Kangxi hurrying through the door and could no longer restrain herself, rushing to embrace him tightly. In this secluded palace, only she, Kangxi, and their 3 sons shared such close blood ties. In this moment, she believed only he could comprehend her anguish. Kangxi, sensing her distress, disregarded the decorum for the first time. He gently lifted her into his arms and walked step by step toward their child. He slightly tilted his head, his lips brushing against her hair. I have come too late. Everyone, please return to your quarters. I will investigate today's events thoroughly. Kangxi instructed the concubines to leave, and soon only the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the Empress remained in the hall. He turned to the Empress Dowager, saying, Mother, you and the Empress should also return to your chambers. Tonight, I shall stay with the favored concubine to watch over Sainchan. Should there be any good news, I will immediately inform Sinang Palace and Shokong Palace. The Empress should also return. Once everyone departed, Kangxi looked down at Wenaxi, who had fallen asleep in his embrace, and then turned to Shiqi and Shishu standing outside. Take Qingruwei and Qinghu to the eastern side palace to rest. They will stay in Chengxian Palace tonight. Finishing his words, he reached out to caress the faces of Qingruwei and Qinghu. Do not worry. Sleep well, and tomorrow your brother will wake, and you can play together. Seeing Qingruwei and Qinghu nod, he signaled for Shiqi and Shishu to take them away. In the western side palace of Chengxian Palace, the young Olenura girl stared at the gifts sent by the Emperor, the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the favored concubine on the table. For a moment, she felt dazed, followed by a wave of fear. At that moment, she had no idea how she had summoned the courage to leap into the water to save the 3rd prince. All she could recall was the little one, holding a piece of cloud cake, looking at her with a cheerful smile, saying, Mother, would you like some refreshments? In the secluded palace, loneliness prevailed, yet having children nearby brought a glimmer of hope, though they were not her biological offspring. The laughter of children playing in Chengxian Palace had woven itself into her heart over time, fostering a sense of attachment. In the late hours, Kangxi gently lifted Wenaxi, who was sleeping with her head resting on the edge of the bed, and carefully placed her on a rattan couch outside, covering her with a quilt before lying down beside her. Perhaps due to the effects of the spiritual spring water, Sainchan slept soundly that night. The next morning, Wenaxi jolted awake, sitting up abruptly and attempting to rise to check on Sainchan. Kangxi, quick to react, encircled her slender waist. The physician had just checked the pulse and confirmed that Sainchan was in good health. Now, you only need to focus on recuperating. Hearing this, Wenaxi gradually relaxed. Your Majesty, I wish to see Sainchan. Go ahead. I must attend court soon. I have informed the Empress that you need not pay your respects in Kuan-Ning Palace this morning. Thank you, Your Majesty. At that moment, Wenaxi could no longer adhere to the rules and etiquette. Nothing was more important than her son. When Sainchan opened his eyes, he saw his 2 elder brothers peering at him from the edge of the bed. Elder brother, second brother. Yes, you're well. Qingruwei and Qinghu exchanged delighted glances upon seeing him awake. Mimicking their mother and father, they climbed onto the bed to gently stroke their brother in damp, Appo's, forehead. Whereas mother has been here all along. She just went to the kitchen to prepare some congee for you, Qingruwei replied with a smile. Why are you both here? Father granted us permission to skip the martial training today and accompany you and mother and Appo's palace, Qinghu answered. Good. Qinghu gazed at his brother and Appo's pale face, his eyes brimming with unspoken concern. With a smile revealing his small milk teeth, he added, Father and mother stayed here with you last night. Father left only before the morning court. Upon hearing this, Sainchan's eyes sparkled with barely concealed joy. Meanwhile, in Kuan-Ning Palace, Empress Heshali watched the departing figures of the concubines, momentarily lost in thought. Lu Mama, who was present when the 3rd prince fell into the water yesterday. In response to Your Majesty, all were servants of the concubine from Chengxian Palace. Last night, The master ordered a thorough investigation, and so far, no evidence has surfaced. It seems the third prince merely slipped and fell into the water. Chapter 40. The birth of Bao Qing in the Grand Palace of Yinchang. Lady Yulinar of the Nala clan was on the verge of giving birth. While childbirth was a common occurrence for many, the empress felt a pang of sorrow at her own inability to conceive. Lu Mama, lifting her gaze slightly, observed the increasingly somber expression of Empress Hesheri. "My dear Empress," she reassured, "the esteemed physicians of the Imperial Hospital have all affirmed that you possess the capacity to bear children. After all, some of them hail from the Hesheri family, and their expertise is not to be doubted. Perhaps it is simply a matter of destiny. When the time is right, an heir will surely follow." The Empress removed her shoes and reclined upon the couch. "Mama, please bring Chun'er to me. I wish to hold him." The old servant complied with a smile, cradling the child in her arms. The Empress found solace in nurturing this little one, a daughter of the esteemed Prince of Heshao, rather than focusing on the potential heirs born of her own palace ladies. Later that evening in the dining hall of Chengxian Palace, Lady Unaxi dined with her 3 sons. She held her frail youngest son in her arms, feeding him milk mixed with spring water, 1 spoonful at a time. After he took another sip, she glanced at her elder 2 sons seated beside her. Upon noticing their mother-esque gaze, Qinghu obediently scooped up some milk with a small porcelain spoon and drank. Unaxi observed the slight discomfort etched on his face, but chose to remain silent. Although Qinghu found the almond-infused milk unpalatable, Unaxi never insisted that her sons finish their milk. Nevertheless, she ensured that each meal was prepared for them. More often than not, Qinghu would barely manage to sip a few mouthfuls, yet Unaxi paid him no mind. The 3 brothers encouraged one another during meals, finding joy in their shared dining experiences. "Mother?" Qinghu inquired. "When will the 3rd brother be able to study in the Ministry of Personnel?" Unaxi swallowed the milk in her mouth, smiling as she turned her head to look at her eldest son. "In a few more days," she replied. In the past, the 3 little ones would dine in a small hall adjacent to the ministry. Due to the incident involving Sayin Chan, Kangxi permitted Qingru Wei and Qinghu to temporarily return to Chengxian Palace. After their meal, the 3 little ones gradually succumbed to sleep, lulled by the bedtime stories narrated by Unaxi. Later that night, in Qianqing Palace, Kangxi set down his brush. "What time is it?" he inquired. Liang Jiogong answered, "It is currently the hour of Su, 8:00 and Oppo's clock." "Is she asleep?" Kangxi paused momentarily. "Your Majesty, the lights in Lady Jia's chamber are still aglow. I shall go and check on Sayin Chahan," he decided, hastening his steps towards Chengxian Palace. He first visited the eastern chamber where his 3 sons lay peacefully asleep before entering the main hall. There, he found Unaxi seated before her vanity, combing her hair. Upon noticing Kangxi standing before her, she rose with a smile. "Your servant pays her respects to your Majesty. May you be blessed with eternal peace." "Please rise," he urged. "I shall bathe first. Await my return." Sayin Chahan will resume his studies in the ministry once he is fully recovered. Unaxi returned to her routine of delivering meals to the ministry. That night, having completed her cleansing rituals, she had just settled on her bed when Shu reappeared from the inner chamber. "Your Highness, a messenger from Yinchang Palace has just arrived. Their master has entered the delivery room. Please, make haste and prepare yourself," Unaxi instructed, rising from her bed as Shu and Shichi assisted her in dressing and grooming. Seated before the vanity, she watched Shichi style her hair. "Shichi, simply create a single braid and adorn it with that peony hairpin," she requested. Unaxi arrived at Yinchang Palace not too late, having paid her respects to both the Emperor and Empress before settling beside Seduna. Meanwhile, in Shokong Palace, the Empress Dowager observed the presence of Lady Suma Lahu. "Does the Empress Dowager not wish to visit Yinchang Palace?" she inquired. In response, the Empress replied, "My lady has expressed that due to her advancing age, she will refrain from attending the births of the palace ladies. Then I shall not go either," the Empress Dowager declared, turning to recline once more upon her bed. Chapter 41. The birth of Baoqing Unaxi sat in the grand chair, listening to the cries of the Ulinara in the delivery room. Her heart grew increasingly tranquil. It was expected that this child would be the future first prince. "Inji," Kangxi reclined on the Luohan couch, casting a sidelong glance at the somewhat distracted Yunaxi. Liang Jiogong, what time is it? In response to your majesty. It is already the early hours of the high time. Tonight is deep. Everyone should return to the palace and await the news. Just as Kangxi's words fell, the sound of a royal infant's cries echoed from the delivery room. Yunaxi couldn't help but smile, feeling reassured that she could return to the palace and rest. Seeing this, Kangxi and Apos' lips also curled into a smile. Report to the master and mistress that the child has been safely born, and both mother and child are well. Very well, a reward shall be given. Yunaxi sensed Kangxi's delight and couldn't help but pout inwardly. By the time she escorted the little Olenara back to the Chengqian palace, half an hour had already elapsed. After a brief refreshment, she climbed out of the bed and fell into a deep slumber. Ever since little Olenara was rescued from the water, she had often been included in conversations between Yunaxi and Seduna. Before drifting off to sleep, Yunaxi reminded Shirshu and Shichi not to wake her in the morning, as the Empress had excused the concubines from morning greetings. It was a rare opportunity for her to indulge in a leisurely sleep. The following day, Yunaxi woke in a hazy state, the familiar scent of sandalwood surrounding her. Her heart eased slightly, and she opened her eyes to embrace the waist of the man standing by her bed, her small face nestled against his chest. When did the emperor arrive? Just after the morning court. As Kangxi spoke, he began to remove his outer robe and shoes. He lay down beside Yunaxi in his inner garments, holding her tightly in his embrace, inhaling the fragrance of peach blossoms that clung to her. Stay with me a little longer. Very well. Yunaxi lifted her head slightly, extending her hand to trace the contours of Kangxi and Apos' brows and eyes. This emperor was not of extraordinary handsomeness, merely a refined gentleman. Yet the magnetic allure of his masculine energy was irresistibly compelling to her. Over the years, the height difference between them had grown increasingly pronounced. Kangxi measured around 178 centimeters, while she had not grown taller since entering the palace. He was robust and fit from years of practicing archery and horsemanship, often lifting her with one hand. Thinking of this, Yunaxi tightened her embrace around Kangxi's waist unconsciously. She genuinely adored his physique. Sensing her restlessness, Kangxi reached out to caress her delicate white arm at his waist. Be good. Do not distract me with your daytime musings. Today, I shall not return to Qianqing Palace. I will stay the night here with you. Then the emperor must also stay with me tomorrow. I miss you, Yunaxi confessed. Kangxi slowly opened his eyes, meeting the sight of Yunaxi's exquisite, fair face. He pressed a fervent kiss on her forehead, holding her tightly, allowing her to nestle deeper into his embrace. With you being so obedient, how could I not cherish you more? Hearing Kangxi's promise, Yunaxi smiled contentedly and closed her eyes once more. In the future, should the first prince she bore aspire to this vast land, she vowed to lend him her support, alongside helping him cultivate his own talents and securing the favor of the imperial family. She understood that a man in love with a woman would naturally favor the offspring born of that love. She sought not to monopolize the emperor and Apos' affection, but as long as Kangxi held a special place for her in his heart, it would suffice. Sayin Chahan gradually regained her health, and the three little ones continued to reside in the Qiandongwu quarters. In the evenings, Kangxi not only dined, but also permitted Qingrui, Qinghu, and Sayin Chahan to return to the Chengqian Palace. Chapter 42. The competition for favor in the harem. Yunaxi gazed at the three sons who followed behind Kangxi, her eyes unable to divert. It had been some days since she last encountered these little ones in the imperial garden. Your servant pays her respects to your majesty. May the emperor live 1,000 years. Rise. Mother, greetings. All of you behave well. I have instructed the kitchen to prepare your favorite dishes. Kangxi cast a glance at Yunaxi, whose attention remained fixed on their sons, and proceeded directly to the western dining hall. Liang Jiogong, serve the meal. As you command. Yunaxi trailed behind Kangxi, observing the man whose moods shifted like the weather. Today, in the kitchen, we have a nourishing fish soup. Would your majesty care to try it? Do not always think of meeting Qingrui, Qinghu, and Sayin Chahan in the imperial garden. In this palace, which mother watches her sons so closely, longing to encounter them daily, You have only 5 heirs, one of whom is still an infant. No other imperial mother would yearn to meet her children so often. Yunaxi dared not voice these thoughts, merely pouting in her heart. Would it be acceptable for me to visit the imperial garden every 10 days to see them? As the palace servants gradually brought in the dishes, Kangxi raised his hand to personally place the steamed eggs before his 3 sons. Thank you, father. Liang Jiugong had long grown accustomed to seeing his master care for the 3 little princes as if they were his own. Noting Kangxi and Amp, Apos, as silence, Yunaxi felt a twinge of regret for not suggesting a 5-day interval instead. After the evening meal, Qing Hu, and Sain Chahan reluctantly returned to their quarters, accompanied by the palace maids and eunuchs. Eldest brother, shall we sleep in your chamber tonight? Father stays in Mother's palace, yet insists we return to our quarters. I do not wish to sleep alone. Qing turned to his 2 younger brothers, smiling and nodding. The palace maids who escorted them back, Shiqi and Sun Wang, maintained their composure as they watched the 3 young princes enter the main hall of Qiandong-yi. Once the attendants had helped the young princes wash up and they settled onto the large bed, the attendants returned to the palace of Chang'an. In the palace of Chang'an, Yunaxi listened to Shiqi and Amp, Apos, soft whispers and smiled, nodding to send her off to rest. The 6-year-old child should not be kept from residing with his mother and frequently meeting her. If even the brothers were not permitted to sleep together, it would be excessively cold-hearted. Kangxi reclined on the bed with a soft pillow, reading, and gestured for Yunaxi to join him. Seeing this, she removed her sleeping gown and nestled beside him, wrapping her arms around his. Kangxi felt the softness in the crook of his arm, setting down the book to gaze at the delicate embroidered pouch she wore. His breath quickened. Your Majesty, Yunaxi hurts. Be good. Call me Xianyi. Xianyi. That night, the bed in the palace of Chang'an swayed gently and incessantly. The following day, Yunaxi opened her eyes to Shu calling her to rise. Supporting her waist, she slowly sat up. This man must not be satisfied elsewhere, for he always seemed to exhaust himself so. Meanwhile, in Kunning Palace, Hishiri adorned herself with a green phoenix hairpin. Has the emperor commanded Wang Rubin to stop the Jia, Fei, and Apos as contraceptive tea? Replying to your highness, the concubines are not permitted to take contraceptive tea on their own. Without the emperor and Apos, as grant, no one may dare to partake. I would never grant a concubine such tea. If I did, how could the Empress Dowager allow it? Hishiri and Apos, voice gradually softened. Indeed, within the harem, the Emperor and the Empress Dowager would only be satisfied with many offspring. Whether the heirs are of one and Amp, Apos, own blood may not hold as much significance in the Eisenjoro family. Lu Mama, noticing her mistress and Amp, Apos, prolonged silence. Your Highness hopes for your early delivery of an heir, does she not? Otherwise, why would you spend several nights each month in Kunning Palace? Among the 6 palaces, your nights with the Emperor are always the most frequent. Hishiri and Apos, countenance softened upon hearing this. The Emperor values propriety. As long as we do not err, your Highness, you alone are the Emperor and Amp, Apos, principal consort. When the heirs see you, they must respectfully address you as Empress Mother. In the harem, no matter how illustrious their lineage or how many heirs they bore, all must bow and address you as Empress. Hishiri cast her gaze downward at her flat abdomen, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the thought. Recalling her previous arrangements in Yinshi Palace, her expression darkened. She had underestimated the Yurlin clan. The scheme to retain the mother had allowed her to escape. Fortunately, it was not entirely fruitless. In the future, should the Yurlin clan wish to bear heirs, it would only be in dreams. Turning to Lu Mama, she inquired, is everything handled? Rest assured, your Highness, the deceased are the safest, and no one will investigate us. Moreover, without heirs, the Emperor will hardly concern himself with minor details. Perhaps even that person from Yinshi Palace has not realized something amiss. Is the Emperor still investigating the 3rd prince's incident? Replying to your Highness, both the Emperor and the Dowager Empress are probing into it. Word from the household indicates that the Jue'ercha clan outside the palace is also discreetly investigating the movements of various families. However, the individual from the palace of Chang'an has remained inactive, often pretending that there are no capable hands in the palace. Hishiri nodded. In this palace, who would risk implicating 3 princes without succession rights? Jia Fei is not ignorant of this principle. She protects Qing Rui, Qing Hu, and Sien Chan closely, guarding against foolishness. It is not to guard against a clever person who might orchestrate the 3rd prince's fall into the water. The emperor and the dowager empress understood well that the incident was an accident, merely seeking to clean up the harem. As Yunaxi stepped into Qing Palace, Hishiri was already awaiting her arrival. She slightly inclined her body in a respectful bow. May the empress enjoy eternal blessings. I apologize for arriving late today. Thank you for your patience. No need for formalities. Please sit. The emperor spent the night in your palace yesterday. It must have been quite a late affair. You have worked hard. Thank you, Empress, for your consideration. Serving the emperor is a fortune I do not take lightly. Chapter 43. The Competition for Favor in the Harem. Part 2. Yunaxi lounged languidly in the grand chair, indifferent to the somber atmosphere enveloping the hall. Did Empress Heshali intend to stir jealousy among the concubines with her words, due to her having spent the night in the emperor's company? How utterly tedious. If one were to speak of who had the most nights spent in the emperor's embrace, none could rival the empress. Moreover, which palace could compel Kangxi to stay against his will? Since the birth of her son, who bore a striking resemblance to her, Qing Rui, Qing Hu, and Seinka, she had ceased to be surprised by the identities of the mothers of Kangxi's heirs. However, she found it perplexing that Empress Heshali had yet to conceive an heir. Not dwelling on it for long, Yunaxi slightly regained her focus and continued to listen to the exchanges among the concubines. Sitting at the first seat to the right of Empress Heshali was Seduna. As she raised her eyes, she caught sight of Yunaxi, seated at the first position on her left. The two exchanged silent glances, playfully blinking at each other, having finally escaped the confines of Qing Palace. Yunaxi was accompanied by Seduna and the young Olenara. Were they not to visit the Imperial Garden today to see Qing Rui, Qing Hu, and Seinka? Yunaxi detected the mirth in Seduna's words and smiled at her. Recently, their studies had intensified, and the emperor no longer permitted them to frolic in the Imperial Garden for even half an hour each day. Then let us visit your palace to admire the pear blossoms. Very well. Around the time of Qing Ming, the pear blossoms in Chengqian Palace were in full bloom. Yunaxi instructed someone to bring a round table and plum blossom stools, placing them beneath the pear tree. Shichi was dispatched to the imperial kitchen to procure an early meal. Yes, this servant shall go at once. Seduna and the young Olenara watched Shichi lead people to the kitchen, and they signaled their own personal maids to follow suit. Seduna, hailing from the Mongolian Borjigit family, enjoyed the status of a favored concubine, albeit with the privileges of a consort. The young Olenara glanced shyly at Yunaxi and Seduna. Today, dear sister, you are in for a treat. Do not worry about it. We are sisters. Seduna's bright laughter illuminated the atmosphere. Yunaxi gazed at the lively and adorable Seduna, her heart momentarily pausing. Kangxi, this man, truly enjoyed a sumptuous life, surrounded by a myriad of women in the depths of the palace, all yearning for his affection. In the evening, after Yunaxi had groomed herself, Kangxi hurriedly entered the hall. This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty. May the emperor enjoy eternal peace. I shall freshen up first. You wait for me in bed. Yunaxi watched Kangxi's retreating figure, feeling a flicker of annoyance within her heart. Was his visit merely for that purpose? When Kangxi finally emerged from his ablutions and entered the eastern chamber, Yunaxi lay nestled in bed, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Kangxi noticed the space she had left for him and resigned himself to lie down beside her. In Qing Palace, even the empress dared not allow him to sleep on the outer side. Yet this young woman was different. He found himself reluctant to chastise her. What has vexed you today? You're usually so eager to await me. Kangxi turned to embrace Yunaxi gently, his arm resting upon her slender waist. Do you not wish to bear another heir for me? I would be willing. Then why the discontent? Who in this harem dares to provoke you? As he spoke, he affectionately tapped her small nose. Yunaxi looked at the youthful emperor before her, tenderly smoothing the slight furrow in his brow. Kangxi, in turn, grasped her delicate hand. I have neglected you of late. Be patient. Once I have dealt with the day's affairs, I shall come to accompany you more often. Yunaxi was unaware of the intricacies of Kangxi's court matters, yet she sensed his fervor tonight. She could only yield to him, opening herself to his desires. "My lord, the time has come." Outside, Liang Jiogong listened to the sounds emanating from the hall, glancing at the anxious young eunuch from the palace's service department. He couldn't help but sigh softly to himself. Tonight's affair shall not be disclosed beyond Chengxian Palace. Otherwise, should the master be displeased, we could both lose our heads. Master Liang, what the favored concubine's history? As per the usual protocol, call for water 3 times at half-hour intervals. In the eastern chamber, Kangxi reclined upon the freshly changed bedding, allowing Yunaxi to rest her head on his chest, kissing her drowsy face. "You do care for me, do you not?" Time passed slowly. On this day, Yunaxi sat alone at the round table, enjoying her breakfast. She observed the fragrant chicken and cherry meat laid before her, her appetite insatiable as she devoured one bite after another. The attentive Shiqi and Shu exchanged knowing glances. They recalled how their mistress's appetite had significantly increased during her previous pregnancies, requiring 4 to 5 meals a day to stave off hunger. Remembering that their mistress had yet to receive her monthly cycle, Yanli allowed a smile to grace her face as well. Yunaxi remained engrossed in her meal, oblivious to the subtle exchanges among Shiqi, Shu, and Yanli. "Do join us in your meal. There is no need to wait on me." "Thank you, my lady." "Thank you, my lady." "Thank you, my lady." Yunaxi discerned the joy in their voices but paid it little mind, continuing to enjoy her meal. Chapter 44, Palace Intrigue. Part 3. Meanwhile, within the Sinang Palace, Kangxi delicately placed a covered teacup on the Kong table as he sat upon a Luohan bed. Esteemed Grand Empress Dowager, Fenghua's prolonged failure to conceive an heir leaves your grandson with dwindling patience. Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang gazed at her grandson, discerning a nascent ambition mirroring that of Emperor Taizong in the Qingming Palace of Shengjing years ago. Instinctively, she reached out to touch his eyes, having governed for many years. "If you've reached a decision, there's no need to consult your grandmother. Allow this old woman to relish a tranquil existence. However, is next year not too precipitous a time frame? The opportune moment for quelling the feudatories has long since arrived. I am loath to delay any further." Within the palace, only Baocheng possesses the qualifications to inherit the throne, lest the empire be destabilized. I, too, yearn for the empress to bear a legitimate son, which is why I have consistently favored the palace of earthly tranquility. Alas, it seems my destiny with the empress is yet to manifest. Has Xian Yi not entertained suspicions of palace intrigues, given Fenghua's protracted failure to conceive? Kangxi's hand, which was toying with prayer beads, paused momentarily. Olenara wouldn't engage in such machinations. You trust her implicitly? The empress has refrained from harming Qingrui, Qinghu, and Sei Yinkin. Olenara would not inflict harm upon her. You certainly possess an understanding of her. Kangxi remained silent, taking a sip of tea to conceal his emotions. As the consort paramount and the nation's mother, the empress must not be subjected to humiliation unless she commits a grave transgression, even if she remains childless. Rest assured, Grand Empress Dowager, as long as she maintains her position, I shall not permit anyone to supplant her, even without a legitimate heir. When I assumed power, Albai was apprehended, and Sony had rendered meritorious service. Is Consort Jia also disallowed? Kangxi met his grandmother's penetrating gaze and gently curved his lips. Disallowed. Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang smiled at the young emperor before her. It was widely believed that the Aizenjoro clan produced sentimentalists. Yet, when juxtaposed with the empire, even their most cherished women could ultimately become inconsequential. As Kangxi departed, Sumalagu turned to face the Empress Dowager, who was reclining on the Luohan bed. Your ladyship, the emperor has matured. Why concern yourself so deeply? Life in this deep palace is monotonous. I merely wish to tease Xian Yi, as I did in his youth. I must also gently remind him to temper his affections for Consort Jia. Which emperor would behave as he does, clinging to a woman in such a manner? It's no wonder the empress feels disheartened when the palace records are reviewed. Even I find it displeasing. Xian Yi appears to distribute his favors evenly, yet he only requests water once each night in the empress's palace. He merely sleeps in the chambers of other consorts most of the time. Consort Jia, however, receives nightly visitations. She has been consuming contraceptives. How come I Xianyi have many children? Your ladyship, the emperor undoubtedly cherishes your well-being. Consort Jia is fortunate. Now that she has ceased taking contraceptives, she will soon bless you with a filial young master like the three princes. Empress Dowager Xiao Zhuang's smile broadened at the mention of her great-grandsons. Cheng Hu, and Yinken are indeed filial, never failing to inquire after this old woman's health daily. Meanwhile, in the palace of earthly tranquility, Empress Heshali instinctively tightened her grip on the peanut she was shelling as she gazed at the stern profile of the man before her. Your Majesty intends to entrust the fifth prince to the care of Garlu, the chief of the imperial household department. The Ulanara clan of Yinshi Palace is of low rank and, according to regulations, cannot raise a prince. Raising Bao Cheng in the Garla household is a sound decision. Has Your Majesty not considered entrusting him to my care? Have I not raised Chun'er well? Kangxi softened as he looked at the pleading empress. At that moment, in the palace of celestial favor, Ulanara, she woke up from a nap and was reviewing her dowry accounts on the Luohan bed. She turned her head toward Yanli, who seemed hesitant to speak. What is it? Your ladyship, His Majesty has taken the fifth prince to the palace of earthly tranquility to be raised. To be raised by the empress? Ulanara, she muttered, her voice clear enough for Shichi, Shu, and Yanli to hear. Perhaps Kangxi was unwilling to have the prince raised outside the palace, given the demise of two previous heirs. Shu, instruct everyone in the palace of celestial favor to refrain from discussing the fifth prince. Yes, your ladyship. The imperial household department has just delivered fresh vegetables and meat from my dowry estate. Today, the kitchen will prepare stir-fried seasonal vegetables, braised mutton, and beef stew with radish. Send a portion to Cheng Hu, and Yinken. Shichi, Yanli, and Li Chengnan take attendance to deliver dinner to the princes first, then fetch my meal from the imperial kitchen. Yes. Once Ulanara she was alone, she slowly set down the accounts, nestled into the Luohan bed, and closed her eyes. From now on, Ini would be considered a quasi-son. She wondered if the Ulanara clan of Yinshi Palace could withstand the fortune of this brush with death. Thinking of Kangxi, Ulanara, she instinctively touched her lower abdomen. If all went well, she was carrying another heir, though she didn't know if it was a prince or a princess. She wasn't keen on giving birth to a princess, as Qing princesses often married into Mongolia, and few had happy endings. Ulanara, she got up, went to the canopy bed, and lay down. Lately, she had been eating more and feeling sleepy. She could conceal her pregnancy from the other consorts, but not from Kangxi. The next time he came to the palace of celestial favor, she would share the news of their child with him. Ulanara, she drifted off to sleep until a strong, possessive gaze fixed upon her, jolting her awake. She slowly opened her eyes and met Kangxi's deep gaze. When did Your Majesty arrive at the palace of celestial favor? Why didn't you wake me? I saw you were sleeping soundly. Your meal is still warming in the kitchen. Would you like some? Yes. Ulanara, she ate a simple meal, freshened up, and returned to the canopy bed. Your Majesty. Kangxi stepped forward, took Ulanara, she's outstretched hand, and sat beside her on the bed. Your Majesty, secretly summon a physician for me tomorrow. Kangxi lowered his head slightly, looking at his hand resting on her abdomen. Is there another heir of mine here? I haven't had my pulse taken yet, so Your Majesty should secretly summon a physician for me. If I am fortunate enough to be with child, the pregnancy may be unstable in the first 3 months, and too many people knowing might startle the imperial heir. Kangxi removed his boots, lay down beside Ulanara she, and gently embraced her. I will have Wang Ruben come tomorrow. If you're not with child, there is no rush. I will simply try harder. Your Majesty. Ulanara, she nestled in Kangxi's embrace, savoring the rare tranquility. In Yinshi Palace, the elder Ulanara clan looked around the empty room, a sense of loss on her face. Although she had known that the fifth prince would not be raised in her palace for long, she still felt saddened by the prince's transfer to the palace of earthly tranquility. Your ladyship, His Majesty did not mention changing our fifth prince's jade registry. You are the birth mother of the prince. When the prince turns 6 and goes to the imperial study to study and be registered in the jade registry, you will have a record in our, like the lady of the palace of celestial favor. The elder Ulanara clan smiled at Chun'er, who spoke the words she longed to hear. In the Qing dynasty, Only the empress, regardless of whether she had children, would be recorded in the Jade Registry. Imperial consorts, consorts, and concubines would only be recorded in the Jade Registry if they had children. Chapter 45. Pregnant again for many years. The empress residing in Qing Palace had been without offspring, and it seemed she lacked the fortune of bearing children. The days ahead for her appeared bleak. Chun'er observed with a smile, as the young Ulanara sighed with relief in her heart. Although the empress usually appeared gentle and amiable, her wrath was often inflicted upon those in her service. The next day, within the Qing Palace, Ulanara bid farewell to Wang Ruben after he had paid his respects, then turned with a smile to the attendant Jue'ercha. "Jue'ercha, please see Wang Tai out," she instructed. "Yes, your highness." Outside Qing Palace, Wang Ruben gently touched the pouch that Jue'ercha had tucked in his bosom before taking his leave. Shortly thereafter, in the Qing Palace, Emperor Kangxi gazed down at Wang Ruben, who knelt before him. "No need for formalities. Rise and respond," the emperor commanded. "I humbly thank your majesty for your grace." "Is the concubine Jia's pregnancy stable?" he inquired. "In response to your majesty, concubine Jia has been pregnant for over 2 months, and the fetus appears healthy," Wang Ruben replied. "However, what is it?" Kangxi asked, slowly opening his eyes to scrutinize Wang Ruben, whose face flushed crimson as he quickly knelt and bowed. "Concubine Jia should not engage in vigorous intimacy. It is essential that you monitor her closely during this pregnancy. Her condition must remain discreet. If anyone inquires, inform them that she is recuperating after halting the pregnancy-preventing medicine." "I shall obey and take my leave," Wang Ruben said. As Liang Zhugong entered the warm pavilion, he was momentarily taken aback by the flushed countenance of his master. He promptly resumed his usual posture by the partition. Meanwhile, in the western side hall of Qing Palace, the young Ulanara set down the teacup in her hand and turned to the approaching palace maid, Jiwan. "Is Sister Jia in good health?" she asked. "In response to your highness, Wang Tai has come to attend to concubine Jia's pulse and health," Jiwan replied. "The lady has ceased taking the pregnancy-preventing medicine, indicating her desire to conceive again." "Very well, you may leave," the young Ulanara said. Once alone, she gently placed her hand on her abdomen. The emperor had always favored her in Qing Palace, and as time passed, she consciously chose to avoid him in Qing Palace. Ever since she rescued the third prince, concubine Jia had been granted exceptional privileges in her clothing and provisions. Yet the emperor's affections remained lukewarm. Should she bear an heir, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune to raise it alongside concubine Jia. Time swiftly passed, and Ulanara and Apos, as pregnancy had now exceeded 3 months. One day, the concubines gathered in Qing Palace to pay their respects. She glanced at the empress He Shunli as she emerged from the inner chambers. After greeting the concubines, she did not return her seat as usual. "Your Majesty," she began, "yesterday, Wang Ruben diagnosed that I have been pregnant for over 3 months and the fetus is healthy. This is joyful news. I shall inform the Ministry of Rights to remove your green headplate," the empress declared. Ulanara smiled graciously and returned to her seat. "I extend my congratulations to concubine Jia on her impending heir," she said. "Everyone may rise. May you all soon bear fruit for the emperor." Ulanara chose not to speculate on the hidden thoughts of the other concubines, responding to their congratulations with a smile. The empress He Shunli maintained her composure, yet her demeanor betrayed a hint of inner turmoil. Ulanara felt a twinge of sympathy for her. Concubine Jia's continuous elevation in status and the prospect of her bearing an heir could allow her to relinquish some of her nights with the emperor. Ulanara observed the speaker, Li Shi, with a smile, but refrained from further comment. Li Shi hailed from the Han Army's right blue banner, the daughter of the General Guada, and entered the palace as a maid in the 10th year of Kangxi's reign. Her grandfather was the defector Li Yongfang, who married the daughter of Prince Abatai. Although Guada was not a member of the royal family, the Li family was esteemed among Han officials in the palace and enjoyed considerable favor. She possessed an appealing countenance, standing out amidst the other Manchu ladies for her delicate appearance. Presently, within the palace, Li Shi, Zhang Shi, and Dong Shi represented the Han army. Zhang Shi entered the palace as a maid through the Ministry of Internal Affairs in the early years of Kangxi, while Dong Shi followed suit 2 years later. Only Li Shi was selected through the grand examination of the 8 banners to serve as a concubine. She often prided herself on her noble lineage, distancing herself from the likes of Zhang Shi and Dong Shi. However, she maintained a close friendship with He Shunli from Changchun Palace, aligning herself with the Empress's faction. Noticing Ula Nara's silence, Li Shi's expression dimmed, and she awkwardly fell silent. The Empress He Shunli, seated at the head, scrutinized the expressions of the concubines, weighing her thoughts. With concubine Jia pregnant, she would only need to pay her respects to Ning Palace on the 1st and 15th of each month until the heir was born. Everyone may disperse, she concluded. Su Duna grasped Ula Nara's hand as they stood together in the palace corridor. How wonderful! Soon, Changqian Palace will be bustling again. You and Ji Lan should hasten to conceive an heir as well. The young Ula Nara, hearing this, could not help but feel hopeful. It would indeed be fortunate to have a daughter. Ula Nara and Su Duna smiled at her, their expressions brightening. Not far away, the elder Ula Nara stood observing the trio. Concubine Jia saved the life of the Borjigit lady, while the young Ula Nara saved the 3rd prince. Their bond is quite close. What? Does sister also desire such closeness? The elder Ula Nara turned to Zhang Shi, who stood behind her, her face showing signs of impatience. Earlier, she had contemplated lingering in Ning Palace for a while longer, hoping to gain the Empress's favor and catch a glimpse of the 5th prince. However, Zhang Shi's refusal to leave had forced her to depart first, only to find Zhang Shi emerging shortly after. As Zhang Shi observed the elder Ula Nara's dark expression, she turned and left, clenching her fist tightly within her sleeve. He Shunli was correct. The elder Ula Nara, as the mother of a prince, had become quite dismissive of her. Had the eldest princess not perished, the elder Ula Nara would likely not have dared to treat her with such disdain. Since the passing of the eldest princess, the elder Ula Nara had been reduced to a mere small fortune. Her annual allowance consisted of 30 taels of silver, 1 bolt each of silk, satin, and other fabrics, along with several pounds of cotton. Her daily provisions were but a meager amount of pork, rice, flour, and vegetables, far inferior to what she enjoyed when the eldest princess was alive. The black charcoal used for cooking was of poor quality, providing little warmth. Such conditions were typical only for those of lower rank. Meanwhile, Ula Nara parted ways with Su Duna and brought the young Ula Nara back to Changqian Palace, where they nestled against the soft couch. Shurqi helped Ula Nara remove her shoes and signaled to the servants to move the table away. Your Highness, do you feel fatigued? She inquired. I am a bit hungry. What meals does the imperial kitchen have prepared? Shirshu had sent someone to fetch the meals a quarter of an hour ago and should return soon. Ula Nara turned to Shurqi, estimating the time. It would be best to have the meals prepared for her after she had paid her respects upon returning to the palace. This child seems rather impatient, she mused. Your Highness, shall we sample the stir-fried vegetables, braised lion's head meatballs, and snow-white red bean paste from our little kitchen first? Have the meals been sent to Cheng Rui, Cheng Hu, Sai In Shahan, and the Emperor? They were personally delivered by Shi Shu and Li Chengnan, so you need not worry, Your Highness. Very well. Instruct them to present our little kitchen and Appo's dishes. Chapter 46. Pregnant again on the other side, Zhang and Wang Jia stood side by side outside Jingren Palace. Watching the palace maids gradually walk away, she turned to Wang Jia, recalling how Ula Nara had saved the 3rd prince. Every day, the chief maidservant of the Jia Fei accompanied her maid Ji Wan to the imperial kitchen to fetch meals, allowing her, a mere concubine, to dine alongside the principal consort for an entire hour. How could her elder sister, a favored concubine selected from the 8 banners, be outdone by a mere servant who had yet to bear children? With the Jia Fei unable to share the emperor's bed due to her pregnancy, her sister must seize this opportunity. Wang Jia glanced at Zhang and, with her personal maid Jue'ercha, returned to Zhongsui Palace. Zhang was so incensed she stomped her feet in frustration, feeling like a coward. In the palace, only the Empress, Jia Fei, He Shiri, and Wang Jia hailed from the 8 banners. With this, She found it impossible to elevate her status and rightfully deserved the emperor's neglect. Shall I go to Changchun Palace to visit Hishiri? Returning to the palace, the prospect of encountering Li from the Western Palace at Changchun Palace was vexing. Unaware of the minor episode outside Jingren Palace, Ulanara, meanwhile, gazed hungrily at the meal brought back from the study. She had to admit that the chefs in the imperial kitchen were skilled. The cook in her own small kitchen, Li, was sent by Kangxi and prepared delectable dishes as well. My lady, yes. As Ulanara enjoyed her meal, Yanli entered from outside the hall. My lady, the emperor's eunuch, Liang, just delivered this. Dismiss yourself. Don't let the food grow cold. Ulanara took the pouch Yanli handed her, and, upon opening it, found 500 taels of silver. Over the years, Kangxi had been privately subsidizing her finances without fail. Many concubines in the palace must be aware of this. She had no desire to concern herself with how the other consorts felt. Kangxi's willingness to provide was enough for her. At this moment, within Qingxing Palace, Kangxi glanced at the entering Liang Jiogong. Has it been delivered? Replying to your majesty, it has been delivered. Is she dining well? Liang Jiogong, hearing Kangxi's inquiry, slowly began to perspire. Next time I deliver silver to Chengxian Palace, I will inquire about the Jia Fei's well-being. Replying to your majesty, I am unaware. Very well. She is not the type to endure hardship. Kangxi set down his brush and instructed, you may leave. Your servant takes leave. With Liang's departure, Qingxing Palace felt rather desolate. He lay back on the couch, slowly closing his eyes. His thoughts were consumed by the capable individuals needed for military affairs. He knew the coming year would not be smooth. He needed to tread carefully with the generals responsible for quelling rebellions. My lord, Peiqi from Changchun Palace has sent over night clothes made by Li Xiaozhu. Guo from Zhongsui Palace has brought night clothes made by Wang Xiaozhu. Chun from Yinqi Palace has delivered night clothes made by Ulanara. Ling from Jingren Palace has brought night clothes made by Zhang Xiaozhu. In Qixiang Palace. Tonight, I shall stay in Qingxing Palace and will not summon any concubines. The servant obeys and takes leave. After Liang Jiogong exited the chamber, Kangxi closed his eyes once more. In Chengxian Palace, Ulanara, having finished her meal, observed Yanli, who stood beside her, hesitating to speak. What is it? Replying to my lady, all the concubines have sent clothing and food to Qingxing Palace. Would you like to send something to the emperor as well? They are vying for time in his bed. I shall not join their competition. As Ulanara spoke, she gently caressed her slightly rounded belly. She wondered how she had managed to persuade their father to allow them to play in the imperial garden for half an hour every day. Thus, every 10 days, she could also visit the garden to converse with her 3 sons. On this day, just as before, she went to the garden to see Qingre, Qinghu, and Saicha. From a distance, she spotted her 3 sons sitting in a pavilion, approaching only to notice that they were not as lively as usual. Are you anxious for your mother? Mother, do you still love Qinghu, eldest brother and third brother? Seeing her sons with slightly reddened eyes, Ulanara motioned for the palace attendants to wait outside the pavilion. Come here, my dears. Mother, ultimately, even at 5 or 6 years old, children who had faced hardship outside still longed to nestle in their mother's embrace. What has happened? Speak slowly to your mother. Will you still love us, even with a new brother or sister on the way? Of course, I will not stop loving you. You are all my children. How could I bear to love you any less? Regardless of how many new brothers or sisters come, my love for you will remain forever. Qingru, Qinghu, and Saicha are the most precious treasures in my heart. If you do not wish for siblings, after this one is born, I will not have any more children. Ulanara held her 3 sons tightly, unaware that her seemingly private words in the pavilion would reach the ears of others. At this moment, Qingxing Palace was chillingly cold. Kangxi observed the kneeling head of the secret guards, perplexed by their audacity. Must I heed the wishes of a 5 or 6-year-old concerning the continuation of my lineage? My lord, please calm your anger. Who is instigating the 3 princes against their siblings? Replying to your majesty. Yesterday, the 3 princes overheard 2 palace maids in the imperial garden remarking that the Jia Fei and Appo's unborn child is the most favored. When the Jia Fei gives birth, the 3 little princes fear they will lose their mother's love. They grew discontented. I have just discovered that one of the palace maids, Qiu Tao, has been in contact with Pomegranate, who serves Ishiri in Changchun Palace. Qiu Tao and another maid suddenly perished from illness. The other maid is from the same hometown as Xiaoxue, a second-rank maid from Yanxi Palace. I am powerless. The clues have led to a dead end. Please, my lord, do not be angry. Kangxi cast a glance at the head of the secret guards, who kept his head bowed. Enough. You may go and continue your investigation. What the Jiafei said in the Imperial Garden must not be known by others, especially not by the ancestors. Your servant acknowledges the decree and takes leave. A shadow flickered, and the person who had just knelt in the center of the palace vanished in an instant. Kangxi was unfazed by this, but his anger grew colder as he recalled Olenara's words in Chengxian Palace. My heirs can only be born by those I choose. I have indulged her too much, allowing her to harbor such rebellious thoughts. In Chengxian Palace, Olenara remained oblivious to the displeasure she had caused the emperor. At this moment, she listened to Li Chengnan's words, her eyes flickering with surprise. All have perished from illness? Replied my lady, all have perished from illness. You may leave. There is no need to investigate further. Your servant takes leave. Olenara reclined on the couch, gently stroking her belly. In the depths of the palace, she was the only one carrying the emperor's heir, which evidently irked certain individuals. The actions of the perpetrators were so swift that before any clues could be uncovered, the two palace maids were already lost to the world. Days passed slowly. Olenara once again noticed the retreating figure of Grandma Qi beside her third son and felt a twinge of unease. She tilted her head slightly towards Shichi. How many times has it been this month? Replying to my lady, our three little princes have not played in the Imperial Garden for over 20 days. Indeed, Wenaxi nodded gently, raising her hand to caress her slightly rounded abdomen. It had been some time since that person from Qianqing Palace last visited Chengxian Palace. In the 6th year of Kangxi's reign, before she gave birth to Qingrui, Qinghu, and Sain Chahan, he had accompanied her for meals almost daily. Shichi, my lady, what has the emperor been busy with these past few days? In response, Shichi replied, perhaps due to pressing state affairs. The emperor has been spending most nights alone in Qianqing Palace. Please instruct the small kitchen to prepare some rui rolls. I wish to visit the emperor. Yes, I shall take my leave. As Wenaxi gazed at the cheerful Shichi, her thoughts drifted to the recent letters from home. Shirqin and Shihua had been helping to manage her dowry shop outside the palace. Last month, her mother decided to arrange a marriage for one of them with a young steward from the family business, and the other with the son of the family accountant, both promising unions. She hoped to secure good matches for Shichi and Shu, who would soon be able to leave the palace, ensuring that their shared upbringing would not go unrecognized. Turning her gaze to Yanli, who stood nearby, she remarked, in just a few months, it will be your time to leave the palace. Have you made any plans for your future? Yanli replied, my family is currently seeking suitable matches for me. Once I leave the palace, I hope you will help me with my trousseau. You needn't be so formal. Your loyalty to me has always been unwavering. I shall not treat you poorly. Yanli smiled, even more broadly, grateful for the kind words. The lady had come from a prestigious family, entering the palace with her dowry and accompanied by the devoted Shichi and Shu. Yanli never considered comparing her loyalty to theirs. She focused solely on serving them with all her heart, hoping for a day when she could leave the palace and marry. Now, not only was the lady allowing her to leave, but she was also willing to assist in preparing her trousseau, ensuring Yanli would have a respectable standing in her future home. My lady, you should rest. The rui rolls will take some time to prepare. Very well. Wenaxi smiled as she placed her hand in Yanli's, using her support to rise and move to the bedside, where she lay down. Wang Ruobun had mentioned that this pregnancy was not singular. During her pregnancies with Qingrui, Qinghu, and Sain Chan, the imperial doctor had suspected twins. Ultimately, she had given birth to 3 little princes. At that time, Sain Chan's fetal heartbeat was weak, and the diagnosis had only revealed the faint heartbeat late in the pregnancy. She had only mentioned to Kangxi that there might be 3 children. It was only after giving birth that she learned of the 3 heirs she carried. Wenaxi's heart stirred at the thought of Kangxi. Living in a feudal dynasty, one must refrain from foolishly challenging imperial authority. Her 3 sons, along with the child she now carried, depended on him for their future. In her memories of a past life, the 12th Prince Yongji of the Qianlong Emperor had fallen into despair and died young after his mother lost favor. That was the fate of a legitimate son of the primary consort. This illustrated how a mother's status was tied to her children, and vice versa in this feudal society, where the whims of the powerful dictated everything. Moreover, she had the entire Jue'ercha clan behind her, sharing both honor and disgrace. When Wenaxi awoke again, she opened her eyes to see Shurshu's innocent face before her. "My lady, the small kitchen has finished preparing the rui rolls. If we do not deliver them soon, we shall miss the dinner hour. Is the emperor in Qianqing Palace?" "Yes, my lady." "Then hasten to help me change and prepare. I shall go and return swiftly." Meanwhile, in Qianqing Palace, Kangxi grew increasingly frustrated as he reviewed the mountain of memorials. He set down his vermilion brush and rubbed his forehead. "What has your favored concubine been preoccupied with in Chengxian Palace?" In response, the favored concubine has mostly remained in seclusion, being with child. "Has anyone from the palace brought gifts lately?" "Yes, from Changchun Palace. Lady Heshali and Lady Li brought you handmade pouches. Lady Wang from Zhongzue Palace has sent some as well, and Lady Dong from Qishan Palace." "Enough. And what of Chengxian Palace?" "I have heard that the favored concubine has been drowsy during her pregnancy, likely preoccupied with thoughts of you, your majesty." Liang Jiogong, relieved by Kangxi and Appo's interruption, felt a weight lift from his chest. He had been cautious with his words, fearing to provoke further irritation. When he finally looked up, he met Kangxi's dark gaze, which revealed nothing. "You have received quite a few silver notes from your favored concubine, haven't you? Your majesty is wise. I am at fault." "Ha, rise. I thank your majesty for your generosity." Liang Jiogong stood and resumed his position beside Kangxi. "The favored concubine must miss you dearly. She is rather ungrateful. How could she truly think of me?" Kangxi scoffed, bemused by the nature of women. Liang Jiogong, observing Kangxi's unchanged expression, felt reassured. "Your majesty, the favored concubine requests an audience outside." As soon as the words left his lips, Xuanxi, stationed at the door, entered to convey the message. "Admit her," Kangxi commanded, stepping behind the screen to sit on the couch. Wenaxi left Shiqi and Shurshu with Liang Jiogong and approached the screen. "I pay my respects to the emperor. May you be blessed with longevity. Komisit, what brings you to Qianqing Palace?" "I missed the emperor. The small kitchen has made some rui rolls, and I brought them for you to taste." "You miss me? Or do you long for Qingrui, Qinghu, and Sainchan?" As Kangxi spoke, he tenderly caressed Wenaxi's delicate face, his heart yearning for her presence. He shifted the table closer and laid back on the couch, beckoning her to join him. Wenaxi glanced at her prominent belly and then at her shoes, hesitating. Noticing her reluctance, Kangxi rose and embraced her from behind, planting gentle kisses on her delicate ear. Chapter 47. Kangxi's reduction of the feudal lords. "How is it? Are you unwilling?" "Your majesty, I cannot remove my shoes myself due to my considerable condition." "Be good, and I shall always cherish you," Kangxi said, reaching out to assist Wenaxi in removing her shoes. Startled, she flinched. "Now you know fear? You were not afraid at all when you were challenging me." Wenaxi gazed at the cold, youthful emperor before her, her heart unsettled. The illustrious Kangxi, perhaps, had never helped Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang with her shoes. Observing Wenaxi and Appo's dazed expression, a flicker of amusement crossed Kangxi and Appo's eyes. "You are due in May next year. There are less than 6 months remaining. If you do not wish to attend the family feast on New Year and Appo's Eve next month, I shall decree that you may be absent. Is that acceptable? I thank your majesty in advance. You have never liked such festivities. This time, your condition allows for your absence. However, you must not make a habit of it. Yes, as the days grow colder, I shall instruct Qingrui and the others to wait until spring to visit the imperial garden." Wenaxi nestled in Kangxi's embrace, her anger unmasked. The past 20 days had not been cold at all. This made Kangxi unable to suppress a smile. "Ha! Tonight, we shall remain in Qianqing Palace. Your majesty, I cannot share your bed." Wenaxi felt her face flush at his low voice. "Very well, I shall not insist." Kangxi, inexplicably cold to himself, now sought to comfort her. Wanaxi could not decipher his thoughts, so she chose not to ponder the emperor's mind. With the charcoal fire burning brightly in the chamber, she soon succumbed to drowsiness. Listening to the rhythmic sound of her breathing, Kangxi gently lifted his large hand from Wanaxi's abdomen. He rose to continue reviewing memorials. In Cunning Palace, Empress Heshali sat at her vanity, combing her long hair repeatedly. Has Concubine Jia not returned to the palace? In response to your majesty, the emperor has decreed that he shall not summon any concubines tonight. Concubine Jia cannot share the bed, so the emperor must accompany her. I did not expect that the family of Jue'ercha would raise such a seductress. She is the one who knows how to ensnare the emperor best. Your majesty, please do not be angry. The emperor has not entered Chengqian Palace for over 20 days. Today, had it not been for the one from Chengqian Palace personally seeking him, we would still be in the dark. You know the Jue'ercha clan is filled with capable individuals. Naturally, the emperor must give Concubine Jia face. This year, the elder of the Jue'ercha family is 54, correct? Few generals from the old guard who survived the battlefield live long. Yet this elder can support the next generation in rising to prominence. Now, Concubine Jia's brothers and her maternal family can stand on their own and no longer require the elder's protection in the court. I somewhat regret being overly lenient in years past. Lu Mama, standing nearby, felt her legs weaken and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, please do not be upset. The one from Chengqian Palace is not easy to deal with, especially since they belong to the Jue'ercha clan. They are not from a small family. They have connections that cannot be severed easily, involving not only Concubine Jia's maternal line. Lord Dord and Lord Mingdai were both influential figures in the previous dynasty. Additionally, Concubine Jia's maternal family, the Tongjia clan, is also significant. The ties of the Jue'ercha family with various clans and families are intricate and far-reaching. Mama, please rise. Look at how anxious you are. I am the Empress. How could I engage in such unbecoming actions? Seeing the Empress's expression soften, Lu Mama quietly sighed in relief. Though her heart ached for her mistress, who had long been troubled by her inability to bear a child. The once joyful young lady in her estate now wore a bitter expression. Tonight, the only ones in the palaces who could sleep well were likely the noble lady of the Borjija clan in Yongshou Palace and the young Ulanara lady residing in the western side hall of Chengqian Palace. Wanaxi, however, was unconcerned with such matters as she nestled on Kangxi's dragon bed, gazing tearfully at him as he massaged her legs. Is this a frequent occurrence? It was so painful that I had to cry out. It was much worse when I carried the three brothers. But as I have not carried a child for a long time, I find it hard to endure. I never knew it would be so difficult in the later stages of pregnancy. As Wanaxi felt her cramped calves gradually relax under Kangxi's large hand, she couldn't help but glance at his cold, chiseled profile. The youthful emperor before her was not yet the ruthless, legendary Kangxi of the future. He seemed to genuinely care for her. I am well now, your majesty. Wanaxi withdrew her delicate feet from Kangxi's lap, feigning nonchalance as she returned to the dragon bed. Sleep, he said, unconcerned, as he slightly curled his lips and lay beside her, gently taking her small hand in his and closing his eyes. This was because the Empress Dowager had decreed that she need not pay her respects at Xinang Palace, Shokong Palace, and Cunning Palace until she bore an heir. The next day, Wanaxi accompanied Kangxi for breakfast in Qianqing Palace before taking a soft sedan chair back to Chengqian Palace. At this moment, the atmosphere in Cunning Palace was somewhat tense, as Empress Heshali observed the silence among the concubines. She raised her eyes to the young Ulanara lady sitting by the door. You reside in Chengqian Palace with Concubine Jia. Since she toils to serve the emperor, you must help alleviate some of the burden of bearing children for your esteemed mistress when she is unable. I thank your majesty for your guidance. Empress Heshali smiled and nodded at the young Ulanara lady, indicating for her to sit and converse. On the way back to Chengqian Palace, Jiwan glanced at her silent mistress. Are you concerned about the empress's words? Not at all. I merely feel that the weather is rather cold. Time passed, and soon it was March of the 12th year of Kangxi's reign. Kangxi's decree to reduce the feudal lords undoubtedly stirred great waves throughout the Qing dynasty. Women of the harem were forbidden from interfering in politics. Wanaxi was unaware of the plans of the three feudal lords, Wu Sangui, Gung Jinchong, and Shankashi. Nor did she know how Kangxi was strategizing militarily. She only knew that Wu Sangue had rebelled, and her brother, Irdimo, had requested to join the battle. Kangxi appointed Lurjin, the son of the Duke of Ningxuan, as the general to quell the rebellion in Ningnan, while her brother was appointed as a forward commander to lead the troops. Will it go smoothly? When Axie looked at the somewhat breathless Shu, her face revealing anxiety. Your Highness, I have delivered the water pouch and ointment you provided to our third master. Good, as long as Irdimo receives them. Upon hearing Wanaxi's hoarse voice, Shurchi quickly brought her a cup of jade spring water. Your Highness, drink some water to soothe your throat. Our third master will surely return safely. Yes, as long as he returns safely. I seek no glory or achievements for him. How could a mere teenager need to risk his life like this? Your Highness, please be cautious with your words. Wanaxi looked at Shurchi, who wore an expression of worry, and smiled as she wiped away the tears welling in her eyes. Chapter 48. A New Birth in the Kuan Ning Palace. Empress Heshli glanced at the matron Lu as she entered the chamber. Has the army departed? Replying to your majesty. They have indeed set out. The third son of the Jue'ercha family is among the troops. The family of the Jia Fei is quite impressive. Even their young heir has been sent to the battlefield without hesitation. Do not lose heart, your majesty. The third son of the Jue'ercha family is different from his father. He has not yet experienced warfare. Since achieving the title of martial scholar, he has been serving at the emperor's side. On the battlefield, swords are blind, and in times of crisis, your majesty may not be able to save him. Indeed, Empress Heshli replied, her expression softening. Is Bao Qing still asleep? Replying to your majesty. The fifth prince has just awakened, and the maidservant has brought him for you to see. Empress Heshli nodded and turned to her personal maid, Tsiyu. Bring Chunner as well. Today, I wish to spend some time with them. Yes, I shall take my leave now. That evening, Wanaxi was indulging in a midnight snack. Just as she finished a piece of pea cake, she noticed Emperor Kangxi sitting across from her on the rattan couch, smiling at her. The emperor did not allow the palace attendants to announce my presence. If they had, how could I have seen you in such a gluttonous state? Is it truly that delicious? The emperor should take a taste. As Wanaxi spoke, she raised a piece of pea cake to Kangxi's lips. He took a bite, smiling and nodding in approval. Your little kitchen's confections are quite exceptional. The flavor is delightful. It is thanks to the emperor's generosity, she replied, contemplating the chef in the small kitchen of Changqian Palace, whom she had chosen for his skills. Habitually, he twirled the 18 pieces in his left hand. I have heard from the empress that your chief maidservant has recently left the palace. I shall grant you another chief maidservant. Your servant is grateful to the emperor. Kangxi noticed the tenderness in Wanaxi's eyes as she expressed her gratitude without even rising from her seat. This pregnancy was not a solitary one, and during this time, he had been preoccupied with state affairs, leaving little time for visits to the inner palace. This was only his second visit to Changqian Palace since the new year. Does your leg still ache often? It does. Usually, Shichi and Shu help me with some massages, and it eases the pain. Kangxi nodded. In due time, I shall send someone to bring your mother into the palace to accompany you during your labor. Thank you, your majesty. Would you care for some more milk? Yes, I would like some. In the eastern chamber, only Wanaxi and Kangxi remained together on a rattan couch, appearing much like an ordinary couple in their interactions. The following day, as Wanaxi awoke and opened her eyes, she noticed a new face standing in the hall. This person was tall and strong, suggesting a life of labor. What is your name? I am Bai Xiao, and I have been ordered by His Majesty to take care of you. You are the chief maidservant of Changqian Palace. Henceforth, I shall rely on you for the household matters. I will serve with utmost dedication. Shichi, please assist Bai Xiao in settling in. Yes, I shall do so immediately. Wanaxi observed Bai Xiao's retreating figure, feeling a sense of unease that she could not quite articulate. Meanwhile, in Qinqing Palace, Kangxi continued his work on the memorials without pause. Have the secret guards delivered the message? Replying to your majesty, the servant personally saw her enter Changqian Palace. Just ensure her safety. There is no need to concern yourself with other matters. The head of the secret guards departed, and tranquility returned to Qinqing Palace. As May approached, joyous news began to emerge from the battlefield. Winaxi received letters from her brother, assuring her of his safety, which alleviated her concerns regarding his reckless decision to join the fight. Your Majesty, Lord Liang has conveyed that our matron will enter the palace to accompany you during your childbirth. Just as Winaxi was about to nod in agreement, she felt a sharp pain and could not help but furrow her delicate brows. Shu, I fear I may not be able to wait for my mother to arrive before giving birth. Bai Xiao quickly rushed to her side, lifting Winaxi and heading towards the eastern delivery chamber. As Winaxi lay in the familiar surroundings of the delivery room, she recalled the births of Chengrai, Qinghu, and Saiyan Chown, who had all come into the world in this very place. Soon, her own child would join them, and the eastern chamber would once again become a nursery. In the palace of the Tongjia clan, only Shiqi, Shu, and Bai Xiao efficiently organized Winaxi's delivery arrangements. If one were to scrutinize closely, they might notice Shiqi and Shu's tightly clenched hands, betraying their anxiousness. When Kangxi arrived at Chengxian Palace, the midwife had already been in the delivery room for some time. The ladies-in-waiting in the main hall listened to Winaxi and Oppos as cries of labor with expressions of sympathy. If Winaxi were to see this, she would undoubtedly think to herself, "Such fine acting. Jia Fei seems to be taking some time to deliver the heir," someone remarked. "Your Majesty, considering the recent strain of state affairs, perhaps you should take a moment to rest in Kuan-Ning Palace." Kangxi looked at Empress Heshali, a flicker of emotion in his eyes, and smiled, shaking his head. "I find peace in sitting here. You, the supreme sovereign, shall surely bestow blessings upon Jia Fei as she safely delivers the heir." At that moment, Walana disregarded the Empress's expression and voiced her hope for Winaxi's safe delivery, eager to leave a good impression on the Emperor. Empress Heshali, protective of Qing, felt unable to even glimpse her son from afar, let alone allow them to meet. Over time, would the fifth prince not recognize his biological mother, only knowing his adoptive one? In the delivery room, Winaxi was unaware of these undercurrents. At this moment, she had just surreptitiously ingested a potion, hoping it would hasten the arrival of her child and prevent any distress within. As she endured the waves of pain, beads of sweat began to soak through her garments. Gathering all her strength, she cried out, "Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow." Outside the delivery room, Kangxi listened to Winaxi's anguished cries, his heart tightening with concern. It was not until the sound of two newborns crying reached his ears that he began to relax. "Jia Fei has safely delivered a pair of twins, a princess and a prince," came the announcement. "Your servant congratulates the Emperor on this auspicious occasion." The ladies-in-waiting in the main hall, still in shock, quickly knelt in reverence, echoing the congratulations. "Is Jia Fei well?" The two midwives, cradling the newborn princess and prince, slightly bowed in greeting, replying, "Your Majesty, Jia Fei is well. Wang Rubin and Lu Xianglin, come with me. We shall check on Jia Fei and the children's health. The Empress shall accompany me as well." Your servant obeys. As Empress Heshali watched Kangxi enter the delivery room alongside the two imperial physicians and the midwives carrying the twins, her heart gradually settled. The Emperor was so reluctant to let the twins out of his sight, even bringing the physicians to check on Jia Fei while holding the children himself. The hall fell silent. The waiting concubines no longer dared to speak. Chapter 49. The Twin Dragons and Phoenix. When Winaxi awoke in the evening, she found herself alone in the chamber. "Is anyone in the hall?" she called out. Hearing her voice, Shiqi, Shu, and Bai Xiao hurried to the delivery room. "Your Highness, you are awake. Would you like to have a meal? Perhaps tomorrow. Please have the small kitchen prepare some bird's nest soup." "Yes." Bai Xiao performed the formalities and turned to leave for the kitchen. Winaxi slightly raised herself, leaning against the soft pillow that Shiqi had placed behind her. "Shiqi, please bring the princess and the little prince closer. This servant will do so at once." "Shu, has the Emperor rewarded the servants of Chengxian Palace?" "Yes. Just as when you gave birth to the three princes, the palace has been rewarded with half the year's wages." "Shu, I would like some water. I will prepare it right away." As the wet nurse entered with the two infants, Winaxi discreetly took a postnatal recovery elixir from the bedside while pretending to sip water. While drinking the warm water, she beckoned the wet nurse to bring her daughter and son closer. She gazed at the two wrinkled little beings, their bodies radiating a gentle glow. Has the emperor allowed Qing Hu, and Xianchan to come and see their sister and brother? While you were sleeping, the emperor brought the 3 princes to Changqian Palace to see you and the 2 little ones. That is wonderful. You may leave now, allowing the little ones to rest in my bed for a while. Yes. Wanaxi had thoroughly vetted the attendants arranged by the Imperial Household Department before using them. Only those whose lives were securely in their family's hands could be entrusted to serve her children. Sure, Shu, you should also rest. Yes. With only Wanaxi and the 2 children remaining in the delivery room, she secretly took a bowl and fed her daughter and son some spiritual spring water. Gently caressing her daughter's small face, she asked, "Shall I have your father give you a beautiful name?" In the Qiandong Air Sea, Qinghu lay on his bed, unable to sleep as thoughts of his sister and brother consumed him. He quickly got up and dressed. "My little lord, why are you still awake?" Without acknowledging his attendant, Jue'ercha, he donned his outer robe and shoes. "I'm going to find 3rd brother and invite him to sleep with eldest brother." Just as Chenghu exited the gates of Air Sea, he heard a door opening next door. "2nd brother, is that you?" "3rd brother, let us go sleep with eldest brother. I was just coming to find you about this." "Who are you with, you little lord?" "Xianchan, stop right there." A 1T stop. "You're still running." The quiet Qiandong Isu became lively with the arrival of the 2 younger brothers. Unbeknownst to Wanaxi, she lay soundly asleep at her bed. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah. The next day, Wanaxi slowly opened her eyes to the sounds of crying coming from the southern chamber. "Why are they crying?" "Your Highness, it is time for the little ones to be fed. Set the meal. I feel a bit hungry." "Yes, this servant will relay the message." Once Shichi exited, Wanaxi closed her eyes again. Meanwhile, in the Qianqing Palace, Kangxi looked at the names on the paper, momentarily indecisive. Liang Jiugong? Present. What should we name our daughter? Jie Ding Dai or Fo Air Guichun? In response to your majesty, Jie Ding Dai symbolizes the phoenix, while Fo Air Guichun signifies auspiciousness. The beloved concubine will surely be pleased. The emperor has arrived. As Kangxi entered the hall, Wanaxi was seated on the bed, enjoying bird's nest porridge. "Are you feeling better?" "Much improved." Kangxi smiled as he sat beside her, gently stroking her black tresses. "Which name do you think suits our little daughter best?" Wanaxi placed her bowl back on the table and took the paper Kangxi offered her, examining the names. "What do you think about naming our daughter Fo Air Guichun? Why not choose Jie Ding Dai? If the empress gives birth to a legitimate daughter in the future, the name Jie Ding Dai might become somewhat inappropriate. Ling Rui is also lovely. Then let it be as you wish." Kangxi gazed into Wanaxi's beautiful eyes, pondering for a moment before reaching out to touch her rosy lips. "You are so obedient. I cannot bear to treat you harshly." In February, the 2nd princess born to the Dong family succumbed to a cold and fever. Due to the burdensome affairs of state, Kangxi's grief over the loss of his daughter lingered in his heart. Now, with the birth of their 3rd daughter, Wanaxi appeared to have won even more affection from their father than her twin brother. Given the impending military conflicts, the celebration for the twins and Appos, full moon was held simply in the Qianqing Palace. Kangxi named the little prince Zhanghua in Chengqian Palace. Wanaxi completed her confinement and returned to the main hall. Fo Air Guichun and Zhanghua continued to reside in the eastern wing of the southern chamber. Wanaxi sat in a bath, observing her increasingly plump and fair complexion, her health seemingly restored. While other women might suffer after childbirth, she found every delivery an opportunity for restoration, thanks to her elixirs. That night, Wanaxi fell asleep soundly on Kangxi's chest. Watching her, Kangxi felt a sense of helplessness as he carried her to the bath for a thorough wash. The next day, Wanaxi resumed her visits to Cunning Palace to pay her respects. Greetings to the beloved concubine. In Cunning Palace, upon Wanaxi's entrance, all the concubines rose to greet her. No need for formalities. Wanaxi took her seat, listening to the ladies chatter about daily matters, creating an atmosphere of tranquility in the palace, unbeknownst to the outside world. Shortly after, Empress Heshali emerged from the inner chamber. "What are you discussing?" "I heard Lady Zhang's laughter from afar." "In response to your majesty, the eldest sister of the Ulanara family is speaking with the concubines about the new brocade bestowed by the emperor. Indeed, the emperor and I have received some fine fabrics recently. Let us have the sisters select some when they depart." This servant concubine thanks the empress. As Heshali looked at Wanaxi, who had bowed in respect, a wave of comfort washed over her. So what if the beloved concubine has given birth to twins? I believe that regardless of how favored the Jue'ercha clan may be, they must remain humble in my presence. After Wanaxi listened to the new embroidery techniques for a while, Heshali ordered the concubines to disperse. Outside Cunning Palace, Zhang observed Wanaxi, Seduna, and the young Ulanara woman leaving, her expression darkening. Linger, why does the beloved concubine seldom engage in casual conversation with the other concubines in Cunning Palace? The beloved concubine hails from a prestigious family, and the Jue'ercha clan has a remarkable military history. I've heard that their third son is valiant and strategic on the battlefield, having inherited his ancestors' prowess. I suspect the lady of Changxian Palace looks down upon the concubines of lesser backgrounds. Otherwise, after so many years in the palace, why does she only maintain close ties with the Borjigit family from Yongshou Palace? In my opinion, the young Ulanara woman's closeness to the beloved concubine may not yield favorable outcomes. Zhang tilted her head, glancing at her loyal maid, Linger, feeling that her words today were particularly abundant. Linger felt a pang of anxiety at the look. I'm simply concerned for you. On the other side, the tongshur in the service room reported that Changxian Palace called for water 4 times last night. Such private matters can only be viewed by the Empress with a seal. How do you know? My lady, the Empress does not personally check every time. The two spoke as they walked further away, out of Dong's sight. My lady, it is time for us to return to the palace. Meanwhile, in Changxian Palace, Wanaxi stepped into the hall. At her command, the imperial bestowed soft smoky gauze was to be fashioned into bed curtains by Shao Conveyed. Your Majesty, the Emperor has bestowed a bolt each of cerulean, autumn gold, pine green, and silver red soft smoky gauze, all delivered to the palace of celestial favor. Are these all to be made into curtains? She mused. Perhaps His Majesty anticipates seeing me adorned in new raiment. A tenderness softened Una's heart as she thought of the man who unfailingly shared his treasures with the palace of celestial favor. Very well, she decided. The fabrics recently bestowed by the Emperor shall be carefully stored. In time, I shall contemplate what garments to fashion from them. Are Ephod Chun and Zhang Hua still slumbering? She inquired. Presumably, the wet nurse has just fed them, came the reply. I shall instruct that they be brought hither forthwith. Hasten, she urged henceforth. Let Ephod Chun and Zhang Hua spend more time in the main hall, as their 3 elder brothers did before them. When the Emperor does not grace my chambers with his presence, they shall slumber with me. Yes, Shao responded, bowing respectfully before withdrawing. Una smiled, watching her departing figure. Shi and Shu, who had been with her since childhood, rarely addressed Kangxi as master. Come, my precious little ones, she cooed. Let your mother bestow a kiss. Una embraced each of the infants before placing them side by side upon the canopy bed. Turning to Shu, she asked, were the pastries prepared for the 3 princes delivered to the imperial study? Your Majesty, Shu replied, as you instructed. The freshly baked pastries from the small kitchen were sent to the young masters, accompanied by milk and jade spring water. I ensured that the young masters consumed every drop of the jade spring water before returning. She continued, a portion of pastries and milk was also sent to the Emperor. As per your instructions, you two should partake in some refreshments, Una suggested. Once only Una and her children remained in the inner chamber. She administered a dose of spiritual spring water to each of the infants. The spiritual spring water possessed potent properties for strengthening the body and beautifying the complexion. Though it was not a panacea, Una felt uneasy if a day passed without her 5 children partaking of the spiritual spring water. The spiritual spring water for Qingrui, Qinghu, and Seiyinkahan was mixed daily with jade spring water and sent to them. Shi or Shu would personally warm the jade spring water and ensure that the 3 princes drank it all before returning. Next year, Shi and Shu would reach the age of 25 and be eligible to leave the palace. Una found herself reluctant to part with them. Upon Una's emergence from confinement, the Bureau of Palace Affairs reinstated her emerald tablet. Kangxi gradually resumed his customary visits to the harem. Soon after, joyous tidings arrived from the Zhang of Jingren Palace and the Zhaojia of Jingyang Palace. It was a rare blessing that Zhang, was with child again after the untimely demise of the eldest imperial daughter. In recent years, only Una, the Ulanara of Yinshi Palace, and Zhang had conceived imperial offspring. Zhang was expected to give birth in February of the coming year, while Zhaozhao was due in May. The Forbidden City in September bore a hint of autumn's chill in the mornings and evenings. Una returned from Cunning Palace, and, as she had done in recent days, spent some time playing with Jue'ercha and Zhanghua. She then commenced her toilette, donning the court robe and vestments befitting her rank as a consort. A mid-autumn festival banquet was to be held in the Qing Palace, hosted by Kangxi. Princes, grandsons, and high-ranking officials of the third rank and above would be in attendance. As the principal consort of a palace with 4 sons and 1 daughter, Una was the subject of considerable attention both within and beyond the palace walls. "Jue'ercha, where are Qing Hu, and Yinkan?" she inquired. "Your Majesty," came the reply, "the 3 princes are in the Emperor's company. Our eldest prince has sent word that he and the 2 princes may not have time to return to the Palace of Celestial Favor to visit their sister and brother today. As the weather turns colder, the Emperor has forbidden the young masters from frequenting the Imperial Garden." By the time Una completed her toilette, an hour had elapsed. Jue'ercha and Zhanghua, still in their swaddling clothes, were carried by their wet nurses as they followed Una towards the Qing Palace. Qing Hu, and Yinkan, at the age of 8, by the Chinese reckoning, had reached the age where boys and girls were kept separate. At the banquet, Una sat below the Empress, occasionally turning to steal a glance at her 3 sons, who were seated together in a separate area. Jue'ercha and Zhanghua slept soundly in the warm pavilion, attended by Jue'ercha, by Xiao, and the wet nurses. Una retained Shu as her companion, the Ulanara of Yinshi Palace, who had given birth to the 5th prince, was seated beside Una. Noticing Una's frequent glances towards the rear, she was intrigued. She rose and, accompanied by Chun'er, began to walk towards the warm pavilion. Shu grew anxious and whispered into Una's ear, "Your Majesty, our 2 young masters are also asleep in the warm pavilion with the 5th prince. Shall we go and take a look?" "Wait." Una gently grasped Shu's hand, gesturing towards the warm pavilion. They observed as the Ulanara was intercepted by Tiu, the chief maid of Cunning Palace, before she could reach the warm pavilion. The Ulanara feigned nonchalance, returning to her seat with a faint smile. When Empress Herschel entered the palace upon her marriage, she brought 5 attendants from her family. Besides the wet nurse, Lu, who had cared for her since childhood, there were also Sayao and Cooling, who had served her since she was young. Gao, Chunqing, the serving maid of Cunning Palace, had never been favored. Empress Herschel, deeming her harmless due to her lack of importance, had not investigated her further. Chunqing was placed by Kangxi to understand and monitor her. He had placed by Xiao by her side, likely with the same intention. Fortunately, she only wished to live a peaceful life and protect her imperial offspring, and had no interest in the harem's intrigues. She did not mind by Xiao, as long as she did not harbor malicious intentions. Moreover, it was always safer to use Kangxi's people than others. In any case, he would not harm his own children. "Second brother, give it to Yinkan. Give it to Yinkan." Kangxi had no other children of similar age to Qing Hu, and Yinkan. The 3 identical little ones sat alone in the prince's section. As the banquet gradually relaxed, they naturally began to play together as they always did. Yinkan and Appo's uninhibited childish voice was particularly endearing to Una. Despite their strict upbringing, they were still just little children. Una was inclined to indulge them. Chapter 50. The Zhang family's mischief. At this moment, the children were lively, and the 2 brothers began to frolic at the banquet in the Qing Palace. Anaxi lifted her wine cup, discreetly glancing at Kangxi seated at the head of the table. Their eyes met, and she quickly donned a pleasing smile in response to his seemingly amused gaze. Once Kangxi averted his eyes, she turned her attention back to Prince Fuquan and continued their merriment with drinks. She then glanced at Qing, hoping the 2 younger brothers would not provoke displeasure in their father, the Emperor. Qing, who had been watching his younger siblings play with a smile, initially met his mother's gaze with confusion. However, as her expression grew increasingly anxious, the etiquette he had recently studied in the Ministry of Rites resurfaced in his mind. When he looked back at his younger brothers, The warmth he had felt earlier dissipated. Instinctively, he reached out and grasped their arms, admonishing them to cease their mischief and sit properly to maintain decorum. Chenghu and Seinka, realizing his intent, turned their heads to glance at the officials across the table, who feigned casual conversation while secretly observing the brothers. Obediently, they returned to their seats. Anaxi sighed with relief. In this dynasty, adhering to propriety often meant that young children had to adopt the demeanor of old scholars. What joy could a child of 5 to 8 years find in such restraint? Seated nearby, Empress Heshali observed the scene with a somber expression. The emperor truly indulged his favored concubine and her children, displaying such impropriety before the nobles. It was shocking that Liang Jiogong had not even conveyed a message to Qinghu and Seinka. Among the officials, Xuanta, seeing his grandson's well, smiled as he raised his cup toward his eldest son sitting not far away. The father and son shared a tacit understanding. Observing them, Suerdu, seated beside Xuanta, forced a smile, while Ebelong, next to him, appeared lost in thought. Their second daughter was born in the 16th year of Xuanji, and now she was approaching the age for selection. Due to the recent reduction of feudal lords, the emperor had decreed that there would be no selection during wartime, and thus he would not arrange a marriage for his own daughter. Once close to Albay, the emperor had lost trust in him after Albay's demise. Had his father not been a founding minister and the Nuhulu clan not achieved remarkable military accomplishments, he would have been in a precarious position. His mother, a princess of the Heshali clan, was the emperor's own granddaughter, and he bore the blood of the Aizenjoro family. The emperor might truly be angered with him, and he wondered what decree he would receive if he humbly requested a good match for his second daughter. That night, Anaxi lay languidly on the bed, utterly exhausted. Unable to bear it, she reached out to grasp Kangshi's strong waist. "Your Majesty, you must stay in Cunning Palace tonight. Be good. I will come over shortly and ensure the former and latter palaces do not know of your seductive ways. Vuanye. Be good." A quarter of an hour later, Kangxi returned to the bed and turned to look at Anaxi, who was flushed with color. He gently pushed aside her damp hair, revealing her fair, rosy face. "Do not call for water after I leave, lest it embarrass the Empress." "I agree. Tonight, I shall stay in Cunning Palace." Much to her misfortune, Anaxi lacked the strength to even open her eyes, silently glaring at him in her heart. "Tomorrow, I will come to stay with you. If by chance you conceive an heir tonight, it will be recorded in the annals of history." As he spoke, Kangxi leaned down and placed a kiss on her forehead. He then rose from the bed and summoned Liang Jiogong to attend to his grooming and dressing. Meanwhile, in Cunning Palace, Empress Heshali gazed out at the dark sky. Turning to Lu Mama, "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Emperor and Empress should be together. He wooed and Amp, Oppos, T1 but I heard he went to Chengqian Palace at this hour." Replying to Your Majesty, "It is truly difficult to glean news from Chengqian Palace. However, it was witnessed by the palace maids that the emperor entered in a fit of anger." The old maid speculated. Could it be due to the second and third princes misbehaving at the banquet, causing the emperor to lose face before the nobles? Setting aside ancestral rules, our emperor has always cherished the heirs. Could he truly be angry? "My lady, when the palace gates are closed, the father and sons are indeed soft-hearted. But when the gates are open, royal dignity cannot be compromised." The maid's reasoning was not without merit. "The emperor has arrived." As Heshali pondered, the voice of a young eunuch echoed from outside the hall, dispelling her doubts. "Your servant pays respects to the emperor. May you have eternal peace. Rise." Kangxi extended his hand to assist Empress Heshali to her feet before striding to the Luohan couch. "Fanghua, I indulged a bit too much of the banquet today. You should retire early." Seeing Kangxi's fatigue, Heshali summoned the palace maids to help him change and prepare for bed. The next day, Anaxi, waking in the bed, gently opened her eyes. Feeling the cleanliness beneath her, she was assured that Kangxi must have instructed Baishao to change the linens. She had slept so soundly last night that she had not noticed at all. "Who is outside?" "Your ladyship, it is I." Anaxi looked at Shichi entering and felt a bit embarrassed. The loud noises from last night must have been heard by the palace maids guarding outside. However, this was a matter for Kangxi to worry about. She complied without calling for water. Whether Empress Heshali was aware of last night's events was beyond her concern. She was to be Kangxi's concubine. Being virtuous was the duty of the empress. If she were to act virtuous, both the empress and the Heshali clan behind her would likely have sleepless nights. Do you wish to freshen up? As the time for greetings approached, she needed only to braid her hair simply and adorn it with the jeweled hairpin Liang Jiogong had gifted her. Among my dowry, there is a white jade and gold necklace. I shall wear it today. Yes, I shall go and fetch it. The hall fell silent as Anaxi allowed Shichi to braid her hair. She unconsciously thought of her newborn twins. Before their birth, Qingrui, Qinghu, and Seinka were princes without inheritance rights. But now, they were not only princes without inheritance, but also the older brothers of Zhanghua, in their shared fortunes and misfortunes. If Zhanghua had inheritance rights, their circumstances would become precarious. Are there any recent issues with the princes? Replying to your ladyship, the emperor is closely watching over the young masters. The palace maids you previously assigned to attend to the 3 young masters are diligently fulfilling their duties. Each day, I deliver meals to the Ministry of Rights, and the princes are in high spirits. Anaxi nodded with a smile. The births of Guochun and Zhanghua had drawn the attention of many within the palace. They must be more cautious than ever. I shall remember that. In Cunning Palace, Anaxi observed Empress Heshali's genuine smile and returned it with a composed expression. Before Qingrui and the others grew up, she did not wish to bear animosity with anyone in the harem. With the ongoing wars, the emperor indeed had much on his mind. The ladies serving him must be more thoughtful. Whoever could win the emperor's favor would certainly be rewarded generously. Your servant thanks the empress. Anaxi performed her greetings and resumed her seat in the armchair, pondering Kangxi's recent irritability, her heart tightening. His thoughts were inscrutable and truly difficult to serve. Sitting beside her, Zhangshi noticed Anaxi's silence and gently touched her nearly 5-month belly. Usually, the favored concubine receives the emperor's affection. The empress's words should be shared with her. With this remark, the seemingly harmonious Cunning Palace fell into silence. Anaxi turned to Zhangshi, her expression masking a hint of confusion. What audacity did this person have to repeatedly speak to her in such a cryptic manner? Zhang, born into the inner court, belongs to the Han army banner, her father's position being rather inconspicuous. Although she bears the future emperor within her, her favor is rather modest. Relying on the fact that she was the first Han army banner woman favored by Kangxi, she often considers herself exceptional. Now, with a second child on the way, she increasingly elevates her own significance. Observing that Wana, she merely gazes at her in silence. She instinctively glances at the queen seated above. Noticing that Empress Heshali pays her no mind, she unconsciously tightens her embrace around her belly. Wunashi observes everything keenly. The Heshali sisters follow the queen and Appa, while Zhang directs her attention toward the empress. In the Palace of Longevity, Li Gij resides in the western wing, while Heshali Gij occupies the eastern. Neither are of humble origins, yet they share the same residence within the palace, fostering a close relationship. In an unspoken manner, the Heshali, Li, and Zhang families form a faction within the queen's court. Noticing Zhang's instinctive action, Wunashi suspects that the empress may have subtly encouraged her to provoke a confrontation. Turning around, Wunashi smiles at the queen. In response to her majesty, I shall dutifully serve the emperor. My lord, someone from Jingren Palace has come to convey that Zhang Xiaofujin is in severe pain, fearing harm to the heir. After returning from Kuining Palace, Wunashi believed that her morning visit to Zhang had concluded. Unexpectedly, just after she and Kangxi had called for water, the voice of Liang Jiogong could be heard from outside. Your Majesty, would you like to go and see? Wunashi's hands instinctively tightened around Kangxi's neck. Does he not wish to go? The emperor ought to check on the heir, not on Zhang. Under the candlelight, Kangxi gazes down at her slightly dazed features, his grip on her slender waist tightening. Be good. I shall return shortly. As he speaks, he rises to don his sleeping robe. Wunashi tilts her head, watching Kangxi as he turns his back to her, dressing at the bedside, and gently closes her eyes. She detests being ostentatious. Yet Zhang seems to have a misguided impression that she is easy to bully. How dare she so brazenly intercept the emperor in her own bed? Once Kangxi has dressed and returned to the bedside, Wunashi has already fallen into a deep slumber. He reaches out to caress her fair, smooth face. You are so certain that I will not return to Chengxian Palace tonight? Meanwhile, in Jingren Palace, Zhang glances at Ling'er standing by the bedside, feeling a twinge of regret. How could she have momentarily lost her composure and dared to intercept the emperor's affection? Ling'er, unsure of how to stop her, hears the small eunuch announce. The emperor has arrived. My lady, quickly lie down. The emperor has come to see you. Zhang hears the eunuch's voice and hastily reclines back onto the bed, allowing Ling'er to cover her with a blanket. Why this sudden stomachache? Could it affect the air? I pay my respects to the emperor. No need for formalities. Just lie comfortably. Kangxi, seeing Zhang and Appo's pale complexion, takes a seat in the adjacent grand chair. He turns to Wang Ruben, who has followed him into the hall, and instructs him to check Zhang Xiaofu Jin's pulse. I accept the decree. The child within is rather restless, causing me considerable pain, she explains. I trouble you, Dr. Wang. Kangxi's expression remains inscrutable as he swiftly turns the 18 suns in his hand, leaving others guessing his thoughts. In response to your majesty, Zhang Xiaofu's child is healthy. Very well, return then. I have already instructed the inner court to take good care of your needs. You must restore your health, and in due time, you shall bear a healthy child. As Kangxi's words conclude, he strides out of the eastern wing of Jingren Palace, with Wang Ruben closely following. Upon exiting, he wipes the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Zhang Xiaofu appears healthy. Her late-night summons of a doctor suggests deeper implications. As physicians, their greatest fear is becoming entangled in the intrigues of the harem. I take my leave. Wang Ruben notices the emperor leading Liang Jiugong into Chengxian Gate and promptly departs. Following the eunuch outside, in Chengxian Palace, Bai Xiao keeps vigil in the central hall. Upon seeing Kangxi enter, she quickly rises to pay her respects. Kangxi gestures for her to leave. Wen Shi, still in a sleepy haze, feels a wave of warmth against her neck. Go away. When she reluctantly opens her eyes, she is met with Kangxi and Appo's profound gaze. The familiar scent of sandalwood envelopes her as her arms instinctively wrap around his shoulders. Why have you returned, your majesty? Is it not to prevent you from becoming the subject of gossip? Be good and endure my presence. Xianyi, within the confines of the bed curtains. Passion swirls, binding them together. Outside the hall, Liang Jiugong and Bai Xiao have long grown accustomed to the sounds emanating from within. The events of the previous night have already spread throughout the eastern and western palaces. In Kuan-Ning Palace, Empress Heshali receives a report from small eunuch and, after dismissing the other servants, cannot help but shatter a teacup in front of Lu Mama, Chui Yu, Chui Hu, Chui Yao, and Chui Ling. The emperor favors her so excessively. He even returns to indulge her after leaving Chengxian Palace. Zhang is utterly useless, carrying the air, yet unable to elicit the emperor and Appo's. I truly ought to send a matron to the Ju and Appo's Jue'ercha family to learn how they managed to raise such a captivating daughter. My lady, please, if we ruin the matrimonial prospects of the Jue'ercha women, they may retaliate against us. The Jue'ercha family could become our adversaries. You have raised the fifth prince. There is still a long road ahead. If he only recognizes you as his mother, what difference is there from a biological child? I still wish for my own imperial son, Chui Yu, present. Under no circumstances should the de Ulanara family be allowed to approach the fifth prince. If I truly lose the chance to raise my own imperial son, the fifth prince will only have me as his mother. I accept the decree, my lady, rest assured. Meanwhile, in Jingren Palace, Zhang gazes into the bronze mirror, lightly touching her features. Deep down, she is reluctant to visit Kuan-Ning Palace for fear of ridicule from the other consorts. Ling'er, please go to Kuan-Ning Palace on my behalf and say that the air within me is too unruly. I am unwell today and cannot pay my respects to Her Majesty. Chapter 51. Third sister-in-law's difficult labor. Yes, your humble servant will go at once. At this moment, within the palace of celestial favor, Anaxi reclined languidly upon the canopy bed. She opened her eyes slightly, gazing at Shiqi, Shu, and Bai Xiao, who were gathered around her bedside. Bai Xiao dispatched someone to the palace of earthly tranquility to request leave of absence. My body feels weak today, and I am unable to pay my respects to the empress. Your servant will go at once. Bai Xiao curtsied and turned to leave the hall. Jue'ercha, observing Anaxi's reluctance to rise from the bed, stepped forward and sat beside her, gently massaging her lower back. Has your ladyship made a decision? I entered the palace during the Kangxi fourth-year draft, and it has been 8 years since. Throughout these years, I have adhered to my duties. Even when my health was less than optimal, I never neglected to pay my respects to the Empress twice daily, morning and evening, fearing that I would be perceived as arrogant due to my family's status and favor, thus disrespecting the Empress. I have always held the Empress in high regard. Yet, even so, there are still those in the palace who disapprove of me. It is better to live more comfortably. Henceforth, during those days of my monthly cycle, I shall refrain from visiting the Empress to pay my respects. Remember to request leave of absence on my behalf. Your servant understands. Jue'ercha and Shu exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes filled with agreement upon hearing their mistress's words. In recent years, even the consorts of the lowest rank had 2 days each month to request leave from the Empress. Yet, their mistress had adhered to the palace rules, paying her respects to the Palace of Earthly Tranquility every day. Within the Palace of Earthly Tranquility, all was quiet. Empress Heshali watched by Xiao's departing figure, her expression slowly darkening. The assembled consorts sat there, hardly daring to breathe. Sudana was the first to rise, offering a curtsy and smiling at Empress Heshali. This concubine wishes to accompany the old ancestress for her morning meal at the Palace of Compassionate Tranquility. I shall take my leave first, hoping that your majesty will grant permission. Hurry along, lest the old ancestress be kept waiting. This concubine takes her leave. As Sudana departed, Empress Heshali also rose and returned to her inner chamber. Only when all the consorts had left the Palace of Earthly Tranquility did Mama Lu return to Empress Heshali's side, observing her reclining on the Arhut bed. Why must your majesty trouble yourself? At this moment, I feel exceptionally relaxed. The legitimate daughter of the Jue'ercha clan has never learned the rules of being a concubine. Over these years, Consort Jia's behavior in my presence has never given anyone cause for complaint, leaving me somewhat uncertain about her. Now I can finally feel at ease. No matter how powerful the Palace of Celestial Favor's mother clan may be, as the Emperor's concubine, she must adhere to the duties of a concubine. This great Qing dynasty ultimately belongs to the Eisen-Joro family. Why must Her Majesty insist on seeing Consort Jia act presumptuously? If she were truly to act presumptuously and incur the Emperor and Appo's displeasure, Your Majesty would be relieved of concern. Within the Qingxing Palace, the Kangxi Emperor observed by Xiao kneeling on the ground, setting down the memorial in his hand. What else did she say? Replying to Your Majesty, as your servant left the hall, Consort Jia said that in the future, during those days of her monthly cycle, she would request leave and refrain from paying her respects at the Empress's palace. The Kangxi Emperor pondered for a moment, glancing at the bowed head of Bai Xiao. Let her do as she pleases. Withdraw. Your servant obeys. As Bai Xiao retreated, the Kangxi Emperor idly turned the 18 beads in his left hand. A shadow flashed in the hall, and the commander of the Imperial Guards knelt respectfully in the center. This humble servant pays his respects to Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live 10,000 years in health and prosperity. Have the Imperial Guards been chosen for the Imperial heirs? Replying to Your Majesty, the Imperial Guards for all the princes have been selected. However, the female Imperial Guards to serve by the princess's side still require 3 days of selection. First, send the chosen guard for the first prince, second prince, and third prince to serve by their sides. The fifth prince and sixth prince are young and reside in the harem, making it inconvenient for outside men to enter. First, arrange for them to have female Imperial Guards to protect them in secret, just like Fo Erguichun. When they are older and move into the Eastern Five Quarters, they can be replaced with male Imperial Guards. You may also withdraw. This humble servant obeys and takes his leave. Anaxi was, of course, unaware of the events unfolding in the Qingxing Palace. At this moment, she was sitting alone at the round table in the dining hall, partaking in her morning meal. As time passed and winter approached, Anaxi became increasingly reluctant to venture out. In the Palace of Earthly Tranquility, Empress Heshali gazed at the frigid weather. Anaxi continued to request leave only during those days of her monthly cycle, refraining from paying her respects. A sense of helplessness welled up within her. Jue'ercha, Anaxi is no fool. She is truly a source of displeasure. Now that the first prince, second prince, and third prince reside in the eastern 5 quarters under the emperor's protection, and the palace of celestial favor is surrounded by consort Jia like an iron barrel, am I to simply watch her 4 sons and 1 daughter grow into adulthood? Empress Heshali suppressed her displeasure, smiling at the assembled consorts. As the year draws to a close and the war at the front grows more intense, the old ancestress has issued an imperial edict that all palace banquets shall be simplified. All of you sisters should set an example. This concubine shall respectfully obey. Your ladyship has returned. Why are you so anxious? Anaxi, accompanied by Jue'ercha and by Shao, had just entered the gate of celestial favor when she saw Shu hurrying towards them. Your ladyship, Madam has just sent word that our third madam has died in childbirth at the Dong Yi family. How could third sister-in-law have gone to her maternal home to give birth? This morning, a matron from the Dong Yi family arrived at the residence, saying that third madam's grandmother was seriously ill. Third madam reported to madam and boarded a carriage with her personal attendants to return to the Dong Yi family. Who would have thought that she would give birth at the Dong Yi family? As soon as madam learned of this, she rushed to the Dong Yi family with eldest madam and second madam. Not long after, third madam passed away in the birthing chamber. Anaxi allowed by Shao and Jue'ercha to assist her to the Arhut bed. Gradually, her mind calmed, with the war at the front becoming increasingly deadlocked. The matter of third sister-in-law's death in childbirth, if there was a trap involved, was likely aimed at third brother. Third brother, on the battlefield, would surely be affected upon learning of third sister-in-law's death in childbirth. Has mother seen third sister-in-law? Yes. Our madam and her maternal relatives were all at her bedside during third madam's final moments. What caused third sister-in-law's difficult labor? Childbirth is inherently a journey through the gates of hell. Third madam was anxious due to her grandmother's serious illness, which disturbed her mind. The physicians from our household and the Dong Yi family have all diagnosed that the little young master in third madam's womb changed position, leading to the difficult labor. How is the Dong Yi family in Oppos? S. Old madam. It is said that the old woman in Oppos, S. old ailment flared up. Knowing that third madam, she did not send anyone to our residence to deliver a message. It is unknown how third madam suddenly returned to her maternal home. Now that the old madam knows that third madam has died in childbirth, she is on the verge of death. What about the matron who delivered the message from the Dong Yi family? The scene was chaotic at the time, and everyone was preoccupied with third madam. By the time Lord E'er Duo sent someone to apprehend her, she had already committed suicide by poisoning. Has it been determined who instructed the matron to find third sister-in-law? Not yet. Father, eldest brother, second brother, and third brother must have had dealings with villains in court. The matter of third sister-in-law may be difficult to conceal from third brother. Replying to your ladyship during the morning court, Master requested permission to personally travel to Jingzhou to inform third master of this matter. The emperor has granted it. Upon hearing this, Anaxi stood up somewhat agitatedly. Father is old. How can he endure such a long journey? Moreover, if someone with ulterior motives sends a message to the battlefield, father may not arrive in time. Your ladyship, express delivery of 800 li is only used to transmit national affairs, military secrets, or matters specially authorized by the emperor. Since the emperor has permitted our master to personally meet third master in Jingzhou, no one would dare to unintentionally include this matter in the express delivery to the battlefield. Naturally, no one would dare to inform third master of third sister-in-law's difficult labor before master does. That would be blatant defiance of the imperial decree. You are right. I am simply concerned and confused. Naze resumed her seat on the divan, reciprocating Shichi's grasp. What of Oral, the mere 2-year-old, bereft of his mother and with his father absent? In response to your ladyship's query, young Master Oral, as Manchus address young male members of the household, will henceforth reside in the madam's quarters. That is felicitous, Naze remarked, leveraging Shichi and Amp, Oppos, S ensure Shu and Amp, Oppos, S assistants to recline upon the canopied bed. Fetch Furiguan and Zhonghua, that they may repose with me a while. Your handmaiden shall forthwith instruct the wet nurse to bring the young masters. The atmosphere within the palace of heavenly grace was subdued as Naze's spirits were low. The entire palace hushed the servants fearful of exacerbating their mistress's distress. Meanwhile, outside the palace, in a secluded chamber within the Di-Engo residence's rear courtyard, a woman of delicate countenance sat before her vanity, gently caressing her cheek. The auspicious progression of events had surpassed her expectations. Initially, she had merely intended to perturb her elder sister, hoping for a protracted postpartum decline. Yet, unexpectedly, it had culminated in a calamitous childbirth, claiming both mother and child. Fortunately, there remained Oral to tend to, and the J family's madam was of considerable age. Should her brother-in-law seek to remarry, who could be more fitting than herself? The maternal aunt? She and her elder sister were both daughters of the principal wife, yet her elder sister was born of the original, legitimate wife, whereas she was born of the secondary consort. Her grandmother, cherishing her elder sister for having lost her mother at a tender age, had raised her and meticulously planned for her future. Although her father and mother showered her with affection, she harbored resentment knowing that her grandmother's most beloved granddaughter was her elder sister. Moreover, her elder sister's maternal brother, Ord, possessed greater prospects than her own maternal brother. In Ord's eyes, her elder sister was paramount, and as long as she lived, this sister born of the secondary consort would never gain his attention. Now that her elder sister had abruptly passed, it was only natural that her family members were overwhelmed with grief. In due course, who would still remember her? Within the Qing palace, the Kangxi emperor continued to review memorials without pause. How fares she? Your Majesty, the esteemed consort Jia has not partaken of any sustenance throughout the day. Dispatch an imperial edict to the imperial study, that Yun, Chue, Chenghu, and Seinkahen shall sup in the palace of heavenly grace this evening. Your servant obeys and withdraws. Liang Jiugong, upon receiving the emperor's nod, departed the hall with haste, making his way to the imperial study. Within the imperial study, Chang'e, Chenghu, and Seinkahen were initially taken aback upon hearing the imperial edict. Yet, upon comprehending its significance, they were overcome with joy. It had been some time since they had seen their mother, their last meal together being during the mid-autumn festival banquet, where they were seated at separate tables. As dusk deepened, Shiqi, Shu, and Baizhu waited in the main hall, their gazes fixed with concern on the east chamber, where no candles had yet been lit. The young masters, accompanied by their personal attendants, are approaching our palace. Sun Duong and Damp, Appo's announcement shattered the silence within the hall. Shu hastened into the east chamber. Your ladyship awaken. Our three young masters have returned. Naihe slowly opened her eyes. Chengru, Chenghu, and Seinkahen, your ladyship, the young masters are likely about to enter the gate of heavenly grace. Hearing this, she sat up. Quickly, instruct the kitchen to prepare victuals, those that they favor. It has already been prepared. Has your ladyship forgotten that we send supper to the three young masters daily? Naihe smiled at Shu. My joy has made me forgetful. She turned to glance at the sleeping Furuguan and Zhanghua before stepping down from the bed and walking to the entrance of the hall. In the distance, she could discern three figures of similar stature, walking at the forefront, surrounded by palace attendants. Your sons greet their mother, wishing her auspiciousness and golden peace. Rise quickly. How is it that you have come to your mother's palace today? Naihe went forward to personally assist her three sons in rising. Mother, the emperor has permitted your sons and their brothers to return for supper. Good. It is good that you have returned. Hasten into the hall, where it is warm. Where are your sister and brother? They are asleep upon the canopied bed. The three of you should first warm yourselves by the fire before visiting your younger siblings. Then your sons shall heed their mother and Appo's words. Perhaps due to their shared origin, the three young ones had always possessed a certain unspoken understanding. Naihe, gazing upon her three sons after a long absence, felt the melancholy within her heart gradually dissipate. Due to the return of the three young masters, the main hall of the Palace of Heavenly Grace was transformed from its usual despondency, becoming increasingly lively. Shiqi entered the hall, sensing the joy within her mistress's heart, and her lips curved into a smile. She approached Naihe, curtsying slightly. Your ladyship, the kitchen has prepared the meal and seeks to know when to serve it. Serve it now. The emperor has arrived. Naihe had barely finished speaking when Liang Jiugong's voice echoed from outside the hall. She hastily descended from the divan and performed the customary greeting. Your servant greets your majesty, wishing your majesty boundless longevity and golden peace. Jue'ercha greets his imperial father, wishing him auspiciousness. Chenghu greets his imperial father, wishing him auspiciousness. Sankhan greets his imperial father, wishing him auspiciousness. All may rise. Kanshi bent down to assist Naihe, leading her by the hand toward the dining hall. It has been some time since I have dined with you. Your brother praised your intelligence before me, saying that the leafy greens on your dowry estate are grown in small huts covered with straw mats, allowing for the production of leafy greens year-round. Inspired by you, the family now has a year-round supply of leafy greens. Not only leafy greens, but other vegetables can also be cultivated. Your Majesty might consider trying it on the estate. If it benefits the people of the realm, I shall commend you for a great deed. Your servant thanks your Majesty in advance. Jue'ercha, Chenghu, and Sankhan, consciously following behind their mother and imperial father, took their seats at the round table. In the dim candlelight, Naihe and Kanshi dined while listening to their three sons recount amusing incidents and puzzles encountered in the imperial study and on the training grounds. From afar, it resembled the warmth of an ordinary family. Meanwhile, within the palace of earthly tranquility, Empress Herschel smiled as she dismissed Baiju, who had come to request leave on behalf of Naihe, and remained silent for a long while. Chapter 52. The birth of Zhang's daughter. Is it possible that the favored concubine is deliberately provoking the emperor's affection? From what I understand, the third lady of the Jue'ercha family differs greatly from the eldest. The third lady does not share the same intimacy with the favored concubine, who, in her sorrow, cannot even pay her respects to her master in the evening. The empress, Eli, grows increasingly irritable due to Zhang's remarks. She glances at Li, who holds disdain for Zhang's humble origins as a bannerwoman from the Han army. The favored concubine's grief extends beyond the third lady's difficult labor. She mourns for her father, who is toiling away on the battlefield, for her younger brother, who has lost his wife at such a tender age, and for her young nephew, who is now motherless. Your belly grows ever larger, making movement cumbersome. It is best to wait until the royal heir is born before visiting Kunning Palace to pay your respects. I am grateful for the Empress's kindness. Upon hearing that she need not rise early to pay respects before childbirth, Zhang feels only the warmth of the Empress's compassionate heart. The Empress smiles and nods to the concubines, signaling their dismissal. As the concubines depart, Eli rises and moves to the dressing table, allowing you to undo her hair. Meanwhile, in the western side hall of the Chengqian Palace, the young Ulanara has already prepared herself and nestles against the headboard, chatting with Ji Wan and Ji Ling. As a concubine, she is permitted 2 palace maids and a young eunuch to serve her. Living in Chengqian Palace, where the favored concubine is benevolent, she feels well cared for and does not perceive a lack of assistance. Tonight, the favored concubine's kitchen has prepared a variety of hot dishes, delivering many delicacies to the young master. The maids, Ji Wan and Xiao Shizi, are delighted to share in this feast. Ulanara smiles at the somewhat gluttonous Ji Ling. Initially, she thought serving the emperor was a great fortune, a chance to bring honor to her family without the worry of finding a suitable match upon exiting the palace at 25. Now, however, she prefers to focus on living a peaceful life. The emperor's affections are unpredictable, with his visits seeming to occur once a month. Yet often she endures months without his favor. Fortunately, she is not alone in this plight, and her days are not overly burdensome. Living alongside the favored concubine, she enjoys a life far more comfortable than that of most palace ladies, and her expectations for the future grow brighter. In the main hall, Ulanara stands at the door, watching as Kangxi escorts his 3 sons back to Qiandongwu. Only when their figures fade into the dimness does she turn and return to the hall. The next day, Ulanara feels significantly rejuvenated. Sitting at her dressing table, she admires her rosy cheeks and applies a touch of color to her brows. Madam, Suma La Gu has come to convey the Empress Dowager and Appo's message. Please invite her in promptly. The old servant bows to the favored concubine. Please rise, aunt. Ulanara rushes to assist Suma La Gu before she can bow. Madam, the Empress Dowager has decreed that the young prince is frail. It would not be too late for the princess and the 6th prince to pay their respects in spring. Aunt, please convey my gratitude to the Empress Dowager. Once the weather warms, I shall take Fo Erguichun and Changhua to visit her. After personally escorting Su Ma La Gu from the hall, she returns to her dressing table to continue her preparations. She must later pay her respects to Kuan-Ning Palace. With the Empress Dowager and Appo's edict, the young heirs of the palace have never suffered the trials of early winter mornings for paying respects. Time passes, and Ulanara spends her days primarily attending to Eli and accompanying Fo Erguichun and Changhua, while also delivering food prepared in the small kitchen to Cheng Rui, Cheng Hu, Sain Cha Han, and Kanshi. Occasionally, Su Duna visits for a chat. At this moment, Ulanara waits in the eastern side hall of Jingren Palace, anticipating the birth of Zhang and Amp, Appo's child. When her father informed her of the difficulties faced by her third brother and Appo's wife, he did not return to the capital immediately. He stayed with the troops in Jingzhou for several days before coming back. Recently, at the New Year's Eve banquet, she had just seen her mother, sister-in-law, and second sister-in-law. Knowing her father is in good health and her third brother is gradually recovering brings her true peace of mind. Now that Zhang is in labor. The notable concubines of the harem gather in Jingren Palace to show their regard for the royal heir. As a high-ranking concubine, it would be inappropriate for her to leave hastily. She can only wait. Ulanara hears the cries from the delivery room and momentarily feels dazed. Congratulations to the emperor and the empress on the birth of a princess. Both mother and daughter are safe. Kangxi looks at the midwife holding the tiny, swaddled infant, a smile gracing his features. Your servant concubine congratulates your majesty and the empress on the joyous arrival of a princess. Ulanara joins the other concubines in a respectful bow to Kangxi, her heart fluttering with joy. For night has fallen, and she can finally return to her quarters to rest. Kangxi, pleased with the arrival of another daughter, slightly turns to Lu Xianglin, who awaits nearby. Attend to the fourth princess's pulse. Your servant obeys. In response to your majesty, although the fourth princess is born frail, she is otherwise healthy, akin to an ordinary child. I entrust the fourth princess to your care. Ensure her well-being. I accept the decree. Night has deepened. You may all return to your quarters. Your servant concubine obeys. Ulanara cannot contain her smile upon hearing Kangxi's order for them to return to their chambers. When she notices a gaze fixed upon her, it is already too late. She meets Kangxi's eyes, steps forward, and bows slightly. Your servant concubine takes her leave. Seeing Kangxi nod, Ulanara rises with a smile and walks toward the hall exit. The other concubines follow her lead, bowing as they exit. In the dead of night, none wish to linger with other concubines in labor. Were it not for the fear that Kangxi and the Empress Dowager might think her indifferent to the royal heir, Ulanara would not seek discomfort. On her countenance radiated joy, signifying that her efforts over the past month had been fruitful. The sixth prince was accomplished in both literary and martial pursuits, and the third princess was adept at writing and arithmetic, veritable assets to the Eisenjoro lineage. No sooner had Liang Jiogong completed his auspicious pronouncements than Prince Yu, Fuqiuan, chimed in. Within the Qianqing Palace, felicitations echoed one after another, gradually fostering a more relaxed atmosphere. The Jue'ercha clan, as the maternal family of the imperial offspring, was naturally present. Upon seeing Tsing'e, Tsinghu, and Si Yinkahan escorting their nephews and nieces to offer their greetings, Anaxi's eyes softened even further. These three youngsters were now old enough to comprehend her innermost thoughts. Bayan, the eldest son of her eldest brother and his wife, was born in 1660. His elder sister, Hajilan, was born in 1667, and his younger brother, Wu Zishi, was born in 1670, making him a tender 3-year-old. Acton, the eldest son of her second brother and his wife, was even younger than his cousin Wu Zishi, having been born in 1671, the same year as Elu, the sole offspring of her third brother and his late wife. The fifth prince resided within the Cunning Palace and rarely ventured out. On the rare occasions when they encountered each other in the imperial garden, he was invariably surrounded by a throng of palace maids and attendants. Fo Erguichun and Zhanghua, delighted to find older siblings willing to play with them, quickly bonded with their cousins from their maternal uncle and Amp, Appo's side. Andy, Bayan had matured into a young man. Anaxi, gazing upon the young man before her, felt a slight dampness in her eyes. This nephew had been by her side since childhood and had consumed more of her spiritual spring water than any other child in the family. While the other nephews and nieces were brought to her during palace banquets by their mothers and aunts, allowing her to surreptitiously feed them some of the spiritual spring water. Bian had been drinking it daily from birth until she entered the palace during the grand selection. By the time Anaxi entered the palace in 1665, Bian was already 7 years old by East Asian age reckoning, old enough to be separated from the girls. In the past, she had only been able to catch a glimpse of him from afar during banquets. All in all, it had been 8 years since they had been this close. Does Bian enjoy reading? Annie, Bian has grown up and is no longer as mischievous as he was when he was with you. He now enjoys reading. Excellent. In the future, Bian will undoubtedly emulate your father and 2 uncles, becoming a fine man of the Jue'ercha family. Anaxi exchanged pleasantries with her nephews and nieces before watching them depart. Even after the gathering had dispersed, she still saw the smiling faces of her father and mother. Back in the Chungxin Palace, Anaxi sat on the Arhut bed in the east outer room with her 2 children in her arms, watching Siki and Shirshu record the gifts they had received for their first birthday. These items would be carefully stored away to provide for their future expenses when they established their own residences outside the palace, as well as for their dowries. Mother. Yes. Mother. Yes. At present, Guochun and Zhanghua were only capable of uttering mother, father, grand ancestor, brother, and a few other simple words. They would incessantly call out to their mother, and Anaxi would patiently respond to them. When the 2 little ones were born, they were sturdier than their 3 older brothers had been at that age. They also walked more steadily than their brothers had at 1-year-old. Mother. Yes. Fine father. Your father is currently occupied with affairs of state. Mother will take you to see him in a few days. Hearing her mother's refusal, Zhanghua tilted his head and looked at his sister beside him. Fine brother. Yes, fine brother. Anaxi chuckled, her hands continuing to work on a small bib for Tsingruei. Once she had finished Tsingruei's bib, she would make bibs for Tsinghu, Siyinkin, Guochun, and Zhanghua. Now that she had so many children, making all of their undergarments and jackets, as she had done before, would be too exhausting. Making bibs was sufficient. She would leave the more complex garments to the Imperial Household Department. Her only concern was to ensure that the Imperial Household Department did not neglect her children. Fo and Oppos, Guochun and Zhanghua enjoyed playing on the floor. So Anaxi instructed the palace maid to take out the woolen blankets that Tsingruei and his brothers had used when they were younger, wash them, and spread them out on the floor. The sharp edges of the furniture in the hall were also wrapped in cloth and cotton, as they had been when Tsingruei and his brothers were young, to prevent the 2 little ones from getting hurt. Within the Chungxin Palace, she only needed to ensure that they remained within her sight. There was no need to be overly restrictive. Mother. Yes. Anaxi put down the bib she was working on, bent down, and picked up Guochun, who was leaning against her leg. Why aren't you riding the little horse with your brother? Sleepy. Would you like to take a nap? Anaxi saw her little daughter nodding sleepily and turned to look at Zhanghua, who was sitting on a small wooden horse with his head lowered. Little sixth, would you like to sleep? Upon hearing his mother speak to him, Zhanghua looked up and nodded. Anaxi took her little daughter's hand in her left hand and her little son's hand in her right hand, leading them to the east inner room and helping them onto the bed. Close your eyes, and Mother will tell you the story of Jingwei filling the sea. Once upon a time, she only stopped when the 2 little ones' breathing became even. Anaxi gazed at her 2 children lying on the canopy bed, a tender expression on her face. Tsingruei, Tsinghu, and Siyinkahin were virtually identical, bearing 7 parts of her likeness and 3 parts of Kangxi and Oppos. Yes, Fo and Oppos. Guochun resembled her even more, with 8 parts of her likeness. The only feature that she did not inherit from her was her face shape, which was a dainty, round face like that of her maternal grandmother, Guoluo Ma. Zhanghua was the most like Kangxi of all 5 children, which made the Empress Dowager reluctant to let him go once she had him in her arms. Your Majesty. Hearing the voice, Anaxi turned to look at Siki, who was standing outside the partition, and placed a finger to her lips to signal her to lower her voice. Wait for me in the outer room. Has something happened? Your Majesty, word has arrived from home that the old lady of the Dong Yi family has passed away in her sleep. Anaxi sat down on the Arhut bed, lowered her head in contemplation for a moment, and then looked up at Siki. Has the Dong E family discovered who instructed the nanny to inform third sister-in-law that their old lady was seriously ill? The madam only sent word that the old lady of the Dong E family had passed away. Chapter 53. Weeping like a child very well. The matter of the third sister-in-law's difficult labor shall be deliberated by mother. When Axie noticed that Shichi did not immediately withdraw and raised her head to look at her. Is there anything else? Your Highness, the lady conveyed that the fourth aunt suffered a miscarriage of a healthy child yesterday, seemingly related to the affairs of the prince's inner chambers. Does she wish to condone such cruelty against my sister? Our lady and the eldest lady have already accompanied the third lady to the Gargia family to bring back the fourth aunt and Chuan. The third lady seems to suspect foul play. It is prudent to bring them home first and then investigate the reasons behind the miscarriage. This is for the best. She can stay at her uncle's home without worry and nurture her health. In the past, my uncle insisted on marrying Yulichi to the Gargia clan, with Fei Ingdong and Appo's illegitimate son as the rightful wife. The family had no objections, believing that the Gargia family, Yulichi's cousin's future father-in-law, holds a position comparable to our third uncle, and both families have shared a history of military service, thus establishing a semblance of equality. However, now it cannot be allowed for the Gargia family to harm my sister. I firmly believe that the women of the Jue'ercha clan, whether born of the main or secondary line, shall not be subjected to humiliation as long as I am here. I do not demand everlasting love for my husband, but should he wish to persecute my sisters, let him try. Over the years since Yulichi's marriage, she has borne only Achuan. While at home, she has always been in good health. How could she possibly lose a healthy child now? When Axie reclined on the couch, pondering for a moment before turning to Shichi, Shu, and Bai Xiao. Shichi, you remain here to attend to Fuguchen and Xiaolu. Shu will accompany me to Qingqing Palace to see the emperor. Shichi, please style my hair into a simple updo and adorn it with a set of gold-inlaid jade headpieces bestowed upon me by the emperor. The jade gold necklace from my dowry will perfectly complement it. Find it so I may wear them together. The new set of cloud-patterned silk has yet to be worn. Also fetch the silver-red soft gauze robe for me to wear. Meanwhile, in Qingqing Palace, Kangxi looked at the female secret guard kneeling at his feet. She was assigned to protect his third daughter. She seldom left her side. Is there anything amiss with the third princess? In response to your majesty, the third princess is in good health. I have come to report that today, the Jiafei's maternal family conveyed that the fourth aunt of the Jue'ercha clan has suffered a miscarriage and returned to her maternal home. When did she arrive? Upon hearing the secret guard's words, Kangxi's expression remained as cold as ever, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. In response to your majesty, when I left, the Jiafei was already in the midst of her grooming. You may withdraw. I obey. The secret guard vanished swiftly, leaving Kangxi alone in the hall. He rubbed his eyes, stood up, and retreated to the inner chamber, lying down on the couch. When Liang Jiogong entered, he saw Kangxi resting on the couch and stepped forward. Your Majesty, the Jiafei requests an audience. Admit her. I shall convey your command. Outside Qingqing Palace, Liang Jiogong slightly bowed. Jiafei, your Majesty requests your presence inside. Thank you, Liang Gongong. When Axie said, turning her head to Shu, you wait outside for me. Inside Qingqing Palace, when Axie found Kangxi, who was feigning sleep on the couch. I pay my respects to your Majesty. May you be blessed with eternal peace. Rise. I thank your Majesty. When Axie stood up, gazing into Kangxi and Amp, Appo's, has profound eyes. Come here. She watched as Kangxi extended his hand, gently placing hers into his palm. His sun-kissed hand contrasted with her delicate white one, a clear demarcation, yet harmonious. When Axie nestled in Kangxi's embrace, and they lay quietly on the couch together. Noticing Kangxi's prolonged silence, she felt a twinge of anxiety. She turned to face him, raising her finger to trace his brow and eyes. Your Majesty, have you missed me during our time apart? Indeed, but the weight of the nation and the demands of governance occupy my thoughts. When Axie's finger lingered on his features for a moment, then softly caressed his face, her lips brushing against the corner of his mouth in a gentle kiss. I understand the Gargia clan and Appo's remarkable military achievements and their significant contributions to the Qing dynasty. I harbor no grand desires. I did not ask for him to share eternal love with my cousin. I merely seek his respect for his legitimate wife, ensuring that the inheritance meant for the legitimate son remains intact. If my cousin's miscarriage truly results from the inner affairs, then perhaps it is only right that those responsible face consequences as a form of accountability for her. Kangxi continued his actions, Wunaxi still clad in her garments, each piece loosening as time passed. If that is the case, then why have you come to seek me today? Such matters should be negotiated between your maternal family and the Jue'ercha clan. Kangxi's hand brushed against her silk undergarment, his touch bold and unreserved. I beseech your majesty to grant me permission to send a jade rui to my cousin tomorrow. Kangxi raised his head from her chest, his eyes glinting with danger. The palace strictly forbids consorts from transferring items to their maternal family or others, with severe punishments for violators. What punishment are you prepared to face? I have indulged you too much, allowing you to act recklessly. As Kangxi saw her remain silent, his anger intensified. The harem is not to interfere in state affairs. Only the ancestors, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress possess the authority to issue decrees. The Jue'ercha clan has earned great military merit, with many warriors still on the battlefield fighting for me. Do you wish to tarnish the hearts of loyal subjects? Woo. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my mistake. With each of Kangxi's questions, Wunaxi felt a chill creeping into her heart. She had taken her circumstances for granted, enjoying the freedom she experienced in her maternal family. The years in the palace had been smooth, and she had gradually forgotten the trepidation she once felt in Kangxi's presence. The more she thought about it, the more she feared she might be digging her own grave. She should not have used her cousin's plight to boldly test the boundaries of Kangxi's patience. Kangxi propped himself up, gazing at the weeping figure in his arms, feeling a dull ache in his heart. He lay back on the couch, tightening his embrace around her, pulling her closer to his chest, avoiding her tear-stained gaze. Do you still feel wronged? Was it not you who boldly declared in the palace that as long as you were here, the women of the Ju and Apos, Jue'ercha clan, would not be subjected? Chapter 54. Resolving issues at this moment, she found herself weeping. The emperor is mocking me. What reason do I have to laugh at you? As Shu entered, I require my personal grooming. Wunaxi spoke, rising from Kangxi's embrace. Once she had washed the traces of tears from her cheeks, she returned to the side of the Rohan couch. Kangxi, nestled against the couch with his eyes closed, sensed Wunaxi approaching. He reached out and pulled her onto the couch, his body entwining with hers. Why do you smell so delightful? You have prepared yourself so meticulously. If I do not indulge, it would be a disservice to your efforts. Master, she murmured, let me go so you may behold me once more. An hour later, Wunaxi, supported by Shu, exited the Qianqing palace, her entire body weakened and languid as she slumped onto the soft sedan chair, carried back to the Chengqian palace by the young eunuchs. Liang Jiugong, seeing Wunaxi's sedan chair recede, returned to the hall. He noticed his master lazily reclining on the dragon bed, appearing quite content. Your servant has seen the favored concubine return to her sedan chair. It should not be long before she reaches Chengqian Palace to rest. Instruct everyone to keep their mouths shut, the emperor commanded. Liang Jiugong bowed in compliance. As he turned to sneak a glance at his master's satisfied expression, he could not suppress a sigh. It seems my master is indulging in poetic musings during the day. As servants, must we conceal everything, lest we invite the wrath of the Empress Dowager? Wunaxi had never realized how far the distance was from Qianqing Palace to Chengqian Palace. Once outside the confines of Qianqing, she had to muster her weary body and summon her spirit. It was only when she saw Shi waiting for her at the entrance of Chengqian Palace that she finally relaxed. Ensure that Ford Wuchun and Zhanghua are well cared for. Now, hasten to prepare my bath and grooming. When it is time for supper, if I'm still asleep, allow me to continue resting. Yes, your servant shall remember. Shi and Bai Shao quickly noticed Wunaxi's exhaustion, their hands moving swiftly and delicately as they untangled her hair. The next day, after a night of rest, Wunaxi lazily stretched her body. Soon, she would have to visit Kunning Palace to pay her respects to the Empress. Another round of silent warfare awaited her. In Ning Palace, Empress He Shunli observed Wu Na, she's rosy complexion, tightly gripping her fingers hidden within her sleeves. Last night, the emperor summoned Dong Shi, yet the records did not mention it. Surely, he must have indulged during the day. Otherwise, how could he resist after so many days without intimacy with the harem? As the empress, she must help conceal this matter. Wu Na, she sensed the fleeting malice in Empress He's gaze, though she did not reveal it. Standing in the center of the hall, she respectfully bowed. I come to pay my respects to the empress, wishing you eternal peace and prosperity. Today I am somewhat unwell, arriving later than others. I hope for your understanding, and I shall improve in the future. Do rise, dear concubine. There is no need for such formality. We are sisters. Your attentiveness to the emperor is what truly alleviates my burdens. Wu Na, she replied respectfully, taking her seat once more. She began to listen to the other concubines engage in their usual banter of jealousy and rivalry. As always, it continued until the empress finally dismissed them when conversation waned. Upon returning from Ning Palace, Wu Na, she felt her fatigue still lingering, and before she realized it, she dozed off on the Rohan couch. Mother! Mother! Upon opening her eyes, she found her two children standing before her, gazing up with innocent faces, just slightly taller than the couch. The two little ones with dark eyes looked at her with soft, endearing expressions. Have you eaten? Yes. Yes. What did you have? Wu Na, she turned to Bai Xiao, who stood nearby. In reply to the empress, the third princess and the sixth prince had minced meat, egg custard, milk, and stir-fried cabbage for breakfast. She placed a hand on her empty stomach. Has anyone fetched food from the imperial kitchen? I am hungry. In reply to the empress, Shu went to the imperial kitchen a quarter of an hour ago. Today, the small kitchen prepared stir-fried leafy greens and minced tofu as per your instructions for the three young princes. Shi just delivered it. She should return shortly. Your Majesty. Just as Bai Xiao finished speaking, Shi and Appo's voice echoed from the hall. How is it? Did Cheng Rui and the others find it to their liking? In reply to the empress, the second prince remarked that the meals from the imperial kitchen have been rather bland lately and wishes to have braised beef tomorrow. With the ongoing war, the empress has decided to cut back on expenses for the harem. It seems she has even altered the allocations for the young princes. I had thought the imperial kitchen favored rich dishes. We should ensure to provide them with adequate greens. The three brothers ought to have a balanced diet. Indeed, Shi smiled and bowed. The small kitchen uses ingredients from your dowry estate and is not under the empress's command. Noticing Wu Na, she's displeasure, Bai Xiao remarked, Your Majesty, the young princes do not belong to the empress. She cannot truly understand a mother's heart. Indeed, Wu Na, she reflected, recalling how Empress Yishun had merely instructed the maids to care for her adopted daughter, Chun without ever personally attending to her needs. Meanwhile, in Qing Palace, Kangxi was having his dinner. Liang Jiogong entered, bowing. Your Majesty, the small kitchen from Ning Palace has sent a dish of braised lamb. The small kitchen from Chengqian Palace has provided stir-fried leafy greens and minced tofu. Indeed, whatever Cheng Rui and the others eat, she sends to me as well. A young eunuch, watching the taste tester sample the three dishes, deftly served Kangxi a portion of the stir-fried greens. Throughout the dinner, Kangxi did not touch the braised beef sent by Empress Yishun. Liang Jiogong, though maintaining a calm exterior, felt anxious within. Liang Jiogong, your servant is here. Inform the imperial kitchen to ensure that Qing He and Chun have a balanced diet of meat and vegetables as they are growing. The wet nurses for the fourth and fifth princesses must also pay attention to their meals. If they cannot nourish themselves, how can they provide for my princesses? Your servant will convey the order. As Liang Jiogong exited Qing Palace, his heart raced. How could the empress reduce the meat allocations for the young princes without consulting? The fifth prince, fourth princess, and fifth princess were manageable, as they mostly consumed milk. However, the three young masters in Chengqian Palace and Princess Chun reportedly had breakfast consisting of only a modest portion of cabbage with little meat. Chapter 55. Problem-solving 2 in their daily lives. The three brothers were particularly fond of meat. Within the palace, Kangxi pondered over the plate of stir-fried greens sent by Wanaxi, his dark eyes growing even more profound. The cultivation of such greens would effectively alleviate the difficulties faced by the common people in obtaining vegetables during winter, warranting substantial rewards. Either Winaxi or the Jue'ercha clan should be generously compensated. In the Chengqian palace, Winaxi remained unaware of Kangxi's contemplations. She sat on the Luohan couch, gazing at the kneeling Shiqi, who was clearly moved. She rose to assist Shiqi, asking, "The 10th of next month marks your and Shu and Appo's. Have you truly decided to stay with me? Your Highness, my parents have passed away. I'm not close to my brother, who has married and started a family. Leaving the palace would only burden him further. My mother promised to find you a good match." Her words were not mere platitudes. "Your Highness, I know that the lady will indeed seek a suitable match for me, but that would only lead to the worry of managing a household. I have no attachments outside the palace. Rather than serving unfamiliar in-laws, I would prefer to remain and attend to you. You treat me with genuine kindness," Winaxi said, gently holding Shiqi and Appo's hand. "If one day I walk ahead of you, I will instruct Rui and the others to bring you to my side to enjoy your later years. You may choose with whom to spend your days among them." "Thank you, Your Highness." "Quickly rise." Winaxi lifted Shiqi, who was about to kneel again, and wiped the tears from her face with a silk handkerchief. When Shu entered the palace, Winaxi was in the study room, copying calligraphy. Your Highness, noticing Shu and Appo's Winaxi smiled and put down her brush. "Your parents are working alongside my mother. When you leave next month, would you and Qing help manage my bridal shop outside the palace?" "Thank you, Your Highness." "Get up quickly. You should speak with Shiqi. It may be difficult to meet again in the future." Winaxi watched Shu exit the study before picking up her brush again. "Your Highness." She had barely written 10 characters when Shiqi entered from outside. "Your Highness, Our Lady has sent word that today, Lord Liang has proclaimed that the third master has been promoted to the rank of 4th grade Honglu Temple Minister. Has my uncle been promoted? What movements are there from the Gualjias?" The family of the 4th grandmother sold a concubine shortly after the third master received the imperial decree. "Very well, you may leave." Once alone in the palace, Winaxi stood and lay down on the Luohan couch, curling up as she contemplated. This was the best outcome. Soon, her cousin's family would also await the imperial decree for rewards. She gradually relaxed and unknowingly fell asleep. In the blink of an eye, it was the day Shu left the palace. Winaxi accompanied Shiqi, who had already styled her hair in a bun, to the palace gate where the Ju and Appo's Jue'ercha family awaited her carriage. After the stewardess checked Shu and Appo's belongings, Winaxi took the pre-prepared bundle from Shiqi. Inside this bundle, you will find a set of gold headgear and 500 taels of silver, prepared as your dowry. Take care to live well outside the palace. "Thank you, Your Highness." "Your Highness?" Seeing the reluctance in Shu's eyes, Winaxi felt her own eyes grow misty. "May I embrace you once more, as we did in childhood?" "Of course." In the crowded palace, they shared a gentle embrace before quickly releasing each other. If she did not leave the palace, it seemed they might never meet again. Only after Shu's figure disappeared did Winaxi turn back with Shiqi towards Chengqian Palace. Meanwhile, in Kuanning Palace, de Wulanara and Zhang were conversing with Empress Heshli. "If I may say, the favored concubine has a knack for feigning sorrow to win His Majesty's affection. Is it truly worth such pretense over a mere servant leaving? After all, she had served her since childhood. Perhaps they shared a bond." The Empress did not glance at Zhang, continuing her conversation while observing de Wulanara from the corner of her eye. Due to the 5th prince, the two were tied together. Recently, de Wulanara had been crossing her boundaries, seeking opportunities to get close to Bao Qing. Once, she even encountered Bao Qing, but before they could speak, Lu Mama had intervened, signaling for the wet nurse to take the prince away. The emperor had not summoned the concubines for over a month. "You are the most trustworthy among my ladies. Whoever can bring joy back to the emperor shall receive this set of south red agate headgear as a reward." They looked toward the agate headgear in Lu Mama and Appo's, maintaining a calm demeanor. Heshli, de Wulanara, and Zhang displayed various expressions. "Your Majesty, is this a tribute from the Mongolian prince?" "Indeed, the emperor has gifted me a portion of south red agate. This headgear is not the pure crimson color, but a shade just a step below, known as persimmon red." Whosoever can bring delight to the emperor shall receive it. I am grateful for the empress's favor. Meanwhile, in Sinang Palace, Bumabutai observed Kangxi, who had come to pay his respects, and a look of concern crossed her face. Xuanya, has there been anyone in the harem who has displeased you recently? Why do you think so? You are not close to the concubines. That cannot be a long-term strategy. If you feel there is no one to your liking, the Internal Affairs Office can assist you in selecting someone during the next recruitment. Grandmother, please take care of your health. Do not worry about me. The situation with the 3 feudal kings is unpredictable, and I assure you, I have no other thoughts. Today, I have a matter to discuss. On the day when Axie gave birth to the dragon and phoenix twins, I only bestowed upon her an unsealed title. Now that the Ju and Apos, Jue'ercha family has discovered a method of cultivating greens to benefit the populace, I wish to grant the favored concubine another character for her title. What do you think of the character in Apos? Jean and Apos. Jean Jiafei. Bumabutai regarded the young emperor before her with a serious expression, unsure for a moment. The favored concubine had entered the palace in the 4th year of Kangxi and Apos' reign, nearly a decade ago, and the emperor and Apos' affection for her had remained unwavering. Since the emperor has made his decision, why seek my opinion? Grandmother, rest assured, when Axie is kind-hearted, humble, and courteous, I hold her in high regard. However, it is best for the harem to flourish with diverse flowers. The mother of the heir should not be solely one person. I will heed your advice, grandmother. As Bumabutai watched Kangxi's figure gradually recede, she turned to Su Malagu, standing nearby. Send for a physician to check on the empress in Kuining Palace. Is her health suitable for bearing heirs? Chapter 56, title of Jin Jia by the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. The esteemed consort Yu of the Chengqian Palace hails from a distinguished lineage, embodying elegance and virtue, and has made significant contributions to the royal lineage since her entry into the palace. In accordance with the benevolent wishes of the Empress Dowager, I bestow upon you the title of Jin Jia. Until Liang Jiogong departed, Wu Nashi continued to gaze at the imperial edict in her hands. Kangxi's words indeed held weight. I congratulate you, my lady. I congratulate you, my lady. Please rise quickly. Wu Nashi smiled as she encouraged the palace maids to stand. Turning to walk toward the eastern side hall, her movements becoming increasingly lively. That evening, Kangxi noticed a weary young eunuch from the Ministry of Rites entering with a green tablet. I am very busy. Do not enter the hall without cause. I am at fault. The Empress Dowager instructed that if your majesty does not turn the green tablet tonight, I am to seek your inquiry. Kangxi looked at the trembling young eunuch kneeling on the ground and set down the vermilion brush in his hand. I shall go to the Chengqian Palace to see Jin Jia. As soon as Kangxi finished speaking, he stood up and left the Qianqing Palace, heading towards the Chengqian Palace. The emperor has arrived. I pay my respects to your majesty. May you reign in eternal peace. Please rise quickly. Kangxi bent down to personally assist Wu Nashi to her feet, taking her hand and leading her to the bed in the eastern chamber. I have not seen you for some time. Do you miss me? I miss your majesty. Then stay with me for a while. All right. It was not until the sound of steady breathing emanated from beside her that Wu Nashi turned to look at the man before her. The situation in the 3 feudatories was tense, with forces rising to attack, each misstep threatening total ruin. The rebellion lasted for 8 arduous years, a significant burden on this individual. She reached out, gently caressing Kangxi and Apos' brow, which was slightly furrowed in sleep. In the deep of night, Wu Nashi, in a daze, once again grasped the hand that was mischievously playing on her face. Hearing soft laughter nearby, she hazily opened her eyes. I have yet to bathe. Finish first, then wash. 2/4 of an hour later, seeing Wu Nashi lying motionless on the bed, Kangxi's eyes filled with concern. Wu Nashi quickly summoned the imperial physician. This servant obeys. At Kangxi and Apos' command, the Chengqian Palace became a flurry of activity. In the rear courtyard, the young Olenara arrived. At this moment, Kangxi sat on the wooden couch in the eastern outer chamber, his body emanating a chill. No one in the hall dared to utter a sound. Wang Ruben, who was kneeling next to the bed to diagnose Wu Nashi, instinctively shrank his neck in apprehension. After checking her pulse and finding it stable, he rose and knelt before Kangxi. Your Majesty, The esteemed consort Jinjia has been pregnant for over a month and a half. Due to her frail condition, the vigorous intimacy caused her to faint. I shall prepare a prescription for calming the fetus. She must consume it to ensure the safety of the royal heir. Go prepare the prescription and brew the medicine. In less than a quarter of an hour, Kangxi's heart was in turmoil. Once settled, he rose and entered the inner chamber. Sitting by the bed, he quietly watched the woman on the bed. Your Majesty, the medicine for consort Jinjia is ready. Bring it to me. This servant obeys. Kangxi gently grasped Wu Nashi's delicate chin, feeding her the calming medicine spoonful by spoonful, noticing her complexion returning to a healthier hue. He reached out to touch her soft cheek, unable to suppress a twinge of fear as he recalled how vigorously he had exerted himself with her in the Qing palace. It was truly fortunate that their unborn child remained unharmed. I did not know you had not taken the contraceptive after giving birth to Fo Wuchun and Xiao Lu. Once this royal child is safely delivered, we shall not bear any more. Kangxi remembered the reminders from the Empress Dowager in the Xinang Palace. With a smile, he playfully tapped Wu Nashi and Appo's lovely nose. Rising, he lay beside her, gently closing his eyes. Before long, he fell into a deep, steady slumber. The next day, the six palaces quickly learned that Wu Nashi was once again expecting a royal heir. In the Qing Palace, Empress Hishiri glanced at the empty space beside Wu Nashi, her heart filled with an intolerable bitterness. Did her machinations to eliminate the fourth prince, Qing of the Ulanara clan, provoke the deity's wrath, preventing her from bearing child? She lowered her head, slightly curling her lips, maintaining an appropriate smile as she lifted her gaze to the concubines who had come to pay their respects. Consort Jinjia's pregnancy is indeed commendable. My sisters should not be discouraged and strive to bear more heirs for the emperor. My agate has yet to be presented. We thank the empress for your guidance. The empress, her thoughts elsewhere, waved her hand to dismiss the concubines. In the Xinang Palace, Bumabutai looked at Wang Ruben, who was kneeling on the ground. It is said you are a master of healing. Yet why has the empress been unable to bear a son or daughter all these years? In response to the Empress Dowager, this servant is incompetent. You may leave. Once Wang Ruben exited the hall, she nestled into the wooden couch. Sumalagu approached with a smile, noticing her silence. Are you worried about Her Majesty the Empress? The entire Imperial Medical Bureau has reported that Feng Hua is in good health. Does that not mean there is no remedy? At most, they can only prescribe some tonics. Rest easy. There is still plenty of time. If the Empress truly cannot conceive, the Qing Palace still has the fifth prince, who is half a legitimate son. Moreover, our emperor is fair and generous. Over the years, it has not only been consort Jinjia who has conceived. The fifth prince, raised in the empress's palace, is still the emperor's first son with a claim to succession. Our emperor possesses both strategy and determination. Not many young rulers would so readily decree the reduction of feudal powers. His relationships with his consorts are calculated. However, consort Jinjia's pregnancy is indeed remarkable. It seems her family has a propensity for twins. Her two younger brothers are also twins, including this pregnancy. Consort Jinjia has only been pregnant 3 times. Help me lie down for a while. Bumabutai remained silent, leaning on Sumalagu and Appo's support as she lay on the bed. Sumalagu, you may leave. Bumabutai glanced at Sumalagu's retreating figure and slowly closed her eyes. As the empress, Hishiri's lack of offspring poses a challenge in maintaining authority over favored concubines who bear many children. Should she bear a child, it would lead to a competition with the Ulanara clan of the Yinshi Palace. Among the concubines, as long as it does not affect the emperor's health, she can afford to be lenient. However, she would never want to see innocent heirs harmed. In the Chongqing Palace, Wu Nashi opened her eyes to a serene silence around her. My lady, have you slept well? Wu Nashi moved her fingers, realizing her entire body felt weak and unresponsive. What has happened to me? In response to your ladyship, you are once again with child. Once again with child? She stared at the beaming face of Shiqi, momentarily lost in thought. Since giving birth to Fo Wuchun and Zhanghua, she had not requested any contraceptive medicine from the Imperial Medical Bureau. Chapter 57. Another imperial pregnancy reflecting upon this, Anaxi gently caressed her barely discernible abdomen. Chung Rui, Chung Hu, and Sain Chahan were ineligible to inherit the throne due to their identical appearance. Having already given birth to Zhonghua, she did not wish for him to be alone. Kangxi's sons were all exceptionally well-educated and possessed remarkable abilities. If Zhonghua were to aspire to that position in the future, he would undoubtedly face fierce competition. Should this grand undertaking falter, he would lack a maternal sibling whom he could confidently rely upon. Once a new emperor ascended the throne, would her children not live in constant trepidation? If this pregnancy did not yield multiple offspring, she would have to conceive again for the sake of Chung Rui, Chung Hu, Sain Chahan, Efo, and Apos, Erguichin, Zhonghua, the child in her womb, and the peace of the Ju and Apos, Jue'ercha clan. Meanwhile, in the Qing palace, Kangxi remained unaware of Anaxi and Apos as thoughts. He set down the memorial in his hand and leaned back in his chair. Was that maidservant of the Gargia family truly sold off? Your Majesty, as per your instructions, this servant has been keeping a close watch. Indeed, that maidservant has been sold. Draft an edict to promote Gargia Sanjanbeo from a 5th-rank attendant to a 5th-rank vice-commander of the infantry. This servant obeys. Liang Jiogong bowed and retreated to prepare the imperial decree. Kangxi continued to attend to state affairs alone in the palace. When the edict reached beyond the palace walls, a temporary tranquility settled over the various families and clans. Their inner thoughts, however, remained concealed from outsiders. In the residence of the 3rd master of the Ju and Apos, Jue'ercha family, Yaliki leaned against the headboard of the canopy bed, listening to the matron beside her legal mother relay a message, signaling her to withdraw. She turned to look at her son, a Chahan, sleeping beside her. Gently tracing his features with her finger, she murmured, "Your 3rd aunt will ultimately protect us, mother and son. When you grow up, you must also show filial piety to your 3rd aunt." Since Anaxi's pregnancy, Kangxi had resided alone in the Qing palace for 2 consecutive months. Subsequently, he spent 5 days in the Cunning Palace before resuming his customary visits to the concubines of the harem. One day, Anaxi was reclining on the Arhut bed, perusing account books. The ledgers of her dowry manors and shops were openly brought into the Chengxin Palace. There were numerous matters to attend to each month. Younger brother. Is there a younger brother or a younger sister in mother and Apos? Belly? Idan and Op, seeing that her younger brother was only interested in looking at the small handkerchief in his hand and unwilling to engage in conversation, pounced on him and bit his little arm. Naughty sister. Zhonghua, not wanting to be at a disadvantage, and the 2 little ones soon became entangled in a playful scuffle. The matrons attending to them looked somewhat anxious. Upon seeing this, Anaxi glanced at Shichi, who was standing nearby. Understanding her mistress's intention, she smiled and said, "The 2 young masters were born from the same womb. Their playful antics, without causing harm, are also a sign of sibling affection." Silence fell in the hall as Anaxi watched with amusement as her 2 little children rolled around together. Neither of them was willing to concede first, and she, as their mother, could not rashly intervene and show partiality. "Your Majesty," Anaxi, who was enjoying the scene, turned her head towards Bai Shao upon hearing her speak. "Your Majesty." The little Olenara Gidge was examined in the Cunning Palace during the routine checkup, and it was discovered that she has been pregnant for just a month. This is a joyous occasion. Instruct the palace attendants to take meticulous care. If your Majesty is feeling distressed, do not suppress it. Speaking it out will bring relief. Anaxi turned to look at Shichi, who had spoken, with Bai Shao in her peripheral vision. "This is hardly a matter that should distress me. If it were not her, it would be someone else. Ultimately, I will not be the only one. The little Olenara, who saved my Sain Chan. Compared to others, I would rather it be her." Meanwhile, in the Cunning Palace, Empress Heshali had summoned the imperial physicians to conduct routine checkups on the concubines of the harem. A pregnancy had already been detected, stirring excitement among the concubines in the hall, as if the next one to be found pregnant would be themselves. The little Olenara felt the fervent gazes directed toward her and wished she could immediately return to the Chengxin Palace. Empress Heshali sat there, taking in the expressions on the faces of the concubines. Over the years, she had gradually relinquished hope of conceiving an imperial heir. Now that the emperor was willing to grant her honor, and she had the 5th Prince Baoqing under her care, She could send her family's sisters of suitable age into the palace to bear children. With the support of the Heshli clan, success was not unattainable. Anaxi had finished breakfast with Jue'ercha and Zhanghua when the little Ulanara left the cunning palace with the other concubines. In the Chengxian palace, she looked at the little Ulanara, who was sitting on the other side of the Arhut bed, smiling at her. She gently grasped her hand on the heated Qing table. Now that you are pregnant, you must take extra care with your food, clothing, and daily necessities. This concubine thanks elder sister. You have returned at this hour. Have you not had breakfast yet? I'm feeling somewhat hungry at the moment. Then, this concubine shall return to have her meal. Yes, go. After the little Ulanara left with her personal maid, Anaxi instructed the servants to remove the heated Qing table, and she reclined languidly on the Arhut bed. More than 4 months into her pregnancy, she often felt fatigued and enjoyed being unrestrainedly lazy. In her childhood, when she felt bored at home, she would often go out to buy storybooks and miscellaneous notes to read for amusement. Her mother had hired many tutors for her, and she had to learn everything from music and chess to calligraphy and painting, as well as the ways of managing a household as a legal wife. From the time she learned to read, her mother would involve her in handling the affairs of the household, teaching her by example. She did not have much free time on weekdays. Before she kept her hair in a bun, her mother would allow her to play with the young Gidge from the families of court officials who were a similar age. However, she was not particularly interested in amusing young girls. Later, as she grew more refined in appearance, except for the annual family banquets during festivals, her mother only allowed her to accompany her brother to the family and oppos, as manner to ride horses when he was not studying for the imperial examinations. Still, her mother spent the most time with her. Once her 2 younger brothers could speak, they spent their days with her. She knew that her father and mother felt that her beauty was too captivating, and they feared that going out often would attract trouble. Like Yahanala Donga, she was willing to comply. When her eldest sister-in-law entered the family, she had her nephew Bayan to accompany her. Her memories were filled with the joys of spending time with her blood relatives. She was unwilling to compromise herself in front of those who were not related to her by blood, except for Kangxi and the Grand Empress Dowager. Back in the west side hall of the rear courtyard, the little Ulanara turned to look at Ji Wan, who was following behind her. Why so glum? Little mistress, do you not find that Consort Jinjia is being overly indifferent about your pregnancy? In this harem, elder sister is indifferent to everyone. If she were to become enthusiastic because I am pregnant, that would be cause for suspicion. Little mistress is right. At that moment, in the palace of compassionate tranquility, Bumabutai looked at the empress, who had a respectful expression. A hint of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. Due to the war of the 3 feudatories, the national treasury was strained, and the emperor was unwilling to hold a large-scale selection of consorts, which would be a drain on resources. However, there were many elderly women in the palace, and it was time to select some new women for Xuanya to continue the imperial lineage. During the small selection of the imperial household department in December, you and I will choose some palace maids with proper appearances to enter the palace. Chapter 58. Another imperial offspring, may the sight of it please Emperor Xianyi, so he may accept it. Your concubine will respectfully adhere to the Empress Dowager's decree and seek out amiable individuals to serve the emperor. Soon after Empress Herschel and her attendants departed from the palace of benevolent tranquility, the imperial consorts and concubines became aware of the upcoming minor selection by the imperial household department, which aimed to bring comely palace maids into the palace. In the palace of benevolent tranquility, Empress Dowager Xiaozhuang, upon hearing Similaga's report, subtly curved her lips. She was unconcerned about the empress's intention to disseminate news of the minor selection. The imperial consorts and concubines always relied on their own abilities to compete for favor, as long as they did not sway the emperor's heart or harm the imperial offspring. In the palace of celestial favor, Una, upon hearing Sun Diwang's words, nodded, remaining silent until he withdrew from the hall. Shichi and Bai Xiao exchanged glances, and the former approached the divan, saying, Your Highness is with child. You mustn't amp. Oppos. Overexert yourself. We shall see if Jue'ercha and Shaolu are still asleep. Your Highness should rest for a while. Your servants take their leave. Once Una was alone in the hall, she leisurely picked up the milk on the Qing table and began to drink it. The imperial household department and oppos, minor selection differed from the 8 banners in Appo's grand selection. The grand selection was for choosing imperial consorts, with the final selection determined by the emperor's personal preference. The minor selection was for choosing individuals to enter the palace as servants, and the decision was made by the consorts and concubines presiding over the selection. No consort or concubine would choose a palace made with a beautiful appearance to serve by her side. Only if there was a tacit understanding in the palace would a palace made with a pleasing appearance be allowed to enter the palace. Now, with the Empress Dowager's oral decree to select chamber attendants for Kangxi during the minor selection, the Empress was undoubtedly seeking to spread the word throughout the harem for her own peace of mind. In the east side hall of the Palace of Scenic Benevolence, Zhang leaned against the divan, gazing at her personal palace maid, Ling. Since the Empress Dowager has given her oral decree, I fear we must choose someone with an outstanding appearance to serve in the palace. It has been a while since the palace has seen new faces. Adding some new faces is also good. Does your highness not worry about a decrease in favor? What good is worrying? This highness has always received mediocre favor, with the one in the palace of celestial favor present. Who else can obtain the emperor's special favor? Speaking of new people entering the palace, Consort Jinga may be bright and moving, but she is no longer fresh. Moreover, she has already given birth to an imperial offspring. How can she compare to a young woman who has never given birth? This highness will see how she can continue to receive favor. Your highness, be careful with your words. What is there to fear? This highness is not going to say it to her face. Am I not allowed to speak in my own palace? Quickly have the wet nurse bring the 4th princess over for this highness to see. Go to the Qianxing palace and tell the emperor that the 4th princess misses her imperial father. Yes, your servant takes her leave. In the Qianxing palace, Liang Jiogong stood outside the hall, listening to the muddled voices inside, without moving. Linger stood beside him, somewhat anxious. Eunuch Liang, our 4th princess misses her imperial father so much that she is crying. I hope you can help convey the message. His Majesty is discussing matters of the court with the ministers inside and has ordered that no one be seen. Please return, Miss Linger. Linger returned to the Palace of Scenic Benevolence without inviting the emperor and consciously knelt in the central hall as punishment. Time flew by. Kangxi was preoccupied with affairs of the court and did not enter the harem, which afforded Una some leisure. She would occasionally send embroidered items and food to the Qianxing Palace to let him know that she was thinking of him. In the Palace of Celestial Favor, Una was making a small bib for the child in her womb while watching her young daughter and son play together. The little brother or sister and mother in Appo's belly is moving. Mama Gua said that we would also move when we were in mother. As she listened to the children's innocent words, she was about to reach out to hug them when she suddenly felt a wetness beneath her. Shichi, quickly take the 3rd princess and the 6th prince to the inner room and have the wet nurse take care of them. Bai Shao, go to the small kitchen and tell mother that I am about to give birth. The palace maids helped Una into the delivery room in the east side hall, and Lady Tong Jia returned from the small kitchen with the midwives. Because Una was due to give birth in the next few days, Kangxi had prepared the midwives to live in the backyard of the Palace of Celestial Favor. Now, only the imperial physician had yet to arrive. In the delivery room, Lady Tong Jia looked at Una, who was biting on a handkerchief, unwilling to utter a sound. She reached out and touched her pale face, her eyes filled with heartache. We must conserve our strength for childbirth. It is all right to make a sound if it is too painful. Mother, I am hungry. I want to eat noodles. Good. Good. Rest assured, Mother will have Shichi make the noodles herself. Kangxi and the imperial physician entered the Palace of Celestial Favor in succession. At this moment, Una was leaning against the bed, eating the egg noodles that her mother was feeding her. How is Una? In the central hall, Kangxi looked at the empress sitting on the divan. He lifted his foot and sat on the other side of the divan. Consort Jinga has been inside for less than half an hour. I fear we must wait a while longer before she gives birth to the imperial offspring. Madame Jue'ercha is inside accompanying Consort Jinga. Your Majesty, rest assured, with her own mother accompanying her, Consort Jinga will surely give birth to the imperial offspring safely. The consorts and concubines of the various palaces gathered here. As soon as Empress Herschel finished speaking, they all echoed with auspicious words. Kangxi waved his hand, turned the 18 beads in his hand, closed his eyes, and said no more. The hall gradually quieted down. Seeing that the emperor did not want to speak, The consorts and concubines thoughtfully did not speak further. Another half an hour passed, and no sound came from the delivery room. The 18 beads in Kangxi and Appo's hand turned faster and faster, causing Wang Ruben and Lu Xianglin, who were standing beside him, to slowly tighten their hearts. Finally hearing Una and Appo's cry of pain, the 18 beads in his hand slowed down slightly. Una did not expect this birth to be so difficult. If she had not taken the opportunity to cover her mouth and taken the spiritual medicine from the space along with the jade spring water, she would have suffered even more pain. Your Majesty. Hearing Una and Appo's voice from the delivery room, the consorts and concubines had different thoughts. Empress Herschel, sitting closest to Kangxi, looked at his slightly closed eyes, trying to discern something from them. When she met Kangxi's deep eyes, she smiled and turned to look at the delivery room. Wah. Congratulations, Your Highness. It is an imperial prince. In the delivery room, Una heard the little ones cry and finally fell asleep peacefully. Wang Ruben took her pulse and said that this pregnancy was a singleton, and she had indeed only given birth to one imperial son. Outside the delivery room, the midwife brought the newborn little prince to Kangxi. This servant congratulates Your Majesty. Congratulates Her Majesty the Empress. Consort Jinga has given birth to the 7th prince for Your Majesty. Mother and son are both safe. Good. Everyone in the Palace of Celestial Favor will be rewarded. Take the 7th prince back to the delivery room first. Wang Ruben, Lu Xianglin. Follow me inside to take the pulse of Consort Jinga and Little 7. Your servants obey the decree. In the evening, Una opened her eyes and saw her mother sitting in front of the canopy bed, watching over her. Mother, you're awake. Mother had the small kitchen make millet porridge. Would you like to eat some? Mother, first have the wet nurse bring Little 7 for me to see. Chapter 59. The Birth of the Heir Mother. Where are Fu Erguichun and Zhanghua? They were just here, surrounding you. They always wish to lie beside you. Mother asked Shichi to coax them to sleep for a while in the main hall, so you need not worry. The two little ones, seeing their younger brother for the first time, knitted their brows in confusion, having never encountered such a tiny sibling. It took quite a while before they dared to tentatively touch the baby's small hand. They stood in front of the bed of the 7th brother, observing intently for a long time, insisting that the baby must have been exchanged by some ill-intentioned person to appear so small. Mother, Tong Jiashur approached her daughter with a worried expression, regretting her earlier words. She gently tapped the lovely forehead of Wu Naxi. What nonsense are you thinking? I was there when Shao Qi was born. Who could possibly have switched him? The princess and the 6th brother are still quite young. They have never seen such a small child, which is why they think this way. Once Shao Qi is brought over, you will see. From my experience, he looks remarkably like you, just as Fu Erguichun does. If I did not mention it, others might mistakenly believe that Fu Erguichun and Shao Qi are twins. Hearing her mother's reassurance, Wu Naxi felt relieved. She had always found it perplexing how her mother could discern whether the child resembled her or the emperor, despite the baby's cherubic face. Yet, this did not hinder her faith in her mother. Meanwhile, outside the southern chambers of the East Palace, Bai Xiao had come to fetch the wet nurse to carry the 7th brother to the northern birthing chamber. After bowing respectfully and turning back towards the northern chamber, the 4 nurses were guarding Shao Qi followed by Xiao Out, leaving only Kangxi and his sons together. Wu Naxi noticed Bai Xiao returning alone, without the wet nurse carrying Shao Qi, her face reflecting some confusion. In response to the Empress's words, His Majesty is with the 3 princes in the southern chamber. Admiring the 7th brother, Bai Xiao, seeing that the Emperor intended to return to Qianqing Palace soon, added, Bring Qingrui, Qinghu, and Sai Yinchahan here. I have not seen them for a while. At that moment, in the southern chamber, Qingrui gazed at the tiny figure before him, striving to recall the appearances of his younger sister and 6th brother at birth. Father, Shao Qi looks much sturdier than Fu Erguichun and the 6th brother did when they were born. Kangxi glanced at his eldest son, almost voicing that multiple births tend to result in smaller infants. But instead, he simply remarked, Yes, he certainly is more robust. As he spoke, he bent down to lift the little one from the cradle. Since holding Qingrui, Qinghu, and Sai Yinchahan, He had abandoned a notion of refraining from holding his grandchildren while Wu Na, she was in confinement. "Father, I can't see my brother. I haven't had enough of him," Qinghu exclaimed. Kangxi pretended not to hear the words of his second and third sons, holding on to Shao Qi for a little longer before placing him back in the cradle. "How have you three fared in your studies? I have been occupied with state affairs and have not tested you for 5 days. Today, as I find some rare leisure, where have you progressed?" In response, they replied, "The army has urgently summoned us back to the capital." As soon as Kangxi's words fell, a voice came from outside, filled with urgency. He furrowed his brow slightly and instructed, "Go see your mother before returning to Qiandongwu. Should I find anyone delaying unnecessarily, they will face punishment by transcribing scriptures." "Thank you, Father," the three brothers replied, watching their father leave the chamber. They turned and smiled as they made their way to the birthing chamber to see their mother. "Mother, greetings. How is Guoroma? Get up quickly." Upon seeing her daughter with her 3 elder sons, Tong Jia, Shi and Amp, Appo's eyes crinkled with joy. The princes were still young and had only seen each other during palace banquets. "Guoroma, Sai Yinshahan has missed you as well." Thinking of it, Guoroma expressed her longing for them too. Wu Na, she nestled in bed, smiling as she observed the scene, her heart at peace. Her 3 sons were not estranged from their grandmother. Kangxi arranged 3 companions for Qingrui, Qinghu, and Sai Yinshahan. Normally, he would select someone from the family of the prince's mother to serve as a companion in the palace, but unfortunately, the Jue'ercha clan did not have any cousins of similar age to enter the palace. This oversight deprived them of a chance to grow closer as cousins. Bai Shao, quickly instruct to bring chairs for the princes to sit. "Yes, I shall do so at once." Wu Na, she looked at her eldest, second, and third sons gathered around her bed. "Where's your father?" "The army has urgently summoned him. He will go to Qianqing Palace. We shall see you first before returning to Qiandongwu. Mother has instructed the kitchen to prepare some of your favorite snacks accompanied by milk. So after enjoying them, we will head to the main hall to see Fu Erguichun and the 6th brother before returning. You are still in confinement, so it is best not to linger in the birthing chamber for too long. Your father has been facing many difficulties with state affairs lately, so do not trouble him with ancestral customs." "All right, we will heed Mother's words." Seeing her 3 sons nod in agreement, Wu Na, she smiled at the wet nurse holding the youngest. "Please hand me Shao Qi." "Yes." The wet nurse curtsied and stepped forward. Wu Na, she took her little son into her arms, gazing intently at his features. "Mother, father said Shao Qi resembles you just as much as my sister does." "Did he say that?" She smiled at her second son. "Indeed, I noticed that your father was reluctant to let go of Shao Qi just now. When you were small, he would come to the Chengxian Palace to hold you and also found hard apart." Tong Jiashi sat quietly beside her, listening to her daughter and grandchildren converse. Her heart fluctuated with surprise, but eventually settled into tranquility. Her youngest daughter had successfully given birth to heirs in succession, and surely there must be a way for her to interact with the emperor. Time passed gently and unhurriedly. Recently, Kangxi had been preoccupied with affairs in the 3 feudatories, seldom visiting the inner palace. During her confinement, he had visited Wu Na Shi a few times, speaking through a screen they had set up, before hastily returning to Qianqing Palace. It was not until today at Shao Qi and Appo's full moon celebration in Qianqing Palace that they finally met again. At this moment, Wu Na, she leaned against Kangxi, maintaining the same position they had earlier. She felt utterly drained, devoid of any strength. The thought of the man beneath her, who had conferred the name Bao Chang upon their Shao Qi earlier that day, made her feel even more powerless. Shao Qi shared the same name as the deposed crown prince. Had it not been for the child's striking resemblance to herself, she feared she might lose control and impose strict discipline upon him. She could not recall whether the crown prince and Appo's rumored proclivities were mere whispers of the past. Noticing that the woman in his embrace was as still as a statue, Kangxi propped himself up and kissed her delicate lips, burying his face in her hair, inhaling the enticing scent of peach blossoms. It had been some time since he had felt such comfort. Chapter 60. On a matter of cowpox, due to the use of medicinal herbs from the ethereal realm, Wanaxi and Appo's body has recovered remarkably after giving birth. On this night, There were likely very few consorts in the eastern and western palaces who could sleep soundly. As Wenaxi concluded her confinement, she instructed Shichi to procure a contraceptive decoction from Wang Rubin. Wang recalled the incident concerning the consort from the Chengxian palace and realized he had forgotten to mention the decoction to the emperor, almost causing harm to the heir. Just as Shichi departed with the decoction in hand, Wang hurried to the Qianqing palace to seek an audience. Kangxi sat at the head of the hall, nodding in acknowledgement of Wang Rubin and Appo's words. Since Wenaxi had completed her confinement, Kangxi resumed his previous habit of spending nights in the inner palace or summoning his consorts to the Qianqing palace for intimate company. The Empress Dowager finally felt at ease, though not every night would he call for her. The significant matters concerning the three feudatories made her anxious that her grandson might suffer from prolonged solitude in the Qianqing palace. It was beneficial for him to have time away from state affairs, even if it meant simply conversing with the consorts. When the young Olenara gave birth to the 8th prince, 2.5 months had already passed since the full-month celebration for the 7th prince. Wenaxi sat beside the young Olenara, smiling at the 8th prince, Wanfu, who had just celebrated his full month. With the birth of Wanfu, the young Olenara was elevated to the status of a minor consort, yet she could not raise the prince herself. As the primary consort of Chengxian Palace, Kangxi decreed that the 8th prince be placed under her care. However, with numerous heirs of his own, he was reluctant to see the young Olenara and her son separated. Publicly, it was said that she was the 8th prince's wet nurse, but in truth, she arranged for Wanfu's quarters to be in the eastern wing of Chengxian Palace's courtyard, making it much easier for the young Olenara to care for him. The attendants around the 8th prince were appointed by Kangxi, and she did not intend to intervene much in the upbringing. Jilin, today is a fortunate day for you. The emperor is likely to summon you, Wenaxi remarked, preparing to leave as the hour approached. I shall return now, so you can prepare adequately. As she spoke, she stood and exited the hall, leaving behind her attendants to bow in respect. Your servant bids farewell to Consort Jinjia. She entered the main hall with Bai Xiao, where she found Shichi entertaining Fu and Amp, Appos, Ergua, and Zhanghua. Turning, she made her way to the eastern inner chamber, approaching the dressing table to your servant is here. Upon hearing her name, Shichi bid farewell to Fu Ergua and Zhanghua before stepping inside. Ensure this letter reaches my mother, Wenaxi instructed. I shall take it at once. As anticipated, that night, Kangxi summoned the young Olenara to the Qianqing palace for companionship. Your Highness, Wenaxi, drowsily waking from her slumber, heard Shichi and Appos' voice from beyond the curtains and slowly opened her eyes. What is it? Replying to your Highness, the 8th prince is crying. The wet nurse cannot soothe him. Very well. Wenaxi sat up, parting the curtains to see her daughter and 2 sons sleeping beside her, illuminated by candlelight. I will take Bai Xiao and lead Changnan to the back courtyard. You stay here and take care of the 3rd princess, the 6th prince, and the 7th prince. Understood. As Wenaxi approached the eastern wing of the back courtyard, the 8th prince's cries became increasingly distinct. Your servant pays respects to Consort Jinjia. Please rise. Why does the little one cry so? Replying to your Highness, the prince misses the young Olenara. As the wet nurse and Appos' words echoed in the hall, silence enveloped, save for Wanfu and Appos' wails. Wenaxi and Appos' expression grew somber as she glanced at Bai Xiao beside her. Knowing that Jilin is in the Qianqing palace, how could she say such a thing? Bring the 8th prince to me. Yes. Wenaxi took the 8th prince from the wet nurse's arms and cradled him. The fragile child appeared less robust than when he had reached full term. Looking down at Wanfu, she turned to Bai Xiao. Prepare some warm jade spring water for the 8th prince. At once, while testing the temperature of the water for the 8th prince, Wenaxi gently touched the inner wall of the bowl, adding a bit of spiritual spring water. It was impossible for her to nourish Wanfu daily as though he were her own child. However, an occasional feeding was feasible. In her memories from the previous life, both of the young Olenara and Appos' sons had passed away. She had saved her own Sa Yinchan, willing to rescue, while the fate of the other would depend on the depth of their bond in this world. Wanfu only ceased drinking the jade spring water once he had emptied the bowl, slowly closing his eyes in slumber. Little 8 must be a bit tired from crying. You mustn't cry like this again. Seeing the 8th prince sleep soundly, Jue'ercha gently placed him in the cradle. Jilin is not in the palace. It is unwise to summon the imperial physician and disturb the emperor at this hour. Stay here with little 8 and see if you can discern the reason for his distress. Understood. Jue'ercha returned to her bed, observing her 3 children sleeping peacefully, unable to resist kissing each of their foreheads. Meanwhile, outside the palace, in the Xuanta residence, the candles in the study had not yet extinguished. Xuanta sat in the armchair at his desk, meticulously reviewing the letter his youngest daughter had sent. Father, I believe it may be worth exploring the matter of cowpox mentioned in my sister's letter. Xuanta set down the letter and nodded at his second son. You two need not concern yourselves with this. I shall experiment with the cattle on the estate to ascertain its validity. If it can indeed suppress smallpox, our family will achieve great merit. Never forget Jue'ercha and Appos as contributions. Bayan, hearing his grandfather mention their aunt, rose with a smile. Rest assured, grandfather, my siblings, and I will be dutiful to aunt. In the deep of night, Xuanta lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Erenju, who would have thought that our little girl would bring about such fortune? If the matter of cowpox is confirmed, our family will attain great merit. All thanks to Jue'ercha. Master, are you not tired? Rest assured, no one will forget our little girl's contributions. Now, please sleep. Tomorrow, we must attend to the matriarch's illness at the old residence. With the mention of Tongjia's words, Xuanta found it increasingly difficult to sleep, fearing that his mother's frail body would not endure much longer. In the palace, Jue'ercha remained unaware of her father's restless night. She slept soundly, cradling her soft little daughter. The following day, Jue'ercha opened her eyes to find it was already the hour of the rabbit, 6 a.m. Observing her 3 children sleeping soundly, she gently rose, dressed, and stepped into the outer chamber. Bai Xiao, go inform the Empress that I am feeling a bit dizzy this morning and cannot pay my respects at Kunning Palace. I shall do so. And how is little 8? Replying to your highness, the prince is well. Chapter 61. The minor selection of the Internal Affairs Office Jue'ercha nodded and nestled onto the middle hall's Rohan couch. The Chengxian Palace rarely received visitors, and she had not yet hosted any concubines here. Generally, when Seduna and Jilin came to see her, they conversed in the eastern outer chamber. Shichi, please deliver the breakfast to the 3 princes and remember to inquire about their preferences for tomorrow's meals. Yes, your highness. Do you wish to visit the imperial kitchen now? First, send some small kitchen dishes to Qingrui, Qinghu, and Sainchan. You must personally deliver the food they consume. I cannot trust anyone else. Yes, this servant will go at once. Shichi turned and exited the palace, leaving Jue'ercha and her 3 children alone in the main hall. She put on her shoes and returned to the eastern inner chamber, where she found Ferguo Chun, Zhanghua, and Baosheng showing no signs of waking. She lay back down on the bed to accompany them. As December arrived, the annual minor selection of the Internal Affairs Office quietly approached. One day, Jue'ercha was conversing with Seduna and Jilin in the eastern outer chamber when Shichi entered. Your Highness, the selection at the Internal Affairs Office has concluded. The master has chosen 4 beautiful palace maids to enter the palace. 1. Wan Liuha, a young lady from the plain Yellow Banner. The daughter of the 5th rank official Wan Liuha, aged 16, currently serving at Changchun Palace. 2. Wuya, a young lady from the plain Yellow Banner. The daughter of the 5th rank Imperial Guard Wu Wei, aged 17, currently serving at Qianqing Palace. 3. Dai Jia, a young lady from the bordered Yellow Banner. The daughter of the Treasury official Dai Jiazhuachi, aged 16, currently serving at Jingren Palace. 4. Juqin, a young lady from the Han Chinese Wei family. The daughter of the 5th rank Internal Supervisor of Bianai, aged 15, currently serving at Zinzaku. Zinzaku? In response to the words of the Borjigit master, it is indeed Zinzaku. This location primarily consists of bannermen who have committed crimes, as well as were criminals and their families. Over the years, palace maids selected to serve have been reluctant to work alongside those in Zinzaku. How could the Empress assign her there? According to the Empress, Wei's father happens to oversee Zinzaku, and it is likely he requested the Empress to place her under his watch. Moreover, it is rumored that Wei possesses stunning beauty and skin as white as snow. As soon as Shichi finished speaking, Yunaxi sensed the intentional glances from Seduna and Jilin directed at her. She concealed her thoughts, but felt a flicker of curiosity towards Wei. I increasingly find it difficult to comprehend our empress. Instead of bestowing them the title of concubines, she has assigned them as palace maids in various halls. How can the emperor favor them without seeing their green head plates? Sister, why concern yourself with such matters? Yunaxi glanced at the overly attentive Seduna and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The incident from years ago, when she fell into the water, had been left unresolved, likely because both Kangxi and the Empress Dowager did not wish to pursue it. Meanwhile, in the Sinang Palace, Bimu Butai furrowed his brow slightly at the words of Su Malagu. Fanghua's actions are increasingly aligning with her own desires. How as we have been arranged in Qinqing Palace. Reporting to the matriarch, Wu Ya's father is the only military official among the four. Her grandfather served as the head of the kitchen during the reign of the late emperor, so there must be some favor. Bimu Butai, upon hearing this, displayed no change in expression and chose to remain silent. Back at Chengxin Palace, after sending off Seduna and Jilin, Yunaxi contemplated the matter. Wu Ya's father, as a military officer and commander of the Imperial Guards, managed the guards of the upper three banners and accompanied the ministers entering the palace. This military position held little significance in front of her own clan and the empress's maternal family. Yet the empress appeared willing to elevate Wu Ya. In Qinqing Palace, Kangxi raised an eyebrow as he observed the graceful palace maid serving him tea. Let Liang Jiogong enter the hall. Servant obeys. Master, you have summoned. Kangxi glanced at Liang Jiogong, who was bowing. How has the empress arranged the palace maid selected this year? In response to the master, they have all been assigned to various palaces to serve. Once Liang Jiogong exited, a shadow flickered in the hall as the leader of the dark guards knelt in the center. Reporting to the master, this year's selection, according to the matriarch's decree, has resulted in the final selection of 4. How has we been arranged in Qinqing Palace? In response to the master, I have learned that Wu Ya's family has connections with the empress's maternal lineage. Both families are extremely cautious, although their interactions are not close. I have verified this with evidence. Present it to me. Servant obeys. When only Kangxi remained in the hall, he raised his hand to rub his tired eyes and casually flipped through the wooden box presented by the leader of the Dark Guards. The Empress, without a biological heir, still desires to grasp more, which is detrimental to the tranquility of the inner palace. Thinking of his late wife, Kangxi deeply closed his eyes. Liang Jiogong, summon concubine Jinjia to accompany me in Qinqing Palace. Servant obeys. In Chengxin Palace, Yunaxi had just lulled the youngest child to sleep when Shichi brought Liang Jiogong into the hall. Servant wishes to pay respects to concubine Jinjia. May the concubine be blessed with peace. The master has commanded, summon the concubine to Qinqing Palace to accompany him. The eunuch may proceed first. I will follow shortly. Servant takes leave. Yunaxi, seeing Shichi escort Liang Jiogong out of the palace, stood up and instructed the maids to prepare warm water for bathing. Upon entering Qinqing Palace, she found Kangxi engrossed in painting, with an unfamiliar palace maid waiting beside him. This maid, possessing a gentle and unadorned beauty, was pleasing to the eye without being ostentatious. Servant pays respects to the emperor. May the emperor be blessed with peace. Come closer. Yes. Servant pays respects to concubine Jinjia. May the concubine be blessed with peace. Rise. Yunaxi approached Kangxi and proceeded to grinding for him. From this angle, she could see Wu Ya more clearly. Her appearance was indeed not as striking as her own. Yet she could not decipher Kangxi's thoughts. Men often gravitate towards the allure of novelty. Yunaxi exhibited no pretense, casually grinding the ink while occasionally stealing glances at Wu Ya. Why are you so distracted while grinding ink? My hand is weary. Kangxi and Appo's gaze gradually descended, landing on her flawless white wrists, drawn to the pair of jade bangles adorning them. He slightly turned his head to look at Wu Ya. You may leave. Servant obeys. Kangxi reached out to embrace Yunaxi and Appo's slender waist, pulling her onto his lap. He grasped her wrist, resting it against his heart. Do you like these jade bangles? Bestowed by the matriarch, I find them delightful. With a smile, Yunaxi leaned her face against Kangxi and Amp. Appo's chin, reminiscing about the times when she had beside her both Shichi, skilled in medicine, and her mother's long-serving old maid. Had it not been for verifying the safety of the jade bangles, she would never have worn them as a token of gratitude for the Empress Dowager and Appo's favor. These bangles were given to me by your mother years ago. I am glad you find them to your liking. Chapter 62. The inter-ministry selections in times past. The Emperor had not broached this topic, yet now, it is not too late for me to speak. As Kangxi uttered these words, he rose to embrace Yunaxi and reclined upon the Luohan couch hidden behind the screen. Be good. Let me rest for a while, he murmured, inhaling the fragrant scent of peach blossoms, and soon succumbed to slumber. Yunaxi, nestled in his embrace, felt an unwillingness in her heart. She yearned to return to Chengqian Palace, to cradle her soft little daughter and 2 sons to sleep. Outside the Qianxing Palace, Bai Xiao glanced at Weiyashi, who stood beside Liang Jiogong. Her heart settled. Without them, her lady was in a better state. From a distance, Liang Jiogong spotted a group approaching from the Ministry of Rites and stepped forward, casting a glance back at Bai Xiao. Miss Bai Xiao, it appears that the 3 princes have come to seek their father for dinner. I shall pay my respects to the princes and wish them good fortune. Miss Bai Xiao, is mother inside? In response to the eldest prince, our lady has been inside for a short while. Qing nodded and turned to Liang Jiogong. I would trouble you, General Liang, to inform father that my brothers and I have come to dine with him. I shall go at once. Liang Jiogong quietly entered the palace and, through the screen, observed Kangxi reclining on the couch, appearing ready to leave the hall. Is there an important matter to report to the emperor? In response to Concubine Jean and Amp, Appo's inquiry, the 3 princes have come to seek the emperor for dinner and are currently waiting outside. Yunaxi, knowing could no longer remain lying down, she gently shifted Kangxi's arm from her waist and slipped on her shoes. As she exited the hall, she did not notice the slight smile curving on the lips of the man still resting on the couch. Yunaxi turned back to close the hall door and smiled at her 3 children. My sons, have you greeted your mother? Wishing you peace, my dears. Mother, we have come to seek you. How did you think to find your father for dinner? Your father has been occupied with state affairs and has not seen his children for many days. We miss him. Your father is resting. Wait here for mother for a moment. Yes. Inside the hall, Kangxi lay against the soft pillow, reading. Upon seeing Yunaxi enter, he turned to glance at her. Who is outside? Qing Hu, and Xinchan have come to seek you for dinner. You should stay as well. Your Majesty, I worry for Falwichan, Zhanghua, and Baocheng. Then send someone to fetch them. I thank your Majesty. Before long, Liang Jiogong returned with the 3 little ones, along with the evening meal prepared in the small kitchen of Chengqian Palace. The atmosphere in Qianxing Palace was warm and harmonious, while Weiyashi stood outside the hall, her expression calm. No one noticed her tightly clenched hands hidden within her sleeves. After the meal, Qing Hu, and Xinchan went to the training grounds to practice archery and horsemanship. Kangxi had state affairs to attend to, and Yunaxi, feeling self-aware, took Falwichan, Zhanghua, and Baocheng back to Chengqian Palace. In Kunning Palace, Empress Heshali reclined on the Luohan couch with her eyes closed. Has she not returned to the palace? In response to your lady's inquiry, Concubine Jean brought the 3rd princess, the 6th prince, and the 7th prince back to Chengqian Palace a quarter of an hour ago. I am weary. Soon it will be the New Year's Eve banquet, and I shall be busy once more. Weiyashi is of no use, even in her tender years. She cannot compare to Concubine Jean, who has served the emperor for many years. The older ones in the palace are waiting to see the spectacle. Your lady, why not issue an edict to appoint a few concubines? It would also allow the respectful affairs room to place green head plates. Empress Heshali glanced at Lu Mama, who stood beside her. What man is not greedy for fresh beauty? We shall wait and see. Your servant obeys the command. That evening in Chengqian Palace, Yunaxi felt the weight of Kangxi upon her grow heavier, her nails unconsciously tracing the contours of his muscular back. In all the 6 palaces, only you dare to leave marks upon me. Was it intentional? Speak, was it intentional? I do not dare. Do you not dare? I see that you dare to do anything. Yunaxi, if you obediently lie down, I shall not punish you for the wound you have inflicted upon me. Time passed, And the new year in Appo's Eve banquet approached. The Empress Dowager noticed that Kangxi had yet to favor any newcomers. She personally issued an edict, appointing the palace maid Wan Lahashi of Changchun Palace as a concubine, residing in the western side hall of Qixiang Palace. The palace maid Weyashi of Qianqing Palace was appointed as a concubine, residing in the western side hall of Yonghe Palace. The palace maid Dai Jia of Jingren Palace was appointed as a concubine, residing in the eastern side hall of Yonghe Palace. The palace maid Wei of Zinzika Palace was appointed as a concubine, residing in the eastern side hall of Yanhui Palace. At this moment, in Kuanning Palace, the concubines knelt on the ground, each with their own thoughts as Sumerlu read aloud the edict of the Empress Dowager. Wenaxi felt a sense of anticipation at the thought of meeting Wei the next day. Meanwhile, in Qianqing Palace, Kangxi had just returned from court and saw Sumeralu standing outside the hall. Sumeralu, does the Empress Dowager have business with me? In response to the emperor, the ancestor wishes to see you in Sinang Palace. In Sinang Palace, Biumu Butai observed his grandson, who was engrossed in a game of chess. The ancestor has just appointed Wan Lahashi, Weyashi, Daijia, and Wei as concubines. For many years, the palace has been filled with elders. It is time to introduce some new faces. The tradition of holding a grand selection every 3 years was left by the late emperor, and the current emperor, due to the affairs of the 3 feudatories, is reluctant to burden the people. However, the emperor is young and vigorous. The inner palace cannot remain without newcomers for long. Indeed, I understand. That evening, Kangxi raised his head from the desk to glance at the young eunuch kneeling on the floor of the respectful affairs room. He beckoned him forward and reached out to open Wenaxi and Appo's green head plate. Relay a message to Chengxian Palace. I shall come by shortly. Your servant obeys and takes his leave. On the other side, in Kuanning Palace, Empress Heshali and Appo's expression darkened. Is it once again concubine Jean who is favored? Yes. This month, the emperor has summoned concubines for 13 days. Counting the 1st and 15th, he has spent 6 nights in this palace. Concubine Jean has had 4 days. While the remaining 3 days, he has favored those with offspring. Zhang, the small Ulanala, and the large Ulanala. In the records, only concubine Jean is called for favors repeatedly. The other concubines seem like mere shadows. If the emperor were to favor newcomers, it would be acceptable, but instead, he shows great affection for concubine Jean, who is 3 years older than him. Mama, do you know how I feel when I stamp my seal on the records? Your lady, you are the empress. You are the one who was brought in through the grand gates of the Qing dynasty. Who in this inner palace can compare to you? Even if you feel troubled now, once the younger generation of our Heshali clan grows up, they will be able to enter the palace and bear you offspring. Chapter 63. The new concubine's first night in time. With your elevated status and imperial offspring, everything will be in order. What the matron says is true. An heir not of my blood would always be a source of instability. It's a pity that none of my uncles currently have daughters of age to enter the palace and bear an heir. Do not fret, your grace. The young ladies will mature in a few years. It will be upon us before we know it. By the time Kangxi finished his state affairs and arrived at the palace of celestial favor, it was late at night. The palace was quiet, with only Bai Xiao and the young eunuch Shunxi on night duty in the main hall and outside the palace. Kangxi approached the palace gate and noticed an exceptionally thick quilt next to Shunxi, who was kneeling under the eaves. A smile slowly crept across his face. Liang Jiogong. From now on, those on night duty at the Hall of Supreme Harmony are also to be provided with quilts of this thickness. This servant obeys the decree. Knowing that Kangxi would be spending the night, Olanara did not want to retire to bed before his arrival. When Kangxi entered the palace, she was curled up asleep on the daybed in the east outer room. He reached out and caressed her delicate face. I have kept you waiting. Smelling the familiar sandalwood scent, Olanara was even more reluctant to open her eyes until Kangxi picked her up and placed her on a canopy bed, showering her with gentle kisses. Only then did she slowly open her eyes. Your Majesty has not yet bathed. I bathed in the Hall of Supreme Harmony before coming here. From now on, wait for me in bed. Very well. The next day, Olanara shifted her aching body on the canopied bed, prompting Kangxi, who was next to her, to instinctively move closer. My lord, why have you not attended court this morning? Why have you awoken so early today? Olenara listened to the deep voice coming from above her head and could not help but reach up and touch her ear. Why would Kangxi miss the morning court session without a reason? It was simply that she had woken up early today. Today, I must visit the Empress and Appo's palace to observe the new sisters and assess their allure. I have heard from the palace staff that Consort Wei is a rare and captivating beauty. Not as captivating as you. Olenara grasped Kangxi's large hand, which was causing mischief on her chest, and placed a kiss on his chin. Consort Wei was a servant in the Department of Imperial Household Affairs. How could your majesty have encountered her when I have never even been there? I saw her briefly at the Empress Dowager's residence. Olenara paused slightly upon hearing this. A palace made from a Department of Imperial Household Affairs meeting the Emperor in the Empress Dowager and Appo's palace. The reason for she had not expected the Empress Dowager to be so keen on filling her grandson's harem. Kangxi was unaware of Olenara's thoughts. He gently kissed her delicate ear. Be good. You have woken up early today, so there is still time for another round. Liang Jiogong waited outside the palace, his face betraying nothing despite the faint sounds emanating from within. This was the first time His Majesty had favored a consort before the morning court session. As His Majesty's trusted aide, he could not allow this to appear in the official records that the Empress would see. Not long after Kangxi left, Shichi arrived at the canopy bed and bowed slightly without reaching out to lift the bed curtains. Your Grace, will you still pay your respects to the Empress at the Palace of Earthly Tranquility today? Yes, I want to see the new concubines. Olenara, feelings her all over, allowed Shichi to assist her with her toilette. She then went with Baishao to the Palace of Earthly Tranquility to pay her respects, as she did every day. The consorts and concubines with titles in the palace were gathered in the main hall of the Palace of Earthly Tranquility. This concubine pays her respects to noble consort Jean. Wishing your grace good health. You may all rise. Normally, she would never be disrespectful to the Empress by being late for the morning greetings. It was not that she was too late now, but that the others had arrived too early. Olenara sat down in her seat and glanced at Seduna, who was sitting opposite her. This little girl was not late today either. Seduna winked at her, acknowledging her greeting. Olenara surveyed the hall and soon noticed 4 new faces. One of them was indeed beautiful, a standout even in the entire harem. Her face was pure and lovely, different from Olenara and Appo's own glamorous and refined appearance. She was a pure and innocent flower, a type of woman not yet seen in the palace. She had seen Consort Waya in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, but now, adorned in finery, she appeared even more gentle and refined. The lady sitting next to her, whether she was Lady Wanlia or Lady Daijia was uncertain, was a spirited beauty. Like most outstanding Manchu women, the remaining lady was also fair-looking, but her quiet demeanor caused people to overlook her beauty. Kangxi was indeed blessed. His harem was filled with women of all types. Olenara indifferently averted her gaze. While she was observing the new concubines, they were also intentionally or unintentionally looking at her. They saw a consort whose loose, cloud brocade, lake green Chong Sam could not hide her alluring figure. Her delicate and exquisite face, paired with skin as fair and smooth as milk, made her even more stunning. Her face showed no signs of age, yet she exuded an alluring aura, like a ripe peach. It seemed contradictory, yet perfectly harmonious. Her elaborately styled hair was adorned with a complete set of gold-inlaid pearl and gemstone filigree hair ornaments, extraordinarily extravagant. They did not know that this set of hair ornaments was merely an ordinary one among Olenara and Appo's many dowry pieces. Consort Waya had seen Olenara once, and now she was once again shocked. The gentle smile she had been maintaining momentarily stiffened. The Empress has arrived. This concubine consort pays her respects to the Empress, wishing Her Majesty eternal good fortune and health. All of you sisters, please rise quickly. The new concubines, pay your respects to the Empress. Only then did Olenara realize that the lady sitting next to Consort Waya was Lady Wanluya. The concubines and consorts of each palace must have already thoroughly investigated the new concubines. However, she was simply too lazy to put in the effort. She could not stop Kangxi from favoring others. Although she depended on him for her livelihood in this deep palace, she now had children and wealth. If he truly grew tired of her, she could still live out her life well with her children. Kangxi stayed in Olenara's palace for 3 consecutive days, then spent 5 days at the Palace of Earthly Tranquility before beginning to bestow his favor on the new concubines. In the blink of an eye, it was the New Year's Eve banquet. As in previous years, princes, dukes, ministers of the third rank and above, and the female relatives of various households, along with the imperial offspring, consorts, and concubines, gathered at the Hall of Supreme Harmony to celebrate the evening together. Seduna and Amp, Oppos, seat was next to Olenara and Amp, Oppos S. They ate refreshments while speaking quietly. Sister, your maternal family's nephew is also of marriageable age. I have heard that he intends to follow in his father and Oppos' footsteps and take the imperial examination before considering marriage. The spring examination is just around the corner, and after that will be the palace examination. At that time, things are likely to become lively again. The emperor has exempted the grand selection, allowing women who have passed the draft age to marry freely. If the ladies of your household have taken a fancy to any young ladies, they should propose marriage as soon as possible. Olenara smiled and nodded at Seduna. When they were together, they rarely mentioned matters concerning each other and Oppos as maternal families. The fact that she had brought it up today for no reason suggested that she had overheard something in private. Bine was born in the 17th year of the Shunji Emperor and Oppos' reign and was now a young man of 17 by Chinese reckoning. It was time to consider marriage. She wondered which family and Oppos' daughter her mother and sister-in-law would choose. Kangxi had 7 sons and 4 daughters. The 5th prince and Oppos' mother was Lady Olenara of the elder branch, and the 8th prince and Oppos' mother was Lady Olenara of the younger branch. Lady Zhang had given birth to the 4th princess. Lady Zhaojia had given birth to the 5th princess. And Princess Chun'er was an adopted daughter. Chapter 64. Reordering the imperial lineage, the 5 sons and 1 daughter were all born to Anaxi. At this moment, the imperial children were offering New Year's greetings to the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, the Empress Dowager, and Empress. Anaxi gazed upon her children standing in the hall, her face radiant with maternal affection. Crown Prince Qing, Hinhu, and Sainkahin, at the tender age of 10 by the Chinese reckoning, already possessed the burgeoning physique of young men, thanks to their daily practice of equestrianism and archery. Inheriting Anaxi and Oppos' features, they possessed a delicate, fair complexion rarely seen among the young princes, resistant to the sun. The 7th child, cradled in the arms of a nanny, offered his New Year's greetings before retreating to the warm chambers to continue his slumber. Prince Forgochin and the 6th child, 2 cherubic 4-year-olds, stood nestled beside their elder brothers. The emperor and the Grand Empress Dowager did not demand strict adherence to etiquette from the 2 little ones. Adorned in their adorable outfits, their tiny limbs were naturally clumsy. The weight of their sable fur vests, though seemingly light, proved cumbersome for their diminutive frames. They swayed precariously in the hall, occasionally leaning against their brothers for support. The assembled civil and military officials cast subtle glances at the princes and princesses standing in the center of the hall. The favor bestowed upon concubine Jinjia was not without merit. Could imperial offspring be conceived at will? Anaxi, observing Qing and his brothers returning to their seats, diverted her gaze from the hall and Oppos' center. Forgochin and Zhanghua, still young, sat beside her. Mother, Forgochin desires pea flour cake. Very well, we shall have pea flour cake. Anaxi reached for a piece of pea flour cake, placing it in her hand before turning to offer one to Zhanghua. Mother, Zhanghua does not wish for this. He shook his small head, pointing towards the lotus-shaped pastry on the table. She chuckled, handing him a piece. Baocheng, seated nearby, blinked inquisitively, instinctively turning towards his imperial mother at the head of the table. His imperial mother had never fed him pastries as concubine Jinjia did for his 3rd sister and 6th brother. At 5 years old, Baocheng struggled to comprehend many things, but he envied the affection his 3rd sister and 6th brother received from their mother. As the banquet progressed, the ladies of the families gathered to converse. Anaxi observed her mother, eldest sister-in-law, and 2nd younger sister-in-law approaching her, unable to conceal her radiant smile. Greetings, imperial concubine. Mother, please rise. Anaxi extended her hand to assist her mother, eldest sister-in-law, and 2nd younger sister-in-law, who were about to perform a curtsy. Turning, she beckoned Forgochin and Zhonghua. Greet your paternal grandmother, eldest maternal aunt, and second maternal aunt. Greetings, paternal grandmother, eldest maternal aunt, and second maternal aunt. The Tongjia, Majia, and Fuka clans, upon hearing the princess and prince greet them, hastily returned the courtesy. We, your servants, greet the third princess and sixth prince. May the third princess and sixth prince be blessed. Meanwhile, as Unaxi had instructed Chingrai, Inhu, and Sainkahind not to associate too closely with their cousins or the children of other officials, they primarily engaged in conversation with their study companions throughout the latter half of the family banquet. On New Year in Apos, Eve, the emperor was to spend the night at the Palace of Earthly Tranquility. Upon returning to the Palace of Heavenly Grace, Unaxi instructed her attendants to close the doors and retire for the night. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, I, having inherited the throne by heaven and Apos, will, hereby announce that on a chosen day, the imperial princes and princesses shall be reordered and bestowed with names. The first prince, Qingrui, shall be named Inchi. The second prince, Inhu, shall be named Inhu. The third prince, Sainkahin, shall be named Infu. The fifth prince, Baocheng, shall be named Ini as the fourth prince. The sixth prince, Zhonghua, shall be named Insi as the fifth prince. The seventh prince, Baocheng, shall be named Inring as the sixth prince. The eighth prince, Wanfu, shall be named Inyu as the seventh prince. Chun and Apos is the eldest princess. The third princess, Forgochin, is the second princess. The fourth princess shall be named Carriage as the third princess. The fifth princess shall be named Hajwa as the fourth princess. Within the Palace of Earthly Tranquility, the concubines watched as Empress Heshali received the imperial edict, rising in succession to stand behind her. Unaxi, observing the empress and Apos, surmised that the emperor had discussed the matter beforehand. She did not linger, excusing herself to return to the Palace of Heavenly Grace after exchanging a few words with the concubines, as she had pressing matters to attend to. As expected, upon Unaxi and Apos, returned to the Palace of Heavenly Grace, Shichi had already obtained a letter from her family. Unaxi unfolded the letter, recognizing her mother and Apos' handwriting. Bayan, the eldest grandson of her elder brother and Apos' family, had reached marriageable age. Seduna's words at the New Year's Eve banquet suggested she had overheard something in the Palace of Compassionate Peace that day. Bayan was the eldest grandson of the family, and she was unwilling to allow his marriage to be controlled by the Grand Empress Dowager. Although her mother and eldest sister-in-law had begun considering potential matches for Bayan, they could not rush the process. From consideration to marriage, a period of time was required, and she feared unforeseen complications. Meanwhile, within the Palace of Compassionate Peace, the Grand Empress Dowager leaned against the Arhut bed, affectionately holding the Empress Dowager's hand. Kikich, could you assist me in sending a letter? Rest assured, grandmother. The journey along the postal route will not take long to reach Mongolia. Very well. Bumbutai gazed at her niece, no longer young, a hint of remorse flashing in her eyes. Her niece and grandniece had successively served as empresses to her son, one deposed and the other neglected, their years wasted. The Eisenjoro family did not permit Mongolian consorts to hold high positions in the harem. Her son did not share her sentiments, and her grandson had likely been wary of her intentions. Seduna's favor had been unremarkable over the years, and it was uncertain when she would bear imperial offspring. The new generation of the Jue'ercha family and Apos, as eldest grandson, was exceptionally talented. His participation in the upcoming spring imperial examination would undoubtedly be a momentous occasion. Bestowing upon him a marriage with a Mongolian princess would gradually foster closer ties with the grasslands. On the other side, outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Liang Jiogong noticed Unaxi approaching with Baishao from afar. He instinctively raised his hand to wipe the perspiration from his brow, aware of the presence of another within the hall. This humble servant greets Imperial Concubine Jinjia. May your highness be well. Please rise, Gongong. I trouble you to announce my presence. I seek an audience with the emperor. In response to your highness, Little Wei is accompanying his majesty in the hall. This humble servant shall announce your arrival. Liang Jiogong swiftly turned, his face beaming. Unaxi, observing Liang Jiugong's nimble movements, maintained her smile. Inwardly, she couldn't help but feel that her timing was inopportune. Within the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Liang Jiugong entered. Finding the emperor engrossed in reviewing memorials, Little Wei stood beside him, grinding ink, bowing slightly in deference. Reporting to your majesty. Imperial concubine Jinjia seeks an audience outside the hall. Summon her. The emperor did not cease his work on the memorials. Your majesty, since imperial concubine Jinjia has arrived, this concubine shall take her leave. He did not raise his head, concealing his expression. Anaxi watched Wei Shi approach, a gracious smile gracing her lips. This concubine greets imperial concubine Jinjia. May your highness be well. We are as sisters. There is no need for such formality. Please rise. This concubine thanks your highness. This concubine takes her leave. Anaxi nodded, smiling, glancing at Liang Jiugong, who followed her out of the hall. Your highness, his majesty summons you to the hall. Very well. Bai Shao, remain outside the hall and await my return. Yes. Anaxi entered the hall, meeting the emperor's smiling gaze, and her own eyes curved into a smile. Has this concubine disturbed your majesty? Chapter 65, Confirmation of Variolation come to me, Ulanara. Yes. Kangxi gazed at the graceful Ulanara as she approached, extending his hand to draw her onto his lap. What brings you to me today? Must you have a request to seek an audience with me? I come simply because I wish to, she replied. Kangxi embraced her slender waist, drawing her closer. He suspected she was unaware that she only sought him out at Qianxing Palace when she desired something. On ordinary days, she would send soups and refreshments. Yet he found himself unable to voice any dissatisfaction. Your Majesty, Bayan is of marriageable age. I was wondering if you might assist in selecting a principal wife for him. From the Mayan Tai family? The eldest son of my elder brother and his wife. Is he not preparing for the imperial examinations? Why not wait until after the palace examination to arrange a marriage? My mother's health is failing, and my parents hope that Bayan's marriage might bring good fortune. Do you have anyone in mind? My mother and sister-in-law have not yet made any inquiries, and we are not restricted to noble families. We merely seek a wife from a prominent Manchu clan, for Bayan is the eldest grandson of my maternal family, and his wife will bear significant responsibilities. Very well, I shall consider it. I thank your majesty on Bayan's behalf. Tonight, you shall remain at Qianxing Palace, as you wish. Meanwhile, at Yinshi Palace, the elder Ulanara greeted Wei as she returned, casting a knowing glance at her personal maid, Chun'er. Go and inquire as to why she returns at this hour. As you command. Wei entered the palace, her smile gradually fading. Since her first night of imperial favor, the emperor had summoned her frequently. In the harem, she had seen the emperor almost as much as the empress and consort Jean. She had not minded it before, but after her subdued departure from Qianxing Palace, she felt a sense of unease. The emperor had not invited her to stay, not even to wait for consort Jean to pay her respects before leaving. Dong and Damp, Oppos, noticing Wei and Damp, Oppos' displeasure, attempted to reassure her. Your Highness, take heart. The days ahead are long. With the Emperor and Oppos' favor, you will surely bear a prince, and good fortune will follow. You entered the palace before I did. Has the Emperor and Oppos' favor towards consort Jean remained unwavering for 10 years? Your Highness, consort Jean entered the palace during the imperial selection of Kangxi IV. It is said that she was favored by the emperor even before her first night of imperial favor. Since then, she has been showered with affection. No other consort in the harem has conceived 3 imperial children. Forgive my frankness, but conceiving an imperial child is not something that happens with just 1 or 2 attempts. Dong and Damp, Oppos, blushed, realizing that she would not have known such things if she had not served in the consorts and Oppos palaces. Upon hearing this, Wei placed her hand on her lower abdomen, wondering when she would bear prince. Meanwhile, at Sinang Palace, the Grand Empress Dowager listened to Su Ma Lagu and Oppos' report, her expression unchanged. Wei has indeed gained some favor. My regard for her is not misplaced. There is no need to rush, which man does not enjoy novelty. However, consort Jean rarely seeks the Emperor and Oppos' presence at Qianxing Palace. I wonder what the matter is this time. Your Majesty, only Consort Jean and the Emperor were present in the palace at the time, so it is impossible to know more. Very well, it is not a matter of great importance. Xian, he has a sense of propriety. He is more ruthless than his father and would not tolerate her imprudence. The next morning at court, Kangxi addressed Sunta, who was kneeling below. Is this true? Your Majesty, I was initially skeptical. However, after testing it on the old cattle on my family in Appo's farm, I confirmed that variolation can indeed treat smallpox. Issue a decree. The Jue'ercha clan and Appo's son has rendered a great service in the treatment of smallpox. Confer upon him the title of first-class duke, inheritable. Your servant thanks your Majesty for your graciousness. The matter of variolation shall be handled with utmost care by the Imperial Hospital. After the court session at Qing Palace, Kangxi gazed at Sunta and Appo's request for retirement, inscribing a granted in vermilion ink. He recalled the request for marriage that Evelyn had submitted for his second daughter before his death in Kangxi 12. He turned to Liang Jiogong. Draft an edict. Jue'ercha clan and Appo's Dekjek of the Manchu Bordered Blue Banner shall be promoted to the rank of third-class Bordered Blue Banner captain. Of the Manchu Bordered Blue Banner shall be betrothed to the late Evelyn's second daughter of the Naihe clan of the Manchu Bordered Yellow Banner, Zhu. Choose an auspicious day for the wedding. When news of Kangxi and Appo's decree reached the harem, Ulanara was momentarily taken aback. Her knowledge of Qing history was limited. She did not know which daughter of Evelyn had become Kangxi's Empress Xiao. Now, the thought of a daughter of the Naihe clan becoming the wife of her maternal family's nephew brought a smile to her lips. Both the Jue'ercha and Naihe clans had rendered meritorious service in battle, but in terms of prominence among the 8 banners, the Naihe clan held a slight advantage. They were both descendants of the 5 founding ministers, but compared to the Naihe clan and Appo's affiliation with the as the maternal grandson of Emperor Taizu Nurhisai held greater weight. During the rebellion of the 3 feudatories, the sons of the Naihe family had also served on the battlefield. The 2 families were well matched, but she wondered what the Naihe clan and Appo's daughter looked like. Bayan, who had grown up drinking the spiritual spring water from her dimension, was now a rare and handsome man in the capital. Meanwhile, at Qing Palace, Bumu Butai watched Kangxi silently drinking tea, her expression somewhat displeased. Your Majesty, do not believe that I am unaware that you sent a letter back to Mongolia, instructing the tribes to select a maiden of marriageable age to marry Consort Jean and Appo's maternal family and Appo's eldest grandson. Kangxi placed his teacup down and looked at his grandmother. Do I have a son to betroth to a maiden from your Majesty and Appo's maternal family as his principal wife? Seduna? She holds the rank of consort. As for children, we shall leave it to fate. Is your Majesty willing to allow her to bear a prince with imperial blood? Your Majesty, I am the son of heaven and would not stoop so low as to forbid my consorts from bearing children. If I take her in, I will allow her to give birth. But Seduna has yet to conceive. Grand Ancestor, I have not yet instructed the Office of Palace Affairs to prevent any consorts from conceiving. Very well, I cannot interfere too much. Your Majesty, you must make your own decisions. Kangxi watched his grandmother's retreating figure, feeling a slight tightness in his heart. His grandmother had supported his accession to the throne at a young age, and Sony had played a crucial role in his successful assumption of power. If the Grand Empress Dowager had not decisively chosen Fanghua as empress, allowing her grandfather Sony to be used by their grandson, his assumption of power would not have been so smooth. They had relied on each other to this day, and he was deeply grateful to the Grand Empress Dowager. However, the Qing dynasty belonged to the Aizen-Joro family and should not be touched by others. It was best to minimize the connections between the Mongolian tribes and the families of important officials in the court. Ulanara was unaware of the events at Qing Palace, as she was in high spirits due to Bayan and Appo's marriage. Mother, have the kitchen prepare some braised pork ribs for dinner. Forguo-chun wants to eat them. Instruct the kitchen to prepare them. What would our Insi like to have? Chapter 66. Third brother E and Appo's. Demi mother, Insi wishes to have some leafy greens. Very well. Bai Xiao instructed the kitchen to prepare a dish of braised beef with radish. ensuring a balance of 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable for Yin Shi, Yin Hu, and Yin Fu, who were diligently studying in the Ministry of Rites. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. Wu Nashi turned and returned to the Rohan couch in the eastern outer chamber, resuming her embroidery of auspicious clouds on a half-finished garment. Young Yin Rang had yet to receive any outerwear made by her hands. With this moment of leisure, she could stitch a few more threads. He drank the essence of spiritual spring water daily, and the recently turned 1-year-old child possessed remarkably strong little hands. At his first birthday banquet, when fourth brother Yin Ji snatched a small curved knife from his table, he attempted to bite him in retaliation. Fortunately, the attentive nanny swiftly scooped him up. His birthday celebration concluded with laughter amidst auspicious remarks about the small curved knife. Pachi, it is time to wean our little sixth. I shall convey the message at once. Wu Nashi gazed tenderly at her sleeping son, Yin Rang, on the Rohan couch. Her own children, Yin Shi, Yin Hu, Yin Fu, Fa Wuchen, and Yin Si, had all begun to eat supplementary food around 6 months of age. The Palace of Eternal Peace had a small kitchen, making it convenient. They were generally weaned around 12 months, as imperial heirs typically nursed from wet nurses until they entered the Ministry of Rites. It was a stroke of fortune that she had successfully weaned Yin Shi and the others so early. When weaning Yin Shi, Yin Hu, and Yin Fu, she had taken advantage of the palace's small kitchen, implementing her decision without prior notice to Kangxi. By the time he learned that the 3 little ones had developed a fondness for steamed eggs, he had not punished her. In those early years, the concubines in the palace openly and subtly criticized her unconventional methods of raising the imperial heirs. However, the topic ceased to be discussed once they saw Kangxi. The Empress Dowager, the Empress, and Empress Hescheli, who made no further comments on the matter. One day, upon returning from paying respects at Kuining Palace, Wu Nashi found Kangxi seated on the Rohan couch in the eastern outer chamber, rapidly spinning a tourmaline bracelet with 18 beads. I pay my respects to the Emperor. May your Majesty be blessed with eternal peace. Change your attire. I shall take you out of the palace. What does your Majesty mean? I said, I shall take you out of the palace. Then I shall leave Pachi and by Shao to care for the 2nd princess and 5th brother, 6th brother. The princess and little 5th and 6th shall be left at the Empress Dowager's for the afternoon. Wu Nashi was momentarily taken aback. Would they be away for 2 or 3 hours? But was there something amiss? Nothing amiss. Kangxi regarded her with a smile, reaching out to caress her fair cheek. Do you still doubt me? I wish to witness the people's sentiments, and you shall accompany me to explore the outside world. I am grateful to your Majesty. Hearing this, Wu Nashi smiled and squatted down to speak with Fa Wuchen and Yin Si, who were sitting nearby enjoying red dates. It has been some time since we visited the Empress Dowager at Xining Palace. Shall we go today? No. Wu Nashi was somewhat surprised by her 4th son's firmness. Yin Si was usually quiet and rarely spoke so assertively. Not long ago, had he not expressed a desire for the plum blossom cake from the Empress Dowager as palace? Sumalagu had even brought some for him to enjoy. If you go today, the Empress Dowager will ask the small kitchen to prepare some for you. Mother. Yin Si, who was not fond of excessive chatter, was not foolish. You and father are discussing a trip outside the palace in front of your sons and sister, and you wish to dismiss us. After saying this, he cast a glance at Fa Wuchen, who, with her hair styled in a bun, nodded vigorously with her beautiful eyes at her brother. Wu Nashi, feeling helpless, turned to Kangxi, who wore a broad smile, showing no signs of displeasure. In that case, father and mother shall take all 3 of you outside the palace together. The son expresses gratitude to father. Kangxi smiled and reached out to pat the little faces of his daughter and 5th son. The 3 sons studying in the Ministry of Rites had already begun to express their displeasure at his lectures, and the youngest was particularly endearing. Before long, several unassuming carriages exited the western Huamen gate. Inside the carriage, Wu Nashi sat beside Kangxi, while Yin Rang slept in a cradle. Fa Wuchen and Yin Si nestled in Kangxi and Appo's embrace, as when Nashi discreetly lifted a corner of the carriage curtain to gaze outside. How Fa Wuchen wants to come out again next time. You little girl, are you already worrying about the next outing before we have even returned to the palace? Wu Nashi and Amp. Oppos. S heart softened, and she inadvertently used the common term for a girl among ordinary banner people. Soon, the carriage came to a gradual stop. Kangxi exited first, taking the 3 children from Wu Nashi and Oppos' arms and placing them into the nanny and Oppos' embrace. As she prepared to fully draw back the curtain and descend, she realized they had arrived at the entrance of the Ju and Oppos' Jue'ercha residence. Her father and mother stood nearby, surrounded by a large family. Father and mother, Your Majesty, please enter the courtyard swiftly. Due to the bustling street outside, they could not perform the national rites until they were within the gates. The elder gentlemen and ladies quickly rose, and everyone was excused from formalities. Bring me to see Demu. With each word from Kangxi, Wu Nashi's heart grew more anxious, and she instinctively grasped her mother's hand. Mother, why is third brother at home? Do not worry. Demu has restored his health. A martial general cannot be hindered by injuries on the battlefield. Wu Nashi perceptibly detected the underlying concern in her father and Amp. Oppos' nonchalant tone, causing her heart to... When did he and Amp, Oppos' Demu return home? Half a month ago. Kangxi led the way. They arrived at the back room, where Demu was recuperating. The servant pushed open the door to reveal a thin man reclining on the bed, indulging in snacks. He was no longer the handsome youth who had set out for battle. I pay my respects to Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Quickly, dispense with the formalities. Just as Demu was about to rise to greet him, Kangxi stepped forward to support him. You have risked your life for the Qing dynasty. Your wounds have yet to heal, so take care of yourself. I thank Your Majesty for your great kindness. Please rest assured. Yes, I will obey. Upon their mother's signal, the servants hurriedly brought in chairs for everyone to sit. What did the imperial physician say? In response to the emperor, the injuries are no longer severe, but he requires some time to fully recover. Wu Nashi sat by the bedside, sensing the loneliness in her brother's words, and could not help but tuck the blanket around him more snugly. Sister, once you have regained your health, there will always be opportunities. I see your lips are parched. Let me pour you some water. Demu pressed his lips together, feeling somewhat dry, and smiled at Wu Nashi as he nodded, reminiscent of his childhood. Seizing the moment while preparing the tea, Wu Nashi discreetly filled a covered bowl with spiritual spring water and, when no one was watching, poured the remaining water from the empty container into it. He and Oppos' Demu drank the warm water that his sister offered. For a fleeting moment, he felt a haze, as the pain from his recently healed left forearm, which had required him to endure discomfort, now seemed to have diminished to a mere dull ache. Chapter 67. The triumph of Bayan Erdemo paid little heed to this matter, believing it merely a coincidental alleviation of sorrow. The imperial physician also advised that he should recuperate gradually. Kangxi found it inconvenient to linger outside the palace. As the carriage returned from the Ju and Oppos' residence, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped them. Anaxi nestled in Kangxi and Oppos' embrace, gazing at their slumbering daughter and 2 sons on the carriage and Oppos' couch. Why didn't an Amp, Oppos, to Your Majesty inform me that my third brother was injured in the capital? Erdemo has been treated and is no longer in danger. I fear that you might worry if you learned of it too soon. Rest assured, I have instructed the chief physician, Sun Ding, to visit Erdemo every 5 days for a pulse examination. I am grateful to Your Majesty. If you behave, I shall treat you well. Indeed. Anaxi wrapped her arms around Kangxi and Amp, Oppos' sturdy waist, though she could not fully grasp what his notion of behaving entailed. She vaguely understood that, regardless of the circumstances, their offspring were off limits. This sentiment resonated with her own belief that the affairs of adults were unrelated to progeny. Meanwhile, in Kunning Palace, Waya sat in a grand chair, observing the displeased expression of the Empress. A twinge of anxiety stirred within her. Today, by unfortunate chance, Jean Jiafei had failed to pay her respects due to accompanying the Emperor outside the palace. Waya had intended to visit the Empress to converse, but fate had other plans. In the main hall, the expressions of Hesheri, Walana, Li, and Zhang were particularly grim. The Emperor had not forgotten the one from the Chang'an Palace amidst the arrival of a new consort, which boded ill for them. They feared not the Emperor's affection, but rather his favoritism. As a newcomer, Waya was in a favorable position. She ought to seize the opportunity to flourish while the emperor's favor was still warm. I shall heed the empress's words and take note. Very well. You may take your leave. With that, the court gradually fell silent. Hesheri turned to Lu Mama, who stood nearby. Has the residence for Inti been prepared? Do not fret, Your Majesty. I have personally arranged for the fourth residence to be made comfortable for the fourth prince. Ensure that the servants attending to the fourth prince and Chun are diligent. We cannot allow the emperor to perceive that this palace is neglectful. Yes, I shall obey your command. Your Majesty? Yes. Jue'ercha's third master had to return to recuperate due to severe injuries. It is only natural that he pays a visit. The emperor values the generals and soldiers who fight for the nation. The Jew and Amp, Oppos, Jue'ercha family has kept this matter tightly under wraps. No whispers of it have circulated. In response to Your Majesty's words, it is not unusual for some from the Xuantao family, who have spent their lives in the military, to be somewhat reclusive. Currently, the maternal family of Qing Jiafei has no one engaged in combat at the Three Banners, which is indeed fortunate. Missing the chaos of the Three Banners, there may not be another opportunity for their third master to achieve merit in the future. Over time, the Xuantao family will have no successors, and the connections he forged during his years in the army will grow increasingly distant. As Lu Mama spoke, a smile gradually replaced the empress's frown. In the Chang'an Palace, Anaxi clung tightly to the shoulder of the man beside her, allowing him to indulge in his whims. At this age, Kanshi was brimming with vitality and demands. Anaxi often found herself yearning for his touch. The day of the imperial examination results was fast approaching. After returning from Kuining Palace, she sat alone on the Luohan couch in the eastern outer room, waiting. Bayan had just finished the palace examination and was newly married. She wondered if he had any connection to the top honors. Seeing Anaxi lost in thought, Shichi led back the princess and the fifth prince, who had been playing in the courtyard. Mother? Yes. Anaxi noticed Fu Erguachun and Inzi gazing up at her with innocent faces, and she lifted them onto the couch, removing their little boots. Are you waiting for Cousin Bayan's examination results? How do you know so much? Last time, when my sister and I encountered the fourth brother in the ancestral palace, he was already studying in the Ministry of Personnel. When will I be able to study in the ministry alongside my older brothers? Anaxi looked at her son, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, and smiled gently. This little fellow was blissfully unaware of the arduous studies that awaited him in the ministry. When the time came for him to enter, she hoped he would not complain about the workload. Next year, when you turn 6, your father will hire a tutor for you. Mother, how wonderful it would be if father could ask uncle or second uncle to teach me. Both uncles are highly knowledgeable, and as your own uncles, they would surely be reluctant to punish you. Anaxi patted her son's little head. You should listen to your father. Inzi, being young and unaware, did not comprehend that no matter how learned his uncles were, they would never serve as royal tutors. In the Qing dynasty, to prevent interference from maternal relatives, princes seldom saw their biological mothers after turning 6, let alone their maternal uncles. Kanshi would never appoint the eldest or second brother as tutors for the princes. Mother. Big brother is the second-place winner. Second place? Anaxi exclaimed, excitement coursing through her as she grasped Baishao and Oppos' arm. Indeed, he was the second-place winner. At this moment, the entire palace must be aware of it. Good. Our Jue'ercha family's next generation is flourishing. Seeing you so pleased. Do not forget to reward our eldest grandson. Indeed, Ban has made us proud. As his uncle, I must prepare a generous gift for him. At this time, all the consorts in the palace quickly learned of the examination results, that the next legitimate heir of the Jew and Oppos, Jue'ercha family had secured second place. In the western wing of Yonghe Palace, Waya listened to the murmurs of the palace maids outside, feeling a sense of frustration welling within. Coming from a humble background, with her father and uncles mostly holding minor positions in the inner court, she held little regard for the pretentious demeanor of noble daughters from the Eight Banners. With the Jew and Oppos, Jue'ercha family celebrating such joy, Qing Jiafei would likely bask in her triumph once more. She wondered when she might conceive a child, without a noble lineage. Her only hope for high status lay in the emperor's favor and offspring. Outside the palace, in a rear chamber of the Jue'ercha residence, Nuhila watched as Zhu He's face gradually lit up with a smile, following the words of the wet nurse Zhao. Their master had achieved second place in the examinations, a remarkable feat for the Nuhilu family, who had yet to produce such an accomplished scholar. Thinking of her husband as handsome countenance and exceptional demeanor, she felt a warm flush of pride. "Madam, the elder has mentioned that we should discuss the matter of separating households following the examination results. We must heed the thoughts of Mama and my mother. If this matter is not raised within the family, we shall not inquire. As the new bride, Mama and my mother cherish the younger generation and never impose rules upon me. I would not dare entertain any other notions. Though our living quarters are modest, having the whole family together is lively." "Yes, I understand." Due to their grandson and Appo's remarkable achievement, the Tongjia family instructed the kitchen to prepare a more sumptuous dinner. With the Three Banners Rebellion still unresolved, families in the capital had reached an unspoken agreement to only hold grand feasts for joyful occasions. At this moment, it was not appropriate to make a grand display in celebration of their grandson. They could only gather as a family to rejoice together. Chapter 68. Dakaji Ku joins the army as time passed. Today, Wu Shi, as was her custom, went to Kuan-Ning Palace to pay her respects before sauntering back to Chengqian Palace. Just as she was about to step inside, Shi followed her in from behind. "Your Highness, a letter from home." It was the time for her mother's correspondence. Wu Shi conveniently sat on the Luohan couch in the main hall and began to read the letter with great attention. Her mother had already divided the family property among her elder brother, second brother, and third brother. Since the third brother was yet to marry, their father and mother decided that he and his son, Ilu, would continue living in the old residence. The elder brother and second brother, along with their wives and children, established new households. Upon reaching this point, Wu Shi still wore a smile. However, as she continued reading, her expression grew increasingly somber. The second brother had received an imperial decree to serve as the left leader and the vanguard captain, and he had already departed to assist Prince Yi Jia in the campaign against the rebellious Qing in the 14th year of Kangxi's reign. The second brother had ranked fourth in the imperial examination among the Banner people, showcasing exceptional scholarly merit. Not long ago, he had just been promoted to a third-rank captain in the Blue Banner, destined to become a distinguished civil servant in the court. Yet he now had to abandon his literary pursuits for military endeavors. Wu Shi understood the family's reasoning behind this choice. The third brother could not return to the battlefield in the near future. The family had to either forego the opportunity to gain merit in the rebellion against the three feudal lords, or have one of the elder brother or second brother forsake their literary pursuits for martial ones. All the brothers had been educated in both literature and martial arts from a young age. The elder brother excelled in scholarship, while the third brother was the best in martial arts. The second brother was also well-rounded, slightly surpassing the elder brother in martial skills and the third brother in literary knowledge. The elder brother had been diligently serving in the court for many years, holding the esteemed title of second-rank Hamlin Academy Chief Scholar and concurrently serving as the Minister of Rights. If the family wished to seize the opportunity to achieve great feats on the battlefield, it could only be the second brother who forsook his literary endeavors. The second brother's wife, Fu Cha, had just given birth to their second son, Bo Dun, less than 3 months ago, yet he was now bound for the battlefield. Wu Shi lit the candlestick and burned the letter in her hand. She knew that Kangxi had likely already seen the contents of the letter before her. This did not hinder her from burning the letter, for if Kangxi had read it alone, there was no need for anyone else to peruse it. That evening, when Kangxi arrived, Wu Shi was just serving supper to her 3 little ones. In Rung required a bowl of meat puree egg custard every night, and at that moment, Wu Shi was personally feeding him spoonful by spoonful. Just as she was about to rise with the 3 children to pay her respects to Kangxi, he gently gestured for her to refrain from bowing. "Your Majesty, would you care for some supper? You eat first. I shall feed Xiao Lu." As he spoke, Kangxi picked up Yin Rung and sat at the round table, continuing to feed him the egg custard spoon by spoon, occasionally using his free hand to serve vegetables to his daughter and Xiao Wu. These were familiar routines for Kangxi in Wu Shi's palace, and the children had grown accustomed to it. Wu Shi felt content during this supper, her demeanor radiating joy. In the dead of night, Wunaxi's sweaty body leaned against Kangxi's arm, her slender fingers gently tracing his chest. "My lord, why are you being so vigorous tonight? Is it painful? Be good. Lie on me, and I shall massage your waist. I have not visited the inner palace in quite some time. I have caused you distress." Kangxi's touch was gentle, and before long, Wunaxi had closed her eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. The next day, when Wunaxi awoke, Kangxi had already risen to attend the morning court. "Bai Shao, your highness, you must personally go to Ning Palace to inform the empress that I am unwell today and cannot pay my respects. This servant shall go at once." Upon seeing Bai Shao turn to leave, Wunaxi sat up, looking down at her clean inner garments, her mind filled with hazy memories of the previous night. It was rare for Kangxi to help her don her inner garments. He typically only removed them during his visits to Qing Palace. He did not even need to assist with that. Outside the palace, the Jue'ercha residence now housed only 4 masters. Some servants had also moved to the new residences alongside the first and second families to serve. The courtyard felt somewhat tranquil compared to its usual bustle. In the main hall, Tong Jiashi glanced at the dignified Madame Dong Yi family, her expression inscrutable. The Banner people had been integrating in a Han culture for many years now. If the legitimate wife had passed, but left behind legitimate children, the family would often symbolically consult the maternal family regarding the choice of a new wife. Otherwise, it would evoke disapproval from society for lacking decorum. However, this did not imply that the Dong Yi family had the authority to choose a bride for their third son. Seeing that Tong Jiashi was not very talkative, Italasher looked at her earnestly. "Mother-in-law, our family's second daughter is gentle and virtuous, possessing a lovely appearance and refined manners. Having been meticulously guided by the matron, she bears a striking resemblance to her elder sister, and I trust that her brother-in-law would not find her displeasing. Ilu has a biological aunt to look after him, and he will certainly not suffer any grievances in the future. As for Erda Mo's marriage, the palace has already selected a suitable girl. A few days ago, the emperor brought the mistress to our residence to check on Erda Mo's injuries, and she specifically instructed me not to arrange a match for her third brother. Since concubine Jia has her own choice, as a mother, I cannot contradict her wishes for her brother." In Qing Palace, Wunaxi reclined lazily on the Luohan couch, watching her 3 children play together, unaware that her mother had once again involved her in a matter. Meanwhile, in Qing Palace, Kangxi was nestled on the Luohan couch, listening to Sun Ding report on the progress of the smallpox inoculation. In a few days, they would begin inoculating the royal heirs in the palace. He waved his hand to dismiss the court physicians and closed his eyes to feign sleep. "Your Majesty, I have matters to report." Kangxi opened his eyes to see Wang Rubin kneeling on the ground, not yet having risen to exit. "What is it?" "In response to your Majesty, concubine Jia has not sent any palace maids to retrieve the contraceptive potion. I am aware of this. You may leave." This servant takes his leave. As Wang Rubin exited Qing Palace, he remained oblivious to the perplexed expression in Kangxi's eyes. Did Wunaxi still wish to bear more royal heirs? Contemplating this, he instinctively began to twirl the green jade 18-piece pendant that he never parted with. "Liang Jiogong, this servant is here. Let us visit Chengqian Palace to see your mistress, Jia." This servant obeys. In Chengqian Palace, Wunaxi, feeling the lingering ache in her waist, inwardly lamented her inability to resist Kangxi and Appo's temptations the previous night, yielding to his desires. Now, she was the one enduring the consequences. "Your Highness, the Imperial Kitchen has inquired twice about what time we shall have our meal early." Wunaxi opened her eyes and smiled, nodding at Bai Shao. "Go ahead." "Yes." This servant takes her leave. When Kangxi entered the hall, Wunaxi was still in a drowsy state. He sat beside the Luohan couch for a considerable time without her waking. With a smile, he reached out and gently pinched her delicate nose. This caused Wunaxi to struggle for breath, and she slowly opened her eyes. "Your Majesty, auspicious greetings. Why become at this hour?" Chapter 69. A Royal Marriage for Dermo. "I came to see you," the emperor declared. "Would you like me to rest with you for a while?" "Yes," Kangxi responded. removing his shoes and socks before reclining next to Anaxi. She instinctively nestled into his embrace as he caressed her smooth arm. Anaxi? Yes. This will be the last child. Anaxi paused, encircling Kangxi and Amp, Apos, S strong waist with her arms and resting her head against his chest. I thank your majesty, she murmured. She still, as only 2 heirs seemed insufficient. It wasn't Apos, that she disliked daughters, but in the Qing dynasty, royal princesses had little autonomy. This day marked Kangxi and Amp, Apos, S decree to inoculate the palace and Amp, Apos, S imperial offspring against smallpox. 7th Prince Enyu, being too young for the procedure, was spared. The other princes and princesses were relocated by their imperial father to the eastern and western 5 residences, confined and attended only by Kangxi and Apos, as trusted servants, excluding the concubines. As days turned into weeks, and the news of Qing and the others and Apos' successful inoculation reached her, Anaxi remained anxious, her appetite waning and her form becoming gaunt. Meanwhile, at the Jue'ercha residence, Lady Tong Jia frowned at the Dong Yi family and Apos' invitation. The invitation for Yi and Apos, Lu and Apos, as grandfather and Apos' birthday celebration presented a dilemma, as her 3rd son, the former son-in-law, could hardly decline. Furthermore, her grandson Yi and Apos, Lu and Apos' late mother had been an exemplary wife, devoted to her husband and respectful to her in-laws. Ordinarily, the Dong Yi family would not be estranged, but their desire to marry another daughter into their family was out of the question. The circumstances surrounding the 3rd daughter-in-law and Apos' death remained unclear, and the Dong Yi family had been unable to uncover the truth. With her 3rd son and Apos' health restored and his promotion to the position of 2nd-rank minister, overseeing daily military affairs, his future seemed bright. Seeking a wife from a noble family would be a fitting match. It seemed she would have to accompany her son to the Dong Yi residence after his duties the next day. She couldn't bear the thought of him attending the celebration alone, as she was wary of the machinations within the inner court. The following day, Lady Tong Jia, her 3rd son, and her grandson Yi and Apos, Lu arrived at the Dong Yi residence early, bearing gifts. She observed the many relatives of the Dong, all of whom she recognized. Mother, I and Apos. Take Yi and Apos. Lu to the front yard to join the male guests. Go, but Dermo, be careful of the food served. Do not consume anything unclean. Rest assured, Mother. Tong Jia whispered her instructions to her son and watched them depart before heading towards the female guests. My dear-in-law, it has been some time since we last met. Indeed, it has been quite some time. We are here today to celebrate with Dermo and little Elu, and to have a chat. To outsiders, the relationship between the 2 families seemed harmonious, but only Tong Jia knew how reluctant she was to be there. As Tong Jia engaged in small talk with the female guests, Dermo led his 7-year-old son to the front yard, where they could hear the lively atmosphere within. As expected, most of the male guests had gathered there. Dermo instructed his childhood friend, Aki, to accompany his son to play with his cousins while he sat down to talk with his brother-in-law, Erdwa. This was Elu's maternal uncle, who had moved out and established his own residence, showing great affection for his nephew. Dong, he had also deeply loved and respected this brother during her lifetime. Forgive me, sir, I did not mean to spill the soup. After several rounds of drinks, Dermo and Erdwa were discussing Yi and Apos, Lu and Apos' future education when a serving girl accidentally spilled soup on him. Dermo frowned slightly, but shook his head. Leave, he said. Erdwa, seeing this, summoned a servant to escort him to his younger brother and Apos' room to change clothes. He had moved out with his wife and children, and only his half-brother, Bir, had clothes that would fit him. Meanwhile, near the second gate, Dong Yuanqi saw her brother heading back to his east wing and hurried forward. Bir, father asked you to go to Longsheng Pastry to buy mung bean cakes, as the kitchen is running short. All right, I and Apos, I'll go now. Bir, suspecting nothing, exited through the side door. Wanchi glanced at the main room, ensuring the female guests were occupied, before slipping into her brother and Apos' room. She lit the aphrodisiac incense she had bought from outside and laid down on the bed. Is the second princess and the second master and Apos. I dropped my earring and came to be your and Appo's room to look for it. Wanchi panicked when she realized she had been noticed. Second princess. The Jue'ercha family's old lady wants to see you. Madam asks you to go to the main room. I'm coming. Don Iwanki. Hearing that Tong Jia wanted to see her, quickly got up and headed to the main room. Tong Jia, seeing the Dong Yi family's second daughter under her watchful eye, finally felt relieved. Soon after, Ji Xiang entered from outside and whispered in her ear, "Old lady, our third master has gone to the east wing to change clothes." The servant in the front yard accidentally soiled his clothes while serving. Let and amp, Appo's, stay a little longer before returning to the residence. Go to the front yard and see where Elu is. Yes. At this moment, Tong Jia was unaware that her relief was premature. In the east wing, the servant, seeing Dermo enter the room, went back to his duties. After changing, Dermo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He had been drugged. The east wing was so close to the main room, and the person who had drugged him was so bold. He was a man, so at most, he would have an affair caused by the drug, but he doubted that person would satisfy him. With that thought, Dermo stood up and walked towards the courtyard. Just as he reached for the door, a fragrant scent filled his arms. Tong Jiaxinrui pushed the door open and stumbled into the man and amp, Appo's, firm chest, instinctively crying out in surprise. "Chuntao, princess!" The distance between the main room and the east wing was short, and the cries successfully attracted the attention of the female guests in the main room. Looking at the three people in the room, Tong Jia and amp, Appo's, face darkened. The Tala family immediately dismissed the guests and summoned a physician to examine Dermo. By the time the antidote took effect and the heat subsided, half an hour had passed, indicating a significant dosage. In the main hall, Xuanta and Tong Guowei entered the room, their expressions grim. Many people had witnessed the day and Appo's events, making it difficult to conceal. The two men sat down and joined the others in looking at the servant kneeling on the ground. "Master, sir, I saw the son-in-law enter the east wing and went back to the kitchen to help with the serving. I never expected this to happen." Erdwa remained silent, his face frighteningly dark. He turned to look at the servant kneeling next to the servant, who was injured. "Master, sir, the second princess ordered me to buy aphrodisiac incense, saying that if she married the son-in-law as his second wife, it would be easier to take care of E and Appo's, Lu. My indenture is in the second princess and Appo's hands, and I dare not disobey." Chapter 70. The marriage proposal to Erdamu. How could Tongjia Gij enter the east chamber? The maid genuinely did not know. Hitala Shur, sitting nearby, visibly grew uneasy upon hearing this. Erdamu, having returned from the battlefield, had become increasingly sensitive to those around him, and he noticed Hitala Shur and Appo's discomfort. He turned his gaze to E and Appo's, Erdwa, inadvertently locking eyes with him. "Bring them in." Hitala Shur observed her personal maid, who lay prostrate on the ground, unable to rise, her complexion gradually paling. "My mother-in-law and Appo's son has returned from the military, where everyone has shed blood on the battlefield and seen all manner of things. It is not difficult to interrogate an individual. You claim that the Jue'ercha family is well-mannered, yet they dare to threaten their own mother-in-law in such a brazen manner? My son-in-law should not behave so recklessly, yet today he has done just that. I shall not hesitate to inquire further. Mother-in-law, was there not more to the story of Annie and Appo's difficult childbirth? What are you talking about? That is an old matter long since settled. What new revelations could there be? If you do not believe me, do you not trust E and Appo's, or we either? However, the midwife involved in that incident has passed away, leaving no witnesses." Seated at the head of the table, Luo Oli observed his eldest son still troubled by his eldest daughter and Appo's affair. He turned to him, recalling how they had all anxiously awaited Annie in the delivery room, concerned for her safety. In a moment of neglect, the midwife had taken the opportunity to meet her demise. While there were certainly shortcomings, there was no malice intended. Upon hearing the head of the Dong and Appo's family speak, Tongjia Shur and Appo's expression softened. Had it not been for the celebration for him today, such matters would not have arisen. "Master, sir, I shall confess. The madam is unaware that the eldest master is in the second master and Appo's room. Considering the second master and amp, Appo's age for marriage, along with the presence of myself and Chun Tao outside, if our second master could become acquainted with Tongjia Gij and exchange a few words, it might foster a good match. The madam harbors no intention of harming Tongjia Gij, nor does she know that there is an aphrodisiac in the second master and Appo's chamber. If our families were close, our young people would naturally greet each other at the racing grounds. Third master, Achi, having returned from outside, shattered the silence that had settled in the room after the preceding exchange. Sir, this is the testimony of the second Gij's personal maid, who purchased aphrodisiac externally. The individuals who provided the aphrodisiac have all confessed truthfully. Upon hearing Achi and Appo's words, Xuanta felt an increasing tension in the room. He rose, first bowing to Dong and Appo's Luo Duoli and Tong Wei in turn. The evidence is irrefutable regarding the second Gij administering poison to my son. My wife and children shall return home and await an explanation. He turned to Tong Wei once more, bowing slightly. Tomorrow, I shall bring my 3 sons to discuss the marriage of our children. Would that be convenient? Tong Wei and he surely, witnessing the Jew and Appo's, Jue'ercha family and Appo's rationality, both rose. We shall come to your residence after the duty of the day. Indeed, tomorrow is a fine time to prepare some good food. He surely smiled as she spoke with her husband. I shall humbly comply with your wishes. Erdemo, having his marriage matters verbally settled, could only step forward to pay his respects. In truth, he had yet to clearly see Tongjia Gij and Appo's appearance. At this moment, in Qianqing Palace, Kangxi and Amp, Appo's expression grew increasingly somber as he listened to the report from the leader of the secret guards. No matter how fond he was of Wenaxi, he had never considered allowing the Jew and Appo's Jue'ercha family to form a marital alliance with his maternal clan. You may withdraw. Yes, your majesty. The leader of the secret guards vanished in a flash, leaving Kangxi alone in the hall, silent. Meanwhile, Wenaxi sat on the wrought-tan couch in the eastern outer chamber, making night clothes for Kangxi, unaware of the significant events unfolding at home. Later that evening, in Chengxian Palace, Wenaxi, having bathed, could not help but glance at Kangxi, who was curled up on the bed with his eyes closed, pretending to sleep. Today, he seemed troubled, unwilling to engage with her. It was the first time in so many years that he had acted this way. Wenaxi crawled from the foot of the bed to lie beside him, wrapping her arms around his arm and resting it against her. Your Majesty, do you wish to sleep? Or shall I keep you company and converse? What do you think? I have arranged a marriage for Tongjia, Xinruwei, and your third brother as a continuation of the line. The daughter of Lord Tongwei, the Emperor and Appo's own cousin. When my mother was alive, she would bring her to the palace to keep me company. I saw her often as a child. Does the Emperor favor Tongjia Gij? Wenaxi felt increasingly uneasy, sensing his reluctance to let Tongjia Gij marry another. Kangxi met Wenaxi's earnest gaze, smiling as he raised his hand to lightly touch her cherry lips. I cherish you most of all. Seeing a smile finally grace his face, Wenaxi nestled closer into his embrace. Today, you seem displeased. Surely, it is not because you pity Tongjia Gij, wishing for your cousin to marry someone else. As she spoke, Wenaxi struggled to suppress her astonishment. Could Empress Xiaoi become her sister-in-law? Did this not imply that the Kangxi maternal clan might lean towards Yinxi and his brothers in the future? Vaguely recalling the memories of the past, where the 9 sons contended for the throne, with the Tong family overshadowing numerous princes, she shook her head internally, dismissing her earlier absurd thoughts. Kangxi, lost in contemplation due to Wenaxi and Appo's words, reflected that had he not known that marrying cousins could adversely affect progeny, he would indeed have allowed his cousin into the palace as a concubine. Yet, all of this was unrelated to romantic affection. It was steeped in familial ties. Wenaxi, noticing Kangxi's silence, took advantage of his good mood to playfully explore his physique with her delicate hands. Despite his long years of martial training, Kangxi's body, while appearing slender, was composed of well-defined muscles beneath. She found it immensely pleasurable. Still not satisfied? Your Majesty. Wenaxi felt her cheeks flush as he exposed her hidden thoughts. After serving me so many times, why are you still so bashful? Wenaxi, lie still and be good. Your Majesty If I do not speak of my bodily discomfort tonight, I shall allow my maternal family to form a marital alliance with yours. Unaware of the events occurring outside the palace, Wanaxi acquiesced to Kangshi's whims. Once he ceased his teasing, he lifted her to bathe. Wanaxi emerged from the water, feeling as if she had just been pulled from a river. Her body drenched in sweat, languid and weak, barely able to open her eyes. The following day, Shichi and Bai Xiao found her still asleep at the hour of the rabbit, 6 a.m. Bai Xiao took it upon herself to visit Ning Palace to inform Wanaxi that she could not attend to the Empress today due to her ill health. In Ning Palace, Empress He surely gazed at the historical records before her expression inscrutable. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to the peculiarities of Jinjia, Fei, during her nights with the Emperor. The Emperor favored her, and in private, she found herself powerless against her. The matter of the Emperor's heir undergoing vaccination was of particular importance. She had no personnel available for the tasks in the eastern and western quarters, nor dared she forcibly assign anyone. If she were to provoke the Emperor at this juncture, she feared dire consequences. Was she destined to watch as Jinjia Fei continued to bask in the Emperor's affections for the next decade? Chapter 71, Imperial Marriage for Erdamu, Part 3. On the fourth day, after the morning court, Emperor Kangxi issued an imperial decree from the Qing Palace. By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decrees, Jue'ercha, Erdamu, the third son of Jue'ercha, Santa, a first-class Duke of the Manchu, bordered blue banner, and a second-rank minister without specific duties, shall be wed to Tongjia. Xin Rui, the eldest daughter of Tong Wei, a leading bodyguard minister of the Manchu, bordered yellow banner, on a date to be selected. The imperial decree was concise, directly stating its intention without excessive embellishment. Meanwhile, in Chengqian Palace, Una read a letter from her family. The second Miss Dong and Amp, Oppos, he was sent to the family temple to spend the rest of her life with the solitary lamp of Buddhism, which was Dong Yi's apology to the Jue'ercha family. After reading the letter, she turned her head to look at Shichi, who was standing beside her. How could Dong Yi want you be so careless? This servant believes that she is, after all, a miss raised in a prominent family and knew it was inconvenient to purchase the aphrodisiac incense herself. That maid who went to buy the aphrodisiac incense was also foolish, not even bothering to disguise herself. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the princes to leave the eastern and western 5 quarters. On this day, Una was waiting for Fo and Oppos, Erguichin, Insi, and Inring to return in her palace. Inchi, Inhu, and Infu, along with Inti, continued to return to the imperial study to study. Kangxi felt that a month into Oppos' delay in their studies should be made up for as soon as possible. Una felt sorry for her 3 sons, but could only ask the small kitchen to prepare more delicacies for them. Your Majesty, our 3 young masters have left the Cunning Palace and are returning to Chengqian Palace. Sister, allow me to first congratulate the princes on their safe inoculation. Una looked at the little Olenara, who was sitting on the other side of the Arhit bed, with a smile. Rest assured, sister, Inqiao will also be safe when he is inoculated. Why didn't you bring Inqiao with you today? When I left, the little one was still fast asleep. Recently, I've noticed that Inqiao needs to gain some weight. If he's lacking anything, please let me know. I thank you on behalf of Inqiao, sister. Little Olenara said this thank you sincerely. In this harem, perhaps no low-ranking concubine could live such a good life as she did. Although her biological son was raised under the name of the Empress never interfered with the prince and Amp, Oppos' affairs. She was always the closest to the prince. They were never short of food, clothing, or anything else. Thanks to Consort Jean, the good things that the Ministry of Internal Affairs gave to the concubines were always divided into 2 routes, one to the Cunning Palace and the other to the Chengqian Palace. The time for meals in the palace was also arranged according to rank. Her palace maid followed Consort Jean and Amp. Oppos' head maid to the imperial kitchen to pick up meals, and they were always at the front of the line. Mother, Fo and Oppos, Erguichin and my brothers are back. When Una heard her daughter and Oppos' voice, she quickly got up and took a few steps to greet them. As she stepped out of the palace door, she saw 3 little figures standing in front of her. Greetings to Mother. Mother is well. Peace to the consort, Olenara. Little Olenara stepped aside, avoiding the courtesies of Fo Erguichin, Insi, and Inring. Sister, Now that the princess and princes have returned to the palace, I'll go back to the backyard to see if little Seven is awake. Consort mother, please visit the seventh brother in the backyard after the princes have rested. You are welcome to bring the sixth prince to play with your seventh brother. Sister, I take my leave. All right. As little Olenara walked away, Una turned to look at Bai Xiao. Have the meals prepared in the small kitchen. Yes, this servant will go now. Coming quickly. Mother has instructed the small kitchen to prepare your favorite dishes. You all look thinner. How are your eldest brother, second brother, and third brother? Do they also look thinner than before the inoculation? When the three little ones heard their mother ask this, they seriously tried to recall the appearances of their three older brothers in their minds. Finally, Jue'ercha looked at Una and pouted. Mother, Jue'ercha has never seen eldest brother, second brother, or third brother. Before today, father wouldn't even let Jue'ercha see fifth brother and sixth brother. Her daughter had never been separated from little five for such a long time. Are the people serving you familiar? Insi swallowed the ribs in his mouth and looked up at Una. They are all palace servants we Haven and Oppos, seen before. Una nodded and looked at the youngest, Inring, who was eating with a mouth full of oil, so she didn't bother them anymore. These past few days, they were uncomfortable because of the inoculation. No matter how many meals Kanshi prepared for the princes and princesses, they probably didn't Oppos, to enjoy them. Una swallowed a mouthful of mutton and saw Shichi, who was delivering meals to the imperial study, enter the palace. Are they very thin? In response to your majesty, the three princes are a little thin, but their bodies look strong and will recover sooner or later. The three young masters like the meals that you send them, and ask this servant to tell you that they miss you. The meal in Chengxian Palace was harmonious and joyful. After the meal, Una played with her three children for a while before they fell asleep from exhaustion. She looked at the three siblings lying close together on the canopied bed, and her heart finally felt at peace. For the past month, when her children couldn't see each other in the eastern and western 5 quarters, her heart had been hanging in the balanced day and night. But now it could finally return to its place. Shichi-san is sitting still and took a few steps forward. Does your majesty want to sleep with the young masters for a while? Then help me remove the jewelry. Una lay down beside her children and soon fell asleep. Perhaps because there was a lull in the Sanfan battlefield, Kangxi gradually began to favor the concubines again as usual. He spent 20 days each month with the concubines in the harem, and he was required to stay in the Cunning Palace on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month. Including these 2 days, Kangxi stayed in Empress Heshali's palace for 6 days each month. He stayed in Una's Chengxian Palace for 5 days. The remaining 9 days were given to the other concubines, and Kangxi favored whoever he pleased. Una never cared about these things and was happy to be left alone. In the 16th year of Kangxi, it was time for the annual draft of palace maids by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. It is worth mentioning that a pair of Guoluoluo sisters entered the palace this time. The elder sister, Guoluoluo, Baienzu, was selected into the palace as a widowed woman from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The younger sister, Guoluoluo, Nailinju, had a bright appearance and was a rare beauty. Both of them were from the Manchu bordered yellow banner bond servants and were the daughters of Guoluoluo. Sengwanbeo, the left leader of the bordered yellow banner in Shengjing, who held the rank of a third-grade official. Shengjing was the place where the Qing dynasty originated, and the officials there guarded the cold and remote territory for Kangxi, so he always valued them. Along with these sisters, Olenara, Zhaijimai, the daughter of Chang Sobao, a student of the Imperial College from the Manchu plain yellow banner bond servants, also entered the palace. Although the 3 of them entered the palace as palace maids, the concubines in the harem knew that they would become concubines. The Guoluoluo sisters lived in Equine Palace. The elder Guoluoluo lived in the east side hall of the backyard, and the younger Guoluoluo lived in the east side hall of the front yard. Olenara lived in the west side hall of Jingren Palace. In Cunning Palace, Una looked at the 3 new entrants to the palace. The younger Guoluoluo was indeed beautiful. No wonder Kangxi took a fancy to her at first glance. The elder Guoluoluo had a similar temperament to Lady Wei, but unfortunately, her appearance was not as exquisite as Lady Wei's. On the other hand, Olenara, who had just moved into Jingren Palace, didn't seem stunning at first glance. But the more you looked at her, the more delicate and pretty she became. Chapter 72. The grand enclosure of the imperial harem as Eunaxi was about to avert her gaze, she locked eyes with the young Guo. She smiled, tilting her head slightly to continue listening to Lu Mama, imparting the palace's rules to the newcomers. This young Guo appeared to be quite audacious, showing signs of distraction even while being instructed by the queen and Apos' matron. Time flew by, and soon it was the 22nd of August. During this period, young Guo enjoyed an extraordinary favor. Nearly half of those 9 days, Kangxi summoned her to the Qing palace for his nightly company. She was basking in glory. On this day, the various concubines were paying their respects to the empress in Kunning Palace. Liang Jiogong hurriedly entered from outside the hall. Greetings to Her Majesty the Empress. May she be blessed with longevity. Greetings to Concubine Jean. May she enjoy peace. Wishing all esteemed ladies good fortune. The concubines received the edict. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees that starting today, the harem shall officially implement the 8 major regulations. Beneath the empress, 1 imperial noble consort, 2 noble consorts. For consorts, 6 concubines, and several ladies-in-waiting shall be appointed. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, from the Manchu bordered blue banner, the first-class noble Jue'ercha, daughter of Xuantai, Eunaxi, hailing from a prestigious family, possessed of grace and virtue. With a beautiful appearance, talent, and morality, having contributed to nurturing offspring and deeply favored by me, I hereby grant you the title of noble consort Jean. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, from the Mongolian right white banner, the third-class Taiji Borjigit, daughter of Iuxi, Borjigit Sidina of noble lineage. I hereby grant you the title of wise consort. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, from the Han Army right blue banner, daughter of General Gangatai, of a prestigious family, I hereby grant you the title of an concubine, with residence in the Hall of Eternal Happiness. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, from the Manchu bordered red banner, daughter of the Protector Army's Deputy Commander Huashan, Wang Jiahai, of an illustrious family, I hereby grant you the title of respectful concubine, with residence in the Hall of Bell and Clarity. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, from the Imperial Household Department's right yellow banner, daughter of the gallant Zhaoga, Olenara Jailan, having borne offspring, I hereby grant you the title of gentle concubine, with residence in the Hall of Scenic Sunshine. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, from the Imperial Household Department and Apos' right yellow banner, daughter of Olenara Jue'ercha, having borne offspring, I hereby grant you the title of beneficent concubine, with residence in the Hall of Eternal Joy. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, from the Imperial Household's bordered yellow banner, daughter of Guo Sangguan Bao, I hereby grant you the title of suitable concubine, with residence in the Hall of Supporting Virtue. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, from the Manchu right red banner, daughter of He Shirley, I hereby grant you the title of joyful concubine, with residence in the Hall of Eternal Spring. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, by the grace of the Empress Dowager, Zhaojia of Jingyang Palace is granted the title of fragrant noble lady. Zhang of Jingren Palace is granted the title of quiet noble lady, and Dong of Qixiang Palace is granted the title of dignified noble lady. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, by the grace of the Empress Dowager, Wei of Yinshi Palace is granted the title of constant attendant. Wang Yoha of Qixiang Palace is granted the title of constant attendant. Dai Jia of Yonghe Palace is granted the title of constant attendant. And Wu Yi of Yonghe Palace is granted the title of constant attendant. Furthermore, the Grand Guo of Yikong Palace and the Olenara of Jingren Palace are also granted the title of constant attendant. Thus it is decreed. The concubines express their gratitude. We thank your majesty for your great favor. Long live the emperor. Eunaxi, accompanying the empress, performed the ceremonial rites. Once Liang Jiogong exited the palace, she returned to her seat. She couldn't help but recall how Kangxi had spent the night in her palace the previous day. Yet he had not mentioned a word about the grand sealing of the harem. Now, with Siduna being made a consort and Jailan a concubine, it was indeed splendid. The suitable concubine was favored. Only a few months had passed since the sisters entered the palace. Many elder ladies in the palace still held the title of noble lady. And her elevation to concubine, despite having no offspring, was due to her father and Apos, as influence and Kangxi and Apos as affections. The concubines present had varying thoughts, and many had begun to cast glances toward the suitable concubine. Most of the titles in this grand sealing were as expected, yet only she received the emperor's special favor. From henceforth, the many eyes of the East and West six palaces would surely be fixated on the hall of supporting virtue. Meanwhile, in Qing Palace, Kangxi and Apos, as Vermilion Brush, did not pause as he glanced up at Liang Jiogong entering the hall. "How is she?" Replying to your majesty. This servant cannot discern whether noble consort Jean harbors joy in her heart. Let Yingji move in with gentle concubine to reside in the hall of scenic sunshine. From now on, he shall be raised under her care. Yes, this servant shall convey the edict forthwith. The Shadow Guard. Upon seeing Liang Jiogong exit the palace and close the doors, Kangxi called for the captain of the Shadow Guards to step forward. "How fare my sons and daughters? Have there been any amusing incidents?" Replying to your majesty, the Shadow Guards have been inseparable from each young master and lady daily. This servant has gathered recent happenings around them. Present them to me. Until the Shadow Guard had retreated, Kangxi continued to peruse the records of his children's daily lives. The early demise of Qing was not his desire. Back then, individuals aiming to restore the Ming dynasty had infiltrated the palace and served within the inner court. By the time he realized, Qing was beyond saving. Now, he recalled how, when the empress managed the harem, she had detected something amiss, but not only failed to save Qing, but also facilitated matters for him. He felt remorseful, lamenting that at that time, he had paid too little attention to the harem. Before Qing's untimely death, he had never contemplated employing shadow guards within the harem. Although it is traditionally known that children are difficult to raise, the triplet brothers, Yinqi, Yinheng, and Yinfeng, had been tragically small at birth yet were now thriving and growing plump. How could it be that Qing, who had been sturdier at birth than his three brothers, met such an early demise? Doubts lingered in his heart, prompting him to deploy shadow guards to investigate the harem thoroughly. The eldest and second daughters had indeed succumbed to illness at a young age. The untimely demise of Qing compelled him to cultivate more shadow guards to protect his princes and princesses as they grew. At this moment, Yunaxi, who was in Qing Palace, engaging in polite conversation with the other concubines, was unaware that her nurturing of three frail sons had aroused Kangxi's suspicions regarding Qing's death, leading him to employ shadow guards to scrutinize the harem and Apos as affairs. Consequently, each of his children now had at least one shadow guard accompanying them. Many days later, on a deep night outside the rear hall of the Hall of Scenic Sunshine, a shadow guard assigned to protect the seventh prince, Yingji, appeared to secure the window that a palace maid had just stealthily opened. She grasped the unconscious maid and Apos' arm and dragged her into the darkness. Within this hall was the vulnerable young prince, whose frail body could easily succumb to illness. It was unknown who bore such malice to open the window in the prince's chamber. Previously, while serving in the Qing Palace, the area had been fortified by noble consort Jean. Little did they expect that merely days after the seventh prince had moved out of Qing Palace, he would encounter such an incident. Chapter 73. Not so young anymore in the dimly lit chamber. The dark guard responsible for the interrogation looked on with puzzlement as a frail palace maid was brought in. Wasn't this a matter of just a few strikes leading to her demise? This was not an affair from the previous dynasty. She was to uncover who had instigated the attack on the esteemed prince of Jingyang Palace, as instructed from above. Meanwhile, in the Qing Palace, the curtains of the canopy bed were drawn aside. Kangxi gazed at the slumbering figure in his arms, illuminated by the moonlight. He bent down to bestow gentle kisses upon the scattered freckles on Wu Naxi's cheeks. "Do not disturb my sleep," she mumbled. "Very well, I shall not disturb you." He grasped her hand, which she attempted to wave away, pressing it to his lips instead. "You are now bold enough to give me the cold shoulder." Wu Naxi, still drowsy, paid no heed to his words, feeling only that Kangxi was akin to a blazing furnace from which she wished to escape. Yet, even when she retreated to the corner of the bed, he would simply pull her back into his embrace. The following day, Wu Naxi awoke to find herself alone in the bed. She gently sat up, glancing at the curtains she had neglected to draw the night before, and slipped on her shoes to descend. "Your Highness, shall you pay respects to Her Majesty the Empress today?" "Yes." The master said he would come to Chengxian Palace to spend the night before attending court. Wu Nashi tilted her head to regard Bai Xiao, then turned back to allow Shiqi to assist her in dressing. She found Kangxi increasingly difficult to understand. Today marked the third consecutive night he had chosen to stay in Chengxian Palace, and she was no longer a novice in the art of serving him. Upon her arrival at Ning Palace, all the consorts had already gathered. I pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress. May your Majesty be well. Please rise quickly. I thank Her Majesty. I pay my respects to your Grace. Consort Jean. May you be well. No need for such formalities. Wu Nashi took her seat and exchanged a smile and nod with Hui Fei, acknowledging one another. Of late, the time for your Grace to pay her respects has been somewhat delayed. Wu Nashi, upon hearing this, turned her gaze towards Jing Guiran, who had spoken. Are you instructing this palace on how to conduct itself? I would not dare. Zhang, realizing Wu Nashi's displeasure, suddenly became aware that she had overstepped. She hastily stood and performed her greeting with utmost propriety. The elders in the hall were somewhat astonished. It was unusual for the usually aloof Chengxian Palace consort to engage with others in such a manner. This was her first encounter with the subtle barbs exchanged between the consorts. Naturally, only someone as foolish as Zhang would dare speak to her with such trivial and vexatious remarks. As time passed, Zhang remained unable to rise, forced to maintain a half-squat position until exhaustion set in. Wu Nashi glanced at the swaying and faltering Zhang, unable to comprehend why there were individuals so keen on courting trouble. Remember, it is not that this palace is late in paying respects to the Empress, but rather that you have come to Ning Palace too early. Indeed, your Grace speaks truly. Have you taken note, Jing Guiran? In response to your Grace. I have taken note. Then you may rise. I thank you, Grace. Wu Nashi paid little mind to the minor incident in Ning Palace. The scorching summer sun cast a stifling heat, and today marked the day Yinsi would move to the Qiandong 5 courtyard. Before he left the palace to establish his residence, the 5 courtyard would be his new abode. As a consort, Wu Nashi could not personally send the prince off to the 5 courtyard, so she busied herself in Chengxian Palace, preparing items to send with Yinsi. Whenever something displeasing occurs, I should speak to my brothers about it, or send someone back to Chengxian Palace to inform Mother. Yes, I shall remember. Let me embrace Mother and my sister and brother once more. It may be a long time until we meet again at the New Year and Oppo's banquet. As she spoke, Wu Nashi opened her arms to embrace the 3 little ones. In the Qing dynasty, princes were educated in the Ministry of Personnel, and it was rare for them to see their mother even once a year. Previously, there were Yinxi, and Yinfu. Now it was Yinsi and soon. Yinzing would also depart from Chengxian Palace. Only Fuel Guichun had been by her side the longest. Unaware of the sorrow of separation, Wu Nashi watched the little ones, Fuel Guichun and Yinzing, as they were led away by the palace attendants, and she quickly wiped away the tears forming at the corners of her eyes. Shiqi and Li Qingnan, accompanied by a throng of palace attendants, sent Yinsi off to the 5 courtyard. Meanwhile, Wu Nashi had already arranged everything in advance. She watched as the 3 little ones disappeared from view, and only then did she turn back into the palace. Your Highness, the master has instructed Doctor. Want to prepare postpartum medicine for you. Wu Nashi reclined on the couch, looking at the medicine bundle in Bai Xiao and Amp. Amp, is the physician suggesting that I need this to conceive an heir? Your Highness, the master is somewhat anxious as you have yet to conceive. Anxious for what? What is meant to be will come in its own time. Your Highness. Wu Nashi regarded Bai Xiao, who knelt on the ground, her expression darkening. What is the meaning of this? In response to your Highness, it is generally observed that women in the palace rarely serve after the age of 25. Physicians believe that after 30, it becomes increasingly difficult for a woman to bear children. Wu Nashi was momentarily taken aback by the words, contemplating before lifting her gaze to Bai Xiao. You may leave for now. I wish to be alone for a while. Yes, I shall take my leave. Once Wu Nashi was alone in the chamber, she nestled into the couch, lost in thought, due to the restorative medicines and spiritual spring water available to her. She often overlooked her own age. This year, she was already 26, which, according to traditional counting, made her 28. Given the limited medical conditions, many ailments could not be accurately diagnosed or treated. Physicians could only manage the body and Oppo's health internally, reducing the likelihood of illness at its core. However, in the case of acute conditions, the effectiveness of medicine was often delayed. In the Qing dynasty, the mortality of children was alarmingly common, and physicians held little confidence in ensuring the safety of women during childbirth. The absolute power wielded by emperors in a feudal dynasty was naturally meant to be passed down to their own bloodline. Historically, emperors had responsibilities beyond ruling. They also had the crucial duty of ensuring the continuation of their lineage. This was essential for allowing the next emperor to emerge from a pool of worthy sons. Society believed that women over 30 were no longer suitable for bearing offspring. Their experiences led to the conclusion that childbirth at this age not only affected the unborn child, but also heightened the risks during delivery. The current medical conditions were woefully inadequate to handle emergencies that arose during childbirth. Since ancient times, it has been said that a woman giving birth walked a fine line between life and death. Such matters might be somewhat alleviated in ordinary households. But in the Aizen-Joro family, which required the birth of exceptional princes, they were regarded with utmost seriousness. It was no wonder that the Empress Dowager consistently urged Kangxi to surround himself with young consorts. In her view, having youthful consorts bear heirs was more favorable than bearing them herself. They would be healthier and more astute. Kangxi, too, likely did not wish to father heirs after the age of 30. Chapter 74. Everything comes naturally upon reflecting on this. When Naxi reached out to touch her abdomen. At present, she could not afford a rush. If she conceived, it would be a blessing, but if not, she would accept it. She was aware that the spiritual elixirs were remarkably effective for postpartum recovery, and the essence of the spiritual spring could invigorate the body. Yet, the imperial physician's prescription for maintaining pregnancy left her uncertain about her own body's ability to bear a royal heir. However, she would never resort to using such a tonic. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she was considered an older woman in this realm, and a sense of melancholy enveloped her heart. She tightly closed her eyes, nestling into the reclining couch, her breathing gradually becoming even. Meanwhile, in the cunning palace, Empress Heshali sat on the couch, enjoying slices of peach. "Mama," she remarked, "the emperor has come to stay overnight in this palace, likely wrapped in blankets, deep in slumber. It seems he has set aside the thought of having a legitimate heir, especially with the influx of youthful and vibrant women in the harem. The emperor has yet to consent to transferring the fourth Prince Yudi's name to this palace, which leaves me in constant unease. That woman in the Chengxian palace has the emperor's indulgence in all matters. It appears she restricts him everywhere, yet in reality, every matter seems to bend to her will. At such an age, Jue'ercha clan should not still be yearning to bear an heir. It seems she is too content with her life. Your Highness, this is a fortunate matter. If that woman in the Chengxian palace were to suffer a difficult labor and pass away, it would leave the young sixth prince orphaned." Lu Mama tidied up the fruit platter on the heated table and approached to assist Empress Heshali in washing her hands. "In that case, the bereaved Yinzing will likely be closer to you than the Inti, whose mother is still alive. Yinzing has 3 elder brothers, all nearly 12 years of age, capable of standing on their own." Empress Heshali allowed Lu Mama to dry her hands before returning to her position on the couch. "Our fourth prince and Chun are well supplied with peaches. Rest assured, there is more than enough. The Internal Affairs Office has sent over 5 baskets of peaches. Our master ordered half a basket to be delivered to the Empress Dowager in the Sinang Palace, and another half to the Empress Dowager in the Shokong Palace. We have kept half a basket for ourselves, distributing the rest equally to our palace and the Chengxian Palace. Each of the princes and princesses shall share 1 basket. With the heat, peaches do not keep well. The young royal children, being small, will not consume much, so there will be plenty for all. That is splendid, as it will prevent the emperor from thinking I am neglecting the royal heirs. The year I cut down on their allowances, the emperor was quite displeased for a long time. Your Highness remembers well. How could I forget?" As Empress Heshali spoke, she found the conversation growing tedious and turned her gaze towards Lu Mama. "What of the remaining half-basket?" "In response to your Highness, the remaining half-basket was distributed by our master to Ikuan Palace and Yinji Palace, the Wei clan. The emperor's distribution is indeed intriguing. Is Weipin pleased? I heard that in Yinji Palace, A young maid was punished with a month's wages for accidentally breaking Huipin's vase. On the other side, in the Qiandong 5 courtyards, Inzi had moved into the 5 courtyards today, leaving no empty courtyard. In the future, the younger brothers entering the Ministry of Personnel will have to reside in the Qinshi 5 courtyards. Inchi, Inhua, Infeng, and Ini were all studying in the Ministry of Personnel. Inzi noticed his brothers appeared somewhat dispirited. He commanded someone to arrange chairs and gathered his sister and younger brother to sit together in the courtyard, sharing peaches while observing the busy palace attendants. Seeing the surroundings quiet, with only the servants shuttling about, he waved his small hand, drawing the 3 heads closer together. Let's go to the Ministry of Personnel to find our brothers. Mother has sent some peaches for us to share with eldest brother, second brother, and third brother. I wish to deliver these peaches to them, so they can enjoy them sooner. Jue'ercha and Inzing exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. In the Ministry of Personnel, Inchi, Inhua, Infeng, and Ini were gathered, also indulging in peaches. They shared their peaches with the teacher, leaving little for themselves. However, tasting fresh fruit was indeed a delight. Eldest brother. By now, little 5 must have moved into the 5 courtyards. Yes, mother likely feels reluctant. Hearing his elder brother's words, Inhua felt his mood shift and turned to glance at Infeng, who was engrossed in eating peaches. The Imperial Garden is in full bloom. I wish to go and take a look. Our father cannot resist your antics. Tomorrow, when I suggest we visit the Imperial Garden to see the flowers, you and eldest brother must assist. Do not worry, second brother, I know what to do. Sitting nearby, Ini, while sharing the peaches, felt a twinge of annoyance. Currently, the Ministry of Personnel housed only the 4 of them, and as the youngest, he often received considerable care from his 3 elder brothers. Yet for some reason, he constantly felt out of place among them. When Inzi and Jue'ercha brought Inzing to the Ministry of Personnel, Inchi and the others were diligently listening to the teacher and Appo's lecture. The weather was warm, and the doors were wide open. Zhang Ying was speaking earnestly, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed 3 little figures peering through the doorway. In this palace, the small children, appearing slightly older, accompanied another smaller child. One could easily deduce who they were. Minister Zhang Ying, please rise. Mother instructed us to bring peaches to our brothers. Inzi's words caught the attention of Inchi, Inhua, Infeng, and Inti, who turned to look at him simultaneously. Inchi, Inhua, and Infeng, disbelieving that their mother would send them, quickly stood and approached, each taking one of the little ones by the hand to lead them outside. The 3 brothers exchanged glances, and Inchi crouched down to look at his younger siblings. How did you come here? Inzi gazed at his eldest brother, instinctively blinking. Remembering that Aunt Shichi and Li Chengnan had just left, his servants had disregarded his orders. He looked earnestly at his brothers. I wish to request a new set of servants. The current ones do not heed my words. My brother said he wanted to come to the Ministry of Personnel with me and the other siblings to deliver peaches, yet they pushed us around. We had to find our way here ourselves to see you. Inzi spoke with conviction, prompting Zhang Ying at the door to chuckle. Inchi, Inhua, and Infeng, spotting their father approaching, understood that today would not be an easy escape and felt disinclined to continue discussing their younger brother. They patted the heads of the 3 little ones and led them back to the Ministry of Personnel. The sunlight was too intense outside. It was better to converse indoors. As Kangxi stepped into the Ministry of Personnel, he immediately noticed the 3 little figures. They appeared quite at ease, moving about without a care, seemingly unaware that they were interrupting their brothers and Appo's studies. Come here, father. Inzi and his siblings had their backs turned to the door. Upon hearing the familiar voice, they turned around to see Kangxi approaching, and they rushed to his side, eager for him to hold them. Kangxi glanced at Zhang Ying standing beside him and reached out to support the 3 little ones. Where are the palace attendants? Had it not been for the secret guards reporting, I would not have fathomed how these 3 little masters managed to find their way to the Ministry of Personnel. Chapter 75. The tranquility of the Qianqing Palace. When Wu Nashi learned of the happenings in the Shanggong, she was seated on the Luohan couch, perusing a letter from home. Her younger brother's wedding was set for next month, and she was unable to leave the palace. Thus she had to prepare congratulatory gifts to send back home, as she had done in the past. As she burned the letter in her hand, she listened to Bai Xiao recount the events from the Shanggong. Inchi, Inhua and Infu continued their lessons in the Shanggong, while Inzi and F and Appos, Erguachun were punished by their father to write characters. The two little ones must have felt weary. Wunashi, with her delicate hands, turned to Shichi. Accompany me to the Qianqing Palace to fetch the princess and Xiao Lu. Yes, by Xiao. Shortly I will don that flag costume made of gold satin woven with a pomegranate flower pattern in bright red. Your Highness, might the Empress find the bright red too ostentatious? Wunashi smiled at Shichi. According to tradition, the royal family may wear yellow, and only the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the Queen may wear bright yellow, akin to the Emperor. Bright red symbolizes nobility and orthodoxy. Typically, concubines do not wear bright red, as it is reserved for the principal wife. Most women in the inner court adhere to this unwritten rule. However, in our great Qing dynasty, there is no explicit rule prohibiting concubines from donning bright red. In ordinary families, with the principal wife's permission, concubines may wear bright red. I will, of course, consider the Empress and Appos' dignity and refrain from using the bright red for my dowry. Yet, this bright red pomegranate patterned gold satin is a gift from His Majesty. Thus I am entitled to wear it. I will style your hair in the manner of the Appos, Yizitu and Appos, and adorn you with the set of South red agate headpieces previously gifted by His Majesty. Very well, I shall fetch the flag costume and headpieces, Bai Xiao replied, leaving Shichi to style Wunashi's hair. Your Highness, the Emperor received 2 sets of South red agate headpieces. One was sent to Ning Palace and the other to you. I heard that the Empress rewards those favored by the Emperor with agate headpieces. That set still resides in Ning Palace. Such a precious adornment. How generous of the Empress. Surely, our mistress thinks the South red agate is not bright enough. Wunashi gazed at her own fair and youthful visage in the bronze mirror, unable to resist the urge to touch her smooth skin, still youthful and beautiful. Shichi noted her mistress and Appos' self-admiration and remarked, your beauty is unparalleled in this inner palace. The women of the 8 banners cannot compare to you. Yiping and Appos' appearance is also commendable. Your Highness, Yiping is merely better than the other concubines. No woman in this palace can rival you. Our Emperor is quite enamored, Shichi observed, but chose not to respond. Unsure of how to discuss Yiping, who, though favored more than most, still did not compare to Wunashi. For years, Wunashi had remained the most extraordinary within the palace. Now, with the sudden arrival of a new consort, she found it difficult to comprehend the differences. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao hesitated outside the hall, torn between entering and retreating. Their hidden guards were astute, and she had unwittingly overheard that the Emperor was indeed quite besotted. Taking a gentle breath, she stepped inside and hung the flag costume on the rack, handing the headpiece to Shichi to assist Wunashi. As Wunashi approached, she spotted Liang Jiogong waiting outside the Qianqing Palace. I have come to pay respects to the noble consort Jin. May you enjoy eternal health and peace. Rise, Master Liang. Is His Majesty inside? In response to the noble consort, His Majesty awaits you. Upon entering the hall, Wunashi found Kangxi reclining on the Luohan couch, engrossed in a book with Yun Gang nestled in his arms. Inzi and F and Appos' Erguachun were seated on the opposite side, diligently practicing their calligraphy at a small table. The atmosphere was serene and heartwarming. Wunashi suddenly felt that if Kangxi could ensure the well-being of his own kin, she could continue to cherish him. What are you standing there for? Come here. Kangxi had already sensed her arrival and, growing impatient, called out. The 3 little ones, seeing their mother approach from behind the screen, beamed and rose to greet her. Son greets mother. May you be auspicious. Daughter greets mother. May you be auspicious. Quickly rise. Wunashi would not allow them to bow, embracing them instead. I bow to your Majesty. May you enjoy eternal health and peace. There in Appos, no need for courtesy. Come sit. Inzi and F and Appos, Erguachun, witnessing their mother remove her shoes and sit beside their father, displayed expressions of delight. Yungang climbed onto Wunashi and Appos' lap, and she instinctively held him close. What is the matter? Mother, father punished me to stand still in the corner. Wunashi followed her son's pointing finger to the corner of the room, a pang of sorrow striking her heart. She had not anticipated Kangxi would punish Yungang in such a manner. Had it not been for their years spent together, she might have doubted the true nature of Kangxi's spirit. Why would the emperor punish Xiao Lu to stand there? When he is a bit older, he could be punished like his siblings to practice calligraphy. Kangxi dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand, setting down his book and adjusting Yungang to sit comfortably on his left knee while wrapping his right arm gently around Wen Shi, inviting her to lean against him. This attire suits you well. I humbly thank your majesty for the gift. You, always scheming to take from my private treasury. Will his majesty grant me this? If you are well behaved, I shall continue to bestow upon you. Wen Shi cast a playful glare at Kangxi, who murmured in her ear, glancing at Yungang, who had already seated himself with his siblings, clearly unhappy with his father and Appo's restrictions. She felt relieved that the three children were oblivious to her and Kangxi and Appo's exchange. You have taught the princes very well. Yinxi, Yinhua, and Yinfu received frequent praise from Zhang Ying and the Shango. Even Yinzi and F and Amp, Appo's, Jue'ercha, at such tender ages, can concentrate on their calligraphy. It is the emperor and Appo's guidance that has borne fruit, Kangxi reflected, recalling how he had just taught his second daughter and fifth son the characters for up and down, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Noticing his good mood, Wen Shi felt a bit more at ease. She had never taught Yinzi and F and Appo's Jue'ercha to read before Yinxi and the others entered the Shango. She herself had not received any formal instruction. Children under 6 years of age struggle to hold a brush, let alone learn to read or write. Her own father and mother, adhering to royal customs, had begun their siblings and Appo's education at 4 years old. At that time, she was too young to notice that others typically use their lunar age. She had thought her parents too demanding for starting her education at the age of 4. Only as the years passed did she realize that she had already been seen as a 6-year-old girl in the eyes of others. In large families, daughters were often expected to begin their studies before marriage at that age. Kangxi was particularly strict in educating the princes. She could not bear to see her own children suffer the same hardships she had endured before entering the Shango. Yet this year, her daughter had indeed reached the age for enlightenment. Chapter 76. The Empress and Appo's gambit that night. Within the walls of Chengqian Palace, Kangxi tenderly caressed the face of his beloved, who slumbered peacefully in his embrace. His large hand gently rested upon her abdomen. If you are unwilling to use conception medicine, I shall acquiesce to your wishes, he murmured. However, should this sacred space remain barren within half a year, you must obediently consume the contraceptive drafts I provide. Unaware of Kangxi and Appo's inner thoughts, Wulanala, deep in her slumber, simply sought the warmth of his hand upon her abdomen, her own small hand instinctively covering his. This tender gesture elicited a soft chuckle from Kangxi. Upon recalling her accusation of his lasciviousness, felt a surge of playful indignation. Meanwhile, in the west side hall of Yonghe Palace, Wire repeatedly tossed and turned, her gaze fixed upon the canopy above. Her favor with the emperor had waned, and she wondered when she would conceive a royal heir. Without progeny, her prospects for advancement were bleak. She lacked the captivating allure of consort E, who had bewitched the emperor upon her arrival at the palace and been elevated to the rank of consort. She could not idly wait any longer. She resolved to send word to her family, requesting that her mother procure conception medicine to be smuggled into the palace. The family and Appo's secret formula for promoting conception was remarkably effective, a legacy from her grandfather and Appo's days of service in the palace, discovered by chance and believed to be a relic from a bygone era. The following morning, Wulanala, her eyes still heavy with sleep, reached out to the space beside her. Finding it devoid of warmth, she realized that Kangxi had risen long ago. It was time for her to pay her respects to the empress at Cunning Palace. With reluctance, she opened her eyes the previous night and Appo's dalliance with Kangxi having left her still drowsy. Shichi, she called. Shichi entered from beyond the screen. Does your ladyship wish to rise? How many days this month have I missed my morning audience with the empress? Your ladyship has been absent from Cunning Palace for 7 consecutive days during your monthly cycle, and for an additional 5 days due to your deep slumber. 12 days is rather excessive. Your ladyship. Enough. Assist me with my toilette and attire. When Wulanala, accompanied by Bai Xiao, arrived at Cunning Palace, Empress Heshali was seated at the head of the hall, surrounded by consorts and concubines. Their conversations ceased as they rose to greet her, and Wulanala dutifully paid her respects to the Empress before taking her seat. Recently, the Grand Empress Dowager inquired about the imperial progeny. Empress Heshali began. Consorts and concubines of the age of consort E and attendant Waya should strive to attend to the emperor more frequently. The continuation of the imperial line is of paramount importance. Wulanala raised her eyes to meet the Empress and Amp, Appo's, gaze, which was fixed upon her. Silence descended upon the hall. Her Majesty speaks wisely, Jing Guiran replied. Consorts like myself, advanced in years, are no longer conducive to bearing imperial heirs. When the emperor graces my chambers, I encourage him to seek the company of younger consorts. The continuation of the imperial line is a matter of national significance. Jing Guiran is remarkably considerate. Presuming to decide matters of national importance for the emperor, Wulanala retorted. Your Majesty, Zhang cried, belatedly realizing her blunder and kneeling in fear. This concubine meant no such thing. Empress Heshali and Amp, Appo's countenance darkened. It seems your indiscretion was unintentional, but you must guard your tongue. I shall fine you half a month and Appo's wages and order you to transcribe the Diamond Sutra 10 times. Does this meet with your approval? This concubine humbly accepts her Majesty and Appo's decree, Zhang replied, her face ashen with fear as she resumed her seat. Empress Heshali frowned at Zhang and Appo's incompetence. She glanced at Consort In, Lady Li, and Consort Jing, Lady Wangjia, who were seated nearby. Consort In held the highest rank among the consorts, followed by Consort Jing. Consort In, Lady Li, hailed from the Han Chinese Plain Blue Banner, her grandfather being Li Yongfang, whose family was influential in the military. Consort Jing, Lady Wangjia, was of the Manchu-bordered Red Banner, her father being Hua Shan, a third-rank lieutenant colonel responsible for guarding the palace. Aside from herself, noble Consort Jingjia, and virtuous consort, these two were the most well-connected in the inner palace. Consort In, being close to Consort Shi, occasionally accompanied her to Cunning Palace. Although Consort Jing remained inconspicuous, the emperor had not forgotten her due to her family background, though she was not particularly close to the empress. If these two could be swayed to her cause, they would be far more useful than Zhang. As for Consort Shi and Appo's elevation to consort without bearing children, it was likely due to the emperor and Appo's gratitude for her years of service. Despite her Manchu Plain Red Banner lineage, she had entered the palace as a low-ranking servant. Her ennoblement was intended to appease the officials of the 8 banners. Although she was loyal, she could not offer much assistance. The consorts and concubines, sensing the empress and Appo's silence, dared not interrupt her thoughts. Wulanala, growing impatient, rose and respectfully curtsied. Your Majesty, this concubine is feeling unwell and requests permission to return to her palace. Empress Heshali, jolted from her reverie, smiled and nodded. Consort watched Wulanala and Appo's departing figure, lost in thought. The vibrant red of her chi pao was truly captivating. A stark contrast to her humble origins, arriving at the palace with only a small bundle, devoid of dowry chests. She could not afford to wear such a color, nor would she dare to, especially such a vibrant shade of red. She glanced at the empress, whose expression remained inscrutable. As Wulanala left Cunning Palace, her pace slowed. The empress had finally revealed her hand, openly mocking her advanced age and accusing her of monopolizing the emperor and Appo's attention, depriving younger consorts of their opportunity to serve him. Zhang and Appo's foolishness in misinterpreting the empress and Appo's intentions was truly remarkable. Was the emperor suggesting that she should refuse the emperor and Appo's advances and push him towards other consorts? As Kangxi and Appo's concubine, she could hardly match the empress and Appo's virtue and benevolence. She wondered what the Grand Empress Dowager thought of all this. Upon returning to Chengxian Palace, Wulanala and Amp, Appo's unease grew. Her mind raced as she turned to Bai Xiao. Accompany me to Qing Palace, while Shichi remains to care for the second princess and sixth prince. Yes, Bai Xiao replied. Wulanala noticed that she was still wearing the red qipao from the previous day. Change me into the blue hibiscus-patterned brocade qipao that the emperor gifted me. Style my hair into the soft wing style and adorn it with the mutton-fat jade jewelry from my dowry. Yes, over the years, Kangxi had bestowed upon her numerous treasures, gradually diminishing her reliance on her dowry. Eventually, her estates, shops, gold, silver, and jewels would be divided among Yinchi and her other children. She could not deny that most of her dowry and Appo's gold jewelry, fabrics, and other items paled in comparison to Kangxi and Appo's gifts. Imperial possessions were strictly regulated, and unauthorized concealment by others was considered a transgression, let alone by ordinary officials. The brocade she had worn the previous day and the damask she was about to change into her fabrics she had never seen before entering the palace. By following Kangxi, she could not deny that she had enjoyed a life of luxury. After her toilette, Wulanala, accompanied by Bai Xiao, made her way to Qing Palace. Outside the palace, she personally assisted Liang Jiogong, who had greeted her with a bow. Is the emperor occupied at the moment? Your ladyship, the three princes are currently in the hall. Wulanala and Appo's face lit up with joy at the prospect of seeing her sons. Chapter 77, continued Part 1. Within the Qing Palace, Emperor Kangxi regarded his three sons, who had requested permission to explore the imperial garden, with an inscrutable expression. Did they genuinely believe their petty schemes were concealed from him? How could princes, barely into their teens, be so attached to their mother? Your Majesty, Liang Jiogong and Amp, Appo's voice echoed from beyond the chamber. Noble consort Jinjia seeks an audience. Before Kangxi could respond, he turned to his sons. Cease your request to visit the imperial garden. You shall dine with your mother this evening. Yes, your imperial majesty, the princes replied, their voices betraying a hint of relief that did not escape Kangxi and Appo's notice. Admit her, he commanded. Upon entering, Anaxi immediately noticed Yinji, and Yinfu seated on ornate chairs. Your subject pays her respects to your majesty, wishing you boundless longevity. You may dispense with the formalities, Kangxi replied. Your subject thanks your majesty, Anaxi responded. My sons, greetings to your mother. May you be blessed with good fortune. Rise swiftly, Anaxi urged. Why are you at the Qing Palace at this hour? Yinji, and Yinfu exchanged embarrassed glances at their mother and Appo's inquiry. Yinfu glanced at his second brother, who had suggested visiting their mother in the imperial garden, then at his eldest brother, who wore a knowing smile. He wisely remained silent. Return to your studies, Kangxi instructed. Join your mother and me for dinner later. Your sons take their leave. They replied in unison. Once his sons had departed, Kangxi extended his hand towards Anaxi. She approached and nestled her small hand within his, settling beside him on the divan. What prompted you to seek me out? I missed you, Anaxi exclaimed. Kangxi embraced her, his gaze deepening imperceptibly as he held her close. Today is the 15th. I am obligated to spend the night at the Empress and Appo's palace. I am aware, Anaxi replied, removing her headdress and placing it on the low table. I harbored no expectations that your majesty would grace my Changqian palace with your presence tonight. Kangxi and Appo's breathing quickened as his hands began to caress her waist. Liang Jiogong and Bai Xiao, stationed outside the chamber, recognized the sounds emanating from within and discreetly directed the palace staff away from the Qing Palace. Liang Jiogong remained impassive, knowing that his majesty would need to spend the following night at Changqian Palace to ensure the imperial records aligned with noble consort Jinjia's potential pregnancy. From the divan to the imperial bed, Anaxi lay spent, her eyes fluttering open to meet Kangxi and Appo's gaze. I desire a moment more to rest before returning to the palace. There is no need for you to return to the palace, Kangxi murmured, caressing her disheveled hair. Have you forgotten that Yinji, and Yinfu will soon arrive for dinner? Will you rise and refresh yourself, or shall we postpone our meal with the children? Then, your majesty, summoned Bai Xiao to assist me with my toilette. Very well. By the time Anaxi had composed herself, Her sons had yet to return from the training grounds. She found Kangxi absorbed in state documents on the divan, and she approached him with a smile, nestling into his embrace. "Do you still feel weary?" Kangxi asked, instinctively pressing a kiss to her forehead. "My limbs feel weak and languid," she confessed. "Lie prone, and I shall massage you," he offered. Anaxi murmured, succumbing to the pressure on her lower back. Outwardly serene, but inwardly gratified. Prior to this day, she could not have envisioned Kangxi deigning to massage her back, though he had done so during intimate moments. It was only when she feigned weakness and protested his advances. Now, he willingly set aside his imperial dignity. Kangxi observed her slender waist, a span he could still encircle with both hands, despite her having borne him 3 imperial heirs. "You must partake in more substantial meals. I fear I could snap your waist with the slightest pressure. I'm always hesitant to exert too much force." Anaxi surreptitiously sniffled, her back to Kangxi. Had she not felt the lingering ache as Bai Shao applied ointment, she might have believed his words. She had witnessed the emergence of fresh bruises, bearing the imprint of his hands on her waist. The spiritual spring water within her spatial realm aided in regulating her physical well-being. Yet the marks of his touch had persisted for years. The secret unguents Kangxi provided were effective, but they could not withstand his repeated caresses. Unbeknownst to him, she harbored thoughts of her own. Kangxi lowered his voice. "Anaxi, promise me that if you do not conceive within the next 6 months, you will dutifully consume contraceptives and cease your aspirations to bear further imperial offspring." Anaxi and Amp, Oppos. S mind raced as she sat up, gazing at Kangxi with captivating eyes. "Does your majesty believe that I am advancing in years and less likely to conceive? Do you no longer favor me and now prefer younger, more tender consorts? I find consort quite appealing." She entered the palace only months ago and was elevated to the rank of consort without issue. Yet consorts Dong and Zhao, who have borne imperial daughters, remain merely titled noble ladies. Anaxi lowered her gaze as her words trailed off, secretly relieved. She had finally broached the subject of consort by discerning Kangxi and Oppos as true feelings towards her. She could better navigate future events. As Anaxi awaited Kangxi and Oppos as response, she dared not raise her eyes, thus missing the fleeting struggle that flickered across his profound gaze. She could only clench her garments to quell her rising trepidation. The Emperor and Oppos' wrath could unleash devastation upon millions and rivers of blood. If Kangxi were to grow incensed at her impudent words, she could offer a plausible explanation. Yet, she could not feign indifference. The two remained locked in silence. After an indeterminate period, Anaxi heard a sigh from above, and the anxiety that had gripped her gradually subsided. Kangxi lifted her into his arms and placed her upon his lap. "You ungrateful wretch, do you not know how I have treated you? Does my affection mean nothing to you? Are you questioning my favors simply because I bestowed the title of consort upon the younger Luoluo clan member? Would you begrudge me if I were to have children with them?" Anaxi grew increasingly uneasy. Why would she resent Kangxi? He was her primary benefactor. The future of her children and the Jue'ercha clan rested upon his shoulders. She merely sought to understand consort and Oppos' position in Kangxi and Oppos' heart to better prepare herself. Rather than vying with the consorts in the harem, she was more concerned with who held Kangxi and Oppos' favor. If he leaned towards consort, she would ensure that he did not continue to do so. "Anaxi," Kangxi continued, "it is my responsibility to ensure the continuation of the imperial lineage for the sake of the great Qing dynasty and to select the most suitable heir to inherit the throne. I have 7 sons and 3 daughters, which is sufficient for me, but not for the great Qing dynasty. I shall only say this once. Furthermore, abandon your petty schemes, which I find far from clever." Kangxi lifted her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Upon seeing her reddened eyes, he relented. Frustrated, he bent down and claimed her lips in a passionate kiss. Chapter 78 continued, "Do not cry again." Upon Anaki and Oppos' acquiescence, Kangxi embraced her, and they reclined together upon the divan. "I shall visit you at Chengxian Palace tomorrow evening. Then your majesty must remember to seek out your concubine and not allow yourself to be ensnared by the other ladies of the harem." Kangxi chuckled, amused. He gently caressed her abdomen. If those moments earlier were to bear fruit, how would you explain it if I did not bestow my favor upon you tomorrow evening? Unaki and Amp, Appo's heart was in turmoil due to Kangxi and Amp, Appo's words. So she chose to remain silent, embracing his waist tightly. At the dining table, Insi, Inhu, and Ifu were momentarily bewildered by their mother and Amp, Appo's unusual attentiveness in serving the emperor. In their recollection, their mother rarely attended to the emperor in such a manner. During meals, she would offer a dish or two, and the emperor would urge her to partake herself and not be a picky eater. After the meal, Kangxi and his 3 sons busied themselves with their respective affairs. And Unaki, intending to return to Chengqian Palace for a nap, departed early with Bai Xiao. Kangxi watched her figure until she exited the hall before turning his head. Shadow Guard, your servant is here. Have there been any unusual occurrences within the harem in recent days? The Shadow Guard commander pondered, uncertain whether such trivial matters should be reported, but he steeled himself and spoke. Reporting to your majesty, everything has been as usual. However, today, during the morning greetings of the consorts to the empress, she remarked that older consorts were detrimental to imperial progeny. The noble Lady Qing said. The esteemed concubine Jinjia said. Kangxi remained silent for a long while. Just as the Shadow Guard commander began to consider whether he should withdraw, Kangxi and Appo's deep voice resonated. The palace maid who attempted to harm little Seven. How goes the interrogation? Reporting to your majesty, the evidence and confessions are all here. Kangxi raised his eyes to the stack of letters in the Shadow Guard commander's hands. Present them. Your servant obeys. He received the letters and began to peruse them, his expression darkening with each page. Gung Jingzhong and Amp. Appo's reach is far too extensive. It appears that he began to buy off and plant individuals within the Han Chinese bannerbond servants as early as our dynasty and Appo's entry into the pass. All those mentioned in these letters, along with their entire clans, are to be eliminated. Furthermore, a thorough investigation is to be conducted of all Manchu and Han bondservant families. Your servant receives the decree and takes his leave. At that moment, Consort Jing, Wang Jiashi, who was enjoying a cup of milk in her palace, felt a sudden chill. She paid it no mind, relying on the strength of her personal maid to rise and enter the inner chamber, where she lay down on the canopy bed and closed her eyes to rest. Unbeknownst to Wang Jiashi, if Kangxi had not had the 7th prince or deployed shadow guards in the harem, Gung Jingzhong and Amp, Appo's agents among the Han Chinese bannerbond servants would not have been so avaricious as to attempt to eliminate another prince. Instead, they would have directly assassinated Kangxi, and Empress Heshli would have seized the opportunity to implicate her father, Hashan. Although Kangxi did not issue a decree to punish the Wang Jiashi clan after the investigation, his deep-seated suspicion led him to reassign her father from his position as a lieutenant colonel in the Imperial Guard and return him to his maternal family, granting him a dowry and permission to remarry. That evening, in the Palace of Earthly Tranquility, Empress Heshli turned to face Kangxi, who lay beside her with his eyes closed, unsure of what to say. Her failure to bear a legitimate heir to the throne was not only her own regret, but also a source of disappointment for the entire Heshli clan. Now that the emperor had gradually relinquished his desire to have a legitimate son with her, he only spent the 1st and 15th nights of each month in the Palace of Earthly Tranquility. He would summon water on other days, but tonight he was unusually cold. Unaki slept soundly that night and awoke early. She looked at her daughter and youngest son, who were sleeping on the inner side of the bed. As boys and girls should not share a bed after the age of 7, they would no longer be able to sleep so intimately together next year. The time had also come to begin Forgachin and Appo's education. The atmosphere in the palace seemed different today. As Unaki rode in her noble consort and Appo's palanquin along the palace road, she noticed that the passing palace servants were kneeling in a state of trepidation. She turned to Bai Xiao, who was walking beside the palanquin. Is there something amiss with my makeup today? Why do they all seem so fearful of me? Reporting to your highness, your makeup is exquisite. This servant believes that the palace servants and Appo's apprehension is likely not due to you. Upon hearing this, Unaki lowered her head to conceal her expression. Bai Xiao and Amp, Appo's words were loaded with meaning. As these matters were unrelated to her, she would not concern herself with them. For several days, the palace was filled with unease. Even palace maids and mother-in-law from the imperial household department were being dragged away by burly matrons while on duty. Kangxi and Appo's actions were so decisive that it was clear that this was no small matter. One day, Anaki was sitting with Seduna at a round table in the imperial garden, watching Forguchen and Inring play among the flowers. The two children ran back and forth through the flowers, their joyous laughter audible from afar. Sister, this time the emperor and Appo's sudden purge of the bondservant families has uncovered quite a few things. It is said that he flew into a rage in the Hall of Supreme Harmony yesterday. The Grand Empress Dowager even fell ill as a result. Today, I invited Jailan to admire the flowers in the imperial garden, but she was in no mood to go out. Anaki put down her milk and tilted her head to look at Seduna. I ascended to Amp. Amp, Appo's, T. Jailan and Amp, Appo's, family considered to be quite well-behaved. Her father is a captain of the vanguard, assisting the lieutenant colonel in managing the bondservant households, fields, residences, military registers, and the training and defense of the vanguard battalion, which has nothing to do with the food, clothing, and supplies of the harem. Moreover, she has Inchi, so she should be fine. These past 2 days, the Grand Empress Dowager has not been eating or sleeping well. During the late emperor and Appo's reign, there were only a few bondservant consorts in the harem. Consort Meng and Consort Man were also strict in managing their subordinates. Your statement that and Appo's, when the water is too clear, there are no fish in Appo's, is. I overheard a remark in the Grand Empress Dowager and Appo's palace the other day that since the emperor and Appo's ascension to the throne, although the ranks of the bondservant concubines in the palace have not been high, they have occupied real titles. The Grand Empress Dowager only thought that women from bondservant families were of humble origins and that there was no need to worry about their maternal families interfering in politics, making them suitable for bearing offspring for the emperor. Who would have thought that the bondservant consorts and Appo's families would dare to collude with the imperial household department to amass wealth, relying on the fact that their daughters were serving the emperor? Fortunately, the emperor and Appo's thorough investigation was. They might have truly become a force to be reckoned with in the long run. I wonder what the final outcome of this matter will be. Anaki smiled and said nothing more, instead turning her head to look at Forguchen and Inring playing in the flowers. It was best for her to say as little as possible when discussing the Grand Empress Dowager. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Kangxi looked at Prince Yu and Prince Gong, who were seated below him. What are your thoughts on this matter, second brother and fifth brother? Reporting to your majesty. I believe that while it is true that when the water is too clear, there are no fish, excessive greed will inevitably lead to trouble. Your younger brother concurs. It would be best for the empress to establish some palace regulations. Fifth brother and Appo's words are reasonable. I also believe that we should have the Grand Empress Dowager and the Empress and Appo's younger sister-in-law re-establish palace regulations to restrain the bondservants. As soon as Prince Yu Fuqian and Prince Gong Changning left the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the Shadow Guard commander knelt before Kangxi, reporting to your majesty. The details of the various bondservant families and Appo's actions in recent years are all here. Kangxi waved slightly, indicating that they should be presented. Yes, your servant obeys. Kangxi picked up the booklet that the Shadow Guard commander had placed on the table and casually flipped through it. Chapter 79. Confiscation of the Infeft House leave now. The servant obeys. From the Imperial Household Department, the Manchu official Ulanala, Soer, and Dongdeki, also from the same department, were involved in the confiscation of excessive wealth, forever removing them from serving in the palace. When the decree from Emperor Kangxi reached the Kuining Palace, Eunaxi had grown somewhat impatient, wishing to return to her quarters. After hearing the edict, she had to sit down once more to listen to Empress Heshali announce the new rules of the harem. The decree implicated numerous Infeft families, some of which were directly connected to the concubines. Among them was Fong Guiran Zhao Jiaz, who had entered the palace in earlier years. Her father was a prominent officer of the Plain White Banner. Due to her daughter and Appo's moderate favor within the palace, they had always adhered to their station. Jailan, whose father was also a military official, had refrained from involving himself in the affairs of the imperial household and had maintained a respectable conduct. Thus, like Fong Gairan's family, They remained unscathed. As for Wan Liuha, Daijia, and Wei, who had entered the palace with modest favor, their maternal families had exercised caution within the imperial household. Ikuan Palace and Amp, Appos, Se Pin, and the De Guoluo family had not been in the palace for long, while the Guoluo sisters were from a prominent family in Xinjiang. However, Waya, who had also been favored moderately, had a father who was a military official, and her grandfather had once managed the imperial household in Amp, Appos, as kitchens. Despite her moderate favor, her family, having long been entrenched in the imperial household, faced punishment alongside the families of Hui Pin, Duan Guiran, and Jing Guiran. By the time Yunaxi and Su Duna exited the Kuan-Ning Palace, half an hour had passed. Sister, I did not expect the emperor to be so lenient. The emperor had ordered a thorough investigation early on. They did not commit severe offenses. After all, they were families that entered the capital with us. It would not do to be overly harsh. Otherwise, it would only reveal to the world the rampant corruption within the imperial household and the empress's failure to govern the harem properly. That is indeed true. Yunaxi smiled back at the beaming Su Duna, sharing in her mirth. Bearing the surname Borjigit, she had always kept a low profile within the harem. Throughout the years, Kanshi had not neglected her in terms of clothing and provisions. The emperor had adopted the practice of evaluating officials from the previous dynasty within the harem. Thus, positions within the imperial household would rotate annually, with officials reporting their duties to the empress each year. Damages to porcelain and other tributes would incur a deduction from a monthly stipend of those involved until the amount was fully compensated. Surely, this would lead to fewer porcelain pieces being shattered in the palace in the future. What Yunaxi refrained from voicing was that compared to the minor disputes among the Infef families concerning wealth, both Kangxi and the Empress Dowager were far less inclined to see the 8 banners officials' relatives meddling in governance. Naturally, they still wished for the Infef concubines to bear imperial heirs. She and Su Duna walked together through the palace grounds, smiling. In contrast, upon returning to Yinshi Palace, Hui Pin wore a cold expression. Her maternal family was not illustrious. Now that they could no longer serve in the imperial household, would they not be left to languish for generations? The Infeft do not possess their own banner status, being subordinate to the 8 banners. The plain yellow, bordered yellow, and plain white banners are under the Emperor and Amp, Appos, purview. If the Emperor does not utilize his own family's resources, then her father would be left idle at home without a monthly stipend. Seeing her downcast expression while seated on the Luohan couch, Chun and Amp, Appos, standing at the door, neither too close nor too far. In the same Yinshi Palace, Wei, residing in the eastern side hall, had an upward curve at the corners of her mouth. Both hailing from Infeft backgrounds, Hui Pin and Amp, Appos' appearance did not match her family's standing. Had it not been for her earlier entry into the palace and her merit in bearing the 4th prince, being a concubine was no easy task. Reflecting on this, she could not help but caress her small abdomen. Recently, the emperor had shown great favor towards the Guifei. On the 1st and 15th days of each, he adhered to tradition by residing in the empress's palace, while on most other days, he spent the night in Chengxian Palace. She wondered when she would be able to conceive a child. In Xinang Palace, the Empress Dowager glanced at Kangxi, who was seated beside her, absorbed in his tea. Your Majesty, I have been confined to this palace my entire life without bearing a child. It is not that I wish to rush you, but it has been half a year since our last discussion on the matter, and you still seem unprepared. I have considered it. Should there be another imperial heir in the future, I shall entrust him to you for nurturing. And what of Su Duna, grandmother? Bimu Butai, hearing her grandson's tone grow solemn, sighed softly. She, too, had grown weary of feeling distance from her own grandson and decided to hold her tongue. Yunaxi had realized she was with child during a peace pulse check in Kuan-Ning Palace with the other concubines. To this day, she recalled the profound silence in the hall. At this moment, she tenderly caressed her visibly rounded belly, her expression softening further. She anticipated that by July of the following year, the sounds of child's cries would once again fill Chengxian Palace. As Shichi entered the palace, she saw her lady sitting gracefully on the Luohan couch, smiling gently. Your Highness? The old lady sent in a family letter. Is there a peace letter from Dekjike? Yunaxi took the letter, smiling as she unfolded it. Her second brother had accompanied Princess A, leading the vanguard in a series of successful battles against the rebels, and had been promoted to the third rank. The peace letter noted that the army had been dispatched to Jianshan to quell the rebellion. Shichi, Dekjike as well. Yes, our second master is indeed blessed. Mother says that my third sister-in-law is expecting, though she is still early in her pregnancy. This year, she will take leave from the New Year's Eve banquet and will not enter the palace. Had it not been for the desire to see me, my father and mother, at their age, would not have had to trouble themselves to come to the palace. Your Highness, never mind, in a short while, I will be able to see my father and mother again in the palace. That thought fills me with joy. Yunaxi smiled, lowering her head. Since conceiving this child, she had become more sentimental. Could it be that she was carrying a little princess? With Yin Shi, Yin Wei, and Yin Fu as precedents, Wang Rubin had openly stated that there should be 3 children in her womb. The matter of more than one child was known only to Kangxi and Wang Rubin. She found herself enjoying this leisurely phase. Mother, daughter has finished writing. Truly, my daughter is a good girl. Yunaxi smiled as she caressed her daughter's little head. Fa Wuchen had just begun her education. The little girl had recently learned the 3-character classic, and Yunaxi encouraged her daily. She was eager to learn and wanted to read alongside her younger brother. Inchi had started his education earlier than his siblings, but he was still too young to practice writing. What about our little 6th? Read it from mother to hear. Yunaxi watched as her daughter wrote the 3-character classic while listening to her little brother read it. Satisfaction radiated from her face. They Chapter 80. The Plum Blossom Garden. The little children should indeed play and laugh more. As the plum blossoms in the Imperial Garden began to bloom, these 2 little ones reminded themselves that after reciting their lessons, they would go to the Imperial Garden to take a look. As their mother, she could not go back on her word. In January, with the biting cold, Yunaxi donned her fur boots and cloak. The 2 children were also clad in fur. From a distance, she recognized the figure of Lady Zhaojia standing in the plum blossom garden, along with Lady Wei and Lady Waishu. She couldn't help but think to herself that the timing was unfortunate. The concubine greeted the noble consort. Greetings to your highness. May you enjoy health and longevity. They all rose in response. What brings everyone together today? In reply to the noble consort, she remarked that the plum blossoms in the garden were splendid, and she had brought Hejua to admire them. By coincidence, she encountered Sister Wei and Sister Waishu. Yunaxi nodded, smiling down at Hejua nestled by her side. Gome, Itsuo, let us pay our respects to the noble mother. Hejua greeted her. Noble mother, greetings. Very well, and we too wish you well. Yunaxi, who usually disliked wearing protective gloves, found it convenient now to touch the little princess's delicate face. Hejua seemed to have grown quite a bit since their last meeting. Indeed, this little girl had developed a hearty appetite lately. Just yesterday, she had devoured half a bowl of steamed egg custard along with the exquisite braised lamb and stir-fried ribs sent from the kitchen. The same could be said for Fog Chun. As the little one grew, her appetite flourished as well. When a mother speaks of her own children, she can't help but share a few more words. Yunaxi, noticing her daughter and son clinging to her, felt a yearning to enter the plum garden. She playfully patted their small shoulders. Fog Chun, Inzong sends his regards to the noble mothers. Fog Chun greeted the noble mothers. Greetings to all noble mothers. Inzong followed suit. Greetings to all noble mothers. Lady Zhaojia, Lady Wei, and Lady Waishu smiled and inclined their bodies in a half bow. Yunaxi gestured to Shichi to keep an eye on the 2 little masters. Sister, sister. Usually, the reserved Lady Zhang closely attended to the 3rd Princess Kruger. Typically, they could only see each other occasionally at the Empress Dowager's in Xinang Palace. The eldest Princess Chun'er was kept busy by the Empress in Kuaning Palace, studying the 4 books and 5 classics, as well as music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and household management. Fog Chun had indeed spent a few occasions with Hejua. Yunaxi watched the 3 siblings dash away, feeling a sense of joy. Fog Chun Shunti always be with her brothers. It would be better to have sisters to play with as well. Little did she know that at that very moment, someone was observing this scene from the opposite side of the plum blossom garden. Yiping gazed at the charming Yunaxi standing there, her heart in turmoil. The women of the harem spoke of their favored status, claiming the emperor cherished them, and shortly after entering the palace, they were granted the title of concubine. receiving generous rewards from the Internal Affairs Office. The Emperor summoned them monthly, yet she always felt something was amiss, though she could not pinpoint what it was. When Yiping arrived with Lady Guoluo to pay her respects, Wenaxi and Lady Zhaojia were already standing by the plum blossom garden, watching Fog Chun and Inzong chase Hijua around the garden. The joys of the little ones were always perplexing. I pay my respects to noble consort Jingjia. May you enjoy health and longevity. Please rise. Upon seeing Yiping, Wenaxi smiled and urged them to get up. I pay my respects to noble consort Yiping. May you be auspicious. Please rise quickly. Have you come to visit the plum blossom garden today? In response to the noble consort, she said that she had heard tales of the beauty of the plum blossom garden in the Forbidden City while in Shengjing, and today she witnessed its remarkable charm. Yiping's small mouth was adept at flattering. No wonder the Emperor favored her. Like everyone else, Wenaxi looked at the speaking Lady Weishu with surprise. It was quite uncharacteristic of Weishu, who is usually cautious, to speak so boldly. Fog Chun, Inzong, it's time to return to the palace. Mother said the kitchen will prepare steamed egg custard for you. Is that all right? Mother, let sister come to our palace too. Very well. You may ask sister if she wants to go. Hijua should also return for a nap. We can visit sister in Chengtai Palace another day. Gulme, let us return to the palace. As Wenaxi walked the palace path with the two little ones, she couldn't help but chuckle at their pouting faces against the wet nurse's shoulder. Are you upset with your mother? Are you talking to Fog Chun or your brother? Then who would wish to speak with mother? At that moment, silence enveloped the palace path, and Wenaxi waited cheerfully for the two little ones to respond. I am willing. Fog Chun is willing to speak with mother. Inzong is willing too. Not upset with mother. In a few days, mother will take you to play in the plum blossom garden again. All right? We've already been outside for half an hour. If we stay any longer, we might catch a chill. Inzong mustn't catch a chill, or we'll block his nose. All right. Neither Fog Chun nor Inzong will catch a chill. Wenaxi, unaware of the events that would unfold after leaving the plum blossom garden, was peacefully asleep on her bed at night. Suddenly, she heard Shichi's voice from outside the canopy. Yet she did not open her eyes. What is it? In response to the Empress, the third princess has been running a high fever all night. Lady Jing insists she encountered something unclean in the plum blossom garden. The Emperor has decreed that all concubines who pass through the plum blossom garden in recent days must report to Jingren Palace. Reluctantly, Wenaxi opened her eyes. What time is it? It has just turned to the hour of the tiger. A simple hairstyle will suffice. Yes, by the time Wenaxi arrived at Jingren Palace, half an hour had already passed. The main hall of Jingren Palace was still undisturbed, with the main chamber sealed off. The concubines gathered in the eastern side hall where Lady Jing resided. As she stepped inside, she met the gaze of Kangxi. In this freezing weather, how did you manage to come here with your large belly? Kangxi instinctively rose to embrace Wenaxi, but quickly adjusted himself, moving into the southern chamber to sit beside the third princess's bed. How much longer until the princess's fever subsides? In response to the Emperor, she replied, after administering this fever-reducing medicine, I will check her pulse. Hung Zhang took the medicine bowl from Lu Xianglin and sat in the position Kangxi had just vacated, carefully feeding her daughter spoonfuls of medicine. In the main hall, Wenaxi greeted the Empress and settled into a nearby grand chair. The hall was filled with familiar faces. Those she had encountered during the day were now gathered again. I pay my respects to the noble consort. May you enjoy health and longevity. Please rise. Having journeyed this far, Wenaxi felt no trace of drowsiness. She discreetly observed the others in the hall, all appearing weary and drained. Your Majesty, it is time for the morning court. Chapter 81. Zhang's challenge. Kangxi emerged from the southern quarters, gazing at Wenaxi. You carry the Emperor's heir. Return to the palace and rest. Today, there is no need to pay your respects at Kuanning Palace. This servant obeys, she replied. Kangxi reached out to steady her, and Wenaxi turned to exit the hall. Once on the palace path, her expression darkened further. Why did our esteemed mistress come here? In response to your inquiry, the fortunate circumstance is that our esteemed mistress accompanied the second princess and the sixth prince to the plum blossom garden yesterday. Our second princess, sixth prince, and fourth princess are enjoying themselves together. Upon hearing this, Kangxi's heart, which had been weighed down by the third princess's fever, lightened somewhat. In the eastern annex of Jingren Palace, the concubines felt a mix of emotions as they watched Wenaxi return to the palace. It seemed unjust that she, pregnant with the emperor's heir, could rest, while they had to await the emperor's return to clarify matters. Wenaxi, however, paid no heed to their thoughts, feeling utterly fatigued. After refreshing herself in Chengqian Palace, she fell into a deep slumber. When she finally opened her eyes again, twilight had begun to settle outside. Poetry. Has the mistress rested well? How are things in Jingren Palace? The third princess has temporarily recovered from her fever, replied Shichi. Dr. Liu said that if she does not have another fever tonight and takes her medicine, she should be fine. And the mistress? Just as Wenaxi was listening attentively to Shichi, Bai Xiao entered the eastern chamber. What has happened? Mistress, Lady Jing has accused you of harming the third princess. The master requests your presence. What the empress? The empress is also in Jingren Palace. Prepare my soft-winged headdress and the gold hairpin inlaid with jade. Yes. As Wenaxi entered the eastern annex of Jingren Palace with Bai Xiao, Lady Jing, Zhang, was seated on a round stool, weeping softly. This servant pays respects to the emperor. May the emperor be blessed and in good health. I pay respects to the empress. May the empress be blessed and in good health. Quickly rise and take a seat. Upon seeing Empress Hescheli, Wenaxi took her seat before Kangxi could speak, glancing at her before settling into the space reserved for her. Noticing Kangxi's continued focus on the ground, she chose to ignore him. This servant pays respects to the esteemed Gui Fei, wishing her health. No need for formalities. Wenaxi surveyed the room, noting that all were present. Compared to the earlier chaos, now all notable concubines from the 6 palaces were gathered. Esteemed Gui Fei, you possess rank and favor. I truly do not understand why you would harm a young princess. As she delicately adjusted her petite fingernails, she glanced at the assembled concubines. Indeed, what could I possibly gain from harming a young princess? Why must Lady Jing cast such baseless accusations upon me? Where's the evidence? I would never dare to slander the esteemed Gui Fei. Wenaxi's curiosity regarding Zhang grew. She fixed her captivating gaze upon her. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Why do you regard me so? Are you attempting to discern the depths of my intellect? No one anticipated her audacity, and it took a moment for them to grasp the implications of her words. Why does the esteemed Gui Fei choose to humiliate me so? Wenaxi refrained from further comment, perceiving Zhang as lacking in sense. In the imperial harem, how many concubines sought to bear an heir? Yet she, favored by the emperor, had borne 2 royal daughters. If one sought to live peacefully, those with daughters would not cause her trouble, and the inner court would not easily neglect her. Life would be satisfactory. Your Majesty, Lady Zhang slanders me. I have never harmed the third princess. Kangxi lifted his gaze to Wenaxi, kneeling and tearful on the floor, remaining silent as he swiftly turned the bicolored jade pendant in his hand. He sighed softly. I did not accuse you. Why do you weep? Assist your mistress to her feet. This servant obeys. Bai Xiao helped Wenaxi back into the grand chair, returning to stand respectfully behind her. Your Majesty, you must seek justice for closure. Her attendant suddenly died, and I found the exquisite red gold peony hairpin in her confession in my residence, which contains evidence of the esteemed Gui Fei instructing her to drug the third princess. This exquisite red gold peony hairpin cannot be counterfeit. Who does not know that Jue'ercha is the Gui Fei's wedding dowry shop, renowned for exquisite jewelry? In this harem, only the empress and the Gui Fei entered with dowries. And every month, items and accounts are brought from outside the palace. How could an item from the Gui Fei's dowry shop end up in the hands of the third princess's attendant? If it were not for the Gui Fei, how could Jue'ercha's hairpin enter the palace? We concubines only procure items through the inner court and do not privately designate shops. Kangxi gestured for Liang Jiugong to bring forth the hairpin and confession, taking the confession and reading it intently. After a moment, he looked up at Zhang. Previously, you insisted that the third princess was drugged while playing in the Plum Blossom Garden. Why did the attendant choose to act in the Imperial Garden if she were Kluger's personal attendant? Recently, the Gui Fei's children have also been frolicking in the Plum Blossom Garden. Are you not concerned for the safety of the second princess and Injin? In response to your inquiry, I dare to speculate that the esteemed Gui Fei may have found a way to avoid suspicion. Wenaxi noticed the smugness in Zhang's words, turning to glance at Empress Hescheli, who sat beside Kangxi. looking exasperated. Your Majesty, the Gui Fei is usually generous. I cannot believe she would harm the third princess. In response to the emperor, what the Hui Fei said aligns with my thoughts. When I resided in the Gui Fei's palace, she cared for Yingzhu in every way, even inquiring daily about his meals in the small kitchen of Chengqian Palace. To this day, Yingzhu occasionally clamors for chestnut cake from that kitchen. If the Gui Fei treats the prince with such tenderness, how could she possibly harm the third princess? Kangxi glanced at Hui Fei and Rupin, who knelt in plea for Wenaxi, nodding slightly and gesturing for them to rise. In response to your Majesty, the items from my wedding dowry enter the palace through the legitimate channels of the inner court, and each piece from Zhilinglong is scarce. The nature of the jewelry, when and where it was sold, can all be verified by examining my dowry account. Kangxi nodded, signaling Liang Jiogong to fetch the dowry account from Chengqian Palace. As Wenaxi observed Liang Jiogong leaving, she settled back in her chair, gently caressing her abdomen. These 3 children have yet to be born and are already witnessing the intrigues of the harem. Zhang, seeing Wenaxi so composed while her own pleasure suffered, felt a surge of jealousy. How could she remain so at ease while all evidence pointed to Jue'ercha? Chapter 82. Zhang and Oppos. As challenge to the Empress Dowager and Oppos, as heartlessness begs the question, does she not fear retribution upon her own flesh and blood? Meet a tragic fate? How audacious! Kangxi's sharp reprimand startled all present, momentarily restoring some semblance of reason to Zhang. Upon hearing these words, Wenaxi trembled with fury. The princes and the Jue'ercha clan were her inviolable sanctum. Those who dared to touch them would face death. Bai Shao, attend to me. At your command, seize this wretched woman. I shall have her life. Yes, your highness. The other consorts were taken aback by Wenaxi's brazen actions, some even rising in alarm. Despite the private rivalries among the concubines, such blatant declarations of intent were unheard of. Bai Shao moved swiftly, advancing to restrain Zhang. In that moment, Wenaxi cast aside decorum, disregarding the reputation of the Jue'ercha clan. Slap! 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 The sound of resounding slaps echoed through the hall. Your Majesty, how can I, the mother of the third princess, endure such humiliation? Your Majesty. Wenaxi's rage intensified upon hearing Zhang's plea to Kangxi. Zhang had cursed her child and now sought pity from the child's own father. Slap! Slap! Kangxi and Oppos. Gaze fell upon Wenaxi, who was awkwardly bending over in the middle of the hall, her left hand habitually twirling the exquisite tourmaline bracelet. Wenaxi, her posture unbecoming. Suddenly, she turned and knelt, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I acknowledge my mistake. Zhang and Oppos, as personal maid, Ling and Oppos, seized the moment to assist Zhang in sitting down. Bai Shao helped the Empress Dowager settle, mindful of her delicate condition. I shall obey your command. As Wenaxi settled into the grand chair, she couldn't help but touch her own hand, reflecting on the pain from the slaps she had delivered. She would have to ask Shichi for ointment upon returning to the palace. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is being excessively tyrannical. How can she set an example for the other consorts? If the Empress Dowager remains unpunished, how can the rest of us find justice? Wenaxi's words dripped with sarcasm as she glanced at the Empress, who seemed to be struggling to maintain her composure. An example? The Empress is sufficient for that. I need not concern myself with such matters. As the Empress Dowager, hailing from the Ju and Oppos, Jue'ercha clan, my family is filled with loyal generals. I began my training at 8 and could hunt deer by 12. To strike a cursed wretch in place of the Empress, in my view, is hardly tyrannical. You have yet to witness my true wrath. You. The Empress, he surely, could hardly contain her indignation, stammering in disbelief. Kangxi observed the unfolding drama with a keen eye, noting Wenaxi's agitation during her pregnancy. He instructed her to transcribe the Diamond Sutra twice as a form of penance for the Empress. I shall comply. Liang Jiogong entered the hall, accompanied by young eunuchs carrying account books, and immediately sensed the tension. He returned to stand beside Kangxi. Your Majesty, the account books from the past 6 months regarding the Zhilinglong have been brought here. Wenaxi sipped the warm milk Bai Shao had provided, her long, thick eyelashes fluttering in silence. Kangxi's piercing gaze swept over the assembly, settling on Bai Shao. Examine the account books on behalf of your mistress. Yes, your majesty. As Bai Shao moved to comply, Wenaxi felt that today's gathering had proven advantageous, having brought someone whom Kangxi trusted into the fold. Zhang, her legs trembling, was increasingly agitated. Your majesty, how can the Empress Dowager so humiliate me and tarnish the third princess in Appo's reputation? Wenaxi raised an eyebrow in surprise, casting a glance toward the Empress. How could he surely endure Zhang's foolishness? Kangxi coldly regarded Zhang. If you cannot raise the third princess properly, I shall find her a mother who can. Upon hearing this, Zhang silently returned to her grand chair. Liang Jiugong, issue a command for the Ministry of Internal Affairs to investigate the accounts. Yes, your majesty. The Empress, upon hearing Kangxi and Appo's directive to scrutinize the ministry and discreetly glanced at the maid, Suiyu, standing nearby. Wenaxi, observing to leave the hall, glanced at Kangxi before lowering her gaze to her own fingers. No one interrupted Bai Shao as she reviewed the account books. In response to your majesty and the Empress, Zhou Linglong has not received any shipments of red gold peony hairpins for nearly half a year. Liang Jiugong had just finished reviewing the accounts as Bai Shao returned. Kangxi nodded, gesturing for her to accompany Liang Jiugong to the ministry to further inspect the accounts. After 2 hours, Bai Shao and Liang Jiugong returned, reporting, in the Ministry of Internal Affairs accounts, there have been no shipments of red gold peony hairpins to the Empress Dowager in the past 6 months. How can this be? The Empress, glancing at the astonished Su, questioned, what is the meaning of this? Liang Jiugong, here, what time was the last shipment? In response to your majesty, it was at the hour of the snake, 10 p.m. At such a late hour, dismiss them. The matter of the sudden death of the close maidservant, Kluger, is for the Empress to investigate further. I shall obey. Sun Ding and Lu Xianglin will remain on duty at the Imperial Medical Institute tonight and will not leave the palace. I shall comply. Lady Jing, take good care of Kluger. If her condition worsens and more hands are needed, send someone to the Imperial Medical Institute for a physician before coming to me. Do not confuse the order, lest we delay the welfare of my princess. I shall obey. As Kangxi spoke, he stepped into the inner chamber to check on the third princess, then left the hall with Liang Jiugong and 2 physicians. I humbly bid farewell to your majesty. After Kangxi departed, Wenaxi turned to the Empress he surely, performing a formal bow. It seems Fu and Appo's, Erguachun and Yin Rang may seek me out. I take my leave. As the Empress called for her, Wenaxi rose and exited the hall. She felt the Empress and Appo's gaze upon her, straightening her back in response. The tranquil days may well be a thing of the past. Once outside Jingren Palace, Wenaxi leaned toward Bai Shao and whispered, have our arrangements succeeded? Your Highness, our people will meet with Lord Amuru from the Ministry of Internal Affairs to reclaim the account books that were exchanged by the Empress. My compatriots have not interfered. Let us return to the palace. Yes. Bai Shao assisted Wenaxi into the palanquin, and the group made their way back to Chengqian Palace. Inside Jingren Palace, the other consorts gradually departed. He surely cast a glance at Zhang, who sat there looking disgruntled, before rising and leaving with Su. Throughout her journey back to the palace, Wenaxi pondered the day and Appo's events. Years ago, the Amuru clan had faced disgrace in Shengjing, and her father had defended them before Emperor Taizong, who had subsequently punished them lightly. Though the 2 families had not interacted frequently over the years, a bond of old friendship remained. During festivals, the direct descendants of the Amuru clan would send gifts to her family. Yet, she had not sought their assistance. Why had they acted in such a manner? Chapter 83. The New Year's Eve banquet. At this moment, the truth was revealed before Emperor Kangxi. Upon entering the Chengqian gate, Wenaxi encountered Liang Jiugong standing outside the hall. Is His Majesty inside? Indeed, the master has just left the Jingren Palace and come here. Bai Shao, prepare some warm water. I shall bathe in the middle hall. Do not disturb His Majesty. Yes, I shall do so immediately. By the time Wenaxi had finished her bath, half an hour had passed. Dressed in her nightgown, she entered the eastern inner chamber, lifted the canopy of the bed, and crawled to the inner side. Just as Wenaxi settled down, Kangxi's large hand reached over and embraced her. Today was utterly reckless. You dared to strike a concubine in public and spoke disrespectfully to the Empress. "Should this happen again, I shall not spare you. Your Majesty, I did not intend to act in such a manner. I was simply overwhelmed with anger at the moment." "Wunaxi, are you angry to the point of losing your decorum, or do you think I am powerless against you? You know in your heart. Let me remind you, from now on, do not disrespect the Empress without cause. Today was not without reason. The Empress wished to punish me harshly. You struck a concubine in public first, which compelled the Empress to penalize you. Furthermore, you dared to speak of harming Lady Zhang, the mother of the heir, and a concubine destined for the jade butterfly. Such words are simply outrageous. Your Majesty? I have a stomachache. What can be done to ease your pain? If your Majesty does not speak of me, then I shall not feel pain. Then sleep." Kangxi closed his eyes and tightened his embrace around her. Meanwhile, in the Qing palace, Empress Heshali was nestled in her bed, feigning sleep. Mama Lu and Tzu stood silently by her side. "Since Suiyu has seen our people, has the account book been exchanged for one with the red gold peony hairpin? How could the head of the Internal Affairs Bureau overlook it? Nailan Mingzhu is a confidant of the Emperor. Your Highness, do you believe it could be the Emperor? It is not the Emperor. He would not show bias when it concerns the heir." The Empress turned to Mama Lu, who spoke again. "Investigate further tomorrow. I am rather weary." "Yes." The next day, when Wunaxi awoke, Kangxi had already departed for the morning court. "Bai Shao, Your Highness, go to the Qing Palace and request a leave for me, saying that I am unwell and cannot pay my respects to the Empress today." "Yes, I shall go at once." After Bai Shao left, Wunaxi rose from her bed and went to the study to write a letter to her family. She needed to inquire about the matter of Amuru and Sanbao helping her out of a predicament. This family letter was not suitable from many hands. With the New Year's banquet approaching, she intended to deliver it personally to her mother. According to the late emperor's rules, concubines were not allowed to correspond with the outside world, but the current emperor was considerate of the concubines and did not impose such strict regulations. However, the contents of the letter would likely require the emperor's prior approval, though correspondence with family was permissible. Among the various concubines in the 6 palaces, those able to send out family letters would do so. In the Qing Palace, after the concubines had paid their respects, they gradually returned to their quarters, leaving only Lady Zhang sitting there in a daze. "Your Highness, I cannot sleep at all last night. It feels so unjust. I cannot fathom how." With evidence pointing towards the 3rd princess of Chengxian Palace as the one harming me, the diagnosis was merely that Kruger was suffering from fever caused by cold. The Emperor has ordered me to continue investigating this matter. I shall uncover the truth and seek justice for Kruger. Your Highness, you speak wisely. At this time, in the Qingxing Palace, Kangxi had just returned from the morning court. He sat on the Luohan couch, looking at the leader of the Shadow Guards. Was the incident with the 3rd princess intentional? In response, the leader presented a purple sandalwood box to Kangxi. The 3rd princess's high fever stemmed from playing the Meihua Garden and catching a chill. No evidence was found linking it to any medication. The Empress intends to involve Guifei Jinjia in this matter. Yesterday, one of the Shadow Guards noticed that Guifei was trying to recover the Internal Affairs Bureau account book, only to see Amuru and Sanbao doing what the Shadow Guards intended. Is there a connection between the Jue'ercha clan and the Amuru clan? In response to the master, the 2 clans do not frequently interact, but there are indeed some old ties. Before entering the pass, the elder Jue'ercha once spoke on behalf of the Amuru clan, who had fallen into disgrace. Kangxi pondered upon hearing this, his hand spinning the bicolored jade pendant faster until he abruptly halted it. "Withdraw and send a female shadow guard to keep watch over Jingren Palace's Jinguren. I have a lingering suspicion regarding her demeanor yesterday. It seemed somewhat unhinged." "Yes, I shall obey your command." Time passed slowly, and Empress Heshali informed the various palaces that the sudden death of the 3rd princess's close maid was due to jealousy from a 2nd-rank palace maid, Fuer, from Jingren Palace. Fearful, she had written a confession, trying to implicate Wunaxi to buy time. The red gold peony hairpin had been secretly brought into the palace when she purchased it outside. Listening to the Empress's artificial investigation results, Wunaxi couldn't help but smile faintly. The presence of a red gold peony hairpin was not surprising, as there were no shortage of palace maids in Jingren Palace with silver and gold. "Your Highness." Shichi, noticing Wunaxi's silence, could not help but call out to her. Does the Empress have other words? In response to your Highness, there are no further matters. What shall be done with Fu? Your Highness, the Empress has sent Fu to the labor camp for hard labor. If the roots of the problem are not eradicated, I am beginning to find our Empress somewhat inscrutable. I fear that in a few days, another maid will meet a similar fate. Seeing Wenaxi reluctant to speak, Shichi turned to glance at Bai Xiao, who nodded imperceptibly and then took a few steps forward. Your Highness, with New Year's Eve approaching, will you still hand-stitch New Year pouches for the little masters? Yes, I shall embroider a little each day. There is still time. As expected, the mention of the children brought a noticeable joy to Wenaxi. Before long, it was New Year's Eve. The family banquet traditionally held in the Qianxing Palace and the palace banquet in the Bao Hall were combined this year, taking place in the Bao Hall. In this hall gathered not only the concubines of the harem, but also the royal princes, nobility, and officials of the third rank and above, along with their families. This year, those who had rendered meritorious service, along with their families, were also included. The New Year's Eve palace banquet served not only to strengthen the bonds between the emperor and the royal family, but also to reward and comfort those who had served the court. The New Year's Eve dinner began to be served from noon, with cold dishes and pastries laid out. By around 4 in the afternoon, the formal dinner commenced. As before, Kangxi had a table to himself, adorned with a golden dragon banquet table. The Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the Empress sat on either side of him. Wenaxi, with her pregnancy, sat at the lower seat of Empress Heshali. The families of the officials turned their gazes toward her, for this was Guifei, Jinjia's 4th child. While having 4 children was not uncommon, the ability to safely deliver multiple offspring was a source of envy among women. Wenaxi paid no mind to the attention of others, as her sons, Ferguo-chun and Injin, obediently sat beside her like little adults. Mother, I want to go find my brothers to play. Finish your mung bean cake first, then you may go. All right. Upon receiving his mother's permission, Injin beamed with joy, nodding his little head. Bai Xiao met Wenaxi's gaze and nodded, following closely behind Injin to protect him as he made his way to the prince's seating area. The young eunuchs from the Internal Affairs Bureau, with keen eyes, assisted in arranging the tables and chairs next to Inzi. As Wenaxi slightly turned her head, she saw her 5 sons sitting in a row, their expressions deepening in warmth. Smiling, she reached out to touch her daughter's little ear. This little one would soon begin her education in the ways of managing the household, as well as in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. At this moment, Ferguo-chun was sipping meat soup while watching the court performances. Unperturbed by her mother's gentle grasp on her small ears, Wu Nashi observed her with unwavering attention, refraining from further interruption. As the grand banquet progressed, she reached out to touch her mother's hand, reminiscent of her childhood. Earlier, while serving tea, she had discreetly infused her mother's drink with a touch of spring water, later ensuring that her father received a cup as well. Only upon witnessing them both sip the tea did Wu Nashi feel a sense of relief. Mother, I brought this for you to read at home. Very well. Lady Tongjia accepted the letter from her daughter, clutching it in her hand. Her younger brother's wife, also a Tongjia, was with child and could not attend the banquet. Today marked Wu Nashi's first encounter with her sister-in-law, Nu, who was strikingly beautiful, possessing a refined elegance that exuded the grace of a noble woman. It was evident that her elder sister-in-law, Ma Jia, was quite pleased with her. The elder brother's family had 2 sons and a daughter, with Baiyang being a nephew under Wu Nashi's care. The eldest niece, Haji Lan, was born in the 6th year of Kangxi's reign, 1667, while her 2 nephews were born in the 9th year, 1670. Her second brother and his wife, Fucha, had 2 sons. Their eldest, Acton, was born in the 10th year, 1671. The 4th nephew, Eru, was the only son of the 3rd brother and his wife, Dong Yi, born 2 months after Acton. The 5th nephew, Baden, was the 2nd son of the 2nd brother and his wife, born in the 15th year of Kangxi's reign. Now, with the 3rd brother's wife expecting again, Wu Nashi contemplated how her little nephews and nieces would soon grow up. Today, only Haji Lan accompanied her grandparents to the palace banquet. At this moment, she nestled in Wu Nashi and Appo's arms, captivated by the beauty of the blossoming pear. The 2 cousins clung to her arms, unwilling to let go. The second princess bore a striking resemblance to her father, even more so than Hajilan. Wunashi, reflecting on this, scrutinized her niece closely, noting the familial resemblance. Why does my sister not refer to me as little sister? Hajilan asked, puzzled. Big sisters typically call their younger siblings and oppos, sister and oppos, just as you do with Wunashi understood that Hajilan was referring to the princess raised in the empress's palace. Flora is the younger sister, and Hajilan is the elder sister. Remember to address each other accordingly. Yes, I shall heed my aunt's words. Lady Tongjia then suggested, once my daughter-in-law Majia takes Hajilan to visit her maternal family, we can proceed. Your Majesty has borne children in the palace consecutively, and your two younger brothers have twins. It is said outside that our women are quite fruitful. Hajilan, now only 12 in nominal age, already had suitors seeking her hand in marriage. Do not rush, my dear niece. There will be time for marriage in a couple of years. After the New Year's Eve, the weather gradually warmed. As her pregnancy progressed, Wu Nashi preferred to remain within the confines of the Chengxian Palace, often taking leisurely strolls under the pear trees after meals. Following the New Year's Eve banquet, she had informed her family about Amulu and Sambao as assistants. Her mother's correspondence indicated that there was no need for concern, as the family was already aware. Thus, she ceased to focus on the Amula clan. Kangxi was more inclined to manage the harem than she had anticipated. Initially, she had thought he would entrust the harem to the Empress Hescheli, given their deep-rooted bond, but over the years, it became apparent that Kangxi's influence was pervasive in every matter within the palace. If in the future, Yin Ji and his brothers sought the throne, apart from Kangxi's willingness to bestow it, she could scarcely conceive of a better strategy. In her previous life, she had indulged in novels, relishing the thrill of dramatic confrontations. Yet, in this life, upon careful consideration, she realized that if she pursued such vengeance in reality, it might lead to the near-total demise of the direct lineage of the Jue'ercha clan. The distant relatives would inevitably become mere servants. The fate of her children would likely be worse than that of the legitimate offspring of the later Empress Qianlong. My lady, Lady Tzu from Kuining Palace has come to convey that the Empress will host a flower appreciation banquet in the Imperial Garden the day after tomorrow. Wu Nashi regained her composure and smiled at Bai Shao. Please relay to the Empress that I shall attend. Yes, I shall go at once. Meanwhile, in the Qianqing Palace, Kangxi observed the kneeling head of the secret guards. Have you uncovered the truth? Your Majesty, the secret guards from Jingren Palace report that the tea consumed by Lady Jing occasionally contains a powder that can induce uncontrollable reactions. The third princess has not partaken of it. The third princess is well? Indeed, Your Majesty. The guard assigned to protect her are always by her side, which is why they have not noted any issues concerning Lady Jing. Let them continue to guard the princess. Kangxi pondered while turning the jade pendant in his hand. Remaining silent, the hall fell into an uneasy stillness. What would happen when Lady Jing loses control? When she loses control, she cannot restrain her actions. Could the imperial physician be of assistance? I am guilty. I was unaware. Withdraw. Yes, I shall take my leave. Once Kangxi was alone in the hall, he opened the evidence presented by the secret guards. His empress possessed remarkable capabilities, having amassed considerable power at such a young age. Kang Jiogong, I am here. Upon hearing Kangxi and Appo's voice, Liang Jiogong entered the hall and bowed. Summon the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau, Sun Ding, to Jingren Palace to check on— Yes, I shall take my leave. Kangxi did not conceal Sun Ding and Appo's mission to check on Lady Jing. In a short time, the concubines of the harem began to speculate about Zhang and Appo's health, prompting the need for the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau to attend. At that moment, Sun Ding in the Qianqing Palace began to sweat profusely, kneeling with his head bowed low. Your Majesty, I have diagnosed that Lady Zhang has consumed a dangerous substance known as an Appo's, Yuan Yangze, and Appo's. This secret drug from the previous dynasty, when used over time, can drive one to madness. Is there an antidote? Your Majesty, I lack the capability to develop an antidote. For now, we can only suppress its effects. Withdraw. This matter must not be mentioned to anyone. I obey. As soon as Sun Ding exited the hall, Kangxi summoned the head of the secret guards. Lady Jing has succumbed to her illness. I shall carry out your command. Chapter 84. The Birth of Triplets in the Blink of an Eye. The day of the flower-viewing banquet hosted by the Empress arrived. When Axie sat in the Imperial Garden, her hand instinctively resting on her abdomen. With only a few days left until her delivery, she was acutely aware of her mother nearing her 60s. This time, her mother had refrained from entering the palace to accompany her through the trials of childbirth. She sat alongside Seduna, and, in the distance, they spotted Jilin approaching with Inju. Inju has come as well. Inju greeted the Empress Dowager and the Empress with respect. Greetings to the Empress Dowager and the Empress. Good boy, rise. Winaxi said with a smile as she gently helped the little one to his feet. What prompted you to bring him out? Seduna inquired, caressing Inju's cherubic face while observing Jilin, who had just settled down. The Emperor has decreed that next year, Inju and his sixth brother will enter the Hall of Literary Studies together, Jilin replied. He insisted on coming out for a stroll. After his vaccination, I was quite anxious and kept him close for nearly a year. Now, I find it hard to keep him restrained. The sixth and seventh brothers were born in the 14th year of Kangshi's reign, with the sixth brother arriving 3.5 months earlier than the seventh. It will be delightful for them to have each other as company in the Hall of Literary Studies. Winaxi smiled in response to Seduna, but refrained from elaborating. When the imperial physician had vaccinated the heir, he had warned that Inju was not yet of the appropriate age for it, not daring to take risks. Later, he was vaccinated separately. Now that he was of age to attend the Hall of Literary Studies, no one considered him too young anymore. Empress Dowager? Yes. Is the sixth brother coming to admire the flowers today? When you left, the sixth brother was sleeping soundly. If he has not emerged to play by the time the flower-viewing banquet concludes, shall Inju accompany you back to the Chengqin Palace? Very well. Inju would be delighted to go to the Empress Dowager's palace. The Empress Dowager also cherishes our Inju. The little fellow, with his round face and lively demeanor, was endearing to her. The appearances of Inchi and his siblings were more refined, while this little one's robust look made her fond of him as well. Seduna, observing Inju nestled in Jilin's embrace, instinctively touched her own abdomen. She pondered whether she would ever bear an heir of her own in this lifetime. When Axie noticed her subtle gesture and Kuden and Appos, T helped but sigh inwardly, feeling powerless to assist her in this matter. In the Imperial Garden, the Empress sat on the central Luohan couch, surrounded by circular tables and stools, creating a lively atmosphere. The Empress has arrived. We pay our respects to the Empress, wishing her longevity and prosperity. All rise. Thank you, Empress. Inju greeted the Empress with a respectful bow. The Empress hesherly nodded at the seventh brother, who stood beside Rupin, beaming with delight. Little seven, rise quickly. Thank you, Empress. Winaxi resumed her seat, smiling at Jingpin Wang Jiashur, who had joined their table. Sister, why are you not resting in the palace after learning of your pregnancy? Thank you, esteemed sister. However, this child is not due until February of next year, and the little one is barely over a month along. How could I remain in the palace? Carrying an heir is arduous. As the years pass, there are countless worries. Today, I hope that we sisters could gather and converse freely without restraint before Winaxi could finish. The Empress hesherly interjected with polite remarks. Over the years, Wang Jiashur had seemed inconspicuous in the palace, but she hailed from the Manchu Red Banner, and her father was a third-rank military officer, the daughter of a high-ranking official. Her lineage was far from ordinary, holding a prominent position within the palace hierarchy. Her status had led the other consorts to regard her as a mere talisman, akin to Seduna. However, with her pregnancy, she had stirred the waters of the harem. Recently, they had become better acquainted during their conversations in the Imperial Garden. Today, her decision to join their table signified her desire for closeness. Winaxi was indifferent. If she were a good person, then she would have one more ally in the harem who would not take advantage of her. That night, as Winaxi entered the delivery room, Kangxi happened to be staying at Ikuan Palace. Li Changnan hurriedly approached, requesting Master Liang to announce, "Our Empress has just entered the delivery room." Oh dear! Upon hearing that Winaxi was in labor, Liang Jiogong promptly headed towards the main hall. "Your Majesty, the noble consort has just entered the delivery room." Kangxi opened his eyes and turned to look at Yiping, who lay beside him. What did Liang Jiogong say? I did not hear clearly. Upon receiving the news, Kangxi rose and made his way to the central hall. What has happened to Winaxi? Your Majesty, the noble consort has just entered the delivery room. Prepare the palanquins swiftly. As you command. Yiping, observing Kangxi return, hurriedly got out of bed to assist him with his attire. You are taking too long. I shall do it myself. By the time Yiping had tidied herself, Kangxi was nowhere to be found along the palace path. Guoluo stood behind her, witnessing everything unfold. Sister, let us hasten to Chengxian Palace. If we delay, I fear the emperor will be displeased. When Kangxi arrived, Wenaxi was sitting in the delivery room, eating noodles. It will be a while before the delivery. I must eat more to gather strength. Shichi, pour me a cup of water. I shall. Go to the main hall and keep Fugwichin and Injin company, so they're not frightened. Especially Injin. He has never witnessed my labor before. Yes, I shall go immediately. Wenaxi discreetly dismissed by Xiao and, with the warm water Shichi passed to her, secretly retrieved spiritual medicine from her space. After consuming the medicine, her delivery would be smoother and less painful. Your Majesty, push harder, a bit more strength. Wenaxi bit her handkerchief, softly crying out in pain as she diligently followed the midwife's instructions. After a quarter of an hour, outside the delivery room, Kangxi gently closed his eyes, concealing the fleeting tension in his gaze. Wenaxi needed to conserve her strength, enduring the pain without vocalizing her distress. Your Majesty, push a little harder. It's almost there. Just a bit more. Awalwat's here. The noble consort has given birth to a prince. There's more. Outside the delivery room, upon hearing the cries of a newborn, Kangxi couldn't help but smile. He turned joyfully toward the empress, who sat on the other side of the Luohan couch. From the sound of it, it's a vigorous little prince. Empress Hescherly smiled warmly, congratulating the emperor on the addition of another son. We congratulate your Majesty on the arrival of another prince. As the other consorts rose to bow, echoing the auspicious words, they followed suit after the empress. While the noble consort has given birth to another prince. When the nurse brought out the two little princes, the empress's smile became even more genuine. These were two identical little princes. Unlike the triplets born to Inshi and his brothers years ago, where she initially had doubts about their resemblance. She could immediately tell that these two little brothers looked alike at first glance. Chapter 85. The Birth of Triplets Lu Xianglin. Come quickly and check the pulse of the two little princes. As you command, your Majesty. Kangxi gazed at the two frail sons in the arms of the wet nurse, reminiscing about the moment when Inshi and his brothers were born. These little brothers, resembling their elder siblings at birth, were equally delicate. He hoped that in the future, they would grow to be as robust as their three elder brothers. The sounds of Yunaxi's labor echoed intermittently through the delivery room, as the concubines accompanied Kangxi in silent anticipation. If anyone had noticed the empress's left hand, they would have seen her subconsciously gripping the handkerchief tightly. Report to the emperor. Both princes are healthy. Good. Wah. The last little companion arrived in this world with the emperor's repeated affirmations. The noble consort had given birth to another prince. Shichi, who had been steadfastly watching by Yunaxi's side, observed that the newborn differed entirely in appearance from the two previous princes. She silently sighed in relief. Your Majesty, the noble consort has borne you another prince. Bring him to me for a look. Yes. Kangxi noticed that the infant in the swaddling cloth appeared smaller than his two brothers, and he gestured for Lu Xianglin to check the pulse. Report to your Majesty, the little prince is healthy. Well, health is paramount. After Yunaxi awoke, she found herself alone in the delivery room. Shichi, your Highness, you are awake. Shichi, who had been waiting in the main hall, hurried in at the sound from the delivery room. Drink some water. Please wait a moment. Yunaxi discreetly consumed the postpartum recovery elixir from her space, knowing this would likely be her last intake of such medicine. The thought of no longer having to bear children brought her immense relief. Having 3 princes to inherit the throne was sufficient. Her next priority was to nurture them well. The rest was left to fate. Should they desire to live as carefree princes rather than rulers, she would gladly support their choices. Shichi, have you sent word home? I have already conveyed the message. Your Highness, rest assured, our elders must be overjoyed at this moment. Meanwhile, in the Jue'ercha residence, Tongjia had already entrusted the household management to her third daughter-in-law. Now, she and Xuanta were seated in the main hall, reading the family letter from the palace. At last, our Nyo can rest easy. Grandmother. As Tongjia spoke. Her daughter-in-law and Appos, as personal, Maida waited outside. You made sends her regards to grandmother. What is it? In response to grandmother, our matriarch wishes to inspect the estate. Then bring Bakshi over quickly. Mentioning her daughter-in-law's recently born grandson made Tongjia smile involuntarily. In the imperial palace, Yunaxi was blissfully unaware of her family matters. She enjoyed a leisurely and contented confinement. Whenever Kangxi visited, she would pull up the screen to converse with him. Inchi, Inxiu, Inchi, and Inzi. Kangxi had permitted them to return and see their 3 younger brothers. She seized the opportunity to meet her children as well. In the 17th year of Kangxi's reign, August marked the full moon banquet for the triplets, hosted in the Qing Palace. All princes, nobles, and dignitaries of rank 3 and above, along with their families, gathered to celebrate the royal occasion. The noble consort Jinjia received the decree. The 8th son is named Inda, the 9th son Inji, and the 10th son Injin. I accept the decree, grateful for the emperor's graciousness. Yunaxi carefully placed the imperial edict down before returning to her seat. She had given birth to Injin, but was uncertain what name Yuyasi's son would receive. At this moment, she could not ponder that too deeply, aware that Kangxi would visit her in the Qing Palace tonight. That evening, Yunaxi prepared herself and lay down on the bed, hoping to rest for a while. As she drifted off, the familiar scent of sandalwood wafted in, and upon opening her eyes to see Kangxi, she embraced him, instinctively rubbing the top of her head against his chin. My lord, would you like to bathe first? I have just washed. Yunaxi eagerly offered her lips. She had longed for Kangxi's presence during these days. On the grand bed in the Qing Palace, the night was filled with passion and intimacy. As dawn broke, Yunaxi gently opened her eyes and slowly stretched her aching back and legs. Shichi, hearing her voice, slightly hoarse, she blushed. Although she was already a mother, recalling the events of the previous night still made her feel shy. Your Highness, do you wish to visit Qing Palace today? Yes. Please inform the Empress that I am unwell and cannot attend. Yes, I will go at once. Yunaxi felt weak and soon fell into a deep slumber. Time passed leisurely. Meanwhile, in Qing Palace, Guoluoluo, the royal physician, diagnosed a pregnancy, indicating she would give birth next July. Yunaxi observed the reactions of the other concubines. Luo's belly was growing, and Kangxi visited her every month, which inevitably stirred some discontent among the others. Your Majesty, the maid Ling and Appos, from Jingren Palace requests an audience. Just as the concubines were about to congratulate Guoluoluo, the palace maid Chunqing entered. Hasn't Zhang's already sent someone to inform me of her absence today? Indeed, her health seems to be deteriorating, and she lacks the strength to leave. Yunaxi felt puzzled and glanced at Impin, who had always looked down on Jing Gairen's humble background. The words seemed rather abrupt now. Litlingyain. Yes, I shall relay the message. Reporting to your Majesty, Jing Guiren has passed away. Passed away? Ling and Appos, and Appos. S words shocked the concubines. Yunaxi felt a wave of astonishment. The last time she saw Zhang, she did not appear ill. This departure seemed far too sudden. The concubines followed Empress Hescheli to Jingren Palace. Zhang lay on the bed, appearing peaceful. Had it not been for Linger's announcement, no one would have suspected otherwise. Yunaxi returned to Qing Palace in a palanquin, while Empress Hescheli busied herself with Zhang's funeral arrangements. Yunaxi chose not to involve herself too much, planning only to make an appearance during the morning rites. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that Zhang's death was unusual, so she decided not to dwell on it. Your Highness, you have returned. The 3 little princes have been crying for you. Why are they crying? Quickly, let the wet nurse bring them to the main hall. Yunaxi's heart ached at the sight of her 3 sons with their little noses red from weeping. Strangely, it seemed that the scent of their mother brought them comfort. As soon as the 3 little ones were laid on Yunaxi's bed, they ceased their cries. Chapter 86. A quarrel between brothers, my darlings. Have you missed your mother? Yunahai bestowed a kiss upon the foreheads of each of her 3 sons before gently caressing their small faces. The 8th and 9th princes bore a striking resemblance to each other, inheriting 6 parts of her features and 4 parts of Kangxi's. The 10th prince, however, possessed an equal blend of their countenances. As she gazed upon them, she instinctively raised her hand to her own cheek. Mother, yes, go pay your respects to the Grand Empress Dowager. Naihe, upon noticing her daughter's entrance, arose and beckoned her to her side. Mother, the third princess did not visit the Grand Empress Dowager's palace today. She will go in a few days. And where is your sixth brother? Are they not usually inseparable? Today, Father Emperor examined our studies, and we went to the archery range to observe. Son Duong is accompanying him there. The sixth brother expressed a desire to watch his elder brothers practice their horsemanship and archery. Was the fifth prince also engaged in equestrian pursuits? Fo and Oppos. Jue'ercha, the fifth brother, is still young. The martial arts instructor is having him practice drawing a small bow. Then why does our second princess appear displeased? Naihe embraced her daughter, soothingly stroking her small hand. Mother? Yes? Your daughter desires to learn horsemanship and archery like you. Mother, when she turns 8. We Manchurian women are expected to excel in both. During the New Year and Oppos' Eve palace banquet, Cousin Hacker mentioned that she had already begun practicing. If you wish to learn, then learn. Your Father Emperor will permit it. I shall have your Father Emperor designate a separate area at the archery range for you princesses, so that you need not be concerned about the segregation of the sexes after the age of 7. Next year, your Chun and Oppos, her sister, will also be ready to begin practicing horsemanship and archery. However, your Empress Mother will oversee Chun and Oppos' affairs. When you commence your equestrian training, share your thoughts with your Father Emperor. Your daughter understands. Naihe patted her daughter and Oppos' head, noting that her hair, now grown out, felt much improved. Mother, the princes fell asleep so quickly. They are simply exhausted from crying. Zhang and Oppos' funeral was conducted at Jingren Palace according to the rites, with Kangxi issuing an edict posthumously honoring her as the tranquil consort, thus preserving the third princess's dignity. At that moment, within Qianxin Palace, Kangxi reclined upon a divan, with Naihe embracing his waist, nestled by his side. Jingren Palace lacks a mistress. I am truly perplexed as to whom to entrust Qing to raise. I cannot bear the thought of her being deprived of a mother's care. Naihe, do you have any worthy candidates in mind? If your majesty seeks my counsel, I would undoubtedly suggest that raising the third princess at Yongshou Palace will be most fitting. Consort Hui is amiable and has always treated the palace and Oppos' imperial offspring with kindness. Her lineage is impeccable, and she is childless. She would undoubtedly care for the third princess with utmost devotion. Kangxi remained silent for a considerable time before Naihe finally heard a soft affirmation escape his lips. The following night, within Cunning Palace, Kangxi reclined against the headboard, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing the Empress's completion of her ablutions and ascent to the bed, he set aside his reading material. I intend to entrust Qing to Consort Hui and Oppos' care. What are your thoughts on this, Fanghua? Your concubine defers to your majesty and Oppos' judgment. The Empress, lying next to Kangxi, appeared unconcerned. She felt no need to concern herself with the identity of a princess and Oppos' adoptive mother. Rest early. I must attend a morning court tomorrow. Very well. When the imperial decree announcing the entrustment of the third princess, Qing, to Consort Hui, Borjigit, Seduna, of Yongshou Palace, was proclaimed throughout the 6 palaces. Seduna was entertaining the third princess at Chengxian Palace. The young maiden, born in the 13th year of Kangxi and Oppos' reign, was now 6 years of age by Chinese reckoning, and retained memories of her biological mother. Seduna paid it no mind, for Qing would not have been raised by Zhang if she were not a princess. She would wholeheartedly fulfill her role as a mother figure. Naihe, along with Consort Ro and Consort Jing, who were seated nearby, rejoiced at her actions. Within the confines of the harem, the presence of imperial offspring would undoubtedly make life more bearable. Since Consort Jing and Oppos' visit to Chengxian Palace to admire she had frequently joined Seduna in conversing with Naihe. Over time, Naihe, Seduna, Jilin, and Consort Jing, Wang Jiashi, Hailan, had formed a close-knit circle, spending their days together in camaraderie. Your ladyship. One day, as Naihe rested upon her bed, she heard Bai Xiao's hushed voice at her bedside. She gently opened her eyes. What is it? Your ladyship, the sixth and fourth princes are embroiled in a dispute at the archery range. Upon hearing this, Naihe swiftly sat up. Quickly arrange my hair and adorn it with a simple hairpin. We must hasten there. Shichi, remain here to watch over Fo and Amp. Appos, Jue'ercha, the 8th, 9th, and 10th princes. Your ladyship, His Majesty has summoned the princes to Qing Palace. Naihe nodded in acknowledgement of Bai Shao and Appos' words. Then we shall seek an audience with His Majesty at Qing Palace. Upon entering Qing Palace, Naihe observed the princes from the 1st to the 6th, standing with their heads bowed in the center of the hall. She swiftly scanned Qing from head to toe, and upon seeing his composed demeanor, she felt relieved. In Concubine and Appos' eyes, all the imperial offspring were beloved siblings, and it was a grave offense for Qing and his brothers to favor their full-blooded brother. Qing, born in the 11th year of Concubine and Appos' reign, was 3 years older than Qing and excelled in horsemanship and archery. Even though she knew it was merely a quarrel, she had to witness it firsthand. Should the two act impulsively, her Qing would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage against the fourth prince, Qing, in a physical confrontation. At that moment, the empress had not yet arrived, but Consort Hui of the Ulanara clan was present. Your concubine greets your majesty. May your majesty be blessed with boundless longevity. Rise. Your concubine greets the esteemed concubine Jinjia. May the esteemed concubine be blessed with good fortune. Rise quickly. Be seated. Naihe, upon Kongshi's invitation, proceeded to a seat below him. Your sons greet their mother. May their mother be blessed with good fortune. Qing greets the esteemed mother consort. May the esteemed mother consort be blessed with good fortune. Rise quickly, all of you. Kongshi, upon witnessing his son's completion of their greetings, raised his head and addressed them. We shall await your empress mother and Appos' arrival before hearing your accounts together. At that moment, outside Qing Palace, Liang Jiugong, upon seeing the empress and Appos' descent from her palanquin, hastened forward. This servant greets your majesty. His Majesty awaits you within. Has the esteemed concubine arrived? In response to your majesty, the esteemed mistress Jinjia is within. The empress nodded in acknowledgement and pushed open the palace doors, stepping inside. After everyone had paid their respects and offered their greetings to the empress, she knelt before Kongshi. Your concubine greets your majesty. May your majesty be blessed with boundless longevity. Rise, be seated. Your concubine thanks your majesty. The empress, with a smile, seated herself on the other side of the divan. She was pleased that Naihe did not share the divan with his majesty, for it reaffirmed her status. As long as she was present, any concubine, no matter how favored, would remain a concubine. Kongshi, with a somber countenance, remained seated, his gaze fixed upon his fourth and sixth sons. Which of you shall begin by recounting what transpired? In response to Father Emperor, allow the fourth brother to speak first, for your son is young and should respect his elder brother. Father Emperor, allow the sixth brother to speak first, for your son, as an elder brother, should defer to his younger brother. Now you recall that you are brothers. Chapter 87. The return of Qing to his birth mother just moments ago. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Could it possibly be false? At this moment, Kongshi recalled the scene he had encountered in the Arrow Pavilion, feeling a surge of anger rising from within. His fourth and sixth sons had engaged in a quarrel over a purse. Qing first inquired, "What is the cause of your dispute, brothers?" In response to the emperor, he acknowledged that he should not have lost his temper over his younger brother's carelessness in dirtying his purse, admitting his fault. Kongshi nodded upon hearing this and turned his gaze towards his sixth son. "And you, Qing?" he asked. Qing replied, "Your Majesty, I should not have quarreled with my elder brother after accidentally soiling his purse." Kongshi scrutinized the two sons, who stood there with their heads bowed. He then glanced at the solemn-faced empress and then at Hui Pin, where he detected a flicker of concern in her eyes. In the future, Qing would return to Hui Pin's side. Kongshi's words astonished everyone in the hall. Did the emperor truly mean what they heard? "You are Qing's birth mother. From now on, Qing shall be under your care." "This concubine thanks your majesty for your grace," she replied, rising to bow. The empress Heshali sat quietly, observing Hui Pin's tearful expression of gratitude, her heart growing heavier. Did the emperor know of her family's schemes? Was that why he acted thus? She knelt respectfully beside Kangxi. Your Majesty, Ini has been studying in the Ministry of Rites for nearly 2 years. He has outgrown the need for a mother's meticulous care. Kangxi remained silent, and the room was enveloped in an uneasy stillness. After a lengthy pause, he finally looked at the Empress. In the future, Inti, like the other princes, may visit the Empress in Qing Palace to pay his respects. During festivals, he shall first greet his legitimate mother before visiting his birth mother. This servant obeys. Guipin replied. With one decree, Kangxi returned the 8-year-old fourth prince to his birth mother, allowing Huipin to finally provide for her son without needing to conceal her actions from the Empress. Wenaxi observed everything with growing confusion. What had the Empress and Appo's family done to incur Kangxi and Appo's wrath, prompting such a decision? Later that evening in Chengxian Palace, Wenaxi lay helplessly on the bed, unable to resist the weight of Kangxi leaning over her. His large hand gripped her waist, clearly conveying his frustration. After half an hour, Kangxi gazed at her body marked with red marks, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Yet fatigued, he offered, "Shall I massage your back? My legs feel weak as well." "Allow me to help," he continued. As his heated hand caressed her, Wenaxi shivered, eliciting a slight smile from Kangxi. "Do you desire more?" he teased. Wenaxi, frightened, shook her head repeatedly, nestling into Kangxi's embrace, her delicate fingers tracing patterns on his chest. "Is something amiss, my lord?" Kangxi gently closed his eyes, tightening his embrace around Wenaxi, as if to meld her into his very being. As the Empress and Appo's younger sister matured, the Hescheli family conspired to present her to the palace, hoping that she might bear a son and be raised under the Empress's name as a legitimate heir. "Does my lord permit this?" she inquired. Kangxi, contemplating, reflected on the urgency of the Hescheli family's plans, realizing he had no intention of allowing anyone else to choose when it came to his son. Understanding his words, Wenaxi sensed the Hescheli family's impatience. They must have blinded Kangxi to the Empress's dignity and importance. Weakly, she wrapped her arms around Kangxi's strong waist, her small hand lingering over his skin. "My lord, your harem flourishes. Such roughness towards me suggests a lack of affection." Kangxi met her gaze, his deep eyes filled with wildness. "Are you saying I have the time and inclination to pamper women? My lord is busy every day, seeking other concubines to bear sons. When seeking you, it is for that particular purpose. Should I still expect you to indulge me?" At this moment, her mind wandered, revealing her body was not sufficiently fatigued. "One more time, my lord." As passion intensified, Kangxi Kuden and Appo's helped but grasp her delicate foot, pressing kisses upon it, inciting further irritation within him. As the son of heaven, did he truly find pleasure in kissing the feet of women in his harem? He thought of his encounters with other concubines, unable to even kiss their lips. Anger simmered within him, and his movements became more fervent. Meanwhile, in Qing Palace, the Empress Hescheli found herself unable to sleep. The plotting within her family could no longer remain concealed before the emperor. Was he upset over her lack of attention towards the fourth prince? This thought sent shivers down her spine. Hastily, she rose to write a letter home, hoping her uncle would recognize the dangers and proceed with caution. The next day, Baishao and Shichi entered the palace thrice without finding Wenaxi awake. Baishao was compelled to take leave to Qing Palace. When Wenaxi finally awoke, it was past dinner time. She raised her hand to feel her somewhat empty stomach. Sitting up to dress herself. "Who is in hall?" she inquired. In response to the Empress, "It is Shichi." "What time is it?" In response to the Empress, "It is the hour of Shun, 4 p.m. "How late? Has Ferguchen and Injin dined? Did the kitchen send meals to Inchi and his brothers? Why is there no crying from the 8th, 9th, and 10th princes?" In response to the Empress, "The emperor has been playing with the 2nd princess and 6th prince in Qianqing Palace all day and has yet to return. For breakfast, the kitchen prepared braised lamb, stir-fried pork ribs, and sauteed cabbage. For dinner, they made steamed eggs, cherry meat with yam, 3 delicacies duck, and lamb stew with spinach and tofu. I saw the princes drink Yuling water and milk before returning. The 8th, 9th, and 10th princes are in the East Wing, supervised by a nurse. And Baishao has been there as well. Empress, rest assured, When Axi, still sluggish from sleep, smiled and nodded at Shichi, instructing her to set the table as she was quite hungry. Yes, this servant will go at once. Dressed in her formal attire, when Axi entered the dining hall to find a round table laid with food and sat down earnestly to eat. Bai Xiao, instruct the kitchen to brew the contraceptive soup requested from Dr. Wang for me to drink after the meal. Yes, this servant will do so. After dinner, when Axi gradually regained her strength. Shichi, please help me freshen up. I still feel quite tired and fear I might doze off again. Certainly. As Liang Jiogong returned to the Chengqian Palace with Ferguchen and Injin, it was already time for the night snack. Chapter 88. Impartial favor in the second month of Kangxi and Apos. S18th year, Consort Jing, Wang, gave birth to the 11th prince. At this moment, Olenara was attending the full moon celebration for the 11th prince, Yin, at the Qianxing Palace. The imperial concubines were seated according to their rank. Noble consort Li, as the highest ranking among the consorts, sat between imperial concubine Hui and consort Jing. Her expression remained composed, yet the hand gripping her handkerchief betrayed a subtle tension. Among the concubines at the forefront, she alone had no children. Noble consort Jingjia had borne 4 pregnancies, resulting in 8 sons and 1 daughter. Imperial concubine Hui was raising the 3rd princess, Carriage. Today marked the full moon banquet for consort Jing's 11th prince, while noble consort Ro had her own 7th prince Yin. Noble consort Hui found herself in an awkward position. Despite her Han Chinese banner background and distinguished lineage, with her father and brothers having achieved military merits on the battlefield, she was unable to conceive. Although the emperor used to visit her palace every month, she never conceived. Growing older, the emperor had ceased summoning her for intimate encounters. While he would still visit her palace monthly and occasionally stay overnight, it was merely for appearances and rarely involved intimacy. Now, with her persistent inability to conceive, she feared her chances were dwindling. With these thoughts, she glanced involuntarily at noble consort Jingjia, seated on the other side of imperial concubine Hui. Inring had entered the imperial study and resided in one of the Qinshi 5 residences, preventing him from sitting with his mother. Only Eforguichun sat beside Olenara, who noticed the gaze directed at herself and her mother and followed it to noble consort and noble consortin. Is there something you wish to say to Fo and Apos? Erguichun? Olenara asked, her bright eyes filled with amusement. This humble concubine finds the princess exceedingly endearing and cannot help but admire her, noble consort replied. Noble consort and is beautiful. Eforgua, Chun's delicate voice elicited a joyful smile from noble consort and Olenara, sensing her genuine affection for children, responded with a smile of her own. Consort Guoluo, seated in the back, observed the scene and gently caressed her abdomen. She was 5 months pregnant with her own imperial offspring, expected to come to fruition in July. She was conceiving before her younger sister, a thought that filled consort Guoluo with undisguised delight. Olenara paid little attention to this minor episode at the full moon banquet. It was not until later, as she sat on the Arhut bed in the east chamber, facing the hopeful noble consort in Li, that she took action. Olenara smiled, took her hand, and sat on the other side of the Arhut bed. Conceiving an imperial heir depends on fate. However, I have heard that intimacy approximately 7 days after menstruation increases the likelihood of conception. While not guaranteed, it is said to be more conducive. This is more than enough. Your concubine thanks your grace, noble consort, and responded gratefully. Olenara personally escorted noble consort and out of the Chengqian Palace before returning to the east chamber with a smile. Her gaze fell upon the rosewood box on the Kong table, and her smile deepened. It was not that she desired to assist the consorts in bearing imperial heirs, but rather that Li had offered a substantial sum, 50,000 taels of silver. This amount was no small matter for Li, indicating her sincerity. Despite her generous dowry, Olenara had numerous children to care for. Now, with this unexpected windfall, she could provide for her children and Apos, as futures. This was the Kangxi era, not the late Qing dynasty when there was no one to inherit the throne. She would not be so petty as to begrudge the birth of an imperial heir from a Han Chinese banner concubine during Kangxi and Apos, this long reign. Presumably, Li would not be foolish enough to divulge the information, making it public knowledge. Among the veterans who entered the palace before Kangxi and Apos, only she still received frequent imperial favor. On the 1st and 15th of each month, Kangxi would invariably stay overnight at the Cunning Palace. Concubines, like Imperial Concubine Hui, Noble Consort Ro, and Noble Consort Hui, as well as Consort Fong, Zhao, who had borne imperial offspring, received a fixed one-day stay from Kangxi each month, with no further visits. Consort Duan, Dong, the mother of the prematurely deceased second princess, would occasionally dine with Kangxi. Noble Consort In, Li, Consort Jing, Wang, and Consort Shi, Heshali, held high positions and had served in the palace for a long time. Kangxi would visit them each month to converse, and occasional overnight stays did not necessarily involve intimacy. Consort Jing's ability to bear a son at her age was indeed fortunate. To rekindle Li and Apos, S hope of bearing an imperial heir was also reasonable. Among the consorts who entered the palace after Kangxi and Apos, S 14th year, such as Consort Yi, Consort Wei, Consort Wanliuha, Consort Daijia, Consort Waya, Consort Galuo, and Consort Ilanara, Consort Yi, and Consort Wei were the most favored. She would never believe that Kangxi was indifferent to beauty. He spent 6 days each month in her palace and 2 nights in the Cunning Palace. Consort Yi and Consort Wei each received 3 days. When Consort Yi first entered the palace in Kangxi and Apos' 16th year, her bright and cheerful demeanor pleased her. She even thought that Kangxi would allow her to be conferred the title of consort without children, which was a sign of deep affection. Who would have thought that after only a few days of favor, he would once again begin to distribute his favor impartially? Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Xianfu Palace, noble consort sat on the Arhut bed, her entire being revitalized. Knowing how to increase her chances of conceiving an imperial heir, she would be able to set aside her inhibitions before the emperor. Ulanara paid no heed to noble consort and Apos' thoughts. She instructed Shichi to secure the silver notes, and then had the nanny bring her 3 young sons to the main hall. Indao Inji and Injin were approaching their first birthdays, and she needed to practice what they would grasp during their first birthday ceremony. Nourished daily with spiritual spring water, the 3 little ones were already capable of sleeping through the night. On days when Kangxi did not stay overnight, she would sleep with her children on the canopy bed, as she had done before. However, Fo and Apos, Ergua Chun, who was 8 years old by the Chinese reckoning, insisted that since her elder sister slept alone, she, as a grown-up sister, should also set a good example for her younger sisters. She allowed her to sleep alone in the north room of the east side hall. Unless something unexpected occurred, she would continue to sleep there until her marriage. The south room of the east side hall was for her 3 younger brothers. Once her sons entered the imperial study and moved out, she would place an Arhut bed in the south room of the east side hall, so that her daughters could invite their sisters to play and share their secrets together in the future. At this moment, in the west side hall of the Yonghe Palace, Waya slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar yet familiar surroundings. New memories gradually flooded her mind. She was now living a life inferior to her previous one. In her past life, she had been adept at pleasing others and, unlike the 8 banner concubines, was not too proud to serve the emperor. Her family in the Department of Palace Affairs was also able to assist her. She had indeed enjoyed some days of favor, and fortunately, her womb had been fruitful. She had successively given birth to the 4th prince, Injin, the 6th prince, Inzhou, the 7th princess, the 9th princess, the 12th princess, and the 14th prince In. The reason the emperor was still willing to favor her in her later years was simply because she had borne many children, making childbirth easier. But what did it matter? The imperial concubines cared most about the number of imperial offspring they had. Thinking of this, Waya felt a throbbing pain in her head. She recalled how she had just been pleading with that scoundrel, the 4th prince, on behalf of the 14th prince for the throne. Yet, upon opening her eyes, she had returned to the room she had lived in when she was a mere attendant. In her previous life, she had already been conferred the title of noble lady because of Injin and Apos' birth. How could she still be an attendant without a title? This world was truly novel. Ma was no longer perpetually miserable. The empress consort had not died in childbirth, and the succeeding empress Naihe had not entered the palace. Even that woman, Tong, had married someone else. As Waya and Apos As two lifetimes of memories gradually merged, she became increasingly quiet. Her personal maid, Inxing, noticing her silence, stepped forward to refill her tea. Waya glanced at Inxing, realizing that even her personal maid was different in this life. She felt resentful, remembering that her family had been barred from serving in the Department of Palace Affairs for generations. In her previous life, she had been able to please the emperor with her feigned indifference to fame and fortune, relying on her family and Appo's position in the Department of Palace Affairs to ensure that her food, clothing, and expenses were not compromised, regardless of whether she was favored. Even with the same allowance as a noble lady, there was a difference between fresh meat and spoiled meat, lean meat and fatty pork. Reflecting on the previous existence, there was no consort Jinjia in the palace, nor consort Hui, who passed away prematurely due to drowning, nor consort Jing, who had not yet returned to her maternal family. Neither Wan Fu nor the fourth princess died young, and Lady Li, the concubine, was not implicated in Wan Fu's early death, allowing the emperor to decree her return to her maternal family, following in consort Jing's footsteps, and Lady Magia, who had not yet entered the palace, who caused her transformation in this life. Perhaps this world is not the same as the one she lived in before. Lady Waya gently stroked her lower abdomen, annoyed that Injin, that unfilial son, did not crawl out of her belly, causing her to miss the promotion to noble lady. She needed to contemplate how to gain the emperor's favor. On the 4th day of the 7th month, consort Guoluo safely gave birth to the 5th princess. At the full moon banquet, Emperor Kangxi named her Yuting. Before she had finished her confinement, Emperor Kangxi ordered the erection of felt tents in the open spaces of various palaces in the Forbidden City. Even consort Yi, who was 4 months pregnant, moved into the felt tent to recuperate. Commoners outside the palace also responded to the court's call, moving their families to the courtyards of their houses. Anaxi had a premonition and was curious as to how Emperor Kangxi knew about all of this. She vaguely remembered several earthquakes during the Kangxi reign, but because she could not remember the exact dates, she could not even remind Emperor Kangxi. Unexpectedly, Emperor Kangxi had already begun to make such preparations himself. Fortunately, spending the night in a felt tent outside the palace in July was not difficult. Anaxi was unaware that Lady Waya had been waiting for someone to bring up the earthquake so she could know if anyone else was living with memories like her. Because she came early, she was able to change her fate and make the lives of others different. When she could no longer wait, she requested an audience with Emperor Kangxi to tell him what she knew. Meanwhile, Emperor Kangxi sat in the felt tent outside the Qianqing Palace. His face did not show the joy that Lady Waya had imagined. He held the evidence presented by the secret guards in his hand, and his heart grew colder. The matter that Lady Waya spoke of concerned the lives of the people and the well-being of the world. As an emperor, he dared not disbelieve it, nor could he fully believe it. However, the secret guards could not find out how Lady Waya knew about the earthquake, which made him uneasy. He did not like the feeling of being out of control. On the 28th day of the 7th month of the 18th year of Kangxi, an earthquake occurred centered in northern Jili Province, Hebei Province. Sana County and the North Road Office of Shuntian Prefecture, Pinggu County, were the most severely affected. He was busy with disaster relief and had not entered the harem for a long time. This time, because Emperor Kangxi had made preparations and issued an edict in advance, the officials and people outside the palace had temporarily moved to open areas. No one died in the earthquake. Even so, Emperor Kangxi still ordered the imperial hospital to produce a prescription for treating epidemics, ready to combat the possible outbreak of epidemics caused by the gathering of civilians after the disaster. Not long after the series of problems caused by the earthquake were properly handled, Emperor Kangxi issued an edict to promote Lady Waya to consorta and grant her residence in the main hall of Yonga Palace. He broke the 6-consort system he had established and named Lady Waya as the 7th consort, attracting the attention of the concubines in the harem. Not long after Consort Da was promoted, she revealed that she was pregnant with the emperor's child, and she was in the limelight in the harem for a time. At this moment, in the cunning palace, Empress Heshali sat on the Arhut bed with a sullen face. Recently, the imperial hospital had been busy with epidemic prevention and had not taken the time to check the health of the concubines in the harem, allowing Consort Da to take full advantage of the situation. When Lady Waya first entered the palace, she was willing to help her, not only because her family worked in the Internal Affairs office and could be used by her, but also because she wanted to raise her son under her name. Now that her younger sister had gradually grown up, she was naturally unwilling to adopt the children of other concubines. In that case, she certainly did not want to see any more concubines safely giving birth to princes. At this time, in the Qing palace, Anaxi was standing in front of the desk, grinding ink for Emperor Kangxi. The war of the three feudatories was gradually becoming clear, and the young emperor in front of her was becoming more dignified and reserved. Kangxi, who was 1 meter tall, was slender and strong due to his years of practicing buku, riding horses, and archery. Every time she saw him take off his outer jacket, she wanted to go up and take a good look. Anaxi was grinding ink while uncontrollably lusting after Kangxi and Appo's body. After so many years in the harem, even the concubines who loved to read would get tired of it. Moreover, Anaxi was not a person who liked to read. She studied the arts of Qing, chess, calligraphy, and painting diligently only so that she could be like a lady of a noble family. Now, in the palace, besides loving her children, she enjoyed lusting after Kangxi's body. Otherwise, Wuden and Appo's. She be lonely until old age in this deep palace? Kangxi finished his official duties, reached out, and picked up Anaxi and let her sit on his lap. Why are you so good today? You even know to come to the Qing palace to find me? Your concubine misses the emperor. Good. Let me see how you miss me. Kangxi said, got up, and carried her to the dragon bed. Wait a moment. I will accompany you back to Chengqian Palace. His movements were not polite at all. Soon, Liang Jiogong and Bai Xiao, who were waiting outside the hall, heard intermittent sounds coming from the hall. Liang Jiogong saw that it was just past Shunshi for PM and was no longer surprised. He thought about how to have the eunuch of the Office of Internal Affairs write the history. When Anaxi and Kangxi returned to Chengqian Palace together in a palanquin, it was already 2 hours later. Fo and Appo's. Erguichin saw her mother and father returning together, and her face unconsciously showed affection. Anaxi saw everything in her eyes, and her heart became more determined to cling to Kangxi. Although he valued his sons, the sons of favored concubines and the sons of ordinary concubines would naturally not have the same frequency of seeing their father on weekdays. Daughter has seen Father Emperor, has seen Mother. Father Emperor is safe and sound. Mother is safe and well. Why aren't you asleep at this hour? Kangxi bent down and personally helped them up. Father Emperor, today someone from the old ancestors' palace came to say that they would take the younger brothers to the Sinang Palace tomorrow morning. Fo and Appo's. Erguichin wanted to tell her mother in person. Kangxi was silent for a while, then reached out and tapped his daughter and Appo's little nose. Our Fo and Appo's. Erguichin is right. What time do the younger brothers go to sleep? Chapter 89. The Empress Dowager adopts the crown prince. The younger brothers are easy to lull to sleep. At the beginning of the dog hour, 7 p.m., the daughter goes to tell them stories. Before the tale of Jingwei filling the sea is finished, the three little ones have already drifted into slumber. Our dear Fu Erguichin is truly remarkable, managing to help her mother soothe her younger brothers to sleep. As Wunashi spoke, she turned her head to glance at Kangxi, hoping he would carry their daughter back to the Eastern Palace. Noticing this, Kangxi paused his steps, smiling as he approached to lift their daughter and lead the way to the northern chamber of the Eastern Palace. Since their three sons were asleep in the southern chamber, he instinctively softened his footsteps upon entering. Wunashi followed closely behind, observing everything clearly. She was uncertain how Kangxi interacted with other princes and princesses. Yet within the walls of the Chengqian Palace, she felt nothing but joy towards Kangxi as a father. In the Chengqian Palace, he was willing to treat the children according to his own desires. That night, Wunashi turned to embrace Kangxi's arm gently. My lord, among the princes I have borne, the ancestors seem to favor Yindao, Yinji, and Yinjin the most. Although the ancestors often summoned the other children to the Sinang Palace for closeness, they had never been invited as frequently as Yindao and his brothers. Kangxi held Wunashi in one arm, allowing her small head to rest against his heart. The ancestors are growing older and are naturally more fond of the little ones. Do not overthink. I am here for everything. Yes, I shall heed your words. Wu Nashi softly closed her eyes, her heart swirling with thoughts. The ancestors must be preparing to adopt a crown prince for the Empress Dowager. In this moment, she found herself secretly hoping that Yi Pin and Pin would safely give birth to princes. The next day, Wu Nashi sat in the Chengxian Palace, anxiously waiting for her 3 little sons to return. Jue'ercha, what time is it? She inquired, replying to the Empress, it is just past dinner time. It is only natural for the little masters to remain in the ancestors' palace for dinner before returning. Wu Nashi understood this, but felt a certain unease in her heart. Meanwhile, in the Qing palace, Bumubu Tai looked at his silent grandson with displeasure. To adopt a prince under your mother's knee is a promise you made. Ancestors, the Empress Dowager need not rush to adopt a crown prince at this moment. With Yi Pin and Pin on the verge of childbirth, selecting a child to be raised before the Empress Dowager would foster closeness. Yin Dao, Yin Ji, and Yin Jun had never left their mother since birth. It would be difficult for the Empress Dowager to grow close to them. Bumubu Tai silently gazed at Kangxi, who had become a true emperor, increasingly following his heart in many decisions over the years. Anyone can adopt a crown prince born from any concubine, but it cannot be one born from you, can it? Upon hearing this, Kangxi lowered his head, memories of Wu Nashi and Appo's tear-streaked face flashing before him. He slightly raised his head to meet the gaze of his grandmother. You are putting your grandson in a difficult position. Very well, the emperor may do as he wishes. After Kangxi departed, Bumubu Tai wearily reclined on the bed. Ancestors, are you troubled by the emperor's favoritism towards noble consort Jinjia? Suma, human hearts are inherently biased. Bumubu Tai kept her eyes tightly shut, not opening them. Go with Xianyi. I know my grandson well enough to trust he will not neglect the realm. This is for the best. Veunaro Magneterelf is inherently gintartet. When I am gone, Xianyi will have someone to confide in. Her womb is indeed fortunate. Wu Nashi was unaware of the small incident in the Qing palace. She saw Suma Lagu personally returning her 3 little sons. Her heart finally softened. On the 4th day of the 12th month in the 18th year of Kangxi, Yi Pin safely gave birth to the 12th prince, who was named Yin Qi at the full moon feast. The Qing dynasty had a tradition of adopting children for nurturing. When Wu Nashi gave birth to Yin Qi, Yin Hu, and Yin Fu, she could not bear to see her suffer the pain of separation after such a great crime. Thus, she quietly allowed all consorts above the rank of concubine